After 2 weeks of suffering in the mountains of Xinjiang, the hero finds himself among mysterious figures, each holding a light in the darkness, heralding the beginning of a great ordeal. Leaving behind the memories of his days in harsh conditions, he finally reached the hideout, where ancient records and shelves filled to the brim with books that held a wealth of knowledge opened up before him on the stone wall. His gaze fell on the strange words written in an unfamiliar language, and then a spark of admiration lit up in his eyes, for he understood how much this find meant. Approximately 600 years ago, a mysterious warrior known as the Immortal Sword left behind legendary secret records that hold incredible power and knowledge. He looked at the letter and whispered that he wanted to keep these notes to himself, but then he realized that there was no point in doing so, because the part of his body responsible for chi energy had been destroyed. Soon the thought crossed his mind that the martial arts masters would find out that he had these records and could take them away by force. He clutched them in his hands and knew he had to hide them before anyone else came. And at this moment he brings the notes to the mouth, thinking that this is the most reliable hiding place. I suddenly regretted not bringing water with me when the notes turned out to be not so easy to swallow. As soon as he had done everything, two men suddenly approached him, and one of them said that he had found him. The head of the Yellow Dragon clan, Moen Su, called him a spy for the blood cult and asked about the secret records of the Immortal Sword. With a confident look in his eyes, the guy turns to Moen and says that he found the secret records and hid them safely, promising to give them to him only if he fulfills his promise. The fourth elder of the Murim Alliance, whose name was Baekwayang, reminded the boy that his request was to get rid of the bloody parasite in his chest, and that was the promised condition. Clenching his fist on the hilt of his sword, the clan head restrains his emotions and remembers that there really was such a promise. He decisively pulls out his sword, not intending to hold back any longer, having previously clarified that they do not need to fulfill their wish. The boy is in a state of shock at this moment. Monsu reminded him with a cold smile that the boy still had nowhere to go, even after the parasite was removed. The boy, whose name is Seo Wunhui, after these words, with fear in his eyes, plunged into his memories, and the head of the clan continues to talk about him. After rejecting Qi, his dantian collapsed and the boy was then expelled from the clan, left bleeding on the ground. Continuing the story, he says that 10 years ago, the boy was kidnapped by the blood cult, and it was they who implanted a blood parasite in him, making him their puppet. The guy continues to stand in front of the sword pointed at him, not believing the words of the clan head, who in turn continues to say that Wunhui has nowhere to go after he gains freedom. The boy was surprised to realize that he knew everything about him, and he asked tensely what he was trying to say with all this. Pointing a sharp sword at the young man's throat, Monsu threatens in a steely voice to hand over the secret records of the Immortal Sword. Smiling slyly, he hints that he can rid the boy of the bloody parasite if he gives him the records. The guy thoughtfully repeats the words about secret records. The head of the clan presses the blade to the boy's neck at the moment when he declared with cold confidence that the secret records are in a place that only he knows about. The guy noted that because of his position, he doesn't expect the Orthodox sects to make an exception and accept him. With confidence in his voice, the young man says that he wants to get rid of the bloody parasite in order to live like a normal person, and promises to hand over the secret records of the Immortal Sword in exchange for help. The elder draws attention to himself by smiling ominously, observing Wunhui's words. With a sly smile on his face, he praised the boy and said he was smart. Suddenly, the boy, with terror in his eyes, suffers a sudden sword strike as a blinding blade cuts through his body. Smiling sinisterly, the clan head contemptuously declares that such a third-rate spy has obviously hidden something important in his body. With horror and despair contorting his face, he realizes the cruel truth. They wanted to kill him from the very beginning, and this thought pierces him. All the looks and strange behavior take on a new meaning. The boy loses his balance with a scream from a treacherous sword strike. The man calmly removes the blade from Seo Wunhui's body, finishes off his wounded body, and asks him not to hold a grudge. Watching Seo Wunhui fall from the impact and grinning evilly, the man informs the boy that his death was decided from the moment he became a spy. Severely wounded and weakened after the betrayal, Seo Wunhui bitterly realizes how meaningless and tragic his life has been and asks himself the painful question of how he came to such an end in the first place. The pain-stricken boy, bent in half in despair, realizes the inevitability of his death and bitterly regrets the path that led him to this tragic moment, while the man stands before him, firmly holding his sword ready to strike again. The clan head smiles as, in the final moments of his life, Seo Woon Hui grits his teeth in pain and hatred, feeling the last of his strength leave his body and betrayal cut through his heart like a sword. A bamboo scroll, cut in half with insane force, flies through the air, as the enemy's blade was so powerful that it easily sliced through solid wood, symbolizing the ruthlessness of the battle that had just begun. The shock in the man's eyes was so obvious that it could be read in his gaze, because he understood that important secret records could have disappeared along with the destroyed object. With unexpected horror in his eyes, he continues to watch events that are beyond his understanding, trying to understand what exactly is happening and why the situation has suddenly spiraled out of control. Amazed by the incredible spectacle, they watch as a powerful, bright blue flame erupts from the young man's body, not understanding how this is even possible. In a frenzy, engulfed in blue flames, the boy is surprised to realize that he does not feel the heat, as if the fire is just an illusion or something supernatural. Having accepted his fate amidst this fire, he thinks it no longer matters whether it is real or not, yet still hoping that he can live a new life with less pain and humiliation. Overwhelmed by pain and rage, he continues to scream, using his last strength to break free from the shackles of water that are squeezing him from all sides. Soaked to the bone, the boy screams from the cold, while the two men mock him and smile merrily. At a time when Seo Woon Hui touches his body in surprise, realizing that after everything he has been through, there are no wounds or burns on it. Hearing a familiar voice, Seo Woon Hui looks around in surprise, and his eyes become tense as he remembers whose voice it is. Smiling warriors Song Juabik and Song Woo Hyung, who call themselves the Henan Twin Blades, mockingly greet the boy and ask if he has woken up, and he is shocked to recognize them. A young man who has just experienced a strange rebirth amidst cold flames realizes that he has not only survived, but also finds himself surrounded by friends who look too young for their age. Woon Hui realizes that he is waking up in a new body and is surprised to realize that his life has changed for the better. With shock in his eyes, he recognizes himself in a young body, realizing that he has returned to his youth. At this moment, Jubabek kicks the hero with a swing, thinking that he is still drunk and acting strangely. Two men, one of whom has just hit him, stand over him, and one of them menacingly orders Woon Hui to get up and pay, hinting at a debt or guilt he has yet to realize. Grimacing in pain after a severe blow, he doesn't understand why he was beaten so brutally immediately after waking up in an unknown place. The boy opened his eyes wide in shock and piercing pain, realizing that this was clearly not a dream, because it hurt too much to sleep. Gritting his teeth in pain, he rises from the blow with a tense face, realizing that he has fallen into a completely incomprehensible and cruel reality. Woon Hui, exhausted and beaten, grabbed the first one by the collar, stared at him with a puzzled look, and shouted what day it was, as if trying to understand what time or world he was in. He grabs onto his friend's clothes and asks him what day it is, causing a wave of tension in the room, and the older man, speaking up, announces that it is the year of the dog and the 9th day of the 9th month. He didn't even see his hand being grabbed, because with shock and anxiety on his face, he asked if it was really the year of the dog. And after comparing the dates, he realized that it was exactly 10 years before his death. The confused man looks at the young man with suspicion, believing that he may have gone crazy from excessive alcohol consumption because he says strange and nonsensical things about age and death. Suddenly bursting into loud laughter, the boy grabbed his confused friend by the neck, making him speechless with surprise, while the other watched the scene with a tense expression on his face. The boy, with a joyful smile, rushed to hug Juabek, exclaiming how happy he was to see him, while the man himself, irritated, tried to break free, telling him to let go because he was wet. Suddenly, his eyes widening with realization, the boy thought with fright that now was the moment when exactly 10 years remained before his death. 10 years ago, on the 9th day of the 9th month, in the year of the dog, in the silence of the night courtyard, someone approached a lonely man sitting on the steps, and it was these events that were fatal and changed his fate. The sleepy man, waking up from his nap, heard an unexpected noise and noticed an unusually large number of late guests and asked someone present to come out to meet the arrivals. A sinister group of warriors, led by a man with a steel sword, move forward, carrying with them an imminent threat, and after the words of the man guarding the door, left his head. The young servant, yawning and not yet fully awake, lazily answered the call and went out to meet the night guests. Unaware of the danger, he ran out into the street and came across a lifeless body right in the middle of the east and, filled with horror, screamed, realizing that the silence of the night hid a bloody tragedy. Returning from his memories, he hurriedly turned things over in search of something important, and nervously muttered curses, berating himself for not having gathered himself sooner. The guy anxiously orders everyone to leave the premises immediately if they don't want to die. However, the man takes this as a refusal to return the money and demands that he be paid. One of the men reprimands the younger one for his recent impudent behavior and threatens to teach him a lesson, reinforcing his authority and demonstrating hierarchy. The guy, observing the situation, continued to search for the object, but suddenly he sees it in front of him and triumphantly reports this, which indicates the importance of the found object. He finds the short sword Sodom, the only thing his mother left him, which awakens deep memories in him and gives him the strength for further decisive action. Looking at the sword in his hand, he remembers with regret that in his past life, he did not take the sword that his mother left him, and now he understands that despite any hardships, he must preserve this priceless thing. Overwhelmed by strong emotions, the boy painfully clutches his sword in one hand and holds his head with the other, expressing suffering, not understanding what is going on. With eyes wide with surprise and a bead of sweat on his face, he looks around, startled by the loud sound that had rung out earlier and nearly deafened him, causing a wave of anxiety and incomprehension. Hearing the piercing scream and plea for help, all three instantly became alert with serious faces and frozen shock. The boy grabbed his sword, ready to act. The man asked his friends if they also heard the scream, to which he was told that the sound had indeed come from outside, probably from the street, which further increased the tension and anxiety of those present. Wen Hui, with a serious look, noticed that the sound was too loud to be coming from the street, and therefore concluded that the source of the scream was somewhere nearby. Pressing the hilt of the sword tighter to his body, he realizes that now is not the time to think, because the loud scream has become an undeniable sign that something has already begun and that action must be taken immediately. Looking out the window, two men heard a noise and saw strangers. They froze at the entrance, trying to understand who these people were and what they should do in this dangerous situation. The boy, with determination in his eyes, pushes the two men apart, urging them to step back, because he wanted to take control of the situation and see with his own eyes what caused their fear. He peers out warily, trying to understand what's going on there. His gaze darkened with hatred as soon as he recognized whose handwriting it was, and he had no doubt that it was the work of the blood cult, and if they were here, things were not going well. And again, memories of 10 years ago surfaced in him. When the city still did not suspect the coming disaster, the boy was kidnapped by the cult of blood, which changed his whole life. After coming back from his thoughts, the man asks him if they are bandits from Green Forest, but Wen Hui explains with confidence in his voice that they are members of a blood cult. The two men look around. The boy warns them that time is running out and they need to flee, but they are doubtful about the blood cult warriors, believing that the organization disappeared after its defeat by the Murim Union. Wen Hui, in a panic, calls on the men to flee because he doesn't want to get hurt again, and mentally knows that he will flee first, but before that, he suggests that they approach the enemies themselves and ask who they are. The men realize the threat and begin to argue, and then one of them sharply calls for escape, which forces the other to come to his senses and join in the escape. But their minds are filled with doubt and fear. The guy with a serious face, understanding the threat, decides not to waste time on useless arguments, because he knows that after the kidnapping, these men will become martial arts masters. He mentally orders himself to forget about everyone else, because he himself needs to think about his own salvation, while the enemies of the blood cult are already approaching. It soon turns out that one of the boys has been forgotten, and in the meantime, a mysterious stranger, calling Wen Hui a young gentleman, appears before him, hinting at something. When Seo Wen Hui remembered the kidnapping, he was shocked because he remembered that Ah Song was with him at that moment, whom he did not remember, but whose presence now took on a disturbing significance. And the boy understood here. Ah Song was the only one of the So clan who did not turn away from him, remaining his only ally in times of betrayal and darkness. While Ah Song is immersed in a peaceful sleep, the boy mentally admits that he cannot leave his friend because he considers him his own brother. Ah Song jumped out of bed abruptly after his friend's loud exclamation, with a frightened face, almost swallowing the blanket, and began to justify that he had not slept, but had just been snoring sweetly. He was wiping the sleep from his eyes when he recognized the young master, and he bowed his head politely, trying to hide the awkwardness of having just nearly jumped out of his skin with fright. The young master grabbed Ah Song by the hand and told him to get up and that they needed to leave immediately. Because the situation was clearly escalating, they had no more time to rest. Running out of the room, Ah Song was alarmed because he didn't know what was happening and asked what was happening, but instead the other person told him that he needed to run, but he would explain everything on the way. The young man, full of determination, runs away shouting that the cruel people from the cult of blood have attacked their city and will soon reach the hotel, which is in danger. Continuing to run further, Ah Song was frightened after hearing about the blood cult. He freezes, but doesn't have time to ask a question because the elder in a panic shouts to shut up and just trust him. The boy, frightened, agrees to run after them, but looking back in the other direction, asks why they aren't going to the obvious exit, to which the boy replies that it's dangerous to go there. They realized with horror that a ring of enemies had been set up around them, and if they went through the exit, they knew any attempt could result in inevitable capture. Seized with panic and doubt, Ah Song gives up the unquestionable idea of returning to the room and hiding in the closet. But suddenly one of them, with desperate determination, rejects this thought as too banal for the serious situation unfolding around them. The boy realizes with wide eyes that the newcomers are not looking for gold or pay, but are hunting people like him, and now his existence is under direct threat. The boy shows him how a dark figure appears before the frightened residents and warns that the invaders will search every corner where people can hide. Therefore, he further explains that such hiding places are the most obvious shelters, while the gunman pulls his victim out of the closet. Or, for example, it shows how they pull a person out of a jar and warns that even that won't save them, because their checks are merciless. Continuing to run further, one of the team asks in panic if they will definitely be caught and taken away, but the other, full of determination, restrains his fear and abruptly cuts him off, ordering him not to talk nonsense. As they run, they see everyone running away, and all they can think about is that they need to hide in a place where they won't even think to look. Tonham explains that they should hide in such an incredible place where no one would even dare to do it, even if they guessed about it. They find an inconspicuous building, which one of them recognizes as the same secret place where, according to him, no one would even guess to look. And after a brief confirmation, they go inside, realizing that this is a perfect hiding place that will not be noticed even by those looking for it. The two young men froze in silent amazement, looking down into the dark dungeon as if hesitating to take the next step into the unknown. But they had no choice. After examining the place in more detail, the boy realizes that the old toilet is the most unlikely place to hide, and then the argument between them subsides, because he is against such a shelter. Their argument begins to escalate, as Wun Hui says the boy should be grateful to him for finding such a hiding place, but he doesn't think so. The boy, protesting against being forced to hide in the restroom, tries to escape, but another pushes him inside, causing him to scream in despair and try to break free. Closing the toilet door, Wun Hui thinks that this hideout is so inconspicuous that enemies won't even think to check it. But then it occurs to him that he's given away his hiding place. Therefore, he leaves the building with an alarmed look, realizing that he will have to urgently look for a new shelter before the dangerous cult arrives. The hero, hiding from the cult, is eventually forced to flee and try to survive, and at this moment, he finds a horse and realizes that he has an opportunity to escape from a dangerous place. On a dark night, he tries to saddle the horse, but it, in turn, gallops with all its might through the empty town towards freedom, leaving the young man standing still. The boy, hiding among the hay in an abandoned state, watches with hope as the night and the hooves of horses cover him, and he hopes that this time he will be able to survive. Hiding in the dusty and prickly hay, the young man lies, thinking that the hiding place turned out to be better than he expected, and that the pursuers from the cult of blood would not think of rummaging through a dirty haybox. He ponders the possible danger, realizing that even good cover will not save him from a warrior capable of sensing his presence through chi, so he prepares for battle. Arming himself in advance, someone nearby, exclaiming in disgust about the dirt, breaks the silence of the moment and then tells the guy not to touch him with his sticky hands. He tries to catch the source of the indignant scream, but instead of the enemy, he hears the sword itself angrily ordering him to wipe his dirty hands, calling him a brat. The boy realizes that this weapon speaks for itself, gasping in shock, asks if the sword is possessed by a ghost, and he, no less surprised, repeats the word. Shortblade, meanwhile, angrily denies this idea, loudly declaring that she is not some ghost, but a sword named Sodom, given to him by his mother, and demands respect despite its length. The boy is still confused, but the sword begins to speak in a human voice, and in shock he asks if a human has just answered him. Suddenly, a mysterious girl with a cold gaze and silver hair appears before the confused boy, floating calmly in the air, as if she had appeared from the very sword that had just spoken. The boy, having accidentally gripped an old sword, discovers with horror that it not only speaks, calling him names, but is also possessed by the ghost of a short girl who is now flying in front of him. With a serious look and blinking his eyes in a startling manner, he begins to doubt the reality of what is happening, considering it a strange hallucination. Then Woon Hui tries to deny everything he sees, but the girl starts arguing with him, proving that she sees and hears her, although she tries to avoid it. The boy looks in despair at the appearance of a sword spirit, which shouts at him, claiming that it can read his thoughts, which shocks the young man and forces him to admit that he really sees this creature. Suddenly, quiet footsteps interrupt their argument, and the two of them look at each other with a surprised look that reveals misunderstanding and fear. The guy asks the girl to be quiet for a moment as he sees a mysterious man in a dark cloak approaching them, but she asks if he's really acting like this because of this person. Woon Hui, with an irritated expression on his face, looks at the girl who tells him that he is the first to hear her, but the guy in response, clenching his teeth tightly, asks her to shut up. A man in a mask and with scars on his face silently and attentively observes what is happening around him, probably thinking about finding someone. Suddenly, a man's eyes widen in surprise as he sees or realizes something that completely changes his perception of the situation. The man soon drops to his knees and, staring intently at the cracked ground, notices someone's footprints, which suddenly change the course of his thoughts and cause a strong internal reaction. Then he looks intently to the side, turning his head sharply as if he had just noticed something important near the abandoned stable, in which there is no horse in sight. At this time, he firmly grips the hilt of his sword with both hands, demonstrating inner determination, concentration, and readiness for the inevitable clash, which requires the full commitment of strength and will. Instead, as the dark shadow of a man armed with a sword falls to the ground in front of the haystacks, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation and threat for the boy. But the girl calmly supports her cheeks with her hands and thoughtfully asks if the guy will kill the man if he finds him. The young man is preparing for battle with concentration, while Sodom wonders if he will have enough strength to kill his opponent. He lies on the ground with a worried look, and his heartbeat sounds accelerated in the silence, betraying his inner tension. A man with a sinister smile on his face leans forward, holding a weapon in his hand, and says with cold confidence that he is afraid, as if he enjoys his opponent's fear. As Woon Hui faces the threat, his heart begins to pound even harder in his chest, while the shadow of a dark enemy already reaches out, preparing to strike a merciless blow. The uncle stands with a satisfied smile, watching as the exhausted and frightened boy lies on the floor, gasping for breath from the impact, panic, and fear, while his heart beats loudly in his chest. The man still holds his hand, while the boy, bound by fear and helplessness, opens his eyes wide, watching him, searching within himself for the strength to defend himself or escape. Despite his fear and rapid heartbeat, the boy uses his last strength to attack the attacker, who mercilessly presses him with his dark presence as their fierce duel continues. The boy's incredible strength suddenly overwhelms the attacker, and it is then that the man with the bloodshot eye and the mask on his face writhes in pain, his gaze filled with shock and suffering. Woon Hui, full of determination and anger after a brief internal struggle, overcomes his fear of the cruel opponent and triumphantly declares that he is not afraid and is in the mood for battle. At this moment, he turns to the girl and suggests that she simply observe, but in his thoughts and gaze, a conviction appears that he will survive in this life no matter what. The girl stands with her arms crossed and a surprised expression on her face, enthusiastically declaring that the guy is incredible, as if she had just seen something that made a strong impression on her. Standing next to the attacker lying on the ground, she admits that she previously considered the guy a mindless drunkard, but now she saw something more in him, which changed her attitude. The guy is focused and irritated, asking him not to be distracted, while the girl playfully teases him with questions, provoking an emotional response to answer. She excuses herself with slight indignation that she just wanted to start a conversation, while the guy, losing patience, sighs in sarcastic irritation, trying to contain his emotions. With a serious look, the guy decides to ignore her, not thinking about the fact that the girl can read his mind. Hui realizes that the situation has worsened, as the blood cult warriors always carry out missions in groups of 3, indicating an even greater threat than he expected. Realizing the consequences of his actions, he tensely watches the horizon, realizing that other blood cult warriors will soon appear, so he decides to hide the murdered man. The guy reflects that although he managed to hide the body, it's only a matter of time before he's found, because if he were in the enemy's shoes, he would be killed without the slightest hesitation. Then he tells the girl, who looks back at him suspiciously, that they need to get rid of the body and disappear from the scene as soon as possible. The girl turns to Seo Hui, but he angrily yells at her and asks her to leave him alone so he can focus on something important. The white-haired girl says that she would like that too, but at the same time explains to the young man that a dangerous warrior from the blood cult is behind him, trying to convey important information. Hui exclaims with anxiety and surprise on his face, stunned by what he heard, and in his eyes you can see the shock from the girl's words. A blood cult warrior in black robes appears from the shadows and coldly asks if he is in the way, creating an atmosphere of tension and threat. The two young men froze in amazement, turning to the mysterious figure that had appeared in the doorway, casting a long shadow in the light of the lanterns, and realizing that they had been found. A man armed with a sword stands with his arms crossed, calmly observing the situation, and with a mysterious smile says that it was quite interesting to watch the guy. The guy, with an anxious look and a drop of sweat on his face, looks to the side and, confused, tries to understand how long he has been standing there. But then he looks at the warrior's belt and anxiously thinks that he is much more important. With wide eyes, the boy realizes that the brown belt on the warrior's armor means that he is of medium rank and much stronger than him. The guy gets into a ready-to-fight stance, realizing the full power of his opponent and that he has no chance of winning, but at the same time berating himself for his slow reaction and indecision. Suddenly, Sodom, with a lively expression on his face, turns to Hui with an offer to help in the battle, to which he replies with irritation that he already asked her not to distract him. The warrior, observing the boy, tells him his opinion that he overestimates himself. He continues to address the young man, expressing doubts about his martial arts skills, but at the same time admitting that he managed to neutralize a low-ranking warrior quite impressively. The blood cult warrior looks at the hero warily and cautiously suggests that he probably belongs to the beginner-intermediate skill rank. He continues to make the boy a cold but clear offer to surrender right now, and then he will spare his life. Saying this, the warrior demonstrates confidence in his own superiority. The guy decides to provoke his opponent, telling him that if he wanted to kill him, the warrior wouldn't start saying that the guy has a beginner-intermediate rank. And he continues to provoke the enemy, saying that he is afraid to take him prisoner because he does not want to end up like the previous warrior after the battle. The girl screams at the guy and says that Hui has gone crazy, but he in turn explains to her with a confident face that he has a plan. The masked man watches the young man suspiciously, understanding his cunning attempt to appear self-confident in order to weaken his vigilance. Hui, with a determined expression on his face, rushes at the warrior with a sword in his hand, while the man, caught off guard, covers his eyes with his hand from the surprised reaction and audacity of the boy. The guy tells his opponent that it would be a shame to kill him because of his intelligence, but he immediately sees that he is much more vigilant than he expected, and the situation may turn out to be more complicated. A sword-wielding warrior in dark clothing accuses the boy of trying to avoid a fight in any way possible, while Hui, with a tense expression on his face, prepares for battle. Suddenly, the man raises his sword, radiating energy, and preparing to test the boy's strength. A guy with a serious expression dodges a sword attack. He looks ahead, thinking about his own weakness, recognizing that although he is only a third-rate warrior with a damaged dantian, His determination remains unbreakable. A warrior with a covered face stands with his sword at the ready, proudly proclaiming that despite everything, he can still see, demonstrating his unwavering confidence and combat alertness, even in the darkness of night. The man grabs the young man's wrist with all his strength, stopping a sword strike at the decisive moment of a fierce duel. The warrior easily blocks his opponent's attack, gripping his sword tightly in his hands, leans closer, and says with calm confidence that it's too slow. The boy's face is filled with shock as he realizes that his attempted attack was easily stopped, and that his opponent surpasses him not only in strength, but also in composure. Instead, the man still holds the young man's hand, raising it up and contemptuously admitting that although the young man's eyesight is not bad, his slow reflexes still make any attempt at attack futile. Knocking the sword out of his hand, he still says that his counterattack was pretty good. The man continues to look at his opponent, intercepting his hand, and coldly declares that he is ready to turn a blind eye to the killing of a lower-ranking warrior, but only on condition that the latter silently obeys and follows him. However, the boy jumps up, clashes his shoulder with the warrior, and with fierce determination exclaims that he will not do this, demonstrating his willingness to fight to the end. The focused guy watches his opponent's reaction and is relieved to think that his plan worked, even though it was risky and his cunning paid off. Suddenly, the wounded warrior gnashes his teeth in rage. The boy says that it's impossible because he hit him from a short distance, but he dodged anyway. The blood cult warrior looks at Woon Hui with his pupils dilated in shock, his eyes burning with a red light, and blood is flowing from under his bandage, causing the wounded man in black to suddenly explode with rage. With incredible speed, he delivers a powerful blow to the boy, pushing him back with such force that the air around him is cut open by a blast wave. The boy, gritting his teeth and screaming, flies through the air after this blow, his face full of pain, rage, and tension. But he still holds on, his strength at its limit. He continues to plummet downward, his body whistling through the air, leaving a blurred trail of speed behind him, his hair unfurling and rocks and debris rising upward. The guy, with his head down and hands trembling, kneels before his opponent, realizing that he has overestimated his own strength. Enraged and humiliated by his own weakness, Woon Hui grits his teeth, wiping the blood from his mouth with a trembling hand, while his eyes burn with determination not to give up even in the face of pain and humiliation. Clenching his fist and gripping the hilt of his sword, the young man with a brave look realizes that it is too late to retreat, and now he truly has no other choice but to fight to the end. A young ghostly girl appears before Woon Hui, offering her help in battle, while he hesitantly grips his sword and mentally asks himself what she can possibly do in such a situation. The girl looks at the stubborn man while he analyzes the situation, deciding to strike at his opponent's left side to take advantage of his limited vision due to a recent cut. A wounded man with a bloody scar over his eye curses through his teeth, clutching his wound, adding with bitter irony that he actually wanted to settle everything peacefully. Seized with rage, his eyes filled with dark determination, and leaning towards his opponent, he calls him a bastard and says that Woon Hui really wants to die. The man admits that he originally intended to give lessons and send the young man to the cult, but now, having changed his mind, announces the verdict that he will have to be killed. A rage and a power that tears the air apart ignite within him, and armed with a sword, he rushes into the attack with an angry cry that will tear the young man to pieces. At this time, the boy's pupils narrow in shock. When something unexpected and terrifying is reflected in his eyes, he exclaims in shock, revealing a moment of truth or mortal danger. The blood cult warrior delivers a super fast and powerful strike, displaying his extraordinary strength and the technique he just used, his movements almost impossible to catch with the eye. Woon Hui, distorted by anger and injury, gritted his teeth and rushed forward, realizing that his enemy was using the basic sword technique of the blood cult. The furious young man, with a clenched fist to his face, breathes heavily, aware of the growing threat, and that the enemy is deliberately avoiding deadly blows, as if mocking him. The realization fell on him like an icy stone that this demonic enemy was not going to kill him immediately, but rather enjoyed the persecution and humiliation. There was an ominous gleam in the man's eyes, and his cold voice said that it was too late to regret, and it sounded like a final verdict that left the young man with no hope. Darkness flashed in his eyes, and, like an arrow of death, he rushed forward, shouting through his mask that the boy would die today, and every word carried a cold, murderous intent that made the blood curdle. The young man's back shuddered not from pain, but from a sudden premonition that the air behind him had collided, as if the blades were about to pierce his body, but no blow came. And then the young man's eyes widened in surprise and understanding that his opponent had indeed used false attacks against him and was now desperately looking for a way out. A little girl watching the fight suddenly shouted a hint in his ear that he should strike in the forehead, giving him a chance to respond to the attack and escape the trap of deceptive attacks. Prompted by the girl's scream, he reacted with lightning speed and gripped his sword with both hands, and with all his anger and desperation, he delivered a powerful blow directly to the opponent's forehead, cutting his way through the chaos. The man's eyes widened in surprise because he hadn't expected such a direct and decisive blow, and for a moment genuine surprise flashed in his gaze. At the very moment when the opponent had not yet had time to recover from the surprise, the boy hit him in the chest with all his strength, causing him to literally fall back into the air. The guy couldn't believe that the attack had gone through, even though he thought he had blocked it. The girl, with her inherent arrogance, reproachfully notes that his attempt to block the attack was not very good, and if it weren't for her timely help, he would undoubtedly have died on the spot. The young man realized with genuine surprise that this mysterious voice that had helped him avoid death belonged to the girl next to him, and if she really could see all the enemy's movements and attacks. The girl confidently confirmed that she saw all of the enemy's attacks, because to her, the movements of such a third-rate weakling like him were completely obvious. Watching him, she asks what he's going to do now, because the situation requires action, not silence, and hints that she might take matters into her own hands again if he can't make a decision on his own. The guy, with a mixture of guilt and hope in his voice, admits that he has already ignored her twice, sincerely apologizes for it, and then cautiously and with the hope of farewell and cooperation, asks her for help. The girl agrees to help with a slight smile, explaining that she cannot allow such an unusual creature, which is able to talk to her, to simply die. So, having expressed her willingness to help, the girl wonders if he will be able to strike back if she takes on the task of reading enemy attacks. The boy recalls with tension that the warrior had already felt the force of his counterattack once, and now he understands that he will keep a safe distance, not risking being hit again. Manhwa realizes that his opponent has already learned to avoid direct confrontations, but if he can force the enemy to lose self-control and make a rash move, the only chance for a counterattack will open up. From the depths of the forest, a mutilated warrior emerges with a sword in his hand, looking down at his opponent, as if assessing his every next move and waiting for the right moment to strike. Shocked and confused, he internally asks himself how the boy managed to block his last, seemingly flawless blow, making him doubt his own skill. He still stared at the boy anxiously, trying to find a logical explanation, and thinks that perhaps the boy had figured out the specifics of his sword technique and penetrated the very essence of the movements. Seized with even greater rage, the man, shouting, rushes at the boy and says that he will definitely kill him now, immediately bursts into the attack as if with the full weight of his own self-confidence and hatred. The guy listened to the plan of his ally, who suggested dragging out the battle by blocking the enemy's attacks in order to throw him off balance and force him to make a mistake, and after concentrating, adopted this strategy. The warrior attacks decisively and swiftly, cutting through space like lightning, and his sword soars upward, leaving no doubt that this blow must be powerful. In a whirlwind of lightning strikes, as the sword flew towards her left shoulder, the girl screamed loudly, warning that it was just a ruse and the real attack was coming from the right side. The man was shocked and confused, his fists clenched in rage, his gaze fixed on the boy, whose incredible ability to read his movements seemed supernatural. He grits his teeth in pain. Blood flows from the wound on his face, obscuring his vision and weakening his body, and his head is pounding. Every movement is difficult, but his gaze is still full of rage and despair. Instead, the girl helps the guy again and carefully explains that if he manages to get around the enemy from the rear, the man will lose his composure and start rushing and making mistakes, which could be a decisive moment. She says that if you take advantage of the situation in time and launch a counterattack from a side that the enemy cannot see, then the blows will not only reach the target, but will also be much more accurate. The girl, realizing the enemy's intentions, warned of a horizontal strike and reduced the pace of the attack, thereby thwarting the attack, forcing the enemy to curse, losing control of his emotions. At the moment when the enemy loses concentration and looks back to find strength, the boy bursts forward and with lightning speed delivers a devastating blow from above. The guy approaches the enemy from the left, and the enemy has not yet had time to complete his sweeping blow. He feels pain in his side because he catches him by surprise. Suddenly, the girl, intently following the warrior's every move, with a gleam of determination in her eyes, shouted loudly that they must act now, throwing this order into the thick of the battle and into the boy's thoughts. The blood cult warrior, with a face distorted by shock and panic, realizes that all calculations have been in vain, and now, not knowing exactly how this happened, exclaims that this cannot be. A grim smile, distorted by glee, stretches across his face and, almost whispering, with defiance and contempt, he turns to the boy and says that this is exactly what he wanted to hear. Suddenly, the warrior delivers a powerful blow to the boy who had just dared to attack, his body being thrown back with force, his face contorted in unexpected pain, and his eyes widening in shock. The guy, clenching his teeth and fist, barely restrains the pain that pierces his body after a strong blow from the enemy, and his eyes are still filled with anger and determination. He trembles, but does not give up. The man is dark and silent, like a shadow in the night sky, standing motionless with his sword lowered, confident in his superiority. The atmosphere around him is tense, and even the wind holding its breath. As the blood cult warrior strikes a merciless blow, the boy, his face twisted in pain, flies back, unable to stay on his feet, his body thrown into the air like a doll. The boy, gripped by pain in his arm, dropped to his knees, pressing his sword to his elbow with trembling hands as if it could contain the pain that was piercing his body. The dark silhouette of a warrior with a predatory smile on his face and contemptuously looks at the boy, and without hiding his mockery, asks him if he broke his arm, but his voice rings with cold mockery. Although the attempt to attack from the dead zone was indeed quite clever, the man cruelly humiliated the young man, saying that he was still a third-rate warrior. Shouting for the boy to go to hell, the dark warrior, overcome with rage, swiftly attacks from the sky like a heavenly punishment, delivering a deadly blow on the tip of his sword. Wunhui's hand is scratched, it is clenched into a fist, and his fingers are trembling from holding back his anger. Everything inside him is boiling, but for now he is holding himself together, gritting his teeth. The boy's eyes flashed with the cold fire of determination, and an ominous shadow of a smile flashed across his lips, and he no longer hesitated. The only thought that escaped him was that he had to act now. At the same moment, when the enemy swiftly descends from the sky, as if as punishment, the boy, clutching his sword and pouring out all his anger in one single movement, rushes towards death. Instantly, the man's eyes widen in shock, as the warrior did not expect that the young man, barely standing, could suddenly break through the flow of deadly energy and meet the attack. The guy rushes forward with a confident look, so confident that the enemy, despite his confidence, only manages to shout the plaintive word "no" before the inevitable blow falls on him. Instantly, the boy's eyes widen and his lips tremble, and his chest aches from an excess of emotions, and he still can't believe what happened until the end. As soon as the girl turns to the boy with excitement in her voice, or asks if everything is fine with him, the enemy's body falls to the cold ground with a dull thud, forming a pool of crimson blood around it. The little ghost, observing the aftermath of the battle with a barely noticeable smile on her lips, admitted that for a moment she believed her arm was truly broken. The girl can't help but tell the guy what a good attack he had when he cut the enemy's throat, ending the fight in victory, but admits that it was thanks to her that he managed to carry out this blow. She whispered carefully and quietly that she was a short sword, but did not finish the sentence, as if hesitating to understand her own conflicting feelings. But the boy understood that she was worried. From surprise and intense emotions, the girl makes excuses and says that she doesn't know what he's talking about and is simply amazing, but suddenly notices that if he was so grateful to her, then why hadn't he washed the blood off the blade yet? The boy noticed that she was angry, but the girl replied with resentment in her voice that she wasn't, but he still needed to clean off the rust because his mother was terribly concerned, hinting at something she hadn't had time to finish. Suddenly, the girl shouted for Seo Woon Hui to crouch. Her voice cut through the silence, and his body tensed in anticipation of danger. But Woon Hui, not yet fully understanding what was happening, instinctively bent down. Suddenly, a fist appears before the boy's eyes, illuminated by the red light of anger and determination, where every line, every muscle on it, as if carved from granite, breathes a deadly threat. Seo Woon Hui is flying through the air, his face contorted in pain and shock, blood spurting from his broken mouth, and his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend the force of the blow that has just struck him. A mysterious warrior with long gray hair and a stern gaze stands like an unbreakable rock, his fist clenched, with which he has just delivered a devastating blow. A gray-haired man with an unwavering posture stares into the darkness of the night, clenching his fist. He didn't even think about intervening, but before he could wait for his two men to return, he decided to come and check it out himself. His face shows irritation that two of his fighters never returned from their mission. And when he learned that they had been defeated by some guy, his surprise turned into mocking anger. While the man surveys the perimeter where the battle took place, the boy, covered in his own blood, lies on the cold ground, trembling in pain, his fingers sliding through the mud trying to find support. The man looking at the identification tag reads aloud with surprise the boy's name and that he is from Eyang City, Yulon County, while the other, even more surprised, asks, as if in disbelief, if he is really from the So clan of Eyang. One of the men, who has just learned the name of the beaten boy, stops and says that he is quite famous in Henan province, and this information immediately changes their mood as the tension rises. When the beaten Wang Hui regains consciousness, he hears other people's insulting words that remind him of how he was treated in his own clan, and he even hears about what they threw away after destroying his dantian. Since the boy came from an orthodox clan, one of the warriors standing over him wondered what would happen if he took this exhausted young man and raised him as a spy. However, the other man coldly rejected the very idea of using this broken young man, because in his opinion, there was no point in raising a boy who didn't even have a dantian. Assessing the boy with his eyes, the man noted that he would die during basic training because in such a pitiful condition and with an exhausted body, he would not be able to withstand even the initial loads. Despite being a descendant of a famous and respected clan, his weakness, fear, and humiliation were so strong that he could not even hold his bladder, which became a reason for ridicule and contempt. The boy, deeply humiliated and with tears in his eyes, hears cruel words that he is not even considered a low-class commodity, and he is sentenced to simply kill him. Suddenly, Woon Hui bowed his head to his knees before the ruthless warrior and tremblingly begged not to kill him, assuring him that he was ready to become a spy or carry out any order, just to survive. On the verge of despair, the boy, with tears in his eyes and trembling all over, begged the ruthless warrior for mercy, choking through his sobs and repeating the pleas over and over again. The boy stands bent forward in a state of complete exhaustion, because no matter how much he ran, fate brought him back to where he experienced the most terrible things, to a place where he was despised and condemned to death. The boy's eyes opened and he immediately felt pain in his body, realized that he had been tied up, mentally turned to Sodom, his only hope in this situation, and asked her to answer how long he had been unconscious. His heart pounding harder and harder as he bound and exhausted, he mentally whispered why Sodom wasn't answering him, for it was her silence that scared him more than any threat. Sensing silence from the girl, the boy looks thoughtfully at the cold blade in the man's hands and realizes that it is the presence of the weapon in his hand that is the key to getting Sodom to respond to him. The adult warrior, with a cold sneer in his voice, assesses the young man, calling him a man without dantian, hinting at the lack of inner energy that usually defines a warrior in this world. The man examines the sword in front of him again, and then recognizes the incredible fact that despite the fact that the young man only had an old and short sword in his hands, he managed to destroy two trained fighters. The boy's gaze changed to a more impudent one, and almost smiling out loud, he realized with satisfaction that this time he had made a stronger impression on his enemy than in his past life. His heart clenches with anxiety as he realizes the inevitability that the blood cult will still find a way to take him in, even if he doesn't try to avoid this fate. And here he understands that he should focus not on fear, but on opportunity, because even in the darkness, there is a glimmer of light. And if you look at the situation from a different angle, you can see that there is a chance for salvation. At this moment, with cold determination in his voice, the man says that they will take care of him right here, and these words pierce the young man, causing fear and the inability to escape the inevitable to appear on his face. The cult members discuss the hero's fate, one of them remarking that he would make a good spy, another that there were many more like him, but with Dantian, and they were all better candidates for espionage. The master of the higher ranks of the cult, with disgusting ease comparing a person to a defective product, mercilessly ordered the young man to be killed, believing that there was no point in wasting effort on something that was broken. Then the boy thought with annoyance that despite the fact that he was now treated with more respect than in his past life, this still did not affect the final decision. Driven into a corner and fully aware that he is in the hands of ruthless people, the boy realizes with a painful sense of déjà vu that the situation is repeating itself and tries to come up with a plan of action. The man in the mask looks at the boy, who is pleadingly humbly before him, and with bitter irony in his voice asks if the first one who started begging for mercy had time to analyze the situation he found himself in. At the moment when the cold blade of the enemy is already hanging over him, his mind is thundering with panic and fear, but deep down in his soul there is a subtle, almost inherent hope that at least some force will help him. Realizing all this that is coming, the boy, with anger in his eyes, asks himself if he is really so helpless that he cannot change anything, even when death almost touches his body. Surrounded by enemies, each of whom was ready to kill mercilessly, Wen Hui felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, and his mind quickly tried to find at least some loophole in this hopeless situation. His teeth clenched in pain and rage. He realized that he could not die any sooner than in his past life. But this very thought rang in his head like a cry of the soul. The boy, who was wounded, exhausted, and surrounded by enemies, looks at the blood cult warriors, but suddenly his face is distorted by rabid laughter. A cruel warrior, with an icy gaze and a tense face, stands, holding a knife in his hand, enjoying the suffering of Wen Hui, whom he humiliates, forcing him to beg for mercy like a helpless dog. A mixed expression of shock appears on the young man's face as his gaze falls on the sword, which seems painfully familiar, and he realizes that this sword is like a ghost from the past. The man with the sword, decorated with a white tassel, calmly utters humiliating words, as if toying with the victim, unaware that at that moment he realizes that he has seen this sword before. The boy freezes in immobility, looking at the tall figure in red and black robes with a sword, and he is finally convinced that he has met this man before. The boy, kneeling, abruptly shouts words full of despair and hatred, saying that everyone must obey the demon blood, because blood rules the light. And then one of the warriors suddenly kneels down to pay homage to the fourth blood star, so one of the observers leans over to his comrade and asks with concern what he is talking about. One of the warriors looks up at the figure standing among them, and in a tense whisper that sounds louder than a shout in the silence, he exclaims, asking if the fourth blood star is really here. The warrior, with an expression of stunned realization on his face, looks down as the presence of the legendary fourth blood star in this place seems to him too incredible a situation to be true. The warrior's face froze in a moment of shock and fear, as with eyes wide open and a tense gaze toward the invisible threat, he let out a short breath, unable to believe what he had just seen. A man with gray hair, down on one knee with a hunched back and a submissive posture, expresses deep respect for the fourth blood star, and perhaps hopes for forgiveness or mercy. The guy is exhausted, beaten, and covered in bruises, thinking about the fact that the cult of blood has a clear and terrifying structure of 11 leaders, among whom 4 bear the title of worthy and respectable, and the rest are the 7 stars of blood. Further pressed to the ground, Wen Hui looks into the distance, while admitting in an internal monologue that he has never met these mysterious people before in his previous life. The bound boy, kneeling in the midst of a gathering of warriors, heads bowed and weapons behind his back, stares at the figure before him, finally realizing with horror that rumors of the blood stars have long been circulating. Exhausted, on his knees and with his hands tied, he slowly raises his head at the command from the lips of a formidable stranger, casting a look full of dignity, defiance, and inner rage. Du Yangho is one of the highest leaders of the blood cult, known as the fourth blood star, and looking down at the captive from the mountain, he admits that no warrior has ever been able to recognize his true identity during tests. The figure of De Jiang Ho, one of the most dangerous figures in the blood cult, asks mockingly and in surprise that he doesn't understand how the boy was able to recognize who he really is, even though Wen Hui doesn't even belong to their blood cult. The boy raises his eyes to the man standing calmly before him and tells him, peering intently at the weapon, that this is the reason he recognized the fourth blood star. Wen Hui says that he recognizes this sword by the white decoration hanging from the hilt, because he once heard that these details were added in memory of a faithful horse named Byokyang, who died alongside his master. In the semi-darkness, where purple hair barely glints, a man with a faint, anxious smile on his lips, almost completely hidden in shadow, lets out a short but meaningful sigh. Suddenly, the man leans over to the young man, quietly saying that he is observant, but does not want to finish, leaving an unsettling incompleteness in the air, hanging like a shadow before the blow. The man approaches the young man, and with a deep, penetrating gaze, he asks a tense question. Could someone who is not part of the blood cult know about such a thing? Wen Hui sighs when he realizes that he suspects him of something serious, although he understands that in a context like this, where his knowledge might seem too accurate, it would be even stranger if he didn't feel distrust. He recalls that in his past life, he lived as a spy for the cult of blood for 7 years, hiding among orthodox sects, and encountered such situations thousands of times. And then, gaining confidence in his gaze, he admits that the blood of the cult of blood flows inside him. So these are not just words, they are a justification for his ability to lie without remorse. The warrior's eyes opened wide, his eyebrows shot up, and his heart seemed to stop as he heard a confession that was so incredible and dangerous that he involuntarily exclaimed. The shocked warriors, upon hearing the unexpected confession, instantly fall into confusion and panic, and one of them, barely restraining his alarm, cannot believe that there are descendants of the blood cult in the So clan. The fourth blood star freezes with a cold gaze as panic begins to build around him due to the young man's sudden confession, so he wordlessly asks the boy to clarify the situation. Wen Hui begins to explain that his maternal grandfather was a former Blood Wolves warrior of low rank who was involved in the war between the orthodox and unorthodox sects. The guy tells the story of how, after being seriously wounded, his grandfather was forced to leave the battlefield and began to desperately search for a safe place where he could live with his loved one, his daughter. So after searching for a place, Grandpa finally settled in the remote, quiet Yulin County, far from the noise of war and persecution, hoping to find peace and oblivion there. His grandfather escaped further battles, finally finding refuge in a quiet town with his daughter, the scars of war forever remaining deep in his heart, preventing him from finding true peace. The boy explains that his mother joined the wealthy but alienated So clan, where she became a simple servant, hiding her painful past and sacrificing everything for the sake of her family. It was there that she met a man who later became the father of a young man, and despite the difference in status, deep feelings arose between them, and as a result of this union, a child was born. The cold-blooded man clearly stated that his grandfather was not just a participant in the conflict, but a warrior from the infamous Bloody Wolves detachment, which gained cruel fame during the war. The guy looked intently into the eyes of his opponent, who asked him to continue telling the story, as if hinting that the real story was just beginning and he wanted to hear every detail. Then Wen Hui, mentally exclaiming that this was not enough, continued to tell how his grandfather, seeing in the boy a continuation of his own path, subjected him to daily grueling training. When the student complained about the training, his grandfather would calmly begin to talk about the captain of the Blood Wolves squad, named No Joman, and his son No Seong-gu, whom the grandfather considered the true embodiment of martial arts. The grandson recalled how his grandfather always repeated that Captain No's son, at his age, had already gone through all the grueling training of the Blood Wolves squad, reminding him that a true warrior has no right to complain. When Wen Hui suddenly spoke the names of the previous and current captains of the Blood Wolves squad, the blood cult warriors felt a real shock, because they knew that this information was strictly guarded. The young man remembered how his grandfather always repeated that the cult of blood neither forgets nor forgives. And even 5 years ago, when the old man was already lying in a hospital bed, he still admitted that the cult of blood would not allow them to live in peace. The fourth blood star, with a deep gaze, thought for a moment, and his face showed not just surprise but cold calculation, as he weighed everything he heard and compared it with his own suspicions. The man finally comes to a conclusion, saying that he now understands how the young man managed to kill two of their warriors despite his damaged dantian. He changes his tone and continues to speak to him, but is immediately interrupted by another warrior, who dismissively waves him away and, laughing loudly, sarcastically tells him not to be made fun of. This warrior, overcome with fear and despair, rushed to the Bloodstar, pointing his finger at the boy and loudly begging him not to believe him, emphasizing that he could not know the true names. Captain O, hearing his name called, froze. His pupils dilated, his face lit up with a shadow of fear. Fragments of the past and the fact that he could not take his words back collided in his thoughts with lightning speed. Bloodstar turned and told the captain who had allowed him to interrupt him, and in that moment, it seemed as if the night itself retreated before his fury, and the danger became palpable, almost physically. The Bloodstar looks up from below, and in the captain's own eyes there was such a fear that he could not have imagined that such a thing could exist. And suddenly the captain, seized by panic, instantly dropped to his knees, hitting his forehead on the ground, and began to speak, stammering, asking for forgiveness and begging for mercy and another chance. The boy watched with inner trepidation as even the experienced captain, who should have been a symbol of strength and steadfastness, literally hunched over under the pressure of the mere presence and a few words of the Bloodstar. The Bloodstar reaches out and quietly apologizes to the boy, looking straight into his eyes, but these gestures do not indicate weakness or defeat, but rather inner strength and confidence. Then calmly, but with a brief note of disbelief in his voice, he notes that while the killing of their warriors might have seemed like a justified act of self-defense, there is still something that strikes him as strange. Bloodstar can't understand why Woon Hui, right from the start, didn't use his true identity to immediately calm Captain O down and prevent a fight, instead letting things go too far. With his head down and his voice full of shame, the boy admits that he did not dare reveal his true identity because he was afraid that even his status would not protect him from punishment for killing two warriors. The boy realized with alarming astonishment that he was standing before a man whose mind was so sharp that even a carefully thought-out combination of truth and lies could not deceive him. Suddenly the boy froze, looking at the hand extended towards him, and it seemed like it was an unexpected gesture of trust after a tense conversation and an ordeal that he had barely endured. The fourth Bloodstar suddenly burst into a loud, heartfelt laugh that seemed unnatural in such a tense situation, causing the young man to shiver with unease. It seems that the man finally decided to lighten the atmosphere a bit, covering his mouth with his hand, admitted that his behavior might indeed have seemed harsh, and at the same time noted the logic of the guy's thoughts. Woon Hui, who had just been on the verge of despair, was relieved to learn that thanks to his grandfather from the blood cult, he was considered almost a brother, and thus he managed to escape punishment. The Bloodstar says that they almost lost an important descendant of the cult, so it would be a great loss for them, and if the boy's grandfather was truly part of the blood cult, then they would want Woon Hui to join them. At that moment, Woon Hui accepts the offer to join the blood cult, calling it a great honor for himself and noting that his grandfather would certainly be pleased with such a decision. Immediately, the boy, with a wounded and tired look, silently begins to reflect on the irony of his own fate. In the depths of his consciousness, a hopeless question arises. What was the point of his rebirth? A young man with his hands tightly tied with rope holds his open palms behind his back. The tension in his hands and the position of his body hint at his helpless state of waiting, as if awaiting further orders. Then the boy with his hands tied kneels, bowing to the cold ground before the fourth Bloodstar, and with confidence in his voice declares that everyone must obey the blood demon, so let blood reign. Meanwhile, in a spooky blue-lit city, a man says that he kindly asked to join the cult of blood, and these words mark not the beginning of a new life, but the end of the old one. Having survived the brutal events, exhausted but not broken, Woon Hui bows his head in silence, knowing that a dangerous return to the blood cult awaits him ahead. Still on his knees beneath the dark silhouette of the fourth Bloodstar, the prostrate Woon Hui silently tries to accept the fate that life has given him, feeling the noose of fear tighten around him. The Bloodstar, returning with a piercing gaze and a sword resembling a verdict, looks at the young man and declares that meeting the descendant was fate and promises to grant his one wish. In a moment stunned by the man's unexpected promise, the young man with a tense, almost fearful look freezes in place, not knowing whether to trust the words that sound too tempting. With noticeable excitement, he asks not for power, but for the return of his short sword, the only priceless thing he has left in memory of his mother, as a symbol of hope, memory, and the beginning of his own journey. After the young man's unexpected request, the fourth blood star freezes with an icy gaze, plunging into silence, for he had never expected to hear from him something so far removed from the cruelty of desire. Star Blood, with cold determination, gives a clear order to hand over the sword, despite the resistance of his astonished subordinate, who cannot understand why a weapon once washed in blood should pass into the hands of an heir. He holds out his hand with demanding determination, as if his every gesture engraves law, ordering Captain O not to make him repeat himself, thereby demonstrating his authority. The captain, with a tremor in his voice, agrees and holds out the sword with both hands, with caution, as if he is handing over not just an old weapon, but the burden of ancient decisions embodied in steel. Raising the short sword, Bloodstar examines it appraisingly, studying every scratch, every trace of time, and silently admitting that despite the wear and tear and marks of past battles, this weapon still retains its dignity. Lightly gripping the hilt of his short sword, the man suddenly stops mid-sentence, his speech breaking off so unexpectedly that the unspoken seems to hang in the air, and his gaze glides over the blade. A cold, uncontrollable light of determination suddenly flared in his eyes, and gripping his sword with force, he said that the sword must pay the price for the blood of his warriors, and broke the weapon in half. Clutching the blade as if it were no longer just a weapon, he says that he hopes the young man will be more careful next time he holds his sword. The man, with cold determination, after all the emotional fluctuations, throws his sword towards the boy as a sign of approval of his request, while the boy kneels down, accepting the short sword with deep respect and gratitude, realizing how much this thing means to him and how much the fulfilled request says. The boy's thoughts at this time are occupied only with the fact that even the sword could not withstand the power of the Bloodstar, who broke it with 2 fingers, demonstrating not only physical strength, but also a cold, deliberate warning. Falling to his knees amidst the silence that engulfs everything around him, with a broken sword in his hand, Woon Hui trembles not so much from physical pain as from a bitter mixture of fear and shame. The hero slowly lifts the shard of his sword from the ground, at the moment when a cold, impassive voice of a man is heard above him, ordering him to get up, reminding him not of rest, but of service. When the sword finally returns to its owner, he clasps it in his palms, whispering a name simple and short, but sacred, that Sodom is finally with him. A sharp, emotional voice rang out, and before him, like a storm, appears the girl Sodom, her face burning with rage because her hair was cut off, her scream about her ruined appearance changing the atmosphere. After a tense argument, the little girl in a bright glow exclaims indignantly, looking at the 4th blood star, that if she could move, she would definitely shave that man bald. Slightly worried, the girl in the bright glow, frozen in midair in shock, asks if he really belongs to the blood cult, wondering why she didn't know anything about it until now. The guy admits that the truth and lies in his words were mixed with pain and fear, and that he himself was confused in his silences, and decides to reveal to her the secret he had carried within himself for so long. The surprised and slightly confused girl looks into the boy's face with the vigilance that only they can have, and catches something indescribable, and a new truth emerges that has not yet been said out loud. The boy finally dares to speak the truth that he had been hiding from others, afraid of being ridiculed or not being heard about the fact that he had returned after traveling through decades of the future. Surprised, confused, and at the same time wary and skeptical, she tried to understand whether she had just witnessed an elaborate fabrication, whether madness had taken up residence in his mind. The man clutches the hilt of a sword with a mysterious symbol in his hand, tensely watching its every movement, realizing that the next moment, where a gesture, words, or even a look could change his fate. The Bloodstar orders the captain to investigate the young man's origins, delving into a forgotten branch of his maternal lineage, searching the past for traces of something that could explain his presence here. The captain whispers, wondering if his commander noticed the same detail that was disturbing, and it unsettles him making him wary, as if a premonition has become palpable in every movement of the air. At that moment, Bloodstar pronounces that the captain is right and adds with detached confidence that, frankly, it doesn't matter anymore whether what the boy said was true or not. And here the man remembers that the boy was watching his every movement and gesture, and his gaze was attentive like that of an experienced spy trying to decipher every hint, and the way the man gripped the hilt of his sword. The fourth blood star warns that it doesn't matter whose side the boy is on. The fact is that he knows too much about the cult of blood, and therefore he demands the utmost care from his people. Sodom and the young man are sitting in the cart, her voice echoing in the silence, as if she wants to summarize what she has understood from the boy's stories. But her words sound calm, yet there is a sense of intense concentration. The girl recalls the secrets of his past, indicating that the boy lived for 10 years as a spy for the blood cult, and then ended up here after an unjust death. And immediately her voice sounds as if she is reading from an open book. Sitting on the floor, the young man continues to mentally talk to the girl and tells her that after reincarnation, he suddenly realized that he was able to talk to her. The girl says that he doesn't seem as stupid as Woon Hui used to be, which immediately causes the guy mixed emotions and slight embarrassment, even irony and resentment. She goes on to say that he lived for 10 years in the blood cult, and when it seemed the universe gave him a rare opportunity to correct the past, he found himself back in the same dark cage. Later, the girl came to the conclusion that if the guy had just left Ah Song, it would have been much easier. The boy's thoughts return to the past, and he remembers that despite all the years of scorn he suffered from those around him because of his past and origin, Ah Song was the only one who never looked down on him. With eyes wide open, the boy, looking with deep sadness and inner pain, makes a terrible confession about his past life, revealing the truth he had hidden for so long. Still in his memories, Woon Hui sees the moment the deadly blow cuts through the air, and Ah Song rushes forward, substituting his own body in its place and accepting death with courage. With lowered eyelids, the boy speaks the words that for years he has carried in his heart, a debt to the one who once saved his life. And even while in the dark cult of blood, he has not forgotten this single ray of goodness. Sitting at a distance, the guy realizes that the past no longer has any weight for him, and he has rejected everything that once was without regret, and now he is only interested in his own future and a new life. With an ironic smile, the girl turns to the boy, pointing out that despite 10 years, he still behaves like a naive simpleton who has learned nothing and drawn no conclusions from his own past. She emphasizes that information is the most dangerous of all possible tools, and if there really was a spy who possessed the most sophisticated tool of influence, how could he forget about it so easily? The girl reminds him that knowing all the upcoming troubles is not his curse, but a unique advantage, because by anticipating every danger, he can not only avoid pain, but also use these events to his advantage. Woon Hui freezes, making him wonder who he was, who he has become, and who he could become if he dares to make a choice that will change everything and listen to the girl with the thoughts she speaks. Suddenly, he finally realizes the power he has ignored for so long, about information, about the future, that for years seemed like only a burden, and now, when the thought of the possibility of survival has flashed through his mind. Realizing the truth in the girl's words, his voice is now full of clarity, saying that it is time to act, to use every moment to the fullest, because fate will not give him 10 years in advance for the second time. Woon Hui involuntarily shouts his promise to change out loud, and only then, seeing the surprised faces of those around him, does he realize that he looks like someone talking to themselves. With a dull but growing determination in his eyes, the young man begins to realize the power now hidden in his hands, namely the power of knowledge, experience, and foresight that he can use. The girl freezes, realizing the important truth that although his Dantian is destroyed and returning to martial arts seems impossible, he has something he didn't have before, a 10-year store of knowledge. She didn't want to destroy his hope, but her own knowledge didn't allow her to simply agree with him, because her memory still contained countless examples of ruined destinies, dreams that crumbled due to a destroyed Dantian. The young man with a smile on his lips looked at Sodom, who was facing him while she raised her hand to possibly stop him. He was already considering a new unexpected move in their argument. Suddenly, the girl promises the boy to teach him martial arts on the condition that he can accumulate internal energy again. And immediately Woon Hui stares in surprise at Sodom, who is calmly floating in the air. With a smile, the girl declares her exceptional ability to teach the ancient technique of the short sword, which her previous master possessed, and at the same time emphasizes that she is the sole keeper of this unique knowledge. Sighing, the young man, with a mild skepticism on his face, mentally rejects the crazy and incredible idea of studying martial arts with a sword that the girl had just suggested. The girl, frowning, eagerly proves her superiority in knowledge, throwing back an old proverb about a sparrow who learned to sing only thanks to its proximity to the school. During this conversation, his hand suddenly begins to glow with a blue glow, symbolizing perhaps the emergence of an inner energy that yesterday seemed lost forever. At this moment, when a sudden stream of bright blue light began to burst out even more from his hand, through his fingers, involuntarily touching everything around him, Wen Hui froze in a half-bent position. The young man engulfed in the blinding glow of a mysterious blue flame that suddenly erupted even more from his own body, with eyes wide open in shock and a confused exclamation, froze in panic. Instantly, the hero, stripped to his very essence, as if detached from his body and the material world, slowly floats in boundless space, engulfed in the blinding glow of the stars. Shocked to the core, gripped by anxious astonishment, Wen Hui, with a bare torso and dark shadows under his eyes, stands, and the vast blue of the universe seems to absorb his body and mind. Frozen in weightlessness, Wen Hui, with eyes full of wonder and anxiety and suppressed amazement, listens to the prophetic words that seem to echo from the very depths of the universe, that he has grasped the mind of the sword. Being in the midst of the boundless universe, in the silence broken only by the silent glow of the cosmic spiral, he asks, mesmerized, what it is, without taking his eyes off the majestic vortex of energy that silently calls to him. Instantly covering his eyes from the blinding light that suddenly explodes around him, he, with a painful grimace on his face, does not understand what is happening because he is unable to comprehend the power of nature. Returning to the old cart, suddenly seized by an explosion of inner power that ignited in his hand in the form of a pulsating blue flame, Wen Hui, with wide eyes, looks at his palms. The young man, having just fully recovered from an incredible vision, with eyes full of shock and a face of fascination, looks at his hand, which still glows with a supernatural blue flame. Still stunned by the situation, behind him, Sodom angrily remonstrates, scolding him for not listening to her martial arts lecture again, but he only manages to ask if she sees what's happening. He reaches out his hand to Sodom, trying to explain that strange bright dots have appeared on the back of his palm, forming a familiar constellation that looks like the Big Dipper. Sodom exclaims that this is complete nonsense, and that instead he would rather focus on her explanations of the technique of wielding a short sword, which in her opinion is the basis of true mastery. Wen Hui, left alone after a heated exchange with Sodom and her telling him not to bother her, stares in surprise at the glow hanging in the air in front of him. He turns to the girl, realizing that their journey will not be short, and apologizes, informing her that the journey will take at least half a month. The young man slowly grips the hilt of his sword, while the girl hastily excuses herself, trying to hide her excitement and saying what she meant was her fatigue. Lying on the straw and remembering the strange blue light that shone from his palm, the young man thinks intently, trying to make sense of what he saw and not understanding what it was. Staring intently at the mysterious bright dots on his palm, the young man feels a chill run down his spine, and his thoughts return to the legends of the immortal sword, whose secret records were supposedly stored in energy. A caravan of several horse-drawn carts, slowly moving through rocky terrain, accompanied by warriors, stops, their path looking dangerous and important. Wen Hui, lying on the straw inside the cart, ponders why the mysterious glow that recently appeared on his hand disappeared without a trace, how he can summon it again, feeling that it may depend on it. When the cart suddenly stops in the sunlit forest, the boy feels the shaking stop, and at the same moment he notices that the rest of the prisoners are still lying motionless, or perhaps some are sleeping silently. Several prisoners lie motionless on the straw, at which moment the door suddenly opens and a man appears in the opening, his hand firmly gripping the edge to look inside, and everyone sitting there shudders. The silhouette of the man seems threatening. The voice sounds with fury as it thunders at everyone present, demanding that they wake up immediately and stop lying around idly. In the narrow space of the cart, a blood cult warrior with a close-cropped head and a sword behind his back sternly orders the captives to quickly exit and follow him. Wunhui covers his face with his hand, wincing at the sudden pain in his eyes as he steps out into the sunlight, which makes him groan, though he tries not to give the appearance of weakness. In the large camp, they were shouted at to move and stand where they were told. The prisoners, having just stepped off the wagons, were forced to quickly line up, afraid to move again. A little girl with white hair, yawning sleepily, is surprised by the loud noise around them and asks where they are, while a young man with a worried look coldly replies that this is the Valley of Blood. The young man explains that this is one of the blood cult's bases and that this is the dark place where they will take kidnapped people to turn them into ruthless warriors, destroying their will and personality. Speaking further about this place, the boy further reports that the one he just spoke about is the captain of the Bloody Destruction Squad, who is responsible for training in the Valley of Blood. Suddenly, someone interrupts his thoughts and the boy, noticing someone suddenly speaking from behind, turns around sharply and a tense anxiety mixed with a shadow of hope appears in his eyes. So, without holding back his emotions, he whispered a single word, filled with surprise, confusion, and trembling hope, as if trying to grasp the meaning of what he had seen. Jwabek recalled painfully how the boy had acted as if he was fully aware of the situation at the hotel, but they both found themselves in the same predicament as everyone else, under the watchful eye of the blood cult. The hero sighs with relief, barely holding back his emotions, when amidst the chaos and anxiety, he suddenly sees familiar faces, because he had time to think that his comrades in misfortune managed to escape from the trap. Jababek, coming closer and noticing that the boy's hands were not tied, exclaimed, looking at him in confusion and feeling anxiety and suspicion flash through his mind. The guy says it's a long story, but Jababek, with a serious expression on his face, insists that the guy start telling the story. These words create a sense of importance of the moment. The stern man stands there, on a raised platform, loudly interrupting the hubbub and lively conversations, shouting for them to stop talking and pay attention to him, causing an instant silence from everyone present. When the captain achieved silence among the audience, he abruptly began pointing his thumb back at the platform, counting to 5, creating a tense atmosphere, giving them little time to execute the action. When one prisoner said with disbelief and mockery that no one would even think of running to that terrible place, his eyes suddenly stopped at the figure of a boy who was already running forward with all his might. Wunhui rushed forward, angrily shouting to his friends that if they did not want to be transformed into soulless warriors of the blood cult, they must immediately repeat his deed. The two boys, stunned and confused, froze with equally surprised expressions on their faces, not having time to realize what was happening. Wunhui suddenly jumps out of his seat even more. They finally rush after him, shouting for Wunhui to wait for them, hoping to at least catch up, if not understand why he decided to listen to everything they told him. And then he rushed up the stairs. One of them, with a tense face, exclaimed so emotionally that it was more like a cry of the soul than a request, begging to at least explain. A man with a piercing gaze, slowly raising his hand to his sword with such unhurried confidence, as if he already knows the outcome of future events. And in this calmness, there is a sense of inevitability. There is a threatening tension in the air. One of them mutters that he doesn't know what's happening, but suggests running. And these words, escaping from his throat like a self-preservation instinct, become a signal to execute. The sharp sound of the blade cut through the air, smeared with the splashes of someone else's life. Everyone froze, not even having time to scream, and only when the body of one of the victims fell to the ground, the first scream was heard. This girl's eyes are wide open, her face is covered in blood spatter, her lips are parted in a low scream that breaks through a wave of panic. And it's not just fear, it's a primal survival instinct. Under the red sky, everyone is running, falling, trying to escape, but in vain because the attackers know no mercy. Even those who a moment ago did not believe in the threat are now rushing toward the stairs. The boys look around in despair, shouting to each other to look back. But in the chaos of the battle, it seems they don't hear, so their bodies rush forward instinctively, hoping to escape the trap. Barely catching up with the boy, he realizes that everything is going exactly as little Seo Wunhui said, and these words escape his lips like a whisper of doom, even though they had doubted his words before. Drawback, almost without hesitation, invites the other to imitate his every move, hoping that blindly following him will be their only chance to escape inevitable death. One of the mentors says with undisguised surprise that this has never happened before. It becomes obvious that Wen Hui and his comrades have just done something that no one has ever done before, by kneeling. He remarked that he found it hard to believe that there were children who instinctively understood the rules before they were even taught them, and his partner remarked that this was the boy Captain O had reported earlier. The mentors, who recognized him as a mysterious boy, who, according to Captain O's previous reports, called himself a descendant of the cult, a powerful and dangerous force, the mystery of which caused tension among the elders. Sodom, who is confused and surprised that he acts like a pure-blood member of the blood cult, but the guy is actually only pretending to be one, acting smart and cautious. When Hui understands that he must continue to flawlessly imitate the behavior of the pure-blooded members of this powerful organization in order not to arouse suspicion. A man ominously shouts for everyone to pay attention, and this single voice, reinforced by the authoritative tone and support of the mysterious figures standing nearby, instantly silences the crowd of young students. He delivers a passionate speech in which he calls them the chosen ones, and claims that the very will of the great demon of blood, the deity or being at the center of the cult, has brought them here. They shout in fear from the crowd, whispering to each other and looking around with panic in their eyes, because the name Cult of Blood, spoken aloud, immediately tears the mask from this place. One captive laments that instead of the dreamed of honor and service to justice, they have found themselves in the clutches of the cult, which shamelessly calls them the chosen ones, although it itself only kills, kidnaps, and spreads terror. Sodom doubts whether it is even permissible to say such a thing, and the boy ominously predicts that for his courage, he will soon become an example for others. She asks if he will really be an example, as if not believing the implications she just heard, and inside the young man, a gloomy, tense thought arises in response that this is indeed the case. Continuing to speak, the prisoner does not pay attention to the fact that behind him, the cold shine of metal sounds in his hand, and a man in dark clothing confidently grips the hilt of a sword. The sword pierces the air with a loud sound, followed by the body of the prisoner, breaking the silence with a terrifying splash of blood. But the executioner's face remains cold, almost indifferent. The girl doesn't understand why they just kill them, even though they spent so much time bringing them here. The young man's gaze drops, answering the girl that this is how they impose loyalty, out of fear. A cruel follower of the blood cult, he threatens them with contempt in his voice, pointing to the recently executed one, as an example, who awaits anyone who dares to express even the slightest displeasure. The girl doesn't understand how the guy survived in his past life, to which he admits that in his past life, he had no choice but to survive like a mute dog. A representative of the blood cult announces the beginning of the initiation ceremony, in which there is no longer any room for doubt or weakness, for everyone present is now forced to choose their own path. Suddenly, a gloomy man speaks, cunningly prolonging the moment and speaking with a meaningful pause before beginning the ceremony of initiation into the cult of blood. He turned to the young man and asked if he could guess what was in the box the girl was holding, as if he wanted to test not only his intelligence, but also his strength of spirit. With his head bowed grimly, Wen Hui, with a shadow of memories in his eyes, speaks the bitter truth about the bloody parasites, knowing firsthand that these very creatures are used by the cult of blood for subjugation and control. As he was ordered to tell what it was, surrounded by silent tension, the looks of frightened friends, the boy slowly straightened his back, realizing that now he had to do it. He cannot comprehend the terrible truth he had to utter, and with pain and memories in his eyes, he repeats to himself, a bloody parasite with a barely restrained inner trembling, explaining in a clear voice that these horrible creatures are poisonous parasites that are planted deep within the body, where they settle in the chest, merge with the organism, and closely monitor every thought. Clenching his fist, Wen Hui continues that now their lives will depend on one pill that they will have to swallow every 24 hours, because without it, the bloody parasite planted in their chest will start to go crazy. A confused Drawback asks with a trembling voice how Wen Hui knows so much about bloody parasites, and his eyes reveal not only surprise, but also a disturbing foreboding. Smiling with pleasure, the chief approves the correct answer, But his words about the cult's descendant make everyone around freeze in silence, because this is the first time anyone has hinted out loud at the young man's secret origin. Confused to the point of confusion, Joabiak thinks that Wen Hui was a blood cult spy, and although he remains silent, he turns away, clenching his fists. Wen Hui hears a familiar, sarcastic voice say that he has been declassified and that he was a real spy in a past life. The girl continues to tell him that he will soon become a member of the blood cult. The man calmly, almost contemptuously, announces his proposal to a crowd of frightened newcomers, as if he is betting the entire lives of each of them on a tough game of choice. Smiling, one of the leaders of the blood cult, announcing to the young man that he would receive a unique opportunity to prove his loyalty to the dark doctrine by becoming the first to accept this terrible creature. The hero clenches his fist and with bitter realization admits that he has no way to avoid consuming the bloody parasite, otherwise he will be executed. He clasps his hands in submission before the cult's priests, realizing that he has no choice. And although despair burns in his heart, he accepts his role in this cruel ritual. Wen Hui raises his head and with feigned calm asks for some water to make it easier to swallow the bloody parasite, but behind his restrained tone, a subtle game is hidden. Closely watching the developments, the captain, with a contemptuous expression on his face, mutters under his breath that Commander Gu seems to have taken a liking to this young upstart. The warrior says almost in a whisper that the truth is about to come out, and with a barely noticeable smile notes the completion of the preparations, as if he foresees the inevitable collapse of the great deception. Gritting his teeth and barely suppressing his trembling, Wen Hui swallows the bloody parasite that burns in his throat like a flame, and through the pain that tears him apart from within, he mentally challenges himself. Slowly rising from his knees, the young man lowers his head in humility, uttering words of gratitude for the honor bestowed upon him, at the same time feeling how each word burns his soul. Glancing ominously at the assembled students, the man, with imperious coldness, ordered them, one by one, to approach the box full of shimmering bloody parasites and swallow one by one. The girl asked how the young farmer had carried a worm inside him for 10 years, and he thought that only 15 days had passed since he had returned to life, and he had already become a prisoner of the same disgusting creature in his chest again. Suddenly, the boy doubled over in pain, unable to even say anything. His eyes were wide with fear for himself, while the girl could not understand what had happened. Clutching his chest even tighter with his hands, the young man realized that something was wrong and told the girl that his chest hurt and it felt like fire was burning there and throughout his body. Again, she asks what exactly is wrong with the chest, but he replies that he really doesn't know what it is, but the place where it's burning is exactly where the bloody parasite is. Wen Hui realizes that a bloody parasite can't behave like this without a reason, but suddenly his gaze meets Captain O, who is looking at him with a careful gaze. The young man immediately thinks that the captain did something to him at some point, but he doesn't know if this is really the case. The chief continued to stand on the platform, carefully observing everything around him, and suddenly his gaze sharpened on the boy, and he asked in a cold voice what had happened. The captain approaches the boy lying on the ground and stands right in front of his face, carefully inspects him, and concludes that a bloody parasite is raging in his chest. The captain confidently emphasizes that it is impossible for a person who claims to be a descendant of the blood cult to suffer like this after swallowing a bloody parasite during a ceremony, and there is something unclean about it. Anger burned in the young man's eyes. He still held his hand to his chest, feeling the fire burning inside and not understanding what Captain O had done to the bloody parasite. Still standing in front of the boy, he begins to mock him, but with a self-confident smile says that it seems that, indeed, inside him, the parasite is behaving violently. He continues to remind the boy that he considers himself a descendant of the cult, and the captain confidently voices his thoughts on this, adding that it is impossible for him to be in such agony from a parasite. Looking at the captain with anger and indecision in his eyes, the boy again mentally asks himself what he could have done with the bloody parasite he swallowed, calling him insulting words. The leader in the Valley of Blood finally catches sight of the boy's condition out of the corner of his eye, and with his characteristic coldness in his voice, asks the captain what happened to the boy and if he's okay, to which he hears a positive answer. The guy, in a terrible state, is already holding his throat with both hands when he hears that most likely the bloody parasite was excited, but he still doesn't understand why he has such a reaction, because it's not the first time he's swallowed it. At that moment, the captain approaches the boy and places his hand on his shoulder, saying that he will help calm the parasite by using his chi, and the boy is in a state of shock after these words. The captain says he doesn't want to help the boy, but the other cadets have to stay and wait because of him, so he, almost shouting, orders them to turn around quickly. The guy is in a state of great confusion because he believed that it was Captain O who did this to the bloody parasite, but suddenly he sharply feels his pain moving downward, not knowing how this could be. He turns his head to the captain and asks him to stop, because he feels relieved, but the captain almost shouts at him and orders him to turn away, because if he makes even one mistake, the young man will be in severe pain. The captain's hand glows with a red light of energy, and he asks to tighten his stomach, while the boy cannot do so because he feels pain. The young man's thoughts are only about the fact that he knows that it is he who must stop him. So looking ahead, he asks the captain to stop and move away. But before he can leave, the captain hears some incomprehensible sounds coming from the young man and finds himself in a shocked and incomprehensible state. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened and his nostrils felt a very unpleasant smell, which left him unable to say anything and left him motionless. Drops of sweat are running down the guy's body. He is feeling ashamed and doesn't know what to even say. He simply tells the captain that he asked him to leave and that it's really okay. In the next moment, Sodom appears, unable to stop laughing after this situation and saying over and over again that she can't believe the guy farted in front of the captain. She admits that the more she thinks about it, the harder she laughs and is grateful to the guy for it, because she was sad here, and the guy almost begging her to stop because he feels terrible. The girl, wiping away her tears, asks if the guy will really feel bad about this situation, but he suddenly rejects her opinion and explains that it's because of the bloody parasite inside him. He admits that the pain has gone away and he feels much better, because the tightness in his body is gone. Jivabek addresses the boy as if he were a blood cult spy, asking where they are headed now, his eyes showing anger at his friend and incomprehension of everything around him. The guy can't believe his ears because he hears his friend call him and says that he doesn't know everything either. But the girl is also indignant because he forgot that the young man also swallowed a parasite. Javabek treats the guy with hostility and doesn't understand how he could do such a thing just to stand out in this place, to which the guy starts calling him names and rejecting these stupid thoughts. As they began to argue vigorously, a strong, authoritative voice suddenly rang out, commanding everyone to pay attention in his direction. Captain O said that right now, they would be evaluating each of them and asked them not to panic or do whatever came to mind, but simply to listen carefully to the following instructions. The girl, standing near the boy's head, recognizes the captain and doesn't understand why it's him again. But the boy remembers that in a past life, a completely different man did all this. The captain sees the frightened eyes before him, but still continues, saying that everything will be simple, and then asks, pointing with his hand behind him, if everyone present behind him can see the caves. Continuing to provide information, he explains that there is one blood cult examiner in the cave who is simply there to evaluate them. Once the test is over, each of them should receive badges showing their rank as 3 categories: low, medium, and high, but he orders them to try to get the highest one. The captain continues to explain all of their information, saying that their cult places a lot of emphasis on strength and asks all the students who have bowed their heads to look at him. When everyone looks up at the moment, he shows his blue belt, explaining that whoever wears it has the category of a warrior of the highest rank. With seriousness in his voice, Captain O, proclaiming that they will take the bloody parasite from the one who achieves the highest level and whose abilities will be accepted, orders everyone to show themselves as best they can. After hearing what they heard, everyone's jaws dropped open in shock, and there was determination in their eyes because they could be left with a bloody parasite. Some looked ahead and were overconfident, declaring that he should be the one to receive the highest rank. But the guy who knows a little more information smiles at those who are so concerned about the bloody parasite because he understands that they are gradually becoming members of the cult of blood. Captain O, holding something unfamiliar to his lips, speaks too angrily that he ordered everyone to behave quietly, but those from strong emotions broke his words. The boy, watching everything around him, suddenly saw what appeared in Captain O's hands. As if remembering what this particular object was, immersed in his own thoughts. The captain, without waiting another second, begins to whistle, which certainly means the beginning of the test, which everyone must pass in the cave. At this moment, as the whistle sounds, Jivabek looks at his friend, but does not understand why he suddenly covered his ears with his hands and twisted his face in pain, asking what happened. Jivabek doesn't understand why the boy is covering his ears with his hands, because the whistle wasn't strong and loud enough to cause pain, but the thought pops into his head about whether to repeat the young man's action. But suddenly his eyes widened in shock, sweat began to run down his face, and his mouth could not utter a single word from the fear of what he saw. Around them, everyone began to behave strangely, as if they were in the most intense pain they had ever felt. Some even screamed in a mute scream, opening their eyes in fear. The girl appeared next to the boy, who was suffering from pain, and asked how he was feeling and why everyone had started behaving like that, to which she received the answer that it was because of the whistle. Coming to his senses a little, the guy begins to explain more clearly that when this whistle is heard around, a bloody parasite begins to rage in his chest. Being around everyone who has almost lost consciousness, the young man does not understand why, when the whistle sounded, he still does not feel or hear anything, not even the slightest rustle of a bloody parasite. At this moment, Captain O, with a whistle in his fingers, watches what is happening around him, and the torment experienced by everyone who has swallowed a bloody parasite that brings severe pressure to the chest. The captain continues to say that he meant for them to reach a high level because that's what's needed, but it's unlikely that most will be able to do that, and therefore will spend their entire lives with a parasite inside them. One captive's eyes widened in shock at these words, but his voice was confident and determined as he said that he would never live with this for a second in his life. The captain immediately shouted words into the air that were extremely serious, angry, and imperious, ordering everyone to quickly get to their feet as they had been lying on the floor for a long time. When suddenly everyone stood before him, the captain realizes that they have become more disciplined. But at that moment, Wen Hui didn't even listen to him because he was thinking about the possibility of the parasite disappearing in his body. Sodom, listening to the boy's thoughts, suggests that it is possible that because he covered his ears, the parasite did not manifest itself. But the boy rejects her idea, explaining that he cannot completely contain the bloody parasite. The guy thinks about checking his assumed fact and finding out if it's true, but he doesn't have Ding Tian. Vivek, speaking his thoughts out loud, says, asking the boy that once he has swallowed the bloody parasite, there is no going back, as if he has just realized it. Looking down on the boy, he says that he doesn't have Dantian, and therefore it doesn't matter what Wen Hui has to do, he will be much stronger and will reach a higher rank faster and take revenge on him. At this moment, the guy looks at Jivabek in confusion, not understanding what nonsense he is telling him now. The time has come when the captain is supposed to say the names of those who pass the test, but he sees in front of him that someone has raised their hand, interrupting him. Jivabek, with determination of his intentions, raises his hand even higher, informing the captain that he is the one ready and willing to pass the test first. Sodom and the boy look at each other, not understanding what happened to their friend, but they conclude that it's because the boy didn't answer him, and he's angry. The captain orders the cadet to take a step forward, when he suddenly, like lightning, jumps out in front of the shocked other prisoners, obeying the words spoken. Coming forward, Jwabek turns his head back, looking at Wen Hui and saying that he is much better than the young man, even without his help. Without looking ahead, he receives a strong punch to the face, one that even the air around him trembles, and Jwabek's eyes widen in surprise. Instantly, after the impact, Jwabek's body flew a long distance away from the captain, twisting in the air. The captain angrily turns to the young man, saying that didn't he warn them that no one can do whatever they want and that they can't move whenever they want, but only with permission and an order. Lying on the floor, Jivabek cannot say a word, but the captain warns that he must respond when his superior gives an order. Wen Hui's face contorted in shock as Jwabek spoke back to the captain, calling him sir because he realized it had been a fatal mistake. The captain, looking at the boys with a certain look, said that he should be the first to go for evaluation. The boy couldn't believe his ears and asked the captain again if he really should go first. And all he could think was that the captain was up to something again, making the young man's life worse. To which the captain replied that he didn't understand what was going on and whether the brave descendant of the cult had any objections to this. But Wen Hui, quickly lowering his gaze, said that he wouldn't dare deny anything and just wanted to thank him for his kindness. But all he had in mind was that his life wouldn't be sweet. Standing at the entrance to the cave, the young man heard the captain's words to the others to stand in line and enter only in order. Looking around the cave, Wunhui can't believe he's here again and feels awkward, remembering that Captain Hai Gum was here in his past life. The girl anxiously asks what level he could have gotten last time if he didn't have Dantian. The hero replied that of course it was low, and then continuing to tell that those who receive a low level have to perform various tasks and are used as labor, so the girl concluded that he had a difficult life. A mysterious figure appeared before the boy and asked if the boy was really Seo Wunhui from Yulan County. As soon as the boy heard the voice, he immediately realized that he knew it from a past life and the test that he had to pass. The girl asked if Wunhui really knew him, to which he immediately, without a doubt, replied that he knew him very well. Continuing to tell the girl that the one standing before them now was his direct supervisor in a past life, she shuddered in shock upon hearing these words, covering her face with her hand. Feeling the not-so-completely understandable picture that arose before the girl, she asks again which squad the young man was in his past life, and he says with anger in his voice that it was with the Bloody Wolves. Then Sodom, having put everything together, realizes that the captain of the Blood Wolves is standing in front of them, to which the boy continues her thought and says that it is indeed so, and his name is Du Jongho, and he has already spoken about him. The Blood Wolves captain steps out of the shadows into the light and addresses the young man, not understanding why he is not reacting to him or answering. He is already stronger, with a raised tone and sharpness in his voice, once again asking if the guy in front of him is really from Yulan County named Seo Wunhui. Wunhui is still lost in thought, not reacting to the man and thinking only about Captain O and the fact that he broke his head. But the guy won't do that because he was able to fool even to Zhang Ho, whom he didn't know at all. And he understands that he can deceive No Xionggu, and it will be easy because he knows him from a past life, and based on his thoughts, he answers his question positively and says that he heard about him from his grandfather. But the captain of the Blood Wolves, slowly and clearly reading the young man's emotions and listening to his words, realizes that he is telling a lie, so he immediately tells the boy that it is an obvious lie. The young man had no idea that he would say that, and the girl was in a state of shock, but the captain of the Blood Wolves continued to press him, asking if his grandfather was really a member of his squad. The man continues to say that there is not a single warrior among the Blood Wolves who would fit his grandfather's description. But standing before the young man with a sword in his hands and tightly gripping its hilt, the captain of the Blood Wolves, with a threat and warning in his voice, asks who the boy really is. Wunhui is confused by this question because he doesn't understand at what point in his life everything went wrong. The Blood Wolves captain abruptly grabs the young man by the throat with his strong and courageous fingers, leaving him with no air and perhaps some hope. Anger and rage poured from the captain's eyes, and he did not believe for an inch that the young man's grandfather had served his father and asked if the boy really wanted to die by telling this story. He squeezed the boy's throat harder and harder, not letting him take even a single breath, and began to say again that he had risen from the very bottom of the Blood Wolves' ranks, and that he remembered all the warriors who had served his father. The girl, being confused, realizes that she must help the young man, so she shouts for him to draw his sword immediately, but the boy says that first we need to talk, because it will only get worse. While contemplating his next plan, the boy suddenly hears a girl's voice warning him of a blow from below and helping him with it. The Blood Wolves captain appears in front of the boy at the speed of light and delivers a powerful blow, lifting him into the air as if he weighed nothing at all. Wunhui tries to block his powerful blow, but he has a hard time, and you can see his face frowning from the pain and the strength he is giving up to defend himself. It seems to him that just a little more, and his back will break in an instant, but he doesn't even think about that, but about how the captain can move so quickly, like lightning in a thundering sky. The boy is still thinking about how to get the Blood Wolves captain to talk to him, but before he can figure it out, the captain delivers an even more powerful and stronger kick to the young man's body. Instantly, in the boy's eyes, one can read confusion and embarrassment that he can't take it anymore, but he still tries not to show his weakness. The boy is thrown from his seat and flies downward, his face contorted and fear burning in his eyes, while the man looks down on his body as it cuts through the air. Blood floods his face. His consciousness floats, But through it all, he hears the girl calling him, forcing him to fight for his life again. Holding her hand on her body, she thinks that her husband remains the same cruel warrior. So the girl asks with anxiety in her voice if everything is okay with him. But the boy looking at the girl assured her that everything was fine with him because the captain had not beaten him badly. The girl sees the captain flying at the boy at incredible speed, warns him about this, and tells him to pull himself together and prepare for battle. However, suddenly the boy's head started spinning and everything blurred before his eyes, and in an instant, the girl became worried about him and didn't know what to do now or how to protect him. The girl's gaze stopped at the wall behind her, and she saw a bloody mark there. Realizing that the boy had hit the back of his head, and perhaps because of that, had injured his head. The girl asks him to pull himself together and defend himself as soon as she tells him, realizing that a horizontal blow is coming at him from the right side of his neck. As soon as the Blood Wolf's captain's sword appears near the boy's body, the girl suddenly shouts for him to act right now and block his attack. The boy, bursting forward with all his strength, clutches the sword in his hand, feeling every fragment of air tearing around him, blocking the blow. Instantly, he loses his balance and falls to the ground of the cave, seeing the captain of the Blood Wolves standing before him with a sword in his hand and a confident smile. The captain realized that the boy had abruptly stopped his attack, lessening the blow that should have shaken him. Having fully recovered, the boy begins to thank Sodom for helping him stay alive, not even noticing that the sword lies quite far away from him as it was thrown back during the blow. And at that moment, in his eyes, one can read despair and ignorance of how to get her back and what to do so that the captain doesn't see his confusion. But the captain, without hesitation for a moment, launches a new attack, kicking the boy in the chest, which elicits a cry of pain from him. And looking at the young man with incredible fury, the captain orders him to tell how he learned about him, because they do not believe the words that he is a descendant of the cult of blood. After these words, relief fell on the boy, because this was his chance, and without wasting a second, he asked the captain if he wanted to find his younger sister. However, the captain still doesn't believe a single word he says, thinking that the guy simply found out a lot of information about him, which is why he knows about his younger sister. Continuing to press his foot on the boy's chest, the man says with confidence in his voice that the boy doesn't know a thing about his sister and says that she is dead. Completely denying the words of the Blood Wolves captain, Wun Hui confidently says that Lady No Sihua is still alive, because she was kidnapped on the day the captain's father was murdered. After hearing what he heard, hope lights up in the captain's eyes mixed with confusion, because the boy continues to tell about the corpse he saw, hinting that it wasn't hers, because why only the body burned? The guy confidently states that it wasn't his sister's body, and she's still alive. But with more impudence in his voice, he continues to say that if he wants to know more information, they can make an agreement. The captain could not utter a single word, for his thoughts were conflicting, for he did not know whether to believe the young man's words or simply to finish him off. The man, weighing all the pros and cons, cannot believe that the guy knows so much information and even knows his sister's name. He doesn't understand what to do with the young man and grips the hilt of his sword tighter and tighter, continuing to ponder all the information that has come to him. Finally understanding everything, he forcefully drives his sword into the ground, near the hero's head, and tells him that if he knows his sister's name, then he is definitely telling the truth. Looking at the young man, who is leaning on his elbows, the captain says with a cold look and a calm voice that he is ready to listen to the boy. But he immediately announced that as soon as Wun Hui tells him all the information he knows about his sister and where she is now, only then will he agree to talk about their contract. Wun Hui, holding his hand to his body and hoping that he will still get out of here alive, says that the girl is currently in the Moonflower Trade Union. The captain mentions this place again because he's not entirely sure that it's really there. Maybe his sister is there, and whether the guy's fooling him now too. But suddenly he continues to talk about how the Moonflower Alliance belongs to the First Blood Star, and mentions that right there is the person who killed his father. The guy only confirms his words and continues to tell that there really is someone there who wanted to ignite his heart with revenge and take control of the Blood Wolf squad. In this oppressive atmosphere, where sparks of anger seem to fly around them, the boy finally says that the First Blood Star named Zhang Riyong is behind all this. But after hearing all this, the captain of the Blood Wolves said that he did not believe him, because the wounds on his father's body looked exactly like the hands of Orthodox sects. The guy, knowing that his information is true with confidence in his voice, asked the captain again if he saw in person what the wounds were and what they looked like. But he continues to persistently prove his rightness because those who confirmed the information to the captain were the Moonflower Trade Union, and it was their leader, Ho Wool. The boy carefully watches how the captain reacts to his words and mentally understands that he is hesitating, so there is only one thing left for him to do. At this moment, Wang Hui says that his sister is at the branch of the Moonflower Trade Union in Zhejiang Province in Jinghai County, and there will be many eyes there, so it is better to send verified people. The Blood Wolves captain looks at the young man with a confused look, not understanding where he got so much information from, and asking him who he is. Wen Hui lowers his head and doesn't answer his question, but confidently states that he now thinks they've definitely agreed on their contract. Raising his head sharply, he looks directly into the captain's eyes and asks for his help when he needs the strength of a man. The captain, seemingly agreeing to their agreement and the young man's request, abruptly informs him that if he lies, he will personally cut off his head wherever he is. They shake hands, and at this time, the young man assures him that he has already swallowed the blood parasite, so why should he lie? And with hope in his voice, he says that he wants the captain to find his sister as soon as possible. Wen Hui falls to his knees, thanking the captain for truly believing him, but the man made it clear that he doesn't fully trust Seo Wen Hui yet. The captain continues, looking forward with a serious look, that if the boy told the truth, it doesn't matter if they have a contract or not, he will always, for the rest of his life, consider the young man his benefactor. The boy, with hope in his eyes that still burns there, politely thanks the captain, immediately plunging into his thoughts because he understood why he could trust him in a past life. Confused, the protagonist looks ahead because he cannot believe what is in his hands, because he did not even expect it. Holding the card in his hands, he can't even say a word, but still he had hope and faith the whole time that everything would work out for him. Finally, having come to his senses, he realizes that the captain gave him a mid-rank card, meaning he passed this exam quite well, although at first it couldn't have been said that way. The guy looks at the captain with confusion, but he replies that he deserved this card not because of their contract, but because he was able to block his attack twice. Still not fully believing the young man, the captain asks again if what he learned from his grandfather about him is true, to which the boy replies that he will believe it if he gives a positive answer. But the captain, with a smile looking at the young man, says that he will not believe him, but he will be able to play along, creating a more friendly atmosphere around him than there was before between them. The boy didn't understand what he was saying and asked in a confused voice that he didn't know what he was talking about. But the captain replied that he couldn't tell if the young man was smart or pretending to be a fool on purpose. The man said that the boy wouldn't name his grandfather, but if he pressed him a little, he would immediately tell him everything. Having mentally come to the conclusion that this is indeed the case, Wen Hui, with a more cheerful voice and look, looks at the captain and realizes that he has seen him off. Suddenly, the captain became more serious, putting his fun aside and looking at the young man with a sharp look, said that he did not know what he was planning to do, but this time he would believe him, casting aside all doubts. Leaving the cave, Wen Hui took the sword with him, and immediately a girl appeared, saying that when it was no longer in his hands, she thought there was no chance, but he replied that he was lucky. The Blood Wolves captain, watching the guy leave the place, thinks he's too strange, but on a very high level, because he was able to remain calm even in such a situation. He immediately started remembering his moves that he had used before and couldn't understand if he had really been lucky enough to block his first attack. But if he was lucky, then when blocking the second attack, his eyes were closed. And this is what the captain could not understand, could not come to the conclusion that something was wrong with this guy. He realizes that the boy's movements were a little slower than they should have been if he had sensed the captain's presence. And he has one conclusion in mind, but he still doesn't believe it because he thinks he's too stupid. Still watching the young man leave the cave, the captain voices this conclusion in his mind, because he was alone, and the man understands that someone must have been helping the boy at that time. And he understands that this idea is quite extraordinary and quite strange, but the captain has nothing against the guy and remembers whether he has met him before. Captain O, seeing the first guy's testing over, shouts his order with a gloomy look for everyone to move and line up in rank. Turning his head to the guy standing behind him, in front of everyone present, he announces that those with the middle rank mark should go with him, while Juabak was simply awesome, Jobek was simply seething with anger because he had hoped that the guy would not pass the test at all, and he didn't even believe that he could have an average rank because he considered it unnecessary. But the guy standing in front of him simply behaves mockingly, showing his card, while the guy can't believe where he got his middle rank from, calling him insulting words. Walking along the path under the scorching sun, all the students who received the mid-rank card follow Captain O, following his orders and not understanding where they are being led. Javabek, still unable to calm down and walking next to the boy, again begins to talk about how he cannot understand, no matter how much he thinks about it, and whether it makes sense, looking at the confused young man. But then, in an irritated voice, he explains his previous words, saying how a guy without Dantian was able to get a middle rank like him, thinking he has some kind of advantage because he is a descendant of the blood cult. He then continues to tell him to just wait and he will beat him in the next exam. But the girl can't stand it. She understands that Jevabek just likes to compete, but the guy says that he annoys him. The guy continues to communicate with the girl in his mind, but she thinks that he is being pressured from all sides. But the girl, looking back, says that if you think about it, it is indeed Captain O walking ahead of him. Captain O addresses the boy, saying that since he emerged unharmed, even after meeting No Seonggu, the boy should be clean. But still, something is bothering the man. The boy remembers seeing the Blood Wolves captain talking to Captain O and convincing him that Wun Hui was indeed a descendant of their cult. But he still didn't believe it. I'm sure Captain O is angry with him because he didn't get the chance to mock the young man, and all thanks to the captain of the Blood Wolves squad who guaranteed his identity. Calmly listening to the young man's thoughts and flying in front of him, the girl threw her hands behind her head, all the while asking the guy what he was going to do next and what his plans were. The guy holds his hand on his body and says that first of all, he wants incredibly badly to restore his Dantian. The girl was in a state of shock after the young man's words because she understood that this had already been discussed and asked him how he should do it, to which the guy replied that he had his own methods. Closing his eyes in tension, the boy mentally, calmly asks the girl if she has heard of the divine doctor who can cure everything, to which she replies in confusion, and what should happen then. The guy gets lost in his thoughts and says that this doctor is known for having the ability to cure anything, and he will treat anyone as long as he gets paid for it. Remembering the information that Wun Hui heard about this doctor and putting it together, he realizes that he can cure even a damaged Dantian, and there is great hope in his voice that he can still bring it back. The guy looks at the girl and tells her that in 10 days this doctor is supposed to come to the Valley of Blood, and she responds by saying that he just needs to pay him for the treatment. And then, realizing her words, the girl's eyes widen in surprise because she remembers that the guy left all his money at the hotel, and the only thing he has with him is her. She instantly becomes angry and hits the guy on the head, calling him insults because she thinks he is going to give her away as payment for treatment, but the young man immediately rejects her thoughts. Javabek sees in front of him how the guy is waving his arms around him, but he doesn't understand what he's doing again. He thinks if he shouldn't do the same to him. The guy, not paying attention to anyone, says that he is going to find the plant and use it as revenge, because he understands that in 10 days the doctor will ask for a certain herb, and the girl is glad that he thought everything through in advance. The guy understands that given the circumstances, he must succeed in the cult of blood. The girl says that he is from an orthodox sect and is thinking about making money in the cult. Laughing at him, they don't look at what is ahead. Captain O, sensing some danger, with a confident and decisive voice, orders everyone to stop, causing confusion and shock on their faces. The captain looks ahead and sees how life has already left the bodies of the soldiers. He does not understand what happened here, and most importantly, who did it. He is in a state of confusion. Suddenly turning his head to the side, he sees that some man is holding a soldier by the neck, who is barely breathing. The captain does not understand what could be happening here and who this is. The unknown man, looking at the warrior in his hands, says that they are all useless. But suddenly Captain O shouted to him, asking who he was and what he was doing here. The man turned his head back, not understanding who had the audacity to interrupt him from such an important matter. The stranger looks at everyone around him, smiles broadly, and with a cheerful tone in his voice says that new, unnecessary soldiers have arrived. At that moment, the stranger, having thrown the lifeless body of the warrior from his hands, Captain O suddenly grabbed the hilt of his sword, preparing for battle to strike. When the atmosphere in the air becomes quite tense, and the captain prepares for battle with his man in front of him, he immediately orders all the students to stand behind him. Suddenly, he grabbed the captain's hand, holding it with such force that he could barely hold the sword with his fingers. The rage in the stranger's eyes was so pronounced that it was impossible to even read other emotions. But looking at the captain, he told him to get out of his way and go somewhere. But then, without thinking for a second, he delivers an incredibly strong blow to the captain's face, causing him to fall back, floating in the air like a light cloud. Emotions of shock and confusion were on the students' faces as they saw that a man, a stranger to them, had left Captain O unconscious, lying on the floor. Woon Hui, looking at this scene with wide eyes, realizes that he simply walked up and knocked out Captain O's consciousness with one blow of his hand. He looks at his captain and can't understand what just happened, because it doesn't even fit in his head. He mentally thinks about all the possible variations of how to get out of this situation, but he understands that if the captain, who was the first master, fell after one blow from a stranger, then he is no match for him in this battle. Going through all his memories from his past life, the young man realizes that he has never even heard of such a powerful master in his entire existence. He sees before him the man again getting into a pose in which he is preparing for battle, but he does not understand what this incredible pressure is and who he really is. The man stands confidently in front of them, arms outstretched, while Drawback asks the boy if he really killed their captain, while Woon Hui, in his mind, thinks that he is not dead, and his friends simply remain silent. While everyone present was looking at him, he gathered all his strength in his hands and instantly, strongly and unexpectedly, pressed his hands together. There was such a wind in the air, as if a storm was about to come. The boy couldn't stay on his feet. I wonder how a simple clap of the hands could lift him up. The wind was so strong. But before they could figure out what kind of wind it was, from a strong blow, a loud noise began to ring in their ears, from where it was unknown. Suddenly, the young man clutched his head in pain, shouting unknown sounds because he didn't know how to get rid of this unpleasant feeling. The unfamiliar man stood above them like a statue, while all the students fell to the floor under his feet, unable to bear the pain from the sound or the wind that echoed around them. All around could be heard only the screams of the students, and the man could not understand, listening to all this, whether there really was no one worthy, and they were all complete trash, that is, completely useless. The girl appears next to him, asking how he feels, to which the guy, feeling pain, replies that his eardrums seem to be ruptured and he simply can't hear anything around him. Looking at his hand, he sees a bloody mark there, which came from his ear, and mentally tells the girl that his head is spinning and he could feel sick at any moment. Looking in front of him, the boy suddenly feels a blue ball of energy in his chest, near his heart, and he cannot understand what it is and where it came from. Looking at the girl, she says that he felt something hot in his chest, and the same thing happened with the bloody parasite. But he replies that the sensations are different, but the ringing in his ears has disappeared, and the wounds have healed. While deep in thought, Woon Hui suddenly hears a sound not far from him, namely, someone confidently uttering the word, "Come on." Turning his head, he sees that Javabek is forcefully advancing on the man and says that if he wants to kill them, let him just try, because he will not allow anyone to touch his brother with a finger. The guy, not believing that Song Jwabek and Song Woohyun could simply be rude to the man, mentally said that it would be better if they couldn't stand this guy and stayed back where everyone else was. The unknown man bursts into laughter, one that breaks the silence around him, reacting to Jwabek's words, and says that he passed. With shock on his face, he doesn't understand where he could have gone, asking again, and in his gaze at the man, you can see the confusion. At the moment when he was frozen in misunderstanding of further actions, the man, without wasting a second, uses all the strength he had in his fist and hits Chvabek on the head, cutting through the air. His brother runs up to him, lying on the ground, which has cracked from the force of the impact, trying to lift him up while the man simply watches them. Observing what is happening around her, the girl asks if the young man can move, to which he answers positively, but thinks that if he stays here longer, she doesn't know what might happen to him. However, before he could fully get to his feet and run away, a strange, strong man noticed the young man and asked if he was really alone. The guy was scared, but Sodom, quickly orienting herself, glanced at the man, said that he had seen him and suggested that they run away quickly. But they couldn't even guess that the man not only had great strength in his hands, but his legs weren't far behind either. So he instantly began to catch up with the young man. Almost catching up with the man with a confident look and a sly smile raises his leg, preparing to strike the boy. Suddenly, Woon Hui's eyes widen in shock. He doesn't understand what to do next and how to get out of this situation, but before he can think, he sees only darkness in front of him. At that time, Captain O, who is struggling to regain consciousness, hears voices nearby calling him, asking him to open his eyes. As he gets up, he sees Commander Gu Sang-woon in front of him, who looks at him angrily and says that he came here to find the captain when he didn't come at the right time. The commander, looking around him, sees that most of the cadets have serious wounds, but they are being lifted by soldiers, helping them walk, and he cannot even begin to understand what has happened here. Captain O, holding his head, explains that some barbarian appeared before them, first apologizing, but the commander cannot believe that some outsider did all this. The captain says he's really ashamed to say it, but the man was too strong to knock him unconscious with one blow and begins to remember his appearance. The commander listens carefully to the information about the stranger, that he had dirty hair and a large body, and was also wearing a tiger skin. Listening to all this, the captain thinks that perhaps the captain hit his head hard because he cannot believe in a big man dressed in a tiger skin. Captain O, watching the commander's face erupt with various emotions, asks if there is something bothering him about this situation and the man who attacked them. The commander says, looking at the captain, that in his opinion this is the same man who hit him and kidnapped the children, but the captain cannot believe it, asking again and again. Finally, the commander asks if Captain O knows Elder Hai Akshaon of the Four Supremes, but the latter, not believing his ears, asks if he is really asking him about Hai Anshion. He says that the captain was unaware of his presence in the Valley of Blood because he was on a mission, and he is one of the strongest in the Cult of Blood and one of the Four Supremes with the most eccentric personality. The boy, having regained consciousness in an unknown place, looks in front of him and sees an angry Hyun Chung, who mockingly greets him. Then he sees that the man is holding Sodom in his hands, squeezing her tighter, and asks the young man if he is looking for a sword. There is confusion in the hero's eyes because he doesn't know exactly how to return it, but the man continues to say that he can't believe that the new one has a short sword, despite its scratches. The man sits in front of him, saying he can't understand how some little brat with a destroyed Dantian was able to withstand his attack, and it was Woon Hui who was the first to come to his senses. Looking at all this, the man starts laughing loudly, saying to himself that it will be very interesting for him because in front of him lie Woon Hui, Juabeg, and his younger brother. The captain and commander move swiftly along the cliff, cutting through the air in front of them with the speed of their bodies. Captain O draws attention to himself, apologizing for his negligence, but the commander abruptly cuts him off, explaining that it was the Supreme Elder and he wouldn't have done anything anyway. With a tense look, the captain asks if he really killed all those students, but the commander replies that they were mid-ranking cadets, so they are difficult to defeat. The captain says he's not sure about Woon Hui, but the twins may be of higher rank, but the commander can't even guess what happened to them either. His face was covered with a grimace of anger, because the commander thought that this crazy old man sometimes appeared here, but there was no even a thought that he could contact the cadets. Quickly covering the path, Captain O realizes that they have almost arrived at their destination, which was his lair, but the commander asks him to watch how he talks to the elder. Because he understands that among the four elders, he is the most eccentric, and it is the most difficult to have a conversation with him or to do any business in general. Suddenly, near the lair, they hear a voice ordering them to submit to the blood demon and let blood rule the world. The commander falls to his knees and says that Commander Gu Sang-woon is in charge of the cadets of the Valley of Blood. His sideways glance lands on the captain, who continues to stand in his place, so he orders him to quickly show respect and follow his example. Captain O, unable to bear the silence, suggests to the commander to simply go inside and see what is happening there, as he was ordered to do. Just wait. Because the commander understands that if they get on the fourth elder's nerves, nothing good will come of it. Suddenly, a sudden attack erupts from the cave that was the elder's lair, which the commander diligently blocks with his sword, which he has pressed to his body. But then, while on alert, when the attack has more or less subsided, he sees a seed in front of him, which throws him into a state of confusion. The Supreme Elder, who simply decided to have an apple, says that it seems the commander isn't so bad in his skills. But the commander, holding himself with respect, says that he does not deserve such praise, and that he is just an insect compared to the likes of the Supreme Elder. While in a pose that shows how bored the Supreme Elder is with all this, he gradually begins to understand why the commander came to see him. Looking at the three cadets, two of whom are still unconscious, he asks if they really came for these punks. Holding his sword in front of him, bowing and showing his respect, the commander says that this is indeed the case, and they are going to make them warriors of their cult. He hears the elder say that they are afraid that he might do something to them and harm them, but the commander, hiding the confusion in his eyes, begins to deny this thought. The elder says that the cadets are near him, and he thinks they are suitable for what he has planned, but has not yet said out loud. But suddenly he reveals all the secrets and says that he wants to personally teach the young men a few tricks while they are with him. But he asks the commander not to worry about them, thereby driving him even more into a state of confusion, because it is very rare for the elder to personally train the cadets. The commander recalls that the elder had not taken a single young man into his training until that moment. But with his eyes closed, he says that he did not know about his intentions and congratulates the students on accepting them into training. Suddenly, the elder tells the commander not to misunderstand, causing a shock on his face that froze in 1 second from the misunderstanding in his head for these words. The man immediately starts scratching his ear, saying that he is simply using them to embellish his loneliness because he just didn't think of taking on students. The commander, bowing even lower to the ground, apologizes for his behavior, while there was anger in Captain O's eyes because he didn't understand whether he was going to take on students. Still in his thoughts, he realizes that simply studying with a powerful martial arts master is life-changing, and this is actually studying with one of the Supreme Elders. With confidence, he mentally says that he will not allow Seo Woon Hui to take advantage of such a rare chance, and says out loud, addressing the elder, that he wants to tell him something. With incredible speed, his words fly out of his mouth, warning that the boy's dantian is destroyed, and after that he angers the commander, who looks at him with fury in his eyes. He then continues to say, without responding to the commander next to him, that Seo Woon Hui is not worthy of his training, for which he is instantly attacked with great force. Captain O, with incredible speed, flies back with his whole body, because the blow was so sudden that he did not have time to react. But even that did not help stop such force. The Supreme Elder, watching the falling body, says that he should not listen to the opinion of some captain, because he himself chose him as a disciple. With a look of rage, he turns to the commander, saying that he no longer wants to listen to his voice and has ordered him to leave immediately. Bowing and holding his sword, the commander immediately understood the command and said that they were leaving this place where they felt themselves always in tension. In his thoughts, the commander understood that he could not do anything, and it was a pity to lose twins with such potential. But he wanted to use the young man and send him as a spy to the Murim Union. The elder sees how the two boys still haven't come to their senses, so he turns to the boy and says that the two who were just here are too annoying for his personality. The boy, looking at the man in front of him with a gloomy look, guessed that the one who taught the black and white twin demons in his past life. There was Supreme Elder Hiasheon sitting in front of him, but Woon Hui still didn't understand why he had brought him here. The guy was in a confused state because he couldn't even imagine what to do in this situation or how to get out of it, but he didn't lose hope. The Supreme Elder, rising to his feet, sword in hand, explained to the young man following him that he was hungry, as they had been talking here for too long. He turned to the young man again, since he was the only one who was conscious, and ordered him to get him food, but specified a deadline, which was to be in 4 hours. Woon Hui, not understanding what the other person wants from him, anxiously apologizes for not understanding, but a whole range of emotions rush through his mind, because the other person couldn't bring it, just to get food. Holding the sword of Sodom in his hands, the writing elder warns the young man not to even think about running away, because who knows what he might do to him the second he finds him. He continues, smiling, so that at that moment, the guy can only prepare for the worst, and it is these words that cause the man to have a lot of goosebumps all over his body. However, the boy looks at this powerful man and thinks that he thinks Woon Hui won't run away just because he told him not to. But the plan was to play along with him and suddenly run away when he gets the chance. Bowing his head to his knees, the boy gave the man his obedience and said that he did not know any martial arts and it would be difficult for him to get food without a weapon. She continues, hinting at the short sword in the man's hands that it is a gift to him from his mother. Before he can tell more, Wunhui feels a pain in his forehead that makes him feel embarrassed and realizes that the man dropped the sword for him to pick up, intentionally causing pain. The Supreme Elder looks down on the young man sitting on his knees and says that he is cunning, but he does not need his short sword because it is scratched and unkempt. The guy thanks him for returning the sword, but sees a girl appear next to him and starts screaming that the man touched her in different places and even picked at her teeth with it, and in general, he's disgusting. Approaching the two twins who have been sleeping on the floor for a long time, he doesn't understand what to do with them. He comes up with different variations because he doesn't know which methods he likes best. But the man didn't think for long. He just decided to forcefully press their faces with his foot, immediately bringing them to their senses and extracting incomprehensible sounds from them. The old man was already in a bad state, looking at the young man, still pressing their heads to the floor with his foot. He asked how much longer they would sleep, but the young man thought that at this rate, they would die. The beaten and exhausted twins continued to sleep when the Supreme Elder lifted them by the shoulders with his hand and looked back at Wen Hui, about to say something to him. With a confident voice, he realizes that he forgot to tell the young man what exactly he wants him to bring him. Looking at the boy with a bloodthirsty gaze, he warns that he wants meat and orders him to bring him exactly what he wants, because there will be no spills. Suddenly, he disappeared from the young man's sight, leaving him standing at the entrance of the cave with mixed emotions, because it was impossible to understand. Wen Hui, only gradually leaving the cave, says out loud that he cannot understand where the Supreme Elder could have disappeared to and what it was all about. As he approaches the magical place, Wen Hui wonders where such a strong wind could suddenly come from, blowing him off his feet, unfurling his hair, and forcing him to close his eyes from the force of the current. But when he gets really close, he realizes that this is not a magical place at all, because what opens up before him puts the young man in a state of confusion. A boy with red hair looking rapidly down the abyss, which leaves behind cracks in the ground and an explosive wave of force, causing the boy to be confused and not understand where he is. No longer holding back his emotions, the boy realizes that he will use the 4 hours he has to find meat to get down from this place. Wen Hui, covering his eyes, tries to calm his emotions, but in a calm voice, he asks the girl where he can find what he needs here, and she, not realizing it, begins to look around the area. Her gaze lingers to the side as she, eyes wide open, pushes the boy by the hair and asks him to look where she points with her little finger. They watch the Supreme Elder soar through the air, holding the twins in one hand, demonstrating his strength and toughness. The girl is delighted and says that the man is jumping very far, and looks at the young man to see if he supports her opinion, but he does not say a word in response. The little girl looks at the young man again and asks how he will try to escape from something like this, to which the boy replies that his motivation has all gone after what he saw. But Seo Wen Hui, holding his head in his hands as if holding back his thoughts, asks to pull himself together, because if he gives up now, he will be this old man's slave for the rest of his life. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he slowly begins to climb down the cliff, holding on to the edge of the cliff with his fingers, and tries to motivate himself that he can do anything. He tries to descend at a snail's pace, realizing that the cliff is too steep, and how can he escape from here if it's impossible to just climb down? Putting aside all thoughts, he just wants to start going down, but suddenly his hand breaks off with a piece of rock in it, and in his eyes there is immediate shock and fear because the situation is out of control. With incredible speed, without even having time to blink an eye, the boy breaks off the cliff and flies through the air, feeling only the vastness and strong wind under his arms. Clinging to a tree branch, with his hair disheveled from the fall, he exhales easily, realizing that the plant saved him from a fall and possibly a fatal accident. Coming to his senses, Wen Hui realizes that there was a second before he crashed. The girl understands that he survived the fall, but the guy complains about his cruel life, realizing that the second one is the same. The girl, smiling, supports the guy and says that at least he went down very quickly, but he warily says that he hates the man and will take revenge on him. The guy asks the girl how low he fell, to understand where he was, but the girl didn't really want to answer because she knew the outcome, so she just pushed the thought aside. Looking at the boy, a man suddenly appears and informs him that 4 hours have passed, and the hero is still here, doing nothing and not looking. In an incredibly angry voice, he says that the boy ignored his warning about the time and asks if he is ready to die, because this was his punishment. The boy breathed a sigh of relief and told the man that he had missed him greatly, because Woon Hui couldn't feel his hands at all, thereby embarrassing the elder. Below, a beautiful green forest awaited the young man, which held many secrets, perhaps deaths or, for some, the beauty of nature. Suddenly, a hare ran out of the bushes, frightened and with hope for survival in its eyes, because it is hunted by both warriors and predatory animals, so it is simply trying to survive. Without waiting long, the bow with a swift arrow is aimed at the hare, who trembles with fear, because he understands that very soon his life will end. The arrow, with lightning speed, cuts through the body of the animal, whose mouth is open from fear and surprise. Suddenly, the girl shouts that the boy has hit the apple itself, congratulating him and realizing that they have a prize. But at that moment, the young man's thoughts were elsewhere. Sodom, who is spinning in the air in front of the boy, says that the young man is starting to do quite well, to which he replies that of course he is doing well, because he has been living like this for 2 months. But he remembers the first time he went downstairs, spending all his time, for which his husband kicked him. So the girl, too, delving into her memories, admits that she thought the guy would be beaten to death then. While in her memories, the girl recalls that at some point the young man would have had to surrender, after which he was beaten for trying to escape, and he says that it was really a long time ago, and they had been through a lot. They go to their prey. The girl says she hopes everything goes well today. But Woon Hui explains that everything will be fine if he catches a few more. Sitting on the ground, the hero hears a figure appear behind him, land with force on his feet, and look at him. Turning his head, he turns to the Supreme Elder, who came early today, but Woon Hui was just about to turn back. Looking at the young man, the old man is only interested in his prey, so he asks in a serious voice if the young man caught him food, because the elder's stomach is growling with hunger. Woon Hui suddenly knelt down, holding the animal he had caught in front of him, and announced that today's dinner was roast rabbits. The master takes his prey in his hands and begins to count how many prey the young man caught, but realizes that there are only 2 pieces, asking him again if he miscounted. With anger in his voice, the man says that there are 4 people, that is, 4 mouths to feed, and he only caught 2 rabbits, and decides that the number of people needs to be reduced. Woon Hui sees a blow coming at him, but quickly orients himself and apologizes for his actions and for not following the rules. The Supreme Elder punished the young man and hung him upside down by his feet from a cliff, hitting him in the face before that. But Woon Hui thinks that today is not his day either, and he is not surprised. The guy is lost in his thoughts because he doesn't understand what the man is thinking, but he is sure that he has some reason for it. He recalls that he lived for 2 months as a slave, descending the mountain every day, from which if he slipped even a little, he would fall down and break. He also walked the entire length and breadth of the forest, trying to find at least some prey. If he found food, the Supreme Elder would beat and punish him. But if the young man couldn't find food, no matter how hard he tried, the man would beat and order him even more. There was also a possible option when he lost consciousness from the blows, so he tied him by the legs to a tree, and Woon Hui was left hanging like that. The girl recalls that the first time the young man was tied upside down to a tree, he couldn't stand it because the blood went to his head and he vomited all around. But now he's used to it. As he hangs upside down, he holds onto his legs to keep the blood from reaching his head, but he sees a figure appear in front of him, calling out to him. Chuabek, with tension in his voice, asks Woon Hui why he still can't catch them food, because he and his twin brother are also being beaten because of him. The girl concludes that even after 2 months, Chuabek also feels bad, but the guy replies that he is making excuses because they were beaten without him. But Javabek, missing his words, involuntarily remembers that the Supreme Elder is looking for the pet, so he must return immediately, to which the boy asks in shock why so little time has passed. Sodom reacts to this by saying that the master called the boy 2 hours earlier than usual, to which the boy says that he is curious about what torture he has come up with for him this time. When Woon Hui returned to the man, he was already waiting for him, irritated, and ordered him to quickly take off his shirt. The guy, not believing the words, asked again if he really needed to take off his clothes, to which the Supreme Elder replied in the affirmative. At that time, the guy turned to the girl who was flying next to him and mentally said that he didn't understand why he had to fulfill this wish. The Supreme Elder looked at the young man's body and was thinking something to himself, as it was visible in his gaze and the exclamations he uttered from time to time. The man finally snapped out of his thoughts and said that it had been more than 2 months, and after thinking about it for a while, he realized that the guy was ready. They looked at him with alarmed eyes, not understanding what he was ready for. But the girl concluded that it was his entire body, which had become much better after all the trials. The man looks at Drawback and says that now he is the one who has to get all the food, but he was in despair because he didn't want to do Wunhui's job. After the objection, the chief petty officer abruptly stands up and kicks him in the face, knocking out a tooth from the force of the blow. Throwing Drawback back as he flew through the air, the man with a cold voice says that when he says something, it should be done without objection and talk less. The twin brother is watching this situation and is just roasting the rabbit when a man approaches him and tells him to cook the meat well, because he will be back soon. Looking at him, the girl says that at this speed of cooking, she will soon go bald, to which the guy replies that he doesn't care, because he doesn't even pay attention to such things. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder's hand touched the young man's shoulder, and he looked at her, hoping that everything would be okay with him, because he did not know what awaited him ahead and what his husband had prepared for him. Grabbing the young man's skin tighter, the man instantly jumped off the cliff, cutting through the air with his strength and endurance. But Wen Hui, afraid of such a drastic turn of events, simply screams into the air, begging the man to just walk instead, to which the man, not expecting such audacity, continues to joke and says that the guy really has an audacity in his character. Releasing the young man from his arms, he explains that he has to do this because he does not know how to use Qigong while the boy falls into the water. The depth of the water immediately engulfed the boy in its nets, when he could do nothing because he was in a state of confusion. But gathering all his strength, the young man quickly emerges from the water splashing around him and asks the man why he is doing this to him. He replies that very soon they are to meet the man who will become the young man's mentor, and the man simply cannot show Wen Hui in such a horrible form. The young man froze in place because he didn't hear any more words. Only the upcoming appearance of his mentor caused such a unique shock on his face. The girl appeared immediately and whispered in the boy's ear that the Supreme Elder was to blame for his terrible condition, and the boy instantly agreed with her. The man got tired of waiting for the young man, so he ordered him to quickly get out of the water because he had already washed himself, to which Wen Hui said that he had only dipped himself in the water. But the girl already understood what this meant for the Supreme One, to wash himself. Finally, moving away from the water, they walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Or perhaps Wen Hui simply did not want to disturb the Supreme Elder. Only one girl spoke, amazed by the place behind the waterfall, wondering who lived here. But the boy abruptly said that it was probably someone who loved silence and didn't like people. Immersed in her dreams, she would like a handsome and strong martial arts master to live here. But Wen Hui quickly dispelled her thoughts, thinking that such a thing could not happen here. The girl still couldn't believe that this old man had a friend who could take the young man in, but he believed and doubted that he was hardly a normal person. Step by step on the stone surface, they finally arrived at their destination, and the man immediately warned the boy about it. In front of them, they see a shadow. A man's, his face is not visible, so it's hard to tell who it is, but the tension in the air around them is too strong. The elder was furious when the boy continued to stand still, looking around instead of showing his respect to the one they had come to. The Supreme Elder explains that from this moment on, this unknown man standing in the shadows in front of the boy is his new mentor. The guy suddenly gets on his knees and says, "Everyone will bow their knees before the demon of blood. Let the world be ruled by blood," and continues to say about himself that he is a mid-ranking cult cadet, Seo Wen Hui, who respects his mentor. But the girl looks confidently ahead and says that in her opinion, this man cannot accept his greeting, at which time the guy, not understanding at all what she is talking about, asks what soda means. His face freezes in surprise and confusion, where the two emotions are mixed with each other, because he sees who is standing in front of him, because he has come into the light. Before him was a simple skeleton of a man holding a sword in his hands, with a robe draped over his body. Wen Hui realizes that this warrior, or whoever he was, had long since died. The girl was angry because the man was telling the young man about the skeleton, but the young man turned to the Supreme Elder, asking if he was playing a trick on him or what was going on here at all. To which he replies that he has a lot of things to do, so the man doesn't have time to do things like raffles. He continues to address the young man, saying that he still hasn't seen how much he has changed in these 2 months, because when he climbed the rocks, he became much stronger. Recalling how he ran after live food, he says that Wen Hui became faster and more resilient when he hunted rabbits. The Supreme Elder continues to say that when he beat the young man, he became stronger and more powerful spiritually, even remembering that he tied him to a tree. But even that helped the young man, because it was training his balance and core. Finally, he admits that all this torment, all the training, all the beatings, were only to give the hero the basic physical strength to study martial arts. Wen Hui was pronounced from the man's story, but asked for his forgiveness, saying that since childhood he has been deprived of his dantian due to the turbulent qi. The man reacts to these words with amusement, and then with a serious tone in his voice says that the guy really thought he had been training him all this time and didn't know about his health condition. And suddenly, a man with a confident voice says that it is possible to control internal energy without an energy core. Arousing incredible hope in the guy with these words and a look of shock on his face, because it's hard to believe, he asks if this is really possible. They are still standing in this cave, and the man asks the young man if he knows what essence is, causing a look of confusion on his face. The man explains that the essence is what he will feel the moment he begins to study martial arts. He continues to say that, as the name suggests, it is needed for all martial arts. In addition, the essence is known as the energy core. Anyone who studies a martial art accumulates it in the energy core. The man says that since the young man's energy core is destroyed, he cannot accumulate essence, with which Wen Hui completely agrees, not understanding why he is saying things that every master knows. The Supreme continues, saying that ultimately he only has energy in a physical body, asking the young man if he knows what energy is. The young man thinks that he doesn't like all these words at all, but perhaps the one under the control of internal energy is referring to innate energy, and that's interesting. The man responds positively, looking at the young man in front of him, and is glad that he knows at least something, and he is almost right about innate energy. Poking his finger at the young man's chest, the man says that the real name of this thing that sits in his sternum, right in the center, is a little different. It's the energy of the innate core. He says that Wen Hui received it at birth because there is no other way to get it. They say it is twice as strong as the internal energy that accumulates through the energy core. The elder says that in this matter, Wen Hui is lucky, so the words written here will teach him to control the energy of the innate core. Sodom is incredibly happy for the guy because he hit the jackpot, because now he can study martial arts thanks to it. But frowning sharply when she sees that the boy is not happy about this and wants to let this opportunity pass, Wen Hui explains that this energy is closely connected to the life of its owner. The only situation when a warrior uses the energy of the innate core is when he must die with his enemy, because it cannot be restored, and if he uses it, he will not be able to live long. Hearing the guy's explanation, the girl at that moment abruptly takes her words back and apologizes because she didn't know this information. The guy looks at the man and mentally says, if he learns and uses his innate energy, then he definitely won't live long. The young man thinks that the old man will be happy if he wants to take this chance, but he is not stupid, so he will never do it. Bowing to the man, he says, thank you very much for giving him such valuable knowledge. But there is one thing he cannot understand with his stupid mind. He says that his dantian, destroyed after martial arts training, his energy behaved wrongly due to his lack of talents. He continues that people said he had no talent. All the time he was in the clan, he asked his husband to think before taking up his studies. The girl is surprised by such a talent for lying. The man says that he had to go through all this to train his body, but it turns out he has no talent. The guy watches him in hope, not understanding if his words have worked. He smiles, asks the boy if he really thinks he knows anything about martial arts just because he's from the clan, but the man guesses that Wen Hui doesn't want to learn this technique because of the use of innate energy. The hero realizes that his plan has failed miserably, but to save himself after his words, he says that he doesn't understand what he's talking about. For such an obvious lie, the Supreme Elder, furious, grabs the young man by the throat with his hand, knocking all the air out of him. Still holding the young man by the throat, he says that he really doesn't know how to play with words, but he understands that he needs to help the young man understand this properly. She tells him that she will give him a choice, because he must understand that he will be useless to his husband if he does not study all this. So, the choice was this. One option was that the elder would wring the young man's neck right now, and the other option was that he wanted to learn everything he needed to and die slowly. The girl begs the guy to say that he agrees, but he doesn't want to do it because everything will go according to the plan that the man has planned for himself. The boy, almost unable to speak due to the hand pressing on his throat, says to kill him, causing the girl a flurry of negative emotions and the thought that Woon Hui has gone crazy. Even the man himself, in a confused state after such words because the young man doesn't care about his life, turns to him and says that no one will blame him for what he did to the boy. Ta says he's too cocky for a guy with a damaged energy core and understands that Woon Hui never wanted to be anything more than a third-rate fighter begging for death. Woon Hui mentally asks himself to muster up the courage to do something more, asks the man if he's going to kill him because he needs to know when to take a risk and put his life on the line. In despair, the young man says that he is afraid because if he lives like this, he will feel like the Supreme Elder described him. He understands that he will simply be used his whole life. And in the end, after all the suffering and following orders, he will die. Woon Hui continues to tell the man, keeping his eyes closed, that just like he has a bloody parasite inside him, he wants to die here and now. The Supreme Elder, not knowing the information about the bloody parasite, opened his mouth in surprise, asking about it again, probably not hearing it fully. But holding the young man by the neck and clenching his fist, he suddenly laughed, causing the man to react with surprise and incomprehension, which caused the man to laugh so much. Having pushed the boy away, the man condescendingly tells him that he cannot believe that the young man is trying to lie to him in such a situation, not understanding whether he is really stupid or not. Woon Hui caught a cough, holding his throat with his hand. He glares angrily at the man in front of him and asks what he means. The man explains that he checked the condition of his body because he knew about the bloody parasite before he decided to take him in. He told the young man that it would be much better if he stopped lying to him, but the boy replied that if he knew about it, then why didn't he do anything about it? The elder, looking at Woon Hui, says that he doesn't care about the bloody parasite because there is something much bigger that worries him, causing the boy to have incomprehensible feelings. The protagonist thinks that if the other person had wanted to kill him from the beginning, he would have done so when he found out that he no longer had the parasite. He understands that he definitely needs something from him, but he doesn't know what it is yet, but he will find out when the man teaches him martial arts. The man looks at the young man thoughtfully and makes him an offer that, in his opinion, the young man will not be able to refuse. That instead of Woon Hui doing as the man told him, he will turn a blind eye to the fact that the guy doesn't have a bloody parasite in his body, saying that there's nothing like that here. However, after he learns everything, the young man will need to fight the twins. What kind of man, an experienced master with many years of practice and deep knowledge of martial arts, will become a mentor and guide for those who seek to master the art of fighting, not only with their body, but also with their mind? The expression of shock on the young man's face, while the girl is in an angry state, says that the old man is stupid, because if the fourth elder had said this earlier, they would have cooperated with him earlier. But Woon Hui sharply denies the girl's words, not understanding why he would cooperate with a man who tried to kill him several times, to which the girl says that it's interesting. The boy turns to the man, saying that everything is clear to him, but why? But the man abruptly responds, saying not to ask any unnecessary questions, just because he gave the young man a little freedom. He is glad that the young man finally has some information in his head, even if it is a little delayed, and expects Woon Hui to follow his orders and words. The man suggests that the hero first start by sensing the energy of the degenerate core, and once he can sense it, he should return back to it. He agreed with the man as he left the place, but stopped to say that if Woon Hui lied to him again, he wouldn't stop on broken legs. The girl, having already made up her mind, tells the young man that she just has intuition, but she feels something. And it's something that she thinks the man loves the young man, causing him to be disgusted and asking him not to say such terrible things because he has no intention of getting close to such crazy people. The young man understands that, first of all, he needs to familiarize himself with the details of this martial art in order to then learn it, and says that he needs to understand whether he can learn this technique. But he thinks that if anyone could learn martial arts techniques just by looking at the instructions, then why were there masters to teach it? The Supreme Elder, moving through the air, was very focused on his thoughts, which were spinning in his head, while his body cut through the dense trees. He understood that besides having many pupils, he was not a fool. And this was such a great pity, because if these words were enough, it would have helped him. And he thinks that, of course, if that were the case, the man would have found someone, more or less, who was right for him, because as long as he uses this energy, it will be a secret technique that all the masters will want to know about. Wen Hui, continuing to study the information, says that this is impossible because he doesn't believe either his eyes or what is written. The girl appeared next to him, asking what was wrong, when he replied that if he could master it perfectly, it would be possible to predict the use of the innate core. The girl looks at him with a smile, asking what it means when the guy says that it will be impossible for him to die due to the use of innate energy. Delighted by his words, she jumps in the air and says that this is definitely a jackpot, but the guy stops her and asks her not to rejoice, because he hasn't even started studying anything yet. Reading further information, he understands that he needs to use the destruction of internal energy to destroy his energy core. It says that you need to find your innate energy, and after that, you need to do what is written on the other page. But as she flipped through it, the girl realized that the last part was missing, and the boy felt despair because she was the one who was supposed to teach him how to maintain the energy of his innate core. Looking at the skeleton, the girl says that he should have at least written this down, and they don't understand how he could have died without finishing his instructions. Suddenly, the girl's face was covered in a crimson glow, and her eyes widened in shock at coming to this conclusion, that judging by the old man's words, they can only come to their senses by remembering every word he said. The boy was the first to remember everything the man had told him, but he realized that the man had known for a long time, even before he was brought here, that the last part had not been written. Wen Hui fell to his knees in despair, because he didn't understand what the man wanted from him if there were no instructions. But suddenly the girl told him to gather all his emotions and mumbled something under his breath. The boy asked what she was talking about, to which she replied that her words were addressed to the skeleton, because it got angry after the boy called it that. Wen Hui was in a confused state after Sodom's words, because how could a skeleton that had been dead for a long time feel or react at all? Then looking at the girl, holding her face in her hands, he asks how she can talk to a skeleton, but the girl replies that he is stupid and she is talking to the sword that the skeleton is holding. The girl repeats once again that she is talking to the sword, and then draws a conclusion and asks the young man why he doesn't talk to it himself. The guy, in disbelief, asks if she can really talk to this black sword like a human, to which the girl's gaze frowned and there was peace in her eyes. She pondered her answer. She, calling the young man a fool, replies that she does not speak to the sword as to a person, and only the boy, who is the only one might say special, who can speak to them. Not believing that he is special, he holds his finger to his chin, pondering the past, then remembers that it was about the sword's thoughts that were told in the secret records of the immortal sword. He says that the instructions in mysterious martial arts records are usually vague, which is why the voices are called sword minds, so he understands that these were definitely sword voices. He is very curious about what powers he will gain when he sees the other, to which the girl asks him to stop dreaming and talk to the sword, because in her opinion, he is also curious that the young man can talk to them. With slight trepidation, Wen Hui agrees with the girl and approaches the black sword held by the skeleton. He pulls his hand towards the hilt of the sword, trying to take it. Suddenly, a boy with purple hair appears, who says with a joyful smile on his face that for a very long time, he has not felt human touch, because he was in a cave with a skeleton the whole time. The young man didn't expect to see or feel anything right away, so he jumped away from the sword with a scream, to which Sodom, slightly nervously, asked him not to shout out any strange sounds. Raising his hand to the sword again, Wen Hui whispered his apology, trying again to meet the strange boy emerging from the sword. The boy reappeared next to him, asking if the boy's name was really Wen Hui, but speaking, he didn't believe that the boy could really hear him. The boy decided to introduce himself, so he says that his name is Black Sword of the Southern Heavens, explaining that this name was given to him by his deceased master, the swordsman of the Southern Heavens, whose name is Ho Jong-dae. Wen Hui listens with surprise to what the boy is telling him, and asks in a serious voice if it was really the swordsman of the southern sky, Ho Jong-dae, but the girl does not understand the surprise, so she asks about this emotion. He says he is really surprised because there was a time when the swordsman of the southern sky was known as the man who turned the entire Yunnan province upside down with just one sword. He continues to tell the story, saying that if he hadn't escaped then, he would have been one of the best martial artists in the Central Plains. It was even said that he could have become the ninth supreme martial artist. Suddenly looking at the skeleton, the boy wonders how someone like him could end his life on a mountaintop in Guangdong province and die so easily. The hero, with an angry face, looks at the boy and sharply asks if crazy old Hayak Xion did this to a man, if it is possible, and if his opinion is true. But the boy looked at the young man with a calm look, then covered his eyes and said that someone else did it, because he and Chok could never defeat his master. Hearing this, the young man's jaw dropped, as he couldn't believe that one of the supremes of the blood cult, Chok, had never been able to defeat the Southern Sky Swordsman. His head is bursting with different thoughts, and then he finally asked who could kill such a strong martial artist that even he and Chok, having such great strength, could not defeat him. The boy sitting on the sword's hilt says that he can tell him about this battle, but later, because he has more important things to do, Woon Hui is upset that he has to wait, but agrees. The purple-haired boy says that he knows what's going on here because he heard their conversation. So he tells the young man that he needs to learn the innate energy cultivation technique and fight the twins. But suddenly the boy points to the instructions and says that if he saw it, he would know. But the boy interrupts him, saying that he knows what condition it is in. Woon Hui asks if the sword really knows about the state of the instructions, to which the boy replies that it is he who will teach the boy the cultivation technique and no one else. The girl, not believing his words, asks the boy if he really agreed to this so quickly, when he replies that it is due to the honor of his master, the swordsman of the southern sky. The boy looks at his master's skeleton and says that if Woon Hui dies because he does not learn the man's art properly, then his master's honor will be tarnished. He goes on to say that he hopes his master's martial arts will be passed down to a new generation, and that's exactly what the boy with purple hair wants. He causes incredible delight in the young man, who says so, continues to thank the black sword of the southern heavens, and hopes that they will be able to cooperate. But he interrupts him, saying that they have to sign a contract, causing the young man to be confused because he had not thought about any contract. The boy asks that Woon Hui be his new master, even though his master's honor is important. He is a sword, and it is more important for him not to lose the meaning of his existence. He admits that he was really lonely all this time, so the sword wants Woon Hui to be its master, and every day he touches its blade and the incredible black hilt of the sword. The girl, unable to bear all this, unable to contain her emotions, simply swings the black sword in her face, saying that it drives her crazy because of it, they might think that all swords are abnormal. The boy carefully watches the clash of two swords, but at the same time, he is lost in his thoughts, pondering all the possible options for how his life will turn out. Being in a confused state, he thinks he might just give up on the cultivation technique because he simply can't figure out what to do next. Finally, having weighed all the pros and cons, the main character says in a serious voice that he is truly ready and wants to become the new master of the black sword. But he warns that if he really wants to be the young man's sword, he should stop breathing so strangely and not ask him to touch him at all, because the young man will simply give up on the cultivation technique. Being in a sad state, Black Sword still agrees with the young man's words and suggests, after concluding a contract, to begin studying cultivation techniques. Standing opposite each other, the sword says that the place that people usually call the energy core is under the stomach. The lower energy core and the innate internal energy are not connected. The young man needs to feel the innate internal energy with his chest, because the previous owner of the sword called the center of his sternum, the middle, the energy core. The guy was confused because it was the first time he had heard about the middle energy core. Because if there are lower and middle cores, then it follows that there must be an upper energy core. Black Sword agrees and explains that the past master said that the upper energy core is located on top in the middle of the forehead, and it is called the area of enlightenment. But now it is important to feel the innate inner energy. The middle energy core explains that it is not difficult, but the young man simply needs to feel the primordial energy of life. The guy turns to the sword because he doesn't understand how he can feel the energy of life, to which the sword replies that it's difficult to do just by imagining it. It would be better to feel it with his five senses. However, the young man, just for the first time, heard that he has 5 senses with which he can feel, so he asked the boy what they are. The Black Sword explains that the energy of life is most easily felt in emergency situations or when one's life is in danger. Looking at him, he continues, says that he can find strength he never had or feel an incredible wave of heartfelt energy from within him, and that's what inner innate energy feels like. Suddenly, Wen Hui remembers the Supreme Elder's test of him and realizes that it wasn't just to train his body. He understands that the man was trying to help the young man, through all these trials, pain, and fear, feel his innate inner energy. Sodom reminds the young man that the Supreme Elder, who had beaten the Song twins like crazy, and one even went bald, Wen Hui agrees, because he acted mysteriously because he was abnormal. The Black Sword turns to the young man and says that he doesn't know what happened to him, but it seems he felt an innate inner energy before, to which he nods his head positively. And if that's the case, the boy with purple hair asks the young man to try to experience that feeling again, as well as the situation, emotions, and feelings he felt at the time. So far, Wen Hui is having trouble, so the sword wants to help him by telling him to remember the moment when he most wanted to live. The guy, feeling determination in his body, closed his eyes and mentally wanted to remember the very moment when he wanted to live most of all. He begins to remember how the elder wanted to kill him, how he was mocked, called a third-rate warrior, how his eardrums supposedly burst from the sound of the whistle. He remembered running away from his husband to survive, how the captain strangled him and demanded he say his last wish, how he swallowed a bloody parasite only for it to tear his body apart with fire. He remembered meeting the Fourth Blood Star and enduring the abuse of Captain O, who wanted no mercy for him and begged to be killed, promising to tear him into small pieces. When all the memories of past events were tearing his head apart, the hero realized that in this life, no matter what he did, from the moment he became a spy, he was doomed to death. But now, he would definitely survive. Feeling inside himself as if a blue fire is engulfing his body, the young man, pressing his hand to his heart, says that this is precisely the innate internal energy. It seems to him that this feeling, like a lump of hot energy settling in his body, was strangely familiar. Perhaps he had felt it before. The girl asks him if he hadn't said this before. When he swallowed a bloody parasite and his eardrums ruptured, he felt exactly that inside. The guy, having listened to Sodom's words, tries to remember the exact moment she is talking about, but realizes that this is really the case. And then Wen Hui felt this hot energy. The Black Sword looks at him and says that he didn't expect this, because its previous owner suffered for several months to feel this energy, so the young man is amazing, because he was able to do it in 4 hours. Wen Hui doesn't believe his words and asks if it really took the master and swordsman of the southern sky several months. And Sodom tells him that he feels better because he died and was resurrected. Black Sword, surprised by the girl's words, says that he died and was resurrected, an incredible metaphor in her performance, but she replies that Wen Hui was really reborn again. Continuing to learn, the boy says that now he should try to focus on this energy, because he should feel its small lump, the size of a fingernail, in the middle energy core. He says it's okay if Wen Hui can't feel it, because when he learns the technique of cultivating innate energy, he will be able to grow this essence. But the hero says that's not what he meant. Wen Hui couldn't understand how what he was perceiving could be the size of a fingernail when it felt as big as 2 fingers. The boy says that this cannot be, and that he may have been mistaken, and continues that if he uses the accumulation gate, he can spread the energy through the heart meridian and control it. They stand in a cave. Behind them is the skeleton of a man who was an incredible warrior in his lifetime, while the Black Sword asks the young man, in this state, to hit a stone pillar with his fist. Wen Hui, quickly gathering all his strength in his hand, touches the pole and reports that it looks too strong, perhaps thereby delaying the moment of impact. The girl, smiling sincerely, says that even if he breaks his arm, the inner energy will help him heal, but the boy replies that it's not guaranteed, but there is a chance. The guy was tense because he was afraid of not living up to the expectations of his new friends, who expect him to be confident in his actions, so Wen Hui thinks that it will be enough for him to learn martial arts. However, having gathered all his determination, he stands with his foot near the rock he must hit. There are no more doubts left, and he is ready to take the decisive step. Before striking, he decides to still check how strong he has become during this period of survival, and the feeling of innate inner energy within himself. Suddenly, everything around shatters into small pieces of stone, because it was such a powerful blow that even the mighty pillar, which had probably stood here for many centuries, was shattered to pieces. Black Sword and Sodom were so shocked that their jaws dropped open in shock, not believing what had happened. But the girl says it's unbelievable and doesn't believe that innate internal energy has such power. Looking at the young man, Black Sword says in surprise that he has never seen anything like this, because the innate internal energy of his past master was great, but not this much. But he continues to ponder that Wen Hui, with so much innate inner energy, will be able to learn the secret arts related to cultivation techniques 10 years faster than usual. Looking at the young man again, he comes to the conclusion that he seems to have spent 10 years on the verge of life and death. But then he gets more serious when he remembers the girl's words that she involuntarily said, and he thought it was a metaphor, but now warily, he asks if Seo Wen Hui has really been reborn. Wen Hui looks at his hand, but can't believe his eyes when he sees the power of his palm, which he has never felt before, but so badly wanted to know. He still can't stop looking at his hand, because the thoughts that it's much better than the young warrior imagined couldn't stop in his head. A boy standing in the middle of a cave, surrounded by darkness, with a black sword behind his shoulder, sees a blue flame glow from his hand, and this is really the power he can have. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder appears with anger in his eyes and with a very stern look. Almost silently, he speaks insulting words to the boy, as if he were a nothing the world had never seen. Pressing him to the surface of the rock, like a bear to its prey, he asks if the young man really hoped to escape. After these words, even more furious, he presses him to the ground with his foot. However, the guy who is holding himself together explains that this is a big misunderstanding, despite the fact that he has been conquering these rocks for 2 months. But he explains again, so that the man will believe him, that somehow the guy, without good mobility skills, could return to him at the time he ordered. The angry man, pressing the boy further and further to the ground, says that he should have just been faster then, to which the boy thinks that he is indeed right here, and would have arrived on time if he had left half a day earlier. With his arms folded at his sides, the man standing in the middle of the forest, with a frown on his face and curiosity in his voice, asks the young man if he has felt his innate energy during this time. The young man doesn't answer him, which makes him even angrier, and asks why Wen Hui isn't telling him anything, because he asked if the young man felt his energy. But the boy hesitates, not knowing what to tell him, because he didn't want to tell him what happened to him, and he didn't want the man to know about the power he holds within him. Still, he said he didn't feel anything, to which the man beat him, and said that not only did Wen Hui not feel his own energy, but he also said he couldn't catch anything at all. Sitting in front of the guy who is kneeling in front of him, the man calms his inner state and says that he understands that inner energy cannot be felt just like that. Sodom appeared before him, asking why he hadn't told him the truth, to which the young man said that he could only survive if he hid approximately 60% of his true capabilities. Looking at the man, the warrior ponders, coming to the conclusion that only now he was convinced that everything was happening as the Southern Sky Sword said. Continuing his thought, he understands that no one can learn about someone else's internal energy unless they intentionally steal it. But the man at that moment stops pondering the words the young man said to him, and looking at him with confidence in his eyes says that he almost believed him, challenging him with questions that have no answers. The Supreme Elder has come to the conclusion that it seems like the hero is trying to hide his inner energy from him in order to survive, and realizes that he must help him understand how serious everything is. Therefore, the man offers him the option that if the boy loses the battle, the Supreme Elder will give him back to Captain O, causing the young man to have an emotion of confusion on his face. The man with a serious face admits, when the boy asks if he will really give him to Captain O, that he has come here several times after the Elder took him in. He remembers that Captain O, kneeling in front of him, asked him for something, but the man didn't listen, but it seems that he really wants to take the boy back. The boy's expression was too serious, as he immediately began to remember Captain O and what he had done to him, mentally reminding himself that he was still watching the young man. The Supreme Elder, clenching his fingers in anger, says that the twins told him that Captain O had his eye on him, and he understands that if he tells him that the boy no longer has the bloody parasite inside him, Then Wen Hui will return and become a mid-ranking warrior for the rest of his life. To which the hero, in a raised tone, turns to the man and says that he promised him something completely different. Not expecting such a tone from the man becomes even angrier and says that he did not promise to keep his word, even if the boy lies to him and avoids a fight. The man continues and says that he didn't awaken the motivation in him to feel his innate energy, to which the guy's jaw drops open in shock because he couldn't believe that he wanted to do that to him. However, the young man also prepared something for him and immediately says that the man promised to kill him if he loses. But what will happen if he wins? Because there must definitely be some kind of reward. The man's eyes widened in surprise because Wen Hui was acting too fearlessly, but he agreed to motivate him and promised to fulfill any of his requests, only in case of victory. But suddenly, two books appear in front of the young man with unknown contents, but the man explains that he needs to read them because he needs to learn the techniques that are written about there. He takes one book and sees in front of him that it is a technique of the art of warriors of the Bright Chakram school, and he really wondered how he could fight without knowing the technique. But now everything fell into place. The man explains that although he does not know the essence of the refinement technique that the skeleton used, the light chakra technique will help him balance the circulation of energy, and you will unleash most of the martial arts. While the young man looks at the lady, the old man continues to speak, saying that the twins have already learned this technique, so there is no justice, but Sodom is not happy about it. Wen Hui picks up the second book and asks about it, reading in his mind that it is an instruction manual for the Shining Star sword technique. Looking at the book in the young man's hands, the man says that this technique belonged to that skeleton from the cave, but then he remembers and corrects himself, saying that it belonged to the boy's master. The guy carefully studies this book and turns to the girl who is right next to his head, saying that this is really the sword-wielding technique of the Southern Sky Warrior. But the girl replies that it's somehow strange, because where did the man get the martial arts technique of the Southern Sky Warrior, to which the boy agrees with her, thinking that he was searching the dead body of the warrior. The Supreme Elder, seeing how the boy is lost in thought for a very long time, rushes forward and grabs his head with his hand, asking what he doesn't like. But the boy says, "Is that really the case?" He might not like it. Carefully following the master's mood, the young man looks up at him and says that he has a question about where he got this book, about martial arts techniques. The man did not expect that the guy, being in such a position, would ask him any questions, so he did not know what to answer. He simply remained silent. However, later the Supreme Elder realizes that his silence looks too suspicious, and dares to say that someone gave him this martial art technique. But suddenly the black sword appears next to the young man, and he shouts that it is a lie and that someone stole it, and he thinks that this is the man who tried to use the Shining Star sword technique to defeat its master. After the boy's words, Wen Hui is in a confused state, because he thought about it, but did not imagine that it was really so. But the girl smiles and says that this old man really wanted to win. Blacksword asks the young man if he Akhyun promised to show him how to perform the Shining Star sword technique, to which the young man replies in the affirmative and says that he promised to show her in 3 days. Therefore, Blacksword ponders that if this is so, then it turns out that the man has already learned the technique to the end, and it seems that he used the described movements in addition to his own martial art. Then he thinks that most likely the twins will come just after Wen Hui fully learns this technique. The young man is in a confused state, while the girl cannot contain her anger and, in response to the Black Sword's words, simply calls the twins offensive words. The guy stands and ponders the whole situation, saying that it seems to him that the man is really trying to help him to fight the twins on equal terms. The difference in strength will be significant. The girl says with anger in her voice that this old man is so strange, because how can he change the fact that he has already lost the Southern Sky War, to which the boy replies that he was not normal before. The girl looks at the boy as he listens to what Black Sword is telling him, saying that it's all because his master, the warrior of the Southern Sky, was killed, causing confusion in them. He says that his master and the Supreme Elder fought many battles, but were never able to settle the score once and for all. Now that the Southern Sky Warrior is dead, there is no way to find out who is stronger, so the Supreme Elder wants to win using this method. However, the hero denies his words, recalling that he said when they first met that the Supreme Elder had never been able to defeat the Master, but the boy explains that they fought to a draw, Holding the book tightly in his hands, pressing it to his body, the young man asks with confidence in his voice whether, no matter what, it will really end when he loses. But in a more lively voice, the hero says that he still has time, so he has to think about what to do next, to which the girl replies, thinking about it as if it were his fault. So the girl makes up a plan for the boy to lose his sword during a fight and then use the 8 lightning short swords technique to win, but the boy thinks the man will say it doesn't count. However, Black Sword, listening to the girl's plan and the fact that the boy is afraid to stick to it, assures Woon Hui not to worry about it in any way. He begins to explain that the Shining Star sword technique that the man simply stole is just an original version of the technique created by his past master. Therefore, after the master lost the secret technique, he confidently continued to improve his sword skills. With a confident voice, Black Sword recalls how his past master began to refine all of this, each of his movements and existing technique. They began to gradually reveal their weaknesses during the battle, revealing shortcomings in both tactics and combat training, which became more and more noticeable with each passing minute of the confrontation. And although the old and new movements were outwardly similar, like twins, there was a subtle but distinct difference in intention, energy, and depth of execution between them. The innate strength and flow of energy were amplified to the limit, as if the universe itself fueled every movement, every impulse of soul and body. This is how, through a deep understanding of oneself, tireless work on body and spirit, gradual mastery of internal energy, and natural intuition bordering on insight, the master's unique technique emerged. Wen Hui continued to train tirelessly in the forest, while his swords were beside him, supporting him, and in front of him lay a book with martial arts techniques, which seemed to penetrate the inside of his body with every movement. Looking at the martial arts technique, he understood that once he used the improved version, the young man had achieved what the Black Sword had in mind. Although it was similar to the technique in the book, the difference was significant. Standing next to him, the boy says that if this technique had not been stolen, his master would not have thought of improving it, so he decides that everything that is not done is for the best. The girl was in a confused state at this time, and apologizing to them for spoiling the atmosphere, says that this strange old man will understand that Woon Hui used an improved technique, sword mastery. But remembering his face, which shows a grimace of anger, she says with fear that most likely the man will ask the young man how he did it. Thinking of the girl's words, Black Sword agrees with her, saying that it is true because someone who has just learned the Shining Star Sword technique simply physically would not be able to immediately improve it. But he continues to say that this was only possible in the case of his master, since he was a genius in swordsmanship. So the boy replies that it is a dilemma, because if he loses, he will be a mid-rank warrior for the rest of his life. But Sodom tries to find a way out, considering all the options, but knows that without the improved Star Sword technique, the warrior will most likely lose, to which the warrior replies that he knows about it, so he will use it. After the young man's words, the girl was in an incredible state of shock, because she couldn't understand what he had in mind, as if he knew what to do in this situation, but Wen Hui replied that he had an idea. Black Sword replies to the young man that it would indeed be a good plan, if of course it works, to which he says that it would be easy, but the girl did not understand why they were only communicating with each other. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Wen Hui prepares for battle and realizes that no one can lose to the same trick twice, and that's exactly what he needs to use. On the other side, unknown warriors stand at the entrance to the cave, as if contemplating something, but silently communicating with each other, so that perhaps no one will see them until a certain time. It was Captain O, who, confident in his intentions, says that this time he will definitely get the young man because he simply does not understand how he got so lucky that he became the servant of Elder Akshan. Captain O realizes that now that he has found a replacement for him, Wen Hui will not be able to escape because Du Hyun, who was the same replacement, had to show his skills as a warrior of advanced rank during the meeting. But suddenly the atmosphere in the air becomes very tense because Captain O orders a new higher-ranking soldier to kill him, to which he replies that he will carry out all the orders he hears. At that time, Wen Hui, trying to hold back all his emotions, thinks only about the battle he has to fight, soon remembering all his skills and what plan he should follow from now on, when he hears a familiar voice. The young man says that he is a mid-ranking warrior and shows his respect to the captain, To which he replies that let's skip this moment. But judging by everything, the boy is doing an impeccable job as the elder's servant. Immediately, Black Sword appears next to the alarmed young man, asking if this man is the same captain they were talking about earlier, and the boy replies that he came for him. Together they look at the warrior standing not far from Captain O, his face like stone, and ask each other in their minds, not understanding who this guy is behind him. When the captain's hand touched the young man's shoulder, he immediately said that the Supreme Elder was late, but the man said that by all accounts they had come to deliver provisions, and if so, they could. When Wen Hui felt his hand on his shoulder, he realized that this freak had suddenly used his inner energy against him. Captain O tells the young man that he thought the hero was special if the elder took him in, but Wen Hui mentally concluded that even with his energy, the man couldn't feel his power. Captain O looks at the young man and says with confidence in his voice that from now on, this boy will serve the chief elder instead of him because he is a warrior of higher rank, so he may be more useful. He continues his address to the young man and says that although he does not know how he was able to convince the captain of the Bloody Wolves squad, no one in Yulin has ever seen his grandfather. And then, with confidence, he orders the boy to go with him to the Valley of Blood to find out everything. But Wen Hui doesn't understand why he is so persistent and can't believe that he is trying so hard to hear his consent. Therefore, he says that the captain is not entirely right because his grandfather had to keep the fact that he served in the Blood Wolves detachment a secret, because how could he show his face to anyone? Wen Hui continued persistently, saying that it was not appropriate for the Supreme Elder, and he would not be happy for a simple warrior of higher rank, thereby causing anger on Captain O's face. His face was torn with rage as he called the young man a bastard, and said that he would definitely use this chance to teach him a lesson, to break his arrogance and surprise the elder. So suddenly the man, looking at the boy who had just angered him, orders his warrior, a higher rank, to teach the boy a good lesson, and he himself will sort everything out. Instantly, a higher-ranking warrior with a stony face looks at the young man and replies to the captain that he will do whatever he says. And at that moment, Wen Hui was surprised how everything could turn out like this, causing a problem. A higher-ranking warrior looks at the young man and tells him that there is nothing personal here, because he simply cannot pass up such a good opportunity to serve the Supreme Elder. Wen Hui makes sure once again that no one knows about the strength he has, and realizes that this higher-ranking warrior absolutely thinks that Wen Hui is much weaker than him. Without wasting a single second, the higher-ranking warrior attacks the young man with a fist in the face, and at that moment, the wind blows around him, as if warning him of the power that is awakening in the boy. A grimace of confusion twisted the face of the higher-ranking warrior when he saw what was happening after he had inflicted an incredibly powerful attack on the boy. Captain O's confidence also plummeted, creating a look of shock on his face as he couldn't believe what he was seeing, hoping the boy would simply fall unconscious. At that time, the young man's thoughts instantly gathered information that this was the basic fist technique of the blood cult warrior, the 8th blood fist technique. His movements were perfect, as expected from a higher rank. So he understands that in his eyes this warrior is too slow. Even though Wen Hui has only learned 2 techniques from the mysterious art of the Shining Star Sword, he did not expect that a warrior of a higher rank would be weaker than him. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder appears, his eyes burning with incredible fury, even fire emanating from them, from the fact that Captain O allowed himself to try to kill his servant. He inspires incredible fear in the higher-ranking warrior. But then quickly, the Supreme Elder grabs him by the head, pressing his fingers into his skin with incredible force. The young man's jaw dropped open in shock as he realized that the Supreme Elder, who had grabbed the head of the higher-ranking warrior, had simply crushed it with his large and powerful fingers. The guy simply didn't know what to do as he watched the whole situation unfold, devising his next course of action and watching the Supreme Elder approach Captain O. However, when the man approached the captain, pressed his fingers against his head, asking who he was, to which the man, with fear in his voice, said that he was Captain O from the Bloody Destruction Squad. Instilling even more fear in him, the man says that he is just a captain, but has the audacity to cause a riot in front of his cave, to which he simply could not say a single word out of fear. Wen Hui only thought about the fact that the man instantly immobilized a first-class martial artist, being incredibly strong, the girl understands that it will be difficult for him to become as powerful as this old man. The guy angrily says that he understands this without the girl's explanation, but suddenly behind him, he hears a familiar voice that says that Yulan is leaving, incapable of anything. Turning around, he sees two twins in front of him. One of them says that he heard the young man started learning fencing techniques and asks if he's doing well, realizing that he looks much better. Suddenly, the twins saw what was happening behind the boy and asked if it was Captain O. But his thoughts were only analyzing his opponents, namely Song Juabek and Song Woohyun. He looked them over from head to toe and concluded that it had only been a few days since he had last seen them, but now their bodies had become much stronger. And it occurred to him that it was precisely because they had been training so hard all these days that changes had appeared in their physiques, causing him to be confused in his decisions. He thought about what suffering the twins might have gone through during this time, but suddenly he hears the voice of a frightened Juabek who sees in front of him the lifeless body of a warrior of the highest rank, not understanding what he is doing here. But all their attention is focused on how Captain O asks the Supreme Elder to listen to him, begging perhaps for mercy because he knows what power is in the hands of a man. The Supreme Elder, without the slightest regret, begins to beat the captain in the face with incredible force, not even listening when he says that the young man's origin is unknown to anyone. The captain's lifeless body falls to the ground, feeling nothing. Only it shows what incredible strength is in the hands of the fourth Supreme Elder when he is in a state of anger. Releasing the lifeless body from his hands, the Supreme Elder says that he told the captain that he was not interested in his relatives, and he showed impudence when he brought one of them here. The man continues to speak, not even looking at the body, turning to the boy, saying that by all accounts, the young man really pissed off this bastard because he even found a replacement for him. To which Woon Hui agreed with the man's words and responded by providing information that when he was kidnapped, he killed two of the captain's subordinate soldiers, instantly causing shock on the twins' faces. The man reacted to these words with a smile, saying that back then they were complete duds if someone killed them, without any inner energy, because the weak, it is expected, should die, and that is normal. The Supreme Elder, looking at the bodies and pondering, comes to a conclusion and orders all three of them to lower them off the cliff and throw them away, causing confusion on their faces as to why they should do this. The angry man shouts that they really want him to do this, but Javabek, quickly gathering all his thoughts, orders the young man to follow him to bury the lifeless body in the forest. But suddenly the man in a quieter voice turns to the young man and tells him that he has found himself in an abnormal situation, having once been attacked by a stray dog. But he tells him to be prepared for the fact that such bastards one day may get their teeth into him, and moreover, they will never open their jaws, and it is unlikely that he will try to break free from this dog. The young man closes his eyes, mentally trying to concentrate on this word, because the chance is not given to him as easily as he would like, and in general, this word causes him anxiety. But Woon Hui quickly approaches Song Juabek and invites him to go together. As he carries the lifeless body of the captain on his shoulders, who will never return to his life, because he had only one chance. One of the twins, whom the boy had just approached, turns to him and says that he doesn't mind them going together, but asks if Woon Hui can keep up with his pace. To which the young man in a confident voice replies, looking at him, that he will be able to help when he feels tired, not paying attention to the fact that he offended him, involuntarily saying that he does not have enough strength. But suddenly the hero stopped. Before descending from the cliff, his eyes widened in confusion, because he could not believe what he was seeing with his eyes. After all, one of the twins began to run down the cliff as fast as the Supreme Elder, combining this work with the fact that the latter looked at the young man and laughed at him, saying that he was very slow. Sodom appears next to the boy and suggests that he start practicing Qigong, to which the young man replies that it would be very good, because if he learns the Qigong of the Southern Sky Warrior, he will be able to run, just like him. With fury in his voice, he turns to the boy and asks him to tell him about the Qigong of the Southern Sky Warrior, to which he agrees, hugging the young man's hand and saying that he will teach him this technique. But he explains that running down such a steep cliff is impossible without knowledge of Supreme Elder Qigong, because even his master was surprised at how unique the man's technique was. At this moment, the girl simply cannot stand the way the sword presses against the young man's hand and strikes him. But the boy's thoughts are occupied with something else, namely the fact that the twin is undoubtedly strong, and he clearly understands this. Therefore, he needs to hurry up in any case. But he is even thinking about whether Jivabek heard and understood the words that the Supreme Elder said to the young man. Finally, holding the man's lifeless body in their arms, they reached the depths of the forest, where the trees kept secrets all around, and threw Captain O among these mighty plant sculptures. One of the twins, wiping the sweat from his face, thinks it's safe to leave the captain's lifeless body here, but hesitates whether to finish him off. Wen Hui, who has just arrived at the place, asks what he is doing, but he in turn cannot leave it alone and says that Wen Hui finally came because he really wanted to help him. Javabek, turning his head to the young man, remembers their conversation with the Supreme Elder and asks if he really spoke in riddles again, but he just wants to vent his anger on this lifeless body. With anger in his voice, one of the twins, namely Javabek, says that he incredibly wants to break the legs of the captain's lifeless body so that he forgets to even think about the service. But Wen Hui couldn't believe his desire at that moment, so he took his sword in his hand and asked what he was doing, but then said with confidence in his voice that in his opinion, one of the twins was wrong about something. Therefore, with determination in his voice, he asked one of the twins if he really thinks that this old man will stop his efforts, if he just breaks his legs, because the young man doesn't believe in that. And then Jevabek realizes that the Supreme Elder was talking about the boys simply killing the captain. With shock on his face, he asks his comrade about it, and he asks what kind of reaction this is, and does he really feel sorry for this man. Suddenly, Captain O comes to his senses, but doesn't show it. He hears the boys arguing among themselves because Jevabek asks the young man not to talk nonsense, and he in turn orders him to leave because he will do it himself. However, the argument was instantly stopped when a foot appeared in front of the face of one of the twins, named Jwabek, and delivered an incredibly strong blow to his face, causing panic. With incredible speed, one of the twins flies to the side past the young man, who is looking at all this with his jaw wide open, as if he simply did not expect such a sudden turn of events. Turning his head to the side, Wen Hui is stunned by what he sees before him, and hears the captain's familiar voice calling him a freak and asking what he just said. In the young man's head, the fact that Captain O has come to his senses appears. He looks at the beaten man and concludes that this fool Jevabek did not block the captain's acupuncture points. The captain looks very angry and asks the young man why he is behaving this way now, and promises to make him regret missing the opportunity to kill the man by calling him by his first name. Having fully recovered, the captain prepares for battle to destroy the young man, when the latter, with the speed of light, grabs his sword, causing the man to burst into incredible laughter. A boy appears next to the young man and says that the captain still hasn't realized that the young man can use martial arts. So the boy replies that he should be so careless and will kill him with one blow. Therefore, with incredible confidence, the captain approaches the boy and strikes, saying that he really thinks that someone who doesn't have even an ounce of internal energy can touch him. But suddenly, the young man blocks the attack of the man who brought his fist to his face and holds it with his hand, looking at him with a look as if confidence is about to creep through his eyes. The boy, with insane force, delivers a devastating blow to the man with gray hair, throwing him back amidst a whirlwind of energy and flying leaves deep into the forest. The man's eyes widened in shock because he couldn't understand where the young man got the strength from, because he couldn't even feel, in his opinion, internal energy, and then this happened. The captain, still in a state of deep shock, could not believe his own eyes how an ordinary-looking teenager managed to not only see his lightning attack, but also block it with incredible precision and composure. Delivering a lightning strike again, Wen Hui attacked first this time, with such determination and precision that his opponent did not have time to react, and for a moment confusion mixed with disbelief flashed in his eyes. This attack, which the young man launched with unexpected severity, seemed to be his last, as the precise, powerful blow left his opponent no chance of escape. Wen Hui, holding his sword tightly in his hands, sees the captain's body fall to the floor in front of him, unable to get up. His attack, he thinks, was too powerful to survive. The hero turns to the southern sword and says that he counterattacked and poured his inner energy into the blow, to which the latter says that it was grandiose because he was able to do it on his first try. However, the Sword of the Southern Sky gives advice, saying that the boy should never lose his focus in such battles and always keep an eye on his opponent, because everything can go wrong as he thinks. But he sees the captain rise from the ground, explaining that his opponent is a first-class martial artist and the real battle is just beginning, but the man still doesn't believe that the guy has any inner energy. Having regained consciousness after such an unexpected and devastating attack, the man still cannot believe how the young man managed to perform such a precise and lightning-fast maneuver that surpassed all his expectations and experience. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Hui jumps into the air and, using the inertia of the movement, forms the next attack, aimed directly at the captain, decisive, precise, and even more dangerous than the previous one. Defending against a swift attack, he relies on years of combat experience and uses an unexpected maneuver, like a donkey somersault, which allows him to avoid the blow and instantly change position. The battle does not subside. The captain, having gathered all his strength and experience, desperately defends himself from the young man's barrage of blows, repelling the attacks with the utmost precision, trying not to lose control of the situation. Looking at the young man, the captain mentally realizes that for a second he thought those attacks were dangerous, but he still can't believe he had to use a lazy donkey somersault to defend himself. Analyzing the entire situation, the captain cannot understand how Wen Hui can hold such power without an energy core, and in the end they agree with their thoughts that he is dangerous and should be killed. His eyes burn with sparks of anger and hatred towards the young man, and as he prepares for the final blow against him, he keeps all his thoughts together and says that now he will definitely finish off Wen Hui. Meanwhile, Jwabek, having recovered from the captain's powerful attack, slowly comes to his senses, with a broken face, a bloody mouth, and throbbing pain in his temples, but with eyes that no longer held either fear or doubt. Seeing the merciless battle between the young man and the captain erupting before his eyes, he could not hide his surprise, not only at the force of the collision, but also at how unexpectedly the roles had changed in this deadly duel. Jwabek doesn't understand how Captain O could come to his senses after such a powerful blow from the Supreme Elder, and how Wen Hui can fight him on equal terms. Suddenly, the angry captain kicks the frightened boy with all his strength right in the chest. Therefore, the young man flies back at great speed, like a soulless body caught in a storm. Perhaps he simply did not expect the captain to attack him with such force, which is why he lost his vigilance. Black Sword appears next to him, with a confused expression on his face, asking if the hero is okay, to which he replies, wiping the sweat from his face, that he was just lucky, because there is no internal damage. He suddenly realized as he turned his head toward the captain and said, in his mind, that he now understood what the skills of martial arts masters were, and that this was a completely different level than a mid-ranking warrior. However, the boy explains to him that he has already dealt a strong blow, so the man is in bad shape, and the girl supports him, saying that if the boy holds out longer, he will win. However, suddenly, when Wen Hui has gathered all his strength to deal a fitting blow to the captain standing in front of him, he hears a familiar voice, one of the twins, running towards him and asking him to step aside. The twin screams and tries to make at least some kind of attack, saying how the young man could start such a cool fight without him, because his name is Song Jwabek, and it is he who should prove himself in such situations. But Javabek, before he can strike, sees the captain's angry face, who looks at him like a clown and says that he is now preventing him from dealing with the guy. Captain O punches one of the twins in the face, telling him to wait his turn, but the boy probably doesn't hear these words anymore, because he's stunned by the blow. However, when the man said that he had to deal with Jwabek after the young man, the latter seemed to become more brutal and counterattack the captain, because he could not even imagine that one of the twins could move so fast. Jwabek, lying on the floor, kicks the captain in the face, and he flies back several meters, creating a wall of dirt in front of him, which rose into the air around them from the strong blows. The young man looks at this fight with admiring eyes because he understands that these attacks looked quite unpleasant. But just think about Jwabek, because he not only endured this pain, but also counterattacked. Jwabek, smiling sinisterly as he adjusts his jaw from the blow, realizes that compared to the Supreme Elder's blows, these were too soft, and asks the captain to pull himself together. Therefore, striking again a new blow, the boy says that he will take revenge on the captain for this humiliation at the selection, but the captain, no longer having the strength, simply as if spitting out these words, says that Jwabek is a freak. But the man in a fierce clash spits blood into his opponent's face, delivering a powerful blow to the face, the force of which instantly knocks him off balance before he even realizes anything. The captain, with great fury, swings at one of the twins while a green glow shines from his fist, as if showing all his strength and determination. At this moment, he says that Drawback will die first. Woon Hui and the girl next to him are closely watching the events unfold before them, when shock appears on their faces that one of the twins is in such a dire situation. The warrior watches as one of the twins wipes the blood from his face, but his gaze is still filled with confusion because he doesn't know what to do, and he's sure they won't be able to stop the captain. But in an instant, he decides that he must help his friend, regardless of their current relationship, because they have one goal, and that is to defeat the captain, leaving him lifeless. Woon Hui, mentally thinking through his plan, says that he will slip through Drawback and turn away from the captain's attack, and when the moment comes, he will take advantage of it as soon as it opens and strike. He pushes through them with determination, hoping to deliver a driving blow to the captain and save one of the twins using his energy. However, the body flies through the air at breakneck speed and with a deafening crash crashes into a tree, tearing the bark and raising a storm of leaves and dust around it. Sweat is rolling down the young man's face because he used the maximum of his strength, but now he will understand what he had planned. He did not succeed because he should have been able to kill the captain. The captain, looking with a gaze that was clouded with anger, says that with just one movement, he was able to intercept the young man's attacking arm, and now he thinks he will simply break it. At this time, when the captain holds the hero's hand with his sword, the boy remembers that he has Sodom and realizes, when he takes it in his hand, that this particular short sword will now help him save everyone. So suddenly, when he picks up the sword, he remembers the 8 lightning techniques of wielding a short sword and realizes that he can use it with either hand. So luck is on his side. Now he understands that he needs to concentrate and gather all his strength into one decisive blow with a short sword, because it depends on him whether Woon Hui can finish off the captain. But as he strikes, Woon Hui realizes that the captain blocked his attack and cut his arm with his short sword, but he doesn't seem to notice and says that Seo Woon Hui is just a loser. When the young man sees what happened to the captain's hand, he is in a state of confusion because he simply cannot understand how much energy the man still has left after so many blows to his body. Therefore, Woon Hui understands that this is not good news at all because he was only able to achieve 2 stars in learning this technique, so this is not enough at all to defeat the captain. The man looks at the young man as if he's just mocking him and says that the boy seems to have used all his tricks, but he thinks he's going to vomit from his energy. Suddenly, the captain looks at the warrior when a familiar voice shouts an order to him to grab his short sword in his hand, thereby causing him to have an incomprehensible feeling, as if he were mentally questioning him. But suddenly, as the fight between the young man and the captain continues, the same familiar voice again tells the boy not to do anything and to wait a second, but then in general shouts for Woon Hui to forget about all this. Leaning to the side, Woon Hui sees Drawback fly out from near his head, having prepared all his strength and launching an incredible attack into the face of the captain, who looks extremely confused. Looking confused and dazed, he notices blood slowly flowing from his jaw, intensifying the feeling of helplessness in this terrifying moment. The captain's body, without any signs of life, flies several meters forward, thereby showing the victory of the boys who fought so desperately for their lives in this protracted battle. Woon Hui breathed a sigh of relief as the boy told him that it could have ended very badly if Drawback hadn't helped him. So the young man agreed with these words because he understood that he couldn't handle it on his own. Drawback approaches his friend with a strained smile and asks how this bastard could cough up blood in his face, but at that moment the guy's mind concludes that this is probably his first murder. But suddenly one of the twins looks at the boy and says that now he owes him his life, causing Woon Hui to be shocked, but he thinks that martial arts masters are really strong after all. Standing in front of the boy, one of the twins says that he was told that the boy was going to fight him, so he responds by saying that although it is sad for the boy, Drawback will win. Drawback was very self-confident when he said that only after winning would he be able to become the official disciple of the Supreme Elder, to which the boy reacted quite shocked, because he did not know that this was exactly what the old man had promised him. One of the twins says that he heard that Woon Hui demanded that his wish be granted if he won, but he thinks that was unnecessary. The guy says that it looks like he's too confident in his victory. To which Javabek responds positively and says that the guy just saw his skills. And does he really think he can defeat him in this brave fight? But Wunhui wastes no time in asking one of the twins if they would mind if they made a small pact, causing Drawback to have a variety of emotions on his face. He looks at his friend with a sly look and explains to him that this agreement consists of the fact that the one who loses will become the servant of the one who wins because he is confident in his abilities. As Drawback leaves the young man, he suddenly agrees to this deal, telling him to wait a bit and see what happens, but Wunhui orders that before leaving, they have to take care of everything. Suddenly, Drawback jumps up and tells the young man that they will see each other later, causing him irritation, but he thinks that black and white twin demons in the service sounds quite attractive. Wunhui looked a little confused, but at that time he whispered in his mind, summoning the Southern Sky sword, and when it appears a second later, he says whether the boy really addressed him. The guy holding his hand on his chin mentally asks the boy if the Supreme Elder's Qigong is really much better than the Shining Star Qigong, to which the boy replies that it is indeed so. The Sword of the Southern Sky looks at the young man and ponders, deducing what he is planning, but also explaining that when it comes to Qigong, the Supreme Elder is the best at it. Wunhui doesn't understand whether he should accept this, because he doesn't want to at all, and he also doesn't want to lose in a battle with one of the twins, because that would only mean that his wish won't come true. When Javabek enters the cave to the Supreme Elder, he reports that he has completed his assignment, to which the latter looks at him with a piercing gaze and reports that this is good news. But the man suddenly approaches him, presses his fingers to his head, and asks why he came back alone. But Javabek replies that he came first because the young man is too slow. But roughly orienting himself on the young man's strength, he says that he should be here in about 30 or 40 minutes, because he hasn't even studied the techniques of movement properly, so he can't catch up with him, even if he wanted to. Being too close to him, the man says that looking at his heavy breathing, you can tell that he has suffered internal damage, and sharply asks who killed the captain then. Jobek was confused by such a question, but abruptly replied that it was him, to which the man said that it must be him and delivered the decisive blow, when in the boy's thoughts it was that Wunhui was right. The man says that he fought against a top-class martial artist, but in the end everything ended well, only because there were two of them, and looking at the young man, he says that he was beaten up badly. The apprentice looked confidently at the Supreme Elder, who was expecting information from him about what had happened, and said that he had carried out the man's order about the captain, as he had requested. The Supreme Elder, pressing Drawback's head even harder with his strong fingers, looks at him and says that from now on, his training will be increased in hours. He was in shock. And then Javabek says that it was some kind of misunderstanding, because he was the one who fought with the captain almost the entire time, which surprised the girl because he simply threatened to hit the captain. However, after these words, they see the situation where the man became very angry because one of the twins allowed himself to address him like that, but did not listen to his order about training, and he told him to shut his mouth. The Supreme Elder strikes Javabek when the girl turns to the boy and says that, if you think about it, he got it pretty bad too, to which he says that he would have been beaten less if he hadn't made excuses. Then the old man asks him what he's looking at like that. If he has nothing to say, then let him get out of here. But Wunhui said he wants to talk to him about the wish he will receive if he wins. The man, who was in a state of anger, became even more angry at the young man's impudence, but asked if he was talking about what he would like to get if he won the fight, and agreed to listen to him out of curiosity. Wunhui, addressing the Supreme Elder, holds his hand over his heart and says that he is not asking for much, but he has always admired his ability to easily climb and descend a rock. But the guy continues to say that if the man really doesn't want it, then it's okay. But he would like to learn his movement technique, and the man asks if he's talking about Qigong techniques. She promises to teach him this, for which the guy thanks him, but the girl doubts it because he couldn't agree to it so easily. The guy understands that it's all untrue because he's sure he'll lose. Looking at the young man, the Supreme Elder explains that this battle will take place in 3 months, and despite the captain's death, the boy will still be punished if he loses. So he continues and gives the young man advice, saying that he needs to train as hard as if his life depends on it. So Wunhui agrees with that and says he will take it into consideration. The Supreme Elder, with confidence in his voice, orders the young man to go, because ahead of him is training with the twins, whom he calls lazy because they are always complaining. Wen Hui was overconfident as he looked at the Supreme Elder, and in his head were only thoughts that he must master his Qigong by any means. While washing himself with mountain water, the boy asked the young man how he felt after using the Shining Star technique in a real battle, to which the young man replies that it was some kind of miracle and that luck helped him. As the water drips down his face, he says that, come to think of it, the first attack was too easy, but that's probably because the captain received internal damage from the Supreme Elder. The Sword of the Southern Sky agrees with the young man, saying that he is right, but that it is not a technique in itself, but one of the 18 basic movements of the sword. But he continues to say, remembering that if they're already talking about it, it wouldn't be out of place to mention its previous owner, who would have killed the captain with just one blow, shocking the hero. The girl tells the boy that she is happy because he won, and now that they are free from one problem, Wen Hui can focus on his training and learn techniques more confidently, to which he agrees. Seo Wen Hui understands that there are 3 months left until the battle, and judging by how Zhuobeak fought today, he will not be an easy opponent for the guy because he has quite a few skills with both the sword and the body. Wen Hui asks if they will practice sword moves. He agrees and says that if he can't use the 18 basic moves freely, then it won't be technique, but sword moves. He continues and says that until his basic movements become part of the young man's body, they won't learn any movements. But suddenly the girl asks for the sword when the young man doesn't hear it. She asks if he remembers when Wen Hui asked the old man to teach him Qigong, so she asks him not to be upset, because he only wanted to learn because he had recently started mastering martial arts. The Southern Sword asks, looking closely at the girl, if he really looked upset, but she replies, smiling sincerely at his reaction, that it really was. Sodom says what he means is that the young man is formally a disciple of the swordsman of the Southern Sky, to which he agrees, but still tries to learn the Qigong of his sworn enemy, his previous master. But Southern Sword admits that he might have been sad if he had thought about it from the perspective the girl had just mentioned, but that was far from the case. Looking at the young man, he says that Wen Hui is learning the techniques of his past master, but still will not be able to replace him because their paths and destinies are too different. Southern Sword continues, providing information to the girl about his feelings, saying that it is natural for a martial arts master to strive to learn new techniques. At that time, Zhuobeak no longer has the strength to endure the grueling training. His body is shaking, and his mind is torn between despair and the desire to prove his loyalty. The Supreme Elder is becoming more and more angry with him as his patience is running out, and the anticipation of the result turns into irritation and anger. The angry man explains to Zhuobeak that he personally showed him the Shining Sword technique, but he still can't understand it at all, although he seems to be trying, but he can't. The man looks at the boy and asks, do we really need to go this far? His voice sounds doubtful, but there is still hope for a simple solution. Zhuobeak says that he has a deal with Seo Wen Hui, and although this task is not easy, he cannot be so self-confident because the further course of events depends on this meeting. After saying that Wen Hui couldn't even catch up with him, the next moment he received a strong blow to the face with a stick, which was painful, sharp, and unexpected. Holding his head in pain, he barely looks up to see a man standing above him, coldly telling him that he is stupid and worthless. He asks if he really didn't understand anything. The words sound with disappointment and bitterness, as if trying to awaken at least a shred of understanding. The man explains that Wen Hui is currently training alone, with only a few secret recordings of techniques. But after the fight with Captain O, he had no serious injuries. Zhuobeak, with his jaw open, looks at the Supreme Elder, cannot believe his words, but says that this is completely impossible because he has seen him beaten repeatedly. The man contemptuously asks if he really thinks he won't be able to determine the presence of internal injuries, because his experience and attentiveness leave no chance for error. With anger in his voice, the old man says that Zhuobeak should know better, because they fought together. But really, because of his pride, he didn't even manage to see what he was capable of. He says that he simply missed the opportunity that his husband handed him on a plate, because now the chance is lost, and it is no longer possible to get it back. Inside, Zhuobeak felt depressed because he didn't understand why the Supreme Elder always compared him to Wen Hui, but now, gaining more confidence, he knows that he will definitely win. Standing up with confidence in his voice, he asks his man to show him the technique again, because he understands that the motivation in his body has increased several times more than when he first started learning. Looking at the boy, the Supreme Elder asks if he still wants to see him, even though he has been beaten many times. Then Joabek shouts that all these blows were just training, because Song Joabek must definitely prove to everyone that he is much stronger than some donkey from Loyang. He asks to just wait, and then everyone will see how he will defeat Woon Hui. Suddenly, the man starts a new training session when the latter shouts back at him to wait. The Supreme Elder replies that if he really wants to show himself to the fullest, he should show it with actions, not words, to which Jevabek promises that this is exactly what he plans to do. But he orders that if they are already finished with this technique, the man will show it to him, causing confusion on the young man's face, because he does not know what to expect now. But suddenly his eyes widen even more when he realizes what the man means by this technique, and he doesn't understand if the man has really chosen him as his disciple right now. Immediately, Jevabek promises that he will work under his control until exhaustion, to which the Supreme Elder confidently replies from where he took it that the man takes him as his disciple. Suddenly, the man hears a voice behind him, which was quiet and unexpected, causing him to turn sharply in search of the source, as it chants praises to the blood demon and long live the cult of blood. The Supreme Elder, upon returning, hears that it is Commander Gu Sang-woon who is expressing his respect to him, but the old man says that he could have just left the food at the entrance. The commander dares to say that he wants to ask about Captain O and the cadet and whether they came today, his voice trembling with fear because he doesn't know what the reaction will be. With his eyebrows furrowed and his voice serious, the Supreme Elder, answering his question, says that he has absolutely no idea who he is talking about. The commander seems to have gained courage because he looks up at the old man again and says that no matter what, Captain O was going to visit him today. Losing control of his emotions, the Supreme Elder asks what he is really bothering the man for because of a simple captain. So after that, the commander never came to ask about it again. Sitting on a lonely rock amidst an icy stream, Woon Hui, with a sword behind his back, meditates intently to the sound of the waterfall, ignoring the cold and the surrounding silence. There is only incredible peace around him as Seo Woon Hui, completely immersed in the harmony of spirit and nature, prepares himself for the trials, battles, and training that lie ahead. Suddenly, breaking the surrounding silence, an icy slab breaks off from the rock and, as if following a drawn line, flies towards the young man, and he in turn seems not to notice this danger. It approaches with such frenzied speed that it seems like in a moment its force will crush the young man without mercy, as if the abyss itself were flying straight at him. As if sensing her movement down to the last millimeter, the boy instantly, without any hesitation, takes out his sword, lightning fast, as if reflexes themselves were guiding his hand. He stands with resolute confidence, holding his sword tightly, and awaits the icy depths without fear, as if he has long known exactly what to do in such a situation. With an incredible, almost superhuman force of his blow, the boy swings his sword and cuts through the ice stone. It cracks, splits in half, as if it could not withstand his determination and inner fire. Southern Sword says that it's still not enough because his posture is broken from time to time, but the girl thinks that everything looked good. Suddenly, Woon Hui asks them to stop arguing because they need to be cool-headed. Stepping forward, calmly but firmly, he says that now everything depends only on him. There will be no more hints or indulgences, only the path that must be followed. He says that now we need to move to the battlefield. The time for delay is over, and only a clash awaits ahead that will decide everything. The hero asks Southern Heaven what level he thinks his sword technique is at now, to which he replies that it's still not good enough, as he can only do half of what his previous master did. But he continues saying that this is an incredible growth because he achieved all this in just 3 months of training, but Woon Hui understands that this is only thanks to the boy who helped him. After these words, the girl bursts into tears because she doesn't understand why Woon Hui isn't grateful to her just as much as he is to Black Sword, because she also put in a lot of effort during all this time, which is why he thanks her. The upset girl looks down and says quietly that it sounded rather careless, as if he didn't care, although it meant a lot to her. However, the boy hears Sodom sing insulting words to him. He is shocked because he does not believe that she is already resorting to insults. The girl looks at the boy and says, as if recalling the past that even if he can use the Shining Star Sword technique, he shouldn't forget that all the battles that Wen Hui had participated in up until now had been won thanks to the girl, and that's where they killed 3 people. However, Southern Sword, listening to the girl's words, says that they are just waiting for a sparring match, not a fight to the death, to which the girl, with fury in her voice and a gloomy expression on her face, shouts that she knows it. The guy covering her mouth says that it's enough to keep twiddling his tongue, and then turns to the boy. He has learned 3 sword techniques in the last 3 months, and is it really possible that he won't be able to win? He tells him not to worry, even though he has not yet reached the level of his previous master. But if we consider only the techniques of swordsmanship, then the guy has almost perfected them. But it is better to focus on these 3 techniques that he is confident in, rather than trying to learn all of them. Wen Hui was in a confused state. Southern Sword sees his state, which is not at all suitable for starting a battle, and reports that the guy is undoubtedly strong, and in no case should he doubt himself. The boy encouraged the young man with his own words, to which the young man involuntarily smiled, thanked the Black Sword for his help, and promised that he would make every effort to win. The young man arrives at the scene of the incident, but sees that in front of him, on a rock, sits the Supreme Elder, who says that Wen Hui came too early, causing a look of confusion on his face. The man turns to him and says that the hero deserves a compliment because he didn't run away as he expected, and also asks if Wen Hui thinks he's ready for the fight, and maybe even to win. The guy replies with confidence in his voice that they will only find out after the fight, because he doesn't want to reveal all his cards and show how prepared he is for it. The boy slowly stopped, turning to his swords as if to his faithful companions, and told them to look at what was before them, arousing shock on their faces. The twins stood like statues behind the Supreme Elder, but still there was something wrong with their appearance. They had changed incredibly. They looked at Juabek and suddenly realized that his muscles were much larger than they were 3 months ago, and his face showed no emotion. All 3, with their jaws wide open, couldn't figure out if it was the influence of the Supreme Elder's martial arts or if the man's training had affected him so much. Song Wuyun stood before them, with the same muscles as his twin, but more striking was his bald head, because it was so perfect that it could blind anyone. Sodom, with a very enthusiastic look, looked at the twins when she said that this was also an effect of that old man's martial arts, and what kind of training they go through to get such a bald spot. The Supreme Elder asks if the young man thinks the twins also look much stronger than before, but the boy has thoughts in his head that the tricks definitely won't end there. Stretching his hand forward, the man says that the rules are quite simple. You can't give up, and they will fight until one of the sides can no longer repel attacks. Then in a more confident voice, he says that it doesn't matter whether they die in the end or not, to which the boy agrees and asks who he will fight. Suddenly, Jivabek steps forward, arms outstretched, announcing that the boy will fight, of course, with him, but he is glad that at least he doesn't have to fight against 2 twins. Looking at Juabek, who had come so close that it was visible on his hands, as if they were metal or stone gloves, protecting his hands from external damage, and causing Wen Hui to feel confused. However, one of the twins explains that it would be completely unfair for him to fight with his bare hands when the young man has a sword, although they don't look scary because even the man wore them in his youth. Then the boy, with a smile on his face, agrees and grabs the sword, saying that it seems like it really is a worthy means of protection against his rusty sword. Looking him straight in the eye, Wen Hui says, considering that one of the old man's unique martial arts, the black steel technique, increases his physical abilities, even that is not enough for a fight on equal terms. Hearing the guy speak with incredible confidence, the swords are in satisfactory condition, and saying that it was incredible and a little disdainful. Juabek was in a furious, almost uncontrollable state, his eyes filled with anger and his hands shaking with tension. Unable to contain his rage, he abruptly began the fight, rushing forward like a storm rushing at the boy with all the force of his anger. Wen Hui read his movements and mentally realized that if he attacked first, the boy would use the advantage of the distance between them, which he had, like the swordsman and his technician. As soon as the boy got close enough, Juabek started the fight without any warning, but Wen Hui waited for him to appear within the attack radius. The warrior mentally recalled everything he had learned in the last 3 months, and about the Shining Star Sword technique, as well as the first technique, but last of all, the striking tiger attack flashed through his mind. Therefore, he decides to launch this attack to deal a strong blow to Jivabek, who at that moment sharply presses his hands to his head, as if reflecting the force that the boy threw at him. The Supreme Elder watched this battle closely, because he couldn't understand which boy's strength was exaggerated, because he trained one, and the other learned all the techniques on his own, using books. However, the man suddenly sees that the young man has used the striking tiger technique, and it was then that he concluded that Wen Hui has been training fruitfully, given the fact that he possesses it. Instantly deflecting the enemy's attack, Jvabek grabbed his hand, but the Supreme Elder does not understand how, with his current skills, he will win. One of the twins, who still holds the young man's hand with incredible strength, looks at him with a challenge in his eyes, saying that he has caught the worthlessness from Luo Yang. Jvabek looks overconfident, so he prepares his fist to attack the boy, shouting that he should receive this blow from him. He sees despair in the teenager's eyes, but mockingly asks what happened to him and whether, after his words, he began to remember the past. And this is what could have been reflected in his behavior at such a tense moment. Wen Hui, as if knowing his opponent's every step, ducks from his attack, leaving a look of confusion on Jwabyuk's face, as he did not expect such a quick reaction from the hero. The twins' faces contorted with unbearable pain and rage, with tense jaw muscles and clenched teeth, eyes expressive of shock, and thick shadows and lines betraying the depth of suffering. At this time, Wen Hui appears to be standing on his hands, but his body is floating in the air, leaving Jwabak behind him, thereby leaving him to explode from within at this crucial moment of the battle. Returning, he looks at the battlefield, finally thinking that he has managed to increase the distance between them for his further actions, which were planned long ago. Suddenly, the hero, calculating when to act, rises into the air, and as if flying there like a girl, tries to deliver an incredibly strong blow to one of the twins, named Jvabek. Jvabek swiftly rushes forward through the snowy forest, leaving a dark shadow behind him and creating the impression of extraordinary speed and strength, which is emphasized by the surrounding silence. When the young man struck, the twin rubbed his chin with his hand and said, "How could the swordsman fall so low that during a fight he could use his legs to strike his opponent?" To which the boy replies that Jawabek's internal energy has increased significantly compared to what it was 3 months ago, or maybe he drank some kind of elixir or something like that. Smiling at his thought, Jawabek says that this is nonsense, because it is all because he carefully studied the old man's martial arts. But mentally, the warrior says, as one can understand, that he does not know how to lie. He, with a confident look, analyzing the situation, suddenly even forgot why they had to fight each other at all. After all, you can't even say that in 10 years, these two twins will become one of the strongest in the blood cult. Because even now, by studying martial arts so hard, they have achieved a lot. The young man reflects that although at this time, Jwabek may seem like a fool, the cult of blood has invested a lot in them, teaching them various techniques and training their strength. Seo Wen Hui is in a rather confused state, which is not good enough for his battle, but he realizes that not only martial arts, but everything else is not at all beneficial to him, and he was wrong. Jobek understands that the boy is lost in his thoughts, but as if jokingly, he mocks him and asks what he is whispering to himself, and if perhaps he wants to give up already. But the young man understood that he had to give it his all. One of the twins, with disheveled hair, stares ahead intently and angrily, gritting his teeth, as if he has just seen something shocking, or is preparing for a decisive clash. Suddenly, Jwabek, before he can realize anything, with an expression of pain on his face, suffers a devastating blow from a blade that cuts through his body, while the boy is behind him, preparing a new attack. The man was confused, his gaze wandering into emptiness, and his thoughts scattered in different directions. Not allowing him to gather them together, he stood motionless, with a tense face trying to grab hold of something with his mind. Jvabek cried out in sudden pain. He looked around in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Everything hurt, his body did not obey, and his mind seemed to be plunged into deep darkness. Wen Hui realized that he saw nothing around him at all. The entire time he was walking or standing in space, his gaze was directed somewhere inside, into the depths of his own consciousness, thoughts, and experiences. The Supreme Elder was silent, his lips remained motionless, and his gaze was calm and impenetrable, as if he understood everything, saw everything, but deliberately did not utter a single word. The boy looks at the old man and realizes that perhaps on the outside he looked indifferent to the whole situation that had happened, but the expression on his face and the emotions on his face say something completely different. Woon Hui mentally wonders what it's like to see things take a turn for the worse, but he promises everyone not to be too surprised because the show he has planned is just beginning. A sudden blow from a stick fell on Joabek's head. The world before his eyes shook sharply. A roar echoed in his temples as if thunder had struck. Pain pierced his entire body, echoing with a dull rumble in his skull. The man stands above him and calls him a fool, because in a battle with the swordsman, it was necessary to shorten the distance and not allow the young man to move away in order to be able to block his technique. Jevabek holds his head in his hands and says that he knows this information, but he couldn't possibly have time to watch the techniques that the elder shows him, because the movements are too fast. The master was very angry and said that if he couldn't see, he would beat him badly right now, and then Joabek's eyesight would suddenly become the best in the world. Joabek says that the elder had beaten him many times with the Shining Star Sword technique, which he now realized was during the battle that Woon Hui had used the Sliding Loach Sword. Moreover, he came to the conclusion that the guy had this information no worse than the elder, so how could he have improved his skills at all, and on his own, without a mentor? Woon Hui stands before him, not looking away, and asks if he gives up, if he intends to continue fighting for his own, despite his fatigue, fear, and all the trials that have already befallen him. However, Javabek does not give up and says that the young man's attack cannot even cut a piece of paper, and simply does not understand whether the young man is really trying to make a laughingstock of him, calling the guy a donkey. He recalls that he was trained by the Supreme Elder himself, who is a legendary warrior whose name is spoken with respect and awe, because it was thanks to him that one of the twins learned to overcome fear and go to the end. He practiced daily to learn to counter the complex, nearly unattainable technique of the Shining Star Sword, a deadly style that combines lightning speed with ruthless blows. Every day he trained to the point of death, wearing out his body and spirit in endless sparring, repeating the same blows over and over until his muscles burned with fire and his heart beat like crazy. And then, as if coming out of a trance, he looks at the young man with a serious look and says that he will not take his eyes off him, promises to show himself to the fullest, and orders him to attack him. The Supreme Elder continues to watch this silently, with a gaze that pierces to the bone, assessing the young man's every movement, his determination, fatigue, fear, and the unbreakable will that burns in his eyes. The Southern Sword turns to the girl and says that Joabek has clearly put a lot of effort into learning the man's techniques as best he can, to which the girl replies that he almost cried after a few scratches. Suddenly, the Southern Sword realizes that now the young man is finally allowed to act according to the plan. The moment comes when words no longer matter, and only accuracy, determination, and loyalty to the chosen path matter. They collided like lightning in an epic rush. Two bodies, two wills, two undefeated blades, coming together in a single flash that split the silence and stirred the air around them. Each thought about their victory, imagined exactly how it would come, swiftly, suddenly, brilliantly, and there was no doubt in these thoughts, because both believed that it was their will that would break their opponent first. Woon Hui swiftly and firmly grasped the sword in his hand, feeling the cold metal pierce his palm, filling him with determination and strength, ready for a battle that could change his entire life forever. Jevabek was confused because the boy concentrated his energy in his fist and immediately made a sword lunge, so he realized that this was 100% the first formation of the Shining Star Sword technique. Woon Hui attacks sharply and with incredible force with the Striking Tiger technique, which combines lightning speed and a brutal blow, forcing the opponent to feel the full power of his will and skill. Jevabek understands that even though he is not in a winning position and cannot predict all of the young man's movements, he will be able to learn the technique and block the attack by his posture. Even his wounds do not hinder him. The guy understands that he is giving it his all, but Jevabek seems to know all the formations by heart, easily blocking his attacks, and in addition, he successfully uses the Qigong that the elder taught him. The hero realizes that it is becoming increasingly difficult for him to defend himself. The opponent's blows are becoming stronger and more accurate, and his own strength is gradually being depleted, so he must look for new ways to survive this battle. He uses the technique he does best, the one he has honed, putting all his strength and will into each movement, hoping that it will help turn the tide of this tense fight. Drabek realizes that this is the sword of the striking tiger again, a legendary weapon known for its speed and lethal force, which has reappeared in battle, challenging even the strongest defenses. After all, the sword of the striking tiger is a formation that suppresses the enemy with powerful energy, but when used, gaps in the defense open up. And right now is the chance, because you can have time to strike at your opponent's weak spot, taking advantage of a moment of confusion, because even the strongest have vulnerable points that decide the fate of the battle. Drabek realizes that he is facing a reverse sword grip, so he remembers that this is the third formation of the Shining Star technique. Therefore, he concentrates and prepares his attack, watching the boy's movements, calculating the best moment to strike, because every second now could be decisive in this battle. The sword of the sliding loon throws the opponent off track at the expense of the unpredictable. So there is no point in being distracted by each individual attack, because you need to aim at Hui himself. Jevabek saw that his plan had worked. His opponent momentarily lost his balance, revealing a weak spot, and at this crucial moment he felt a surge of confidence and strength leading him to victory. Hui abruptly breaks the distance, moving away, and he replies with a slight smile that it is obvious, saying that a real fighter always looks for the moment to strike from the greatest distance. Looking at the guy, he raises his hand and understands that this is to be more stable, because this is the second formation of the Shining Star sword technique, because then the sword transforms the force of the enemy's blow. However, if you incorrectly track the trajectory of the enemy's attack, then the sword of the repelling mollusk will not be able to be used. Looking at the young man, he immediately realizes that he has lost his balance. The barely noticeable tilt of his body, the tension in his shoulders, and the unfocused gaze betray a moment of weakness that he can exploit. Therefore, he prepares his attack without any hesitation, precisely calculating the trajectory of the blow, the timing, and the force in order to seize the momentary advantage and end the fight before Hui regains his balance again. The attack was good and fast, precise and almost unerring. It cut through the air with such force that even an experienced fighter would have found it dangerous and worthy of a true master. Drabek says with cold confidence in his voice that the Shining Star technique has been defeated, its secret revealed, its power broken, and now it no longer poses any threat to him. He asks how the warrior will handle this situation, but the only thoughts in his mind were that Drabek knows the weaknesses of his formations too well. Southern Sword says that he is holding up well, because everything went worse than they expected, but he can stick to his plan, so the girl supports him and suggests that he counterattack. But he understands that he does not lack determination. It burns in him like fire, but his body is already covered in bruises and wounds. Breathing is difficult, and every movement is becoming more and more difficult after the brutal exchange of blows. The boy says with a smile that he has nothing to worry about, because fear has long since left his heart, and all that matters now is faith in himself, in his friends, and in the fact that he is doing everything right. They tell him that such wounds and cuts can be healed simply by cultivating the innate core energy, to which Hui shouts that they have no idea how much it hurts. The young man looks at the man and thinks that he probably finds it interesting to see his protege smashing the Shining Star sword technique to smithereens. He decides that it would be unwise for him to continue relying on the same techniques he has been demonstrating. Therefore, using the advanced technique of the Shining Star sword right now could confuse his opponent, because at first he would decide that Hui was trying to improvise and lose the initiative. Drabek, only snickering contemptuously, calls him a fool, and with cold determination in his voice, challenges him to attack if he truly believes in his words and is ready to prove himself right with the sword. But suddenly Drabek freezes. He no longer understands what is happening. The space around him seems to distort, the sounds subside, and something invisible changes the course of the battle right before his eyes. Because the repelling clam's sword, no matter how powerful it is simply not capable of creating that many attacks at once. It contradicts even its highest combat characteristics and known limitations. Hui doesn't give up and continues to attack, putting all his strength, determination, and skill into each blow, as if every move is a step closer to victory, despite the fatigue and pain. The man is completely confused, not guessing the young man's true intentions. his inner strength, and how far he is willing to go to win this difficult confrontation. Perhaps the formation has changed, but they still remain in deep shock because the surprise, strength, and determination of the young man amazes them, forcing them to doubt their own strength and plans. Wunhui smiles and replies that one of the twins was too good at fending off his attacks, so he decided to find something new. Not sure if they liked it, but it definitely caused confusion. He can't believe his eyes how it happened that the hero was able to transform the formation on the fly, instantly adapting to the situation and changing the rules of the game, which made him deeply nervous. But at the same time, he convinces himself that he did see it with his own eyes. This unexpected maneuver that seemed to violate all the laws of combat, leaving him with mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety. Juabek, barely holding on, realizes that the attacks of the repelling clam's sword have become much stronger, as he is no longer able to block them. But he understands that none of this matters, because if Wen Hui uses the sword of the striking tiger again, sooner or later, a weakness in his defense will be revealed again, and he immediately prepares to attack, without delaying a second, because he understands that the moment of surprise has passed, and now every move can be decisive in this tense battle. This moment has arrived right now, and without hesitation, he instantly attacks, using all the strength and precision he has managed to accumulate, hoping to turn the tide of battle and gain an advantage over his opponent. However, his eyes immediately widen in surprise. What he sees changes his entire perception of the fight, and he now realizes that this duel will be much more difficult than he could have predicted. After all, the boy firmly holds his attack with his hand, not letting the blow pass, demonstrating incredible strength and endurance that shock even an experienced enemy in this fierce fight. Schwabek realized that the boy had extended his free hand and kept his balance, because it was the sword of the repelling mollusk, that is, Wen Hui, that responded to him with an incredibly strong blow, drawing into itself the energy of his own attack. The young man, despite all his doubts, still used this technique, the same one that the legend spoke of, putting all his skill and determination into motion, hoping that it would become the key to victory. He said that the reflecting mollusk's sword moved like butter, as smoothly, without unnecessary effort or hindrance, as if water flows around a stone, demonstrating skill and harmony in every movement. However, he doesn't understand why the skin on his palm suddenly shuddered and twitched violently, as if some invisible source of pain had run through his hand, warning him of hidden danger. Suddenly he turns his gaze to Juabek. Doubt and uncertainty appear in his eyes, as if something unexpected and unpredictable is beginning to change the course of his thoughts. He can't believe his eyes when he sees that Juabek has suddenly changed his appearance. It exceeds all his expectations, and now he realizes that the battle has entered a whole new, dangerous dimension. He does not understand what kind of armor this is that suddenly appeared on Juabek, because its shine and shape seem to combine the power of ancient legends and modern technology, leaving him confused and surprised. Southern Sword explains that it is a full metal transformation technique that was clearly taught to him by the elder, causing the young man to be confused due to his lack of knowledge. He tells his pet to keep his distance, because this fight has changed dramatically. Now every move can be fatal, and it is important not to let the opponent take advantage of the new advantage. Javabek abruptly pulls him out of his thoughts with his voice in a sharp movement, but he leaves no room for doubt, forcing the young man to return all his attention to this critical moment of the battle. Like a real monster, he asks with a cruel gleam in his eyes where he's looking, as if he doesn't understand any retreat and is ready to tear the guy apart at any moment. Wen Hui is in a deep state of confusion, his mind filled with doubts and uncertainty, and he doesn't know what to do next, as the situation has become too complicated and unpredictable. Carefully following the movements, the young man realizes that Jivabek has become much faster, because before he also used Qigong and was faster, but now it has increased several times. Now he only made a warning lunge, but the boy understands that if he had struck with all his strength, Wen Hui simply would not have been able to dodge. Continuing to think, he mentally admits that he had no idea how serious this battle would be, because now every move, every choice matters, and he has to gather all his strength to survive. He realizes that the time has come to catch that decisive moment when everything can change and turn the tide of the battle in his favor, because every second now can be crucial in this fierce battle. They walk towards each other with incredible force, each step echoing powerfully, and their gazes blazing with determination, like two elements about to explode in a deadly collision. Wunhui abruptly gathers all his strength and launches his attack, fast, confident, and precisely aimed, putting all his desire for victory into each movement, despite the fatigue and pain. However, Joabek sternly warned him not to even think about using the sword of the striking tiger. This weapon was too dangerous and unpredictable, and any mistake could turn fatal. The strong blow instantly knocks the young man off balance. His body sways, his legs buckle, and he barely manages to keep from falling, realizing that this could be a fatal mistake in this fierce struggle. Therefore, he gathers his last strength and tries to pull himself together. His breathing is rapid, his heart is pounding, but inside he burns with determination not to give up, even when his body asks for rest. He feels Joabek's aura become too dominant and heavy, like a weight of power covering everything around him, and realizes that his opponent has become much stronger, ready for any challenge. Now he seems to be flying in the air, moving easily and gracefully as if beyond the weight and limitations of the earth. His movements become quick and elusive, which gives him a considerable advantage in battle. He tries to deliver incredibly strong blows, putting all his power and concentration into each movement, trying to break through the guy's defenses and force him to admit defeat. However, in this chaos of battle, Wen Hui seems to instinctively repel attacks, his movements becoming faster and more precise, as if he is reading his opponent's every move in advance, not giving him a single chance. He successfully blocked the attack and instantly counterattacked, striking Joabek, who hadn't even had time to prepare, showing unexpected determination and skill in battle. The boy moves to the second formation of the Shining Star Sword technique. His movements become even faster and more graceful, and his attacks become more unexpected and powerful, conquering every moment of the battle. Under the young man's powerful blow, Joabek flies back, losing his balance and suffering a blow that forces him to retreat, momentarily stunned by Seo Wen Hui's unexpected strength. Joabek, although stunned, seems to gather his strength, concentrating within himself, clenches his fists, and in his eyes appears again that fire that means that the battle is far from over. But gritting his teeth, Joabek says that his time will soon end, not because he is weakening, but because the power he has awakened is dangerous even for himself and cannot be contained for long. He seemed to understand that every time Wen Hui wanted to push him away, he used the repelling clam sword and wondered what he could do with it. It's as if thousands of stones are falling on the young man. He defiantly looks the hero straight in the eyes and, with a cold smile, asks how he's doing, as if testing his strength, forcing him to think about the limits of his own capabilities. The guy begins to suspect that all this could be just an illusion, and suddenly notices how Joabek begins to fidget, as if losing control of the situation or hiding his true intention. He carefully follows Joabek's every move and is surprised to notice how fast he is. His instant reactions and lightning-fast attacks make the young man strain to keep up with his opponent. When suddenly, with lightning speed, he repels another attack, unexpectedly stopping the chain of blows and showing his unwavering will and skill in this ruthless duel. He was in deep despair. His heart was beating fast. His thoughts were confused, and each new move of his opponent seemed like a threat that he was no longer sure he would be able to handle to the end. Joabek looks at him with slight surprise and, smiling slightly contemptuously, asks if he is at all okay, as if hinting that the young man is already on the verge of death and will not be able to withstand the next blow. But Wen Hui coldly replies that it doesn't concern him, and his voice is filled with stubbornness and determination, as if he is ready to go all the way, regardless of pain, fear, or the words of his opponent. Suddenly, a boy appears next to the young man, explaining that the situation is not going well enough and offering to come up with something quickly. But the young man replies that he understands this himself and won't last long. But he explains with cold confidence that the situation is actually bad for Joabek, and although it may not seem obvious, the hero sees weaknesses and prepares to exploit them at the decisive moment. Southern Sword says that with the previous master, he often saw the Supreme Elder use this technique more than once, namely by transforming into a supposedly monster like Joabek now, but he had never seen anything like it, as the veins on Joabek's body swelled to incredible sizes, pulsing from overvoltage, and the skin literally fell off in pieces, exposing living flesh. The boy understands that this is most likely a side effect of using technology that exceeds his physical capabilities, and if this continues, he is afraid to even talk about it. After all, he understands that if everything continues like this, Jivabek may simply not be able to stand it, and his body will collapse before his eyes, and death will no longer seem like a threat, but an inevitable consequence of excessive force. Wen Hui understood everything. He realized Jwabek's true state and the threat that loomed over him. But there was one problem. It was almost impossible to stop this fight, because the line had long been crossed. After all, neither the sword of the striking tiger nor any other technique can stop what is happening now. After all, not even the sword of the sliding Vyun can stop this process, because the power that has seized Jwabek goes beyond any usual methods and threatens his very life. Unable to contain his insane state, nor any other technique, is he able to tame the frenzy of power that emanates from within Jwabek, destroying everything in its path. Therefore, Wen Hui understands that in order to win, he has to stall for time. But in that case, this bastard might die anyway. So he decides that he needs both victory and saving Jwabek's life. Suddenly, having gathered all his strength, he sharply strikes a powerful blow with his sword at Jwabek, which forces him to retreat, feeling unexpected pain and realizing that the duel is gaining new momentum. However, he thinks that Jwabek has gone mad, because if he had not managed to bend down at the last moment, the young man would have cut him through, and only chance saved him from a fatal blow. Looking at him, he feels confused and indecisive, not understanding how to act further, because his every step could be decisive in this dangerous duel. And suddenly, as if the thought itself had suddenly come to him, he instantly makes a decision. Realizing that it's now or never, every next move could change the course of the battle forever. He has finally found a way to untie this Gordian knot that seemed insurmountable, and now with new confidence, he is preparing to put his plan into action, realizing that the entire outcome of the battle depends on it. Sharply grabbing his hand, he clenched his fingers tightly, not giving his opponent any chance to escape or counterattack, showing his determination and readiness for the final step in this fierce duel. The Supreme Elder closely follows the development of events without saying a single word, his piercing gaze reflecting a deep understanding of the situation and hidden thoughts about the fate of the young man and his opponent. Sodom was furious and called her master a fool because she didn't understand why the swordsman let his opponent so close to him at a moment when the boy was watching intently. He explains that the young man is trying to resolve this difficult situation not with the power of the sword, but through a duel of the spirit, an internal struggle that requires not only physical strength, but also endurance, wisdom, and a deep understanding of himself. But he continues to inform her, saying that he is trying to mix Jwabek's aura with his innate energy, and then thus should cancel the full metal transformation technique. The girl is confused because she cannot understand how it is possible to waste innate energy so thoughtlessly, to which he explains that if he had not studied the Shining Star energy cultivation technique, it would have been suicide. Their blue and yellow auras glowed brightly around them, pulsating with energy and tension that hung in the air like before a thunderstorm, emphasizing the extraordinary strength and determination of both warriors in this decisive duel. The girl anxiously watches as the hero gives in, her heart clenching with worry, but the southern sword calmly tells her to look at the young man's face, where unwavering determination and an indomitable spirit burn. He himself, observing the situation, explains to the girl that Jwabek's aura may seem to overpower the boy, but it is clearly visible that one of the twins is wasting his strength much faster. He says that Jwabek acted as if he really wanted to kill the young man, but despite the cruelty and aggression, there was something else in his eyes, calm and even a hidden respect for his opponent. Jwabek seemed to have forgotten all his fighting techniques and his fighting spirit, drawn into his own doubts and fears, which for a moment made him vulnerable and jeopardized the entire course of the duel. The Southern Sword is firmly convinced that the young man will win because he sees in him not only strength and technique, but also an indomitable spirit that is capable of overcoming any obstacles on the path to victory. However, Jwabek mockingly asks if Wen Hui really believes he can defeat him, challenging his strength and experience, as if he wants to test his opponent's resolve to the very end. The young man understands that the technique of full metal transformation is beginning to collapse. There is very little time left, and he must act quickly to use his last strength and change the course of the fight in his favor. But suddenly the Supreme Elder appears, who with his incredible strength tears the two young men apart, driving them apart, stopping the fight, and forcing both to realize that the duel has taken on a dangerous scale. Drabek flies through the air, losing his balance, and lands with a thud on a rocky surface that crumbles under the impact, while dust and debris rise around, emphasizing the force and brutality of the battle. Wenhui is also in the air, falling to the ground with a noise, feeling the impact and loss of balance. But the fire of determination burns in his eyes because this fall is just a new beginning in his fight. He asked the elder why he suddenly intervened and abruptly interrupted the duel, not understanding whether it was fair or whether he perhaps has ulterior motives that could change the fate of the battle. The man smiles, not understanding if these words are truly gratitude for the elder stopping them before they could use their innate energy that could change them forever. He says that both warriors were so equal that neither could defeat the other, so this duel is annulled when their fight is postponed until a more opportune time for a final decision. Wenhui, filled with despair and uncertainty, asks if it's really a draw, as his heart burns with the desire to win, and he doesn't want all his efforts to be in vain. The Supreme Elder asks him why the student didn't use the technique from the secret notes he gave him, but the young man mentally replies that he was waiting for the latter to talk about it. He answers out loud that he is not so reckless as to take risks and use dangerous equipment that could disable him or lead to unpredictable consequences. But he continues to address him, saying that he is undoubtedly experienced enough to use the techniques from the secret records and wise enough to know about the weaknesses, the sword technique. The man concluded that it was because of his fear of risk that he had changed his technique, choosing a safer, albeit less effective, path to avoid fatal mistakes in this fight. Suddenly, the elder asks who told him to do this, causing smiles on the two little people's faces. But the young man replied that someone could really, without the man's knowledge, pass through his land. The man replies that in his opinion, this is just the limit of his current capabilities, and he still sees his weaknesses. But Wenhui thinks that he deliberately left these weaknesses out so as not to add suspicion. But suddenly, with unexpected confidence in his voice, he asks the man if he truly realizes this fact and understands how profound the consequences of such a decision could affect everything. But then he goes on to say, does he really think that the creator of that technology, whose weaknesses are so obvious to him, would leave it unchanged and not improve it in any way? He angrily exclaims that he cannot know this for sure, and immediately asks if there is an improved version of that technique, one that is more stable, controlled, and capable of giving an advantage without fatal consequences. Holding back his emotions, he says that in any case it's a draw, there is no winner, to which the boy replies with passion in his voice that just a little more, just a moment, and he would have won. He said to look at Drabek so exhausted he could barely stand, and asked if the Supreme Elder really disagreed with him, hinting that victory was very close. Wenhui can't stand the tension and shouts, asking if the man really thinks it was a fair fight, because his eyes were burning with determination, but his heart didn't accept such an ending to the fight. But he asked to think carefully, because he was fighting with only the basic skill of energy cultivation, without access to higher techniques or forms, and yet he was able to withstand such a powerful opponent. And Drabek, unlike him, used techniques that were personally taught to him by the Supreme Elder himself, high-level techniques that gave him a significant advantage throughout the fight. He had a complete understanding of the young man's fighting style and knew all the weak points of his techniques well, which allowed him to not only defend effectively, but also impose his own pace throughout the battle. And in addition, he took a special elixir that significantly enhanced his internal energy, giving him an advantage in battle that Wenhui could only dream of, since he fought exclusively on his own strength. The Supreme Elder even personally gave him rare bracers made of an ancient material that enhanced the flow of energy and protected against damage, giving Drabek another unfair advantage. Therefore, the boy, with a heart full of resentment and disappointment, does not understand what he should have done in this situation when all the advantages were on the side of the enemy, and he could only hold on with his last strength. The hero asks if he was on the path to victory in a battle that seemed set solely for his defeat, where every step and challenge became a test of willpower and spirit. He asks if he really has to die if he doesn't receive recognition after his victory, and if he's just a pawn in a bigger game, or if his efforts in life have true meaning. Unable to calm down, he asks again if the man would allow their battle with Jibabek if they played fair, even if he didn't give him the bracers and the elixir. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder, unexpectedly, began to laugh loudly, his laughter resounding powerfully and confidently, as if he had seen something that was inaccessible to the eyes of others, changing the entire atmosphere around him. But the man suddenly swings his fist at Jwabek, his movement quick and ruthless, as if a decisive blow must turn the tide of the battle, emphasizing the tension building between them. Lifting him into the air, the man says that he is worthless, and who allowed him to use his technique so clumsily in the first place. And if anyone had asked him, he would have said that Jwabek had not yet grown up. With a gloomy look, she looks at him and asks if he really gave him the elixir, to which he replies that what the man gave them every evening wasn't really an elixir. The man wondered if Jwabek really thought it was an elixir, and added that if he actually owned such a valuable product, he certainly wouldn't waste it on them unnecessarily. And then he turned to the young man and asked him why he thought the man hadn't studied with his students for a long time, and told the twins about his techniques and explained that their bodies were suitable for metal transformation. The Supreme Elder analyzed them and said that the twins' blood circulation speed was much higher than that of ordinary people, and their bodies accumulated internal energy faster from the very beginning. When using the full metal transformation technique, their faster blood circulation will hasten death, and if nothing is done about it, they will actually die, so you need to take velvet tree bark extract. He could not understand why the young man, holding a name sword in his hands, that is, a weapon of exceptional value, argued so much about the bracers as if they were of decisive importance. Although the sword was old and had been through many battles, it still remained a reliable and far more powerful weapon than any ordinary blade that could be found. The boy realized with surprise that, perhaps for the first time in a long time, the elder was not just speaking wisely, but was actually right, and this time there was nothing to object to. The Supreme Elder, smiling and looking at his pet, explains that in fact he was right when he said that the battle was unfair, and that this duel was set up from the very beginning so that the man would win. And they are all on foot, which he took advantage of. But that doesn't change the fact that Wen Hui tried to deceive him. Because of this, the man decided that there would be no victory, and he cancels their contract, causing them to despair. However, it was these young men, who until recently were mere teenagers, who now officially became the elder's disciples, gaining recognition and the right to study under his guidance. The man explains that he is too ashamed to be scattered by such strong young men, and if they have certain natural talents, innate abilities in martial arts. He continues to speak, saying that if you throw a dice, the young men will learn to fight on their own. The man understands that they will become outstanding warriors, but he didn't say that, simplifying it to mean that they simply won't die. Because of this, he decided to make them his students, to which the boy was surprised and said that it was a great honor for him, thinking that what he learned with the help of swords seemed like an innate talent. Then the Southern Sword replies that it would be impossible without his personal abilities, and the girl agrees with him, asking the boy if anyone else in the world can talk to swords. Wen Hui noted that it was too early to rest, as there was still something important ahead that they needed to learn before they could afford even a short respite. So he begins to carefully monitor the man's emotions and asks if he becomes his disciple. Can the fourth Supreme Elder, as his master, teach the boy his personal techniques? But he confidently, yet a little angrily replies, looking at the young man, that the technique of complete metal transformation can only be used by those whose blood circulates just as quickly. The Supreme Elder says that it would be better if he said thank you, because maybe he won't teach the young man such fighting techniques, but he will help him develop his skills, mastering the sword. Asking if the boy knew that the technique he was using was the technique of the Southern Sky Sword, the only worthy opponent of his, the warrior asks if that skeleton was really the Southern Sky Swordsman, and if it was his sword. At that time, the Southern Sky Sword looks very disappointed, because that's exactly what he was telling the young man, as well as about his past master, his fighting techniques. But the girl explains that the boy is pretending. She says that the boy is pretending that this is the first time he has heard this information from the Supreme Elder, and that he has been doing this more than once, so let the boy get used to it right away. The old man looks at the student and explains that after the death of the Southern Sky Swordsman, He became the one who knows the Shining Star Sword technique best of all and will help the boy learn it perfectly. At this time, the young man mentally says that he doesn't need this help because he has the Southern Sky Sword, but the man suddenly says that he will still help the young man restore his Dantian. The elder asks if he will become his disciple, to which the Southern Sky Sword says that he will accept any decision he makes and orders Sodom to agree because it is a good opportunity and he can always leave. Kneeling down, Wen Hui declared with dignity that he was a mid-ranking warrior and respectfully greeted his teacher, acknowledging his skill and accepting his defeat with respect. Jovabek at that moment wondered what would happen to him and his brother, wanting to know their fate and whether they would be able to escape the danger that loomed over them. With a confident voice, the man looks at them and says that, unfortunately, he can't just leave those who have learned his techniques, but he doesn't like them at all. The Supreme Elder declared his acceptance of both, which brought them deep joy and hope for a new beginning under his protection and wise guidance. Therefore, they knelt down and said that the middle-ranking warrior Sun Juabiok greeted his teacher and asked his brother to repeat after him, but he said the same words as his twin, causing anger. Jovabek, with anger in his voice, tells him to repeat all this, only with his name, because why repeat even the last sentence? But his brother looks at him with a confused look. Suddenly, Wen Hui looks at them and congratulates them, saying that he now has two younger friends, explaining this by the fact that he became the first student and is very happy about the appearance of new friends. When Jovabek, in a harsh voice, tells him that it was his teacher who taught him his personal techniques, she turns directly to the man, asking if he would make the young man senior to them. The man sharply shouted for John D. to pay attention, for the young man who had just become the elder's disciple bore a striking resemblance to him, as if there was a deeper, hidden similarity between them. And then, laughing and looking up at the sky, he declared that he had finally overcome it, as if addressing a higher power or someone who had long been waiting for this moment. The young man did not understand how he could count this as a victory, to which the Southern Sword told him to forget his previous words, because if the boy became this man's disciple, he would no longer help him. The elder approached the skeleton John Day, and with a barely noticeable smile asked how he was doing, as if addressing an old acquaintance with whom he had a long and difficult past. Sitting next to him, the elder quietly said that now that everything was over, he could finally leave John D. in the past and let go of the burden he had carried for so many years. But no, despite the words he had spoken, he felt unable to finally let go of the past, because something invisible and deep inside still prevented him from taking this final step. Looking at the skeleton, he quietly asked who really killed him, as if hoping that the answer still lived somewhere in the silent bones before him. One day the master received a challenge to a duel. There was a place and time specified. He had gone through hundreds and thousands of battles, but that day his master was quite excited, going to the fight. He still doesn't know who his secret adversary was that day. The only detail he remembers is that one of the stranger's eyes glowed a bright gold, like a sign of something incomprehensible. He looked no more than 20 years old, but it was he who ended this fierce battle in just 40 seconds, demonstrating strength that was completely out of keeping with his young age. An outstanding master, worthy of the title of the 8th strongest among all masters in the Celestial Empire, the pride of Yunnan Province, the swordsman of the Southern Heaven, then suffered a defeat that seemed impossible. And that's all he knows about the mysterious man who destroyed his master in an instant, leaving behind only the memory of a golden gaze and a shadow that still haunts him. Sodom could not believe that an outstanding master, worthy of the title of the 8th strongest among all masters of the Celestial Empire, lost in 40 seconds, to which the hero replied that something was clearly not right here. He looks at the young man and asks him to choose his words because the conversation is not about the fact that the swordsman of the Southern Sky lost, but about his opponent, who was terrifyingly strong. He stared intently, carefully analyzing all the available information, trying to unravel the mysteries of the past and find answers to the questions that haunted him. Southern Sword felt deeply confused, for despite his skill and fame, he could not understand the reasons for the defeat, which deeply shook his faith in himself. The young man stood silently, aware that at that moment his mind was completely incapable of coming up with any plausible answer or explanation for the situation before him. Holding his swords in his hands, he calmly said that it was too late and it was time to rest, hinting that further action should be postponed until morning. He said good night to them, to which they indignantly exclaimed that he was a fool For swords do not sleep and are always ready for battle, even when a person is ready to lie down to rest. He managed to skillfully shift the conversation to the topic of the swordsman of the southern sky to give everyone a little break. But in the end, the discussion still ended on a tense and unexpected note. Wen Hui quickly realized that there was some secret behind the southern sky swordsman's behavior, as his reactions were unexpectedly restrained and betrayed hidden emotions or thoughts. The protagonist thinks that what he told him does not explain at all why the skeleton of the swordsman of the southern sky, the pride of Yunnan province, is located in a completely different place, namely in Guangdong province. He achieved a high rank through his own efforts, thanks to which he was deservedly considered one of the best masters, which emphasized his endurance, perseverance, and indomitable fighting spirit. After all, how could such a man receive mortal wounds in a fight that lasted 40 seconds? And if there was a difference in their skills that was so great, it would have been evident in the first exchange of blows. Wen Hui remembers that Southern Heaven said about the man who brought the master to death, not the one who killed him, so he is sure that these words should be understood literally. It turns out that after the duel, the swordsman of the southern sky remained alive, despite all the circumstances, which made his survival unexpected and raised many questions among witnesses. He came to the cave to recover from his injury, and it was at this moment that another figure suddenly appeared next to him, one that could change the course of events forever. And it was the same one who took his life forever, a mysterious enemy whose appearance in the cave marked the beginning of an inevitable fate and the final end of his journey. Whether it was the warrior with the golden eye again, or another person watching the duel, remained unknown, and this mystery continued to hang in the air, giving no peace to anyone present. Southern Sky admitted that his master had been searching for an apprentice all his life, but had never come across a truly good person capable of accepting and continuing his legacy. That is, without finding a worthy disciple, the one who killed the Southern Sky swordsman in his moment of weakness, and only he could become the only one who obtained the legendary Shining Star technique. Wen Hui remembers the skeleton's appearance and realizes that it broke his jaw so he couldn't speak, broke his hands so he couldn't write, and broke his legs so he couldn't run away, save himself with those same tools. And behind all this cruelty lies only one reason: a burning desire to master the Shining Star technique, which can change the fate of anyone who masters it. Most likely, he forced the swordsman to write down the method of cultivating innate energy and then erase the most important part, leaving the knowledge incomplete and useless to others. He did this to become the only warrior who possessed the secret of cultivating innate core energy, a power that could elevate him above anyone in the history of the Celestial Empire. A multitude of thoughts swirled in his head, one overlapping the other, giving him no peace, forcing him to return again and again to the events that had left behind only unanswered questions. On the one hand, he also became a kind of successor to the Southern Sky swordsman. Although not officially, it must have been difficult for Southern Sky to watch this horror and not be able to help. Even during their first meeting, he deliberately avoided this topic, so the young man realized that behind it lay painful memories that he was not ready to return to even now. So he decided not to touch on this topic, understanding that the day would come when he himself would tell his story, when he would be ready to face the memories he still hid in silence. The girl looked at the boy carefully and asked who had killed himself in the end, to which he quietly replied that he would tell her later, and sincerely thanked her for her patience and understanding without unnecessary words. She looked him straight in the eye and quietly said that they were both swords forged by the same destiny. So who else could he reveal the truth to, if not her? She gently asked him not to worry, because the hero didn't seem to understand anything. So, not wanting to pressure him, she simply decided that she would try to shift the conversation to another, lighter topic. To this, he replied that there was no need to hide anything or change the subject, because Wen Hui had already seen his reaction and had already drawn the appropriate conclusions for himself without further ado. After all, sometimes everything becomes clear without words, and perhaps this is precisely the unique bond between a swordsman and his faithful sword, which senses thoughts and emotions without a single sound. The girl only smiled, thinking that he was just joking, not suspecting that behind his words there might be something more than a simple game or a frivolous mood. She got angry because she didn't understand that he even knew about the young man, because he met him a few months after her, and she thought he was being impudent. So she grabbed him by the throat and said that she would teach him to respect his elders. Wen watched everything in confusion, not understanding what exactly was happening between them, as if he were an outsider in a conversation full of subtexts, hints, and emotions he did not understand. The elder unexpectedly appeared before him, and he greeted him politely, paying due respect to a man possessing wisdom and experience that not everyone could boast of. However, he suddenly hit him sharply on the head and mockingly declared that they were weaklings, emphasizing his disdain for their strength and attempts to stand up to challenges. After all, they became his students today, but instead of celebrating, they decided to just sleep in after this little fight. But the young man realizes that he didn't even tell them to wait for him. The boy noticed that the man was holding several products tightly in his hands, as if preparing for something important or eager to share them with others, which aroused his curiosity and surprise. The elder solemnly announced that he had accepted someone as a disciple for the first time, and therefore wished to celebrate this important event, which marked the beginning of a new stage in his life and the fate of the young men. He ordered that they would not go to bed until they had drunk what the master had brought her, emphasizing the severity and importance of this ritual before ending the day, and most importantly, carrying out his order. The elder asked who would be the first to dare to accept a drink from their master, arousing both curiosity and slight excitement among those present, ready for the unknown. The light of the fire barely penetrated the cave, and echoes of words remained in the air about who would dare to take the first step and accept the offered drink. The next morning, the young man left the cave and, looking around at the surrounding landscape, tried to understand where he was and what awaited him ahead on this new day. The young man noticed that there was significantly more snow around him than there was yesterday, and this made him feel anxious and aware that nature does not always remain constant. Shibek approached the young man with curiosity and asked what he was doing now, hoping to get an answer that would explain his actions and intentions at that moment. Wenhui politely asked how he was feeling, eager to learn about his condition and perhaps offer help or support. Jobek had a large bruise on his body because the old man first got him drunk himself and then brazenly attacked him, not even thinking about the fact that the young man was drunk and could not adequately defend himself or react in time. He laughed when he heard that the man had lost his wife, not hiding his irony and cruelty, which emphasized his indifference to other people's pain, but he simply thought it was a joke. Wenhui asked why Jwabek was addressing the elder informally. The elder asked why he was suddenly the elder, because they were friends, and besides, the guy had a debt. He didn't understand what was being said, but suddenly memories of the fight with the captain flashed through his mind, forcing him to immerse himself in those moments full of tension, pain, and unexpected discoveries. They agreed that the loser would have to submit to the winner, concluding an unspoken agreement between them that established new rules for their relationship and determined the fate of both in future battles. Wenhui realizes that he remembers their agreement and says that he has three options. The first one where Jwabek will consider him a senior comrade, or call him master, or maybe he wants another battle. Jwabek said something unclear and incomprehensible. His words were lost in the air, finding no response from either the listeners or his own consciousness, like a shadow barely touching reality. The boy said that he didn't hear anything, to which his friend abruptly fell to his knees and called him older, still not understanding how this could have happened if his inner energy was much stronger. Sodom speaks up because he doesn't even understand that Wenhui was holding back, trying not to hurt him, but he replies that he thinks Jwabek is thinking about it, because he's cocky but not stupid. The man emerged from the cave and noticed that they had already woken up, observing their movements and faces, which reflected the freshness of the morning and signs of new beginnings that lay ahead. Sharply grabbing the young man by the shirt, he sternly said that they needed to leave immediately, leaving no time for thought or questions, forcing him to obey and hurry after him without hesitation. The elder abruptly descends from the cliff, holding the young man tightly as he screams, his movements tense and his speed echoing in the air, creating a tense and dangerous atmosphere around him. Wenhui wondered with irritation how much longer he could be dragged along like this without explanation, without understanding either the purpose or the reasons for this journey, which had long since begun to test his patience. The young man assured him that he could go alone, but the man only chuckled and noted with a smile that at this rate they would most likely grow old before they reached the Valley of the Six Bloods. Eventually they arrived at the main pavilion, a majestic building that towered above everything around it, radiating peace, strength, and the atmosphere in which true masters are born and fateful decisions are made. A warrior sat in front of the old man, asking if this was all the medicine he needed, and the old man assured him that this was the best medicine that could be found at the moment. Suddenly, behind them, with a loud crack, the wall crumbled into many small fragments like powder, raising a cloud of dust and forcing them to look around, not understanding what had just happened. Through that wall, the elder entered and, stopping at the entrance, greeted the divine healer with deep respect and courtesy, recognizing his authority and extraordinary status in this sacred place. The elder nodded at the disciple and sternly ordered the divine healer to immediately begin treating him, leaving no room for objections and making it clear that the matter was important. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared in the doorway, and without taking a single unnecessary step, he ordered it to stop immediately in a serious, firm voice, forcing everyone in the pavilion to freeze in tense silence. It was the sixth blood star, Blood Witch Han Baek-ha, who, stepping forward with a cold smile, calmly said that she had not seen her husband for a long time, hinting at a shared past that was better left untouched. She looked at the young man suspiciously and asked who the child was next to him, as she had never seen him before, and her tone conveyed more curiosity than genuine concern. The hero had already begun to call his name and was kneeling down when suddenly the elder stopped him with an order to be silent, and his voice was so powerful that Woon Hui froze, not saying a word. The fourth supreme could not understand how his student could kneel before someone else, because he as a master was there and had to protect his honor, not allowing such humiliation in front of others. The elder looked intently at the commander, who was here, and the latter, meeting his gaze, coldly replied that he had simply come to see the healer, not wanting to reveal the true intentions of his visit. The man, having looked around the room, sternly asked if the divine healer was present here, his voice filled with determination and demand, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. Words came from the next room, someone declaring that he hadn't seen the Supreme Elder in a long time, his voice filled with both respect and a certain surprise, as if his presence had come as a surprise to him. The divine healer came out to meet the man, saying with a slight smile that he hoped for his strong bones, inviting him to drink a cup of tea, creating an atmosphere of calm despite the tension of the situation. The man refused, and the girl, shocked by this behavior, sharply declared that he had no nobility whatsoever. Her words sounded sharp and ruthless, as if revealing the hidden truth about his character. Woon Hui watched what was happening in front of him and realized that this man was middle-aged and a divine healer, but he didn't expect him to look like that at all. The man said that they would get down to business immediately and ordered his student to be healed, because his energy core was damaged, and if he still healed him, the elder would give him his nameplate. The healer instantly refused, causing genuine shock on the man's face, whose unexpected reaction only accentuated the tension of the situation and made everyone present hold their breath in anticipation. He explained that he had many name cards from treating important people from all over the Central Plains, which indicated his extensive experience and respect among influential people. Woon Hui stared intently at the pile of name cards scattered before him and was surprised to realize that he was unable to count how many there were, due to their large number and chaotic arrangement. The guy mentally concludes that the Supreme Elder's card has no chance of matching the cards of the 4 assassins or the 8 best masters of the Central Plains. Furthermore, he explains that if it concerns a damaged Dantian, it is not a matter of life or death, and it can wait because he cannot afford to take care of a student by removing an important patient. The healer said they could come later, and the boy, watching his calm confidence, wondered who this important patient could be, deserving such attention. The Supreme Elder, in an incredibly angry state, said that if he did not cure the young man, he would only be able to use his innate energy, which ultimately defeated him. But he asks if the healer will really be able to cure him, if he will let him die, and if he will be able to call himself a doctor. After such a moment, the young man is shocked by the man's cunning. The master understands that if we are talking about this particular healer, he can even heal a broken skull, and asks if he needs to do this in order to help the young man. The healer, with an ironic smile, said that he felt sorry for the young man, and if he intended to kill him, let him do it outside the room, because he had important matters that could not be delayed. The door suddenly closed in front of the Supreme Elder, leaving him in a state of confusion, like a mystery that unexpectedly closed the path and made him doubt his further actions. The elder, overcome with rage, abruptly threw the student back, unable to contain his irritation and the strength that poured into his every movement, forcing those around him to retreat, shocked by his explosion of emotions. He couldn't understand how the healer could ignore him, and he thought that if this important patient disappeared, then the healer would become much more compliant and pay attention to him. The woman sternly asked him to stop this behavior, trying to calm the situation and restore order amidst the tense atmosphere. Did she dare to block the elder's path? And her bold reaction only fueled his even greater desire to find out who was really hiding behind that door, who that patient was. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened dramatically, as if he had seen something unexpected and stunning, which instantly changed his mood and the entire situation around him. The young man watched those around him, not understanding what had happened, because at that moment, everyone around him fell silent, as if time had stopped for a moment, and this silence filled the air with an uncertain tension. He notices the 6 blood star's throat begin to vibrate, and quickly realizes that they communicate with each other through subtle vibrations that are imperceptible to others but very effective at conveying messages. They ordered everyone to wait outside the door, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation that every moment could be decisive in the further development of events. Apart from the witch, the young man could not make out who exactly was standing behind him, as the figure was hidden in the shadows and her face remained invisible, which added to the mystery of this enigmatic presence. The man asked the woman if what he had just heard was true, waiting for her answer with tension and doubt. The Supreme Elder threatens that if the woman came up with this to get away from him, then she won't get away with it at all. She assured him not to worry, stating firmly that there was no lie in her words and everything she said was the truth without any hint of deception. Wunhui, clutching his stomach, thought that his poor health was due to the fact that he had drunk too much yesterday, which had caused discomfort and pain, and perhaps even thirst inside his body. The guy thinks that the patient is really honorable, so much so that even the teacher can't harm him, but he's already tired of waiting for his husband. He doesn't understand how much longer they'll talk. Sodom asked the boy if he knew who he was talking about, to which the young man replied that he was not sure who exactly the master could pay such attention to, since the leader of the blood cult had died, leaving it a mystery. The boy turned to the girl, noting that this question seemed somewhat strange and unexpected to him, causing him some surprise. The Southern Sword says that if you think about it, this is not the first time a girl has asked something like this, because he doesn't understand why she is addressing the young man as if he should know the future. The boy says that it's as if Wunhui died and returned to the past to ask him about something, to which he replies that he was actually reborn, meaning he died and returned to the past. These words caused the boy an incredible shock. His mind was swept by an unexpected wave of astonishment that made him freeze for a moment, not knowing how to react further to such unexpected information. Holding his head, he cannot believe the reality and asks if this is really true and not a simple metaphor, to which the girl, folding her arms, said that she told him about it and was not lying. The guy told him not to believe her words either, but she abruptly shut him up, telling him not to interfere when swords are talking to each other. Sodom asks where he's going. The hero says to the warehouse or the kitchen, because he'll die if he doesn't drink at least a drop of water. He realizes that yesterday dividing a large jug between the 3 of them was a terrible idea. The protagonist realizes that this is exactly the place he was looking for, and realizes that this is the same food warehouse he was thinking about earlier. Wunhui notices someone standing ahead and quickens his steps, trying to make out the figure in the semi-darkness, feeling both curious and a little afraid. The girl who was there didn't notice his presence, remaining focused on her own business and completely unaware that Wunhui was already standing nearby. The guy watched her eat a lot and mentally remarked that whoever she was, she really had a good appetite, which caused him a slight surprise and affection. Wunhui was surprised and even a little impressed, as he did not expect to see such casual behavior, which was in sharp contrast to his idea of this girl. He slowly and carefully left the room, apologizing loudly for accidentally disturbing her, expressing his sincere remorse, and trying to avoid any misunderstandings or unnecessary attention to himself. She abruptly asked him to stop, asking if he was a disciple of one of the 4 Supreme Elders, her voice filled with curiosity, which made the boy think about his answer. An unfamiliar girl asks him to forget everything he saw because she is on a diet, but Woon Hui replies that it was the beef jerky that she had just eaten with such an unbearable appetite. She says she ate very little because she was worried she might faint from not eating for several days, but the young man thought she wanted to eat half the plate. She seriously asked him not to share this information with anyone, emphasizing the importance of maintaining secrecy, as any disclosure could have unforeseen consequences for both of them. Instead, she offered him coins, holding out her hand, and the boy thought her behavior was rather strange, because such an unexpected offer of money caused him doubts and a slight surprise. The young man thought that she could have simply asked for it, rather than paying him for silence, but suddenly he heard the elder calling him, and this unexpected call sharply distracted his attention. With a sharp cry filled with severity, he ordered the young man to come to him immediately, leaving no room for refusal or objection. When the young man abruptly stood up and was about to leave, the unfamiliar girl loudly asked him to wait. Her voice sounded insistent and forced him to stop, although he was full of determination. The elder, in a threatening tone, asked if he would really have to wait so long for his pet during an important battle, hinting at impatience and dissatisfaction with the delay. The man sternly asked what he was doing here, to which Woon Hui calmly replied that he was simply looking for a place to drink water, trying to avoid unnecessary problems and not arousing suspicion. An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in the young man's head, causing him surprise and misunderstanding, because he could not understand where this voice came from and what it meant. The same unknown girl who had penetrated his thoughts coldly warned him that she would kill him if he ever told anyone about her, making the young man feel fear and hopelessness. He admits that he couldn't find any water, but the woman is surprised by this, as the supply warehouse was right behind him, and she couldn't understand how he could have walked past it without noticing. The relationship between the elder and his teacher seems truly strong and friendly, imbued with mutual respect and trust, which is evident in every interaction they have. After all, the very fact that the master finally accepted a disciple is considered a great blessing for the entire cult, a symbol of a new beginning and the strengthening of its power and influence. Woon Hui looks at the woman with a sense of incomprehension, unable to decipher her mysterious and piercing gaze, which seems to him full of secrets and hidden intentions. He doesn't understand why his head is spinning, because he doesn't feel physically tired or sick, but the feeling of dizziness still bothers him and makes him worry. The voice in his head strictly orders him not to look the girl in the eye, because he is too inexperienced and weak to withstand her power, and any direct contact could lead to dangerous consequences for him. Woon Hui guesses that the dizziness is just the woman's doing, but doesn't understand why his innate energy activated on its own, even though the man had turned to her and told her not to do it. To which the Blood Witch replies that she didn't even think about it, because right now one of the four Supreme Elders is standing in front of her and, changing the subject, says that they need to leave. She slowly walks away, addressing her husband with cold confidence, saying that their meeting will definitely happen next time, leaving behind a feeling of tension and uncertainty. At this point, the man turns to the young man and says that everything was not so simple, because he needs to find some medicinal herb or something like that to cure the boy. The hero remembers that the flower of rebirth of the lower Dantian is the very rare herb that the doctor was looking for in his past life, and this thought gives him a strange feeling of connection between the past and the present. The master looks at him seriously and says that the doctor said that whoever brings him the herb first will be given a special card that will allow him to treat them at any time. Woon Hui mentally said that he knew where to find the necessary plant, but the man said out loud that he really hoped that the young lady would not get involved in this, which caused the young man to misunderstand who he was talking about. The hero again remembers the stern warning of the voice in his head that if he tells anyone about her, she will mercilessly kill him, and this threat does not let him forget about the danger for a moment. But again, that voice in his head speaks, reminding the young man that he remembers the person who used to stand behind the divine healer, causing him mixed feelings of fear and curiosity. The voice in his head adds that this woman is the granddaughter of the past leader of the blood cult, and as the young man's eyes widen, he cannot believe that the blood demon lineage still exists, as he knew nothing about it in his past life. The demon of blood, a significant figure in the history of Murim, is the one who managed to unite many unorthodox sects and dark masters into an organization known as the Cult of Blood. And to stop the demon of blood, in the past, the Orthodox sects for a while forgot about their eternal disputes and united in an alliance. And even the incomparable, the strongest figure of that time, entered this war. And it all happened because of one man, the blood demon, whose shadow still hangs over their world, influencing the destinies of many and leaving an indelible mark on history. In a fierce battle against the best masters of Murim, he died from grievous wounds, while the alliance did not stop until they had destroyed his entire lineage to ensure that the cult of blood would never be revived. Or so Woon Hui thought up until this point, as he could not have imagined that he would ever see one of the descendants of the blood demon so close. And this discovery turns his worldview upside down and makes him question everything. However, Sodom says that thanks to this, the man accepted the divine doctor's offer, to which the boy replies that it was all due to his knowledge from his past life as a spy of the blood cult. Woon Hui understands that he has a high chance of finding a benefactor in the person for whom the doctor is looking for this medicinal herb, but he doesn't understand whether this will be enough. He mentally says that even if he doesn't become stronger, even if he is in a better position than in his past life, he will still remain a pawn in the hands of those who are above him. The sword asks if he plans to look for this herb, to which the hero replies positively because he does not understand why he should miss such an opportunity. Sodom thinks that connections with great people have never harmed anyone. Holding him, he says that he doesn't understand why he's sitting, because it's possible that someone will find the grass before him, and then he'll be in trouble. But Woon Hui replies that there's no point in going there right now. Looking at the sunset, the young man says that he will not be able to see the flower now because it is sleeping. The divine doctor's search took 4 days because he did not know about this feature. As soon as the sun sets and the sky darkens, he will emerge from his hiding place, peering cautiously into the darkness, listening for every sound to begin the long-planned task. All the other people will slowly begin to disperse. Some will hurry, some will linger for a moment longer. Looking back at the empty streets, they will set off in search, guided only by courage, inner calling, and hope. The boy believes that he is in good shape, because he remembers well how in a past life he looked with envy at those who mastered the Qigong technique, dreaming of one day mastering it on his own and achieving similar inner strength. Suddenly, the southern sword seems to be calling the young man, attracting his attention with its mysterious power. He feels that the time has come to answer this unusual call and begin his fateful journey. They noticed that someone was watching them, and he realized that there was still someone who cared about his existence and who was truly interested in his fate. The young swordsman asked if the boy would tell him who exactly was following him, hoping to get an answer that would dispel his doubts and clarify the unknown observer's true intentions. He explained that this was the girl they had seen at the warehouse, and added that their speed was almost the same, so she managed to keep up, which made her pursuit particularly dangerous and unpredictable. The young man doesn't understand if this is even possible, because even if she honed her skills with all her might, with such a plump body, the girl simply wouldn't be able to last long. He thinks he might be able to break away if he can somehow slow her down, because their speed is almost the same, and even a small advantage could be decisive in this chase. First of all, he must raise a wall of snow into the air to create an obstacle in front of his pursuer, using his skills and strength to help him buy time and increase the distance between them. Now her view was closed, and she couldn't see what was happening around her, which gave him a significant advantage in pursuit and allowed him to plan his next steps without the risk of being spotted. Then Woon Hui decided to climb the bamboo to get a better view of his surroundings and understand what to do next, a decision that could be key in his fight for the upper hand over his pursuer. He knew she would lose sight of him, even if she continued to find their trail. They would be far away, leaving only blurred footprints behind, and she would have to waste time searching for them. Suddenly, the boy shouted for him to look up, warning of danger or something unexpected that could change the course of events and required immediate attention. The girl suddenly appeared right in front of him, blocking his path, and he felt an unexpected tension, realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn. She looked at him as if hypnotizing him and ordered him not to move. Her voice was calm, but there was a sense of authority in it that forced him to obey without any resistance. The young man's pupils narrowed as he looked at her, as if subconsciously feeling her influence in the power emanating from her gaze, which made his heart beat faster and his thoughts confused. She then instantly turned her attack on him, moving with unprecedented speed and determination, leaving little chance for defense or escape in this dangerous encounter. He rests his sword on her, trying to contain the attack, and asks her why she is attacking him, hoping to understand her motives and find a way to avoid conflict. The guy realized that she was much stronger than him, feeling her every move as an advantage, which put him in a dangerous position and forced him to look for another way to deal with the situation. She replied that she had heard about his Dantian problems, but noted that he was well-versed in Qigong techniques, making him an opponent not to be underestimated, which was why she was interested in him. She used her power again, instantly attacking with new determination and speed, trying to break his defenses and force him to retreat, leaving him no room for error. Wenhui did not understand what technique it was, because its movements were like those of a hawk ruthlessly hunting for prey, sharp and precise, leaving no chance for escape or defense. In addition, her hands were enveloped in a red force that pulsed and radiated threatening energy, amplifying her every movement and making her attack even more dangerous and unpredictable for the young man. And then he realized that she possessed the Blood Witch's techniques, and if the fight dragged on, his situation would only worsen, because her strength would grow and his chances of victory would become less and less. He realized that he had no chance against her, feeling powerless in the face of her extraordinary strength and technique, making any attempt at resistance futile and dangerous to his life. Wenhui realized that he needed to get her to talk as soon as possible, hoping to find a weak spot or at least buy time before the situation became completely hopeless and dangerous for him. It was as if a snowstorm had suddenly engulfed them, obscuring visibility and creating a sense of chaos and defenselessness that heightened every movement and heightened the tension in this dangerous situation. She asked if he did it on purpose, to which he responded by asking why she was pursuing him, hoping to understand her motives and resolve the conflict with words rather than force. The girl apologizes and explains that she saw him go somewhere in the middle of the night, but it seems suspicious to her. Wenhui asks if that's the only reason she decided to attack him, and in general, what does she care where he goes? She replied that, of course, she was interested in him, because he knew where to find the plant she was looking for, and that was why she was pursuing him, hoping to get this information at any cost. Wenhui looks at her and doesn't understand where she got this information from, but says he doesn't know what it's about, because if he wanted to find the flower, he wouldn't be looking for it in the middle of the dark night. So she says that he doesn't need to be wary of her, because she is a disciple of the sixth blood star named Ha Yun, and she is actually a friend of the person for whom they are looking for this herb. He replies that he's not sure, but he knows a few places where you can find her, but it's hard to get there, and definitely not today. The girl replies that he just wants to get away from her, and asks to take her with him. In return, she promised to give him all her tablets with the right to enter the divine physician if he would help her find the plant, offering a lucrative deal that could change the course of events. Sodom asked if it wasn't a good deal, hesitating and pondering the terms, as the deal could bring him significant benefits, but at the same time raised doubts about the sincerity of the other party's intentions. Judging by the fact that she started making such a generous offer from the beginning, she doesn't know how to bargain at all, because that morning she had already shown her patience when she offered silver for silence. The hero understood that if he continued to doubt and delay, he would only take advantage of this and demand something more advantageous, increasing his advantage in negotiations and putting her in an even more difficult position. She warned him not to try to escape, as she was much faster, and any attempt to avoid the encounter would end in her victory, making escape virtually impossible and dangerous for him. Wenhui says if she's hinting at cooperation, then how about increasing one reward to cement their trust? And she's not at all clear on what other reward he's telling her about. She asks again. He asked her to teach him that slippery and incredibly fast move she had used against him earlier, genuinely interested in her technique and acknowledging her skill. However, she says that it is very rude to ask to show the second master's technique, but he suddenly replies that if the girl doesn't want to, then he went himself, sincerely convinced that she will do it. She agreed to teach him this move, but made a condition that he could only use it against those he truly intended to kill, as this technique was too dangerous for normal combat. Sodom replies that she has cornered herself and agreed, even though she doesn't want to which Southern Sword replies that she thinks this friendship is really important to her, But the young man disagrees. The lady asked if he was using qigong at the expense of his own innate energy, and noted that in this way he was only shortening his own life, bringing death closer with each use of this power. She tries to give him advice and says that it's better for him not to do it because it will really use up all his innate energy, to which the young man says that he has no choice because his dantian is destroyed. So yes. I asked how she knew he knew where the right grass grew, and she replied that the first thing that gave him away was his behavior, which was overly cautious, wary, and as if he was trying to hide something. The young lady says that everyone in the Valley of Six Bloods searched around today for at least a quarter of a day, and she met all the elders here and there many times, but he was nowhere to be seen. And the second was what finally convinced her of her suspicions. Although she didn't explain what exactly, her confident gaze left no doubt. Everything had already become obvious to her. When she, following him, felt that he was running in a certain direction, without looking back at all, as if he knew where he was going, to which Wen Hui mentally concluded that she was smart, not even able to justify herself. The girl asked if his name was Wen Hui, to which he confirmed, adding that she was older than him so she could address him informally to dispel the formality in their conversation. She indignantly declared that she was not as old as he thought, and accused him of making such an assumption about a student, demonstrating a sharp character and self-confidence. Arriving at the place, the young man told her that the grass was below and that they had to go down. She asked if he had given away their secret, to which he replied with a smile that he had not told because he had not received what he had promised. In the middle of a cold stone cave, a rare blue flower bloomed with petals that seemed to glow from within, and in its core lay strange fruits, to which a hand, full of hope and caution, cautiously reached. Wen Hui took the plant in his hand and said that it was her, confirming his words with a confident tone and looking at the girl with hope that this find would change their situation. He added that it was the same herb that the divine physician was looking for, emphasizing the importance of his find and trying to convince the girl of the plant's value to their cause. The lady realized that the grass was indeed found here, so she suggested taking it and returning immediately, understanding the importance of time and that their goal had almost been achieved. Wen Hui mentally noted that she looked happy, just as he had expected, feeling a slight sense of relief that their efforts had not been in vain and that their goal was close. Suddenly, the girl shouted loudly, warning the young man to be careful, because danger could lurk from any direction, and every second required close attention. Unknown warriors quietly and imperceptibly approached them, creating a sense of imminent threat and forcing them to tense up, preparing for a possible clash. Wen Hui realized in despair that they had not noticed these warriors approaching unnoticed, and now they were in danger, with no time to prepare or escape. Beckrena realized that these people were truly strong, feeling their strength even without any visible collision, and it made her heart beat faster, preparing for a tough fight. One of them said that they had not been mistaken in following the young man, and then taking the flower, ordered them to be disposed of, confirming that their mission must be completed at all costs. The girl sharply asked who they were, her voice sounding resolute and unwavering, as if she were challenging her enemies to reveal their intentions and identity, not wanting to remain in the dark. Wen Hui couldn't figure out how long they had been following him, feeling surprised and alarmed by how inconspicuously and for how long he had been followed, which created a sense of constant danger. Suddenly, one of the strangers apologized to the disciple of one of the four elders, showing respect and acknowledging his status, which unexpectedly changed the atmosphere of tension between them. But suddenly, he abruptly prepared an attack, his movements becoming swift and unpredictable, as if all the apologies were just a flattering trick before the next attack. He struck the young man with incredible force, stunning and momentarily knocking him off balance, emphasizing the unpredictability and brutality of the attack. The lady's eyes opened wide with realization of the seriousness of their situation, and a tension appeared in her gaze that reflected a deep understanding of the danger that hung over them. She called out to the young man, but he was lying on the ground, not moving, which made her anxious and forced her to look for a way to help him in this critical situation. It was hard to believe that the attack was so powerful that it knocked him unconscious, leaving the young man motionless and defenseless on the cold ground. She noticed how the unfamiliar warriors had already disappeared, realizing that it was impossible to catch up with them at their speed, and this made her feel both disappointed and the need to look for another way out. Her thoughts intertwined and confused as she looked at the young man, feeling a mixture of worry, doubt, and hope that their journey was not yet complete and new challenges lay ahead. She realized that she needed to catch up with those who had disappeared, so she asked the young man to wait, assuring him that she would definitely come back for him because their common goal remained unfinished. Wen Hui, coming to his senses, realizes that the girl managed to avoid harm because she is stronger than him, which is of course a good thing. But before leaving, she could have at least pressed his acupuncture points. The boy couldn't understand what was happening, as the pressure around him suddenly eased, leaving him in a state of confusion and surprise at the unexpected change in circumstances. The southern sword appears next to him and explains that his innate inner energy reacted this way and asks if he is okay, to which the young man replies that everything is fine and his energy has many hidden possibilities. Sodom was very angry because she could not understand how the girl abandoned the one who helped her, calling her insulting words because she put some kind of grass above a person. She suggested that the boy follow them, but he hesitated, not being sure of the correctness of this step and hesitating because of the possible dangers that lay ahead. Wen Hui explained that the flower was still too immature and therefore shouldn't be taken, as it could jeopardize their goal or even harm the healing process. The master explains that the seeds that ripen in the lower dantian rebirth flower change as it grows, and in a fully grown plant, there should be 7 formed fruits that glow green. The swords noticed that the flower they had taken had 5 yellow balls in it, which surprised them and made them think about the true value of this plant. Wen Hui noticed that this herb was growing everywhere here, but not all of it was ripe, which made him doubt its usefulness and possibility of use in their business. He approaches the waterfall and says that in fact the finished flower was found right behind this frozen water, and they were lucky that they found it so early because they would have picked the right one. It was too dark inside, not even the moonlight could penetrate, creating a thick darkness that enveloped everything around, adding to the sense of mystery and danger. Sodom pointed to some light as the young man praised her, and they realized they had found 7 fruits with a green glow, an important find on their journey. Despite the fact that there were only 2 flowers, both turned out to be fully ripe and ready to use, which was a real stroke of luck for them in conditions of limited time and resources. The divine herb, which only blooms on winter nights, was so cold that even if you put your hand to it, it would immediately freeze, emphasizing its rarity and dangerous nature. Wen Hui understood that the most important thing was not to damage the roots, because even the slightest mistake could destroy the healing power of the plant and nullify all their efforts. The boy realized how cold it was here, and mentally wished it were just as cool here in the summer, dreaming of constant freshness and an escape from the exhausting heat. Sodom, glancing at the broken sword lying on the ground, quietly said that he wanted to speak to the young man, as if the weapon itself held unfinished words or memories of the battle. He asked her to wait, as he was almost done with his work, to which she replied that she would obey the sword herself, not wishing to delay any longer and feeling that the truth could not wait. The girl did not understand anything because the sword had a cracked core, and the connection with it was unstable, as if its voice was coming from the depths of the void, torn and distorted. She could only hear one word, "Run," that rang out through the cracks in the broken core of the sword, leaving behind a sense of anxiety and unknown meaning that could change everything. She ordered the hero not to ask questions and to simply run as fast as possible, because she understood that time was not on their side and every second could decide their fate. Pointing her finger at some beast, she realized they were too late and immediately ordered them to draw their swords, preparing for the possible danger looming over them. But suddenly he was thrown sharply upwards, preparing for an unexpected blow. His movements became swift and decisive, as if anticipating the impending danger. He couldn't understand what exactly had happened when Southern Sword declared that he had never seen anything like it before, leaving everyone in amazement and anticipation of what would happen next. Seo Wen Hui realized that fighting in such darkness was impossible, as it completely deprived him of orientation, making every movement uncertain and dangerous. So he took the grass with him, and now the main task was to get out of this dark place as quickly as possible. Even despite the dangers lurking around, he understood that he had to act. Seo Wen Hui saw a light ahead, marking the exit from the dark space, and felt a surge of hope, realizing that leaving the dangers behind and reaching a safe place was his only and most important goal now. The figure of the young man standing before it was reflected in the beast's dark purple eyes, creating a sense of tense interaction between the predator and its potential prey. He watched the boy's attempts to get out of the dark cave, carefully following his every move, as if deciding whether to intervene or wait for a more opportune moment to act. Suddenly, the beast jumped up sharply, trying to reach the young man. Its movements were quick and unexpected, creating a threatening atmosphere that forced the boy to react instantly to avoid danger. The southern sword ordered them to be alert because at such a close distance the boy would not be able to escape, so they had to act quickly and carefully so as not to lose the chance of success in this dangerous situation. He told the young man to return and strike the beast, understanding that this would be the key to salvation and give them a chance to get out of the dangerous trap. The guy doubted whether this plan would work against the monster because he was not confident in his abilities and whether his blow would be able to stop the terrible opponent. He had no other option, so despite his doubts and fear, he had to take a risk and try to strike the beast, realizing that this was his only chance for salvation. Seo Wenhui began to use the techniques he had previously learned, hoping that the acquired skills would help him confront the dangerous beast and get out of the dark cave alive. The young warrior realized that the battle was difficult, but he managed to hit the enemy's weak points, which gave him hope for victory and the opportunity to change the course of the battle. He still couldn't figure out what kind of monster was in front of him. His appearance and behavior remained a mystery that only added to his anxiety and made him be on the alert. The only thing that was clear to the young man was that his attacks had no effect on the monster, which caused despair and forced him to look for other ways to confront the extremely strong enemy, which seemed almost invulnerable. They noticed that the beast was frightened, so it began to behave more cautiously, carefully weighing every step and trying to avoid rash actions that could lead to danger or defeat. The boy tells the young man to seize the moment while the enemy is confused, because this is the only chance to deliver a well-aimed blow and change the course of the battle in his favor, not to waste time and act decisively. Seo Wenhui is convinced that he will kill the monster, so he must take the risk or he will lose his chance. Even if it costs him a lot, it will be the only way to salvation and victory. The boy decided to use his most powerful technique, hoping that it would help him defeat the monster and turn the tide of the battle in his favor, even if it would require all his strength and courage. With a confident look, the young man began to attack the enemy, putting all his strength and skills into each movement, determined to defeat the enemy, despite all the difficulties and dangers that awaited him. He used the withdrawn mollusk technique, which required complete concentration and calm, allowing him to evade enemy attacks and prepare for a counterattack with maximum efficiency. The beast fell to the ground, probably fatally, and the young man watched with cautious hope, understanding that the battle might be over, but remaining wary of possible surprises. Seo Wenhui felt joy, realizing that his attack had finally worked, and this filled him with new strength and confidence to continue fighting, because he understood that victory was his. But suddenly the young man's eyes widened sharply in surprise, as he noticed something dangerous or unpredictable, which made him instantly switch from joy to tension and readiness for new challenges. The girl is happy, but her emotions quickly turn to confusion when she realizes that the situation is much more complicated than it initially seemed, and that new unpredictable challenges await them. A strong wave abruptly threw him to the floor, causing him to feel pain and loss of balance. An even greater tension flared up around him, threatening to change the course of events at any moment. Sodom did not understand what had happened to the young man. Her face was filled with excitement and anxiety because he remained motionless, and she did not know whether he was injured or had lost consciousness. A black liquid drips from the warrior's mouth, and he instantly realizes that it is poison that is rapidly spreading through his body, threatening his life and forcing him to look for a way to stop the poisoning. He feels the poison slowly moving down his leg, and his inner energy fights the poison, but the pain does not subside and intensifies, forcing him to focus on the fight for his own survival. The poison was incredibly strong, as if the young man had been thrown into a fire. The pain was searing and unbearable, piercing every nerve, forcing him to fight for control of his body and not lose consciousness. He loses clarity of thought and desperately searches for a way to relieve the searing heat that engulfs his body, battling a deadly poisoning that is slowly destroying his consciousness and strength. The young man thinks that perhaps the herb will help him cope with the poison, restore his strength, and relieve the burning pain, hoping for its healing properties in this critical situation. Wen Hui hopes that this flower, which has a debilitating cold, can cool his burning body and ease the pain, helping him overcome the poisoning and preserve his strength for further fighting. Suddenly his throat felt as if ice water had been poured over it, and a sharp chill swept through his body, bringing brief relief and restoring clarity of thought amidst the pain and heat. He can't breathe, feeling the incredible cold permeating every cell of his body, forcing him to fight between the desire to breathe in air and the feeling as if the frost is penetrating deep inside. The heat and cold raging inside seemed to tear him apart when the girl shouted for him to immediately mix both forces and try to take their energy under control. Otherwise, his body would not be able to withstand it. She screams, has he really returned from the other world only to now simply give up and leave life again? Full of anger and despair, trying to awaken in him the will to fight. Seo Wen Hui realizes that Sodom is right, because he was given another chance and he has no right to waste it. So he must gather all his strength and control the chaos raging inside. And if he can't cope with such pain, he will be no better than the past self. So weak, so confused, the one who once gave up and lost everything he had. He felt his condition gradually improving, his thoughts becoming clearer, as if the fog in his mind had lifted, and sighing with relief, he sincerely thanked Sodom for her support and the words that had restored his strength. Seo Wen Hui looked down at his hand and saw blue dots on his skin, pulsing with a faint light, like echoes of the struggle within, making him wonder what had changed in his body. The young man realizes that the Big Dipper has shone again on his hand. The familiar constellations of blue dots have formed a clear pattern, radiating peace and strength, as if confirming his rebirth. A familiar voice, full of mysterious power and prophecy, speaks from the depths of silence that the heavens will open only when he, chosen by fate, fully masters the sword destined for him before birth. He understands that he has heard this voice before, when the blue fire burned before him, but now he is overcome with deep despair, because he realizes that he lost concentration at a moment that could have brought him closer to fulfilling the prophecy. His body is torn apart by unbearable pain, piercing every nerve, and combined with despair from the loss of concentration and the memory of a familiar voice heard once in the glow of blue fire. Two powerful energies have come together in a fierce confrontation, intertwining within him, and now these forces, arguing with each other within him, are not only destroying him from within, but also seeking to destroy him completely. The young man hears the commanding and calm voice of the Southern Sword, which commands him not to interrupt the circulation under any circumstances, but instead to focus and continue to control the innate energy of the core. The sword explaining that under no circumstances should the hero be allowed to lose control of the two energies, orders the young man to immediately direct both energies in accordance with the inner flow. Seo Wen Hui, caught between burning pain and a mad whirlwind of energies, asks with a strained voice, not fully understanding how to direct these uncontrollable forces in accordance with the inner flow. The young man, although full of doubts, resolutely says that he will now try to concentrate and direct the two opposing energies in accordance with the inner flow, hoping to maintain balance. He must think of his energy as a still, cold, and unwavering lake into which two streams come, having lost their direction, and only when the waves of these streams find their way into the lake will their noise subside and the force be balanced. Seo Wen Hui suddenly realizes that everything around him has become quiet. The pain has receded, the storm of energies inside him has subsided, and peace has reigned in his soul, like a cold, unwavering lake that has finally accepted all the flows. The two forces in his body gradually subside, and he feels a deep peace in his soul, as if the five elements have finally found a perfect balance, creating a harmony that fills his inner being with strength. Sodom asks how he feels, to which the young man calmly replies that he was helped by the Southern Sword, whose wisdom and strength supported him in his darkest moments, allowing him to find balance and feel inner peace. The girl, not believing what she heard, doubtfully asks him if he really thinks so, because the words about the help of the Southern Sword seem too unusual and difficult to perceive, as if he himself barely believes what he is saying. She couldn't believe his words, as the Southern Sky Metal Sword lay only a few meters away from him, and it seemed strange to her that he would attribute his power to this sword. The boy doesn't understand how Woon Hui can hear his voice, and the young man explains that after the voice of the blue fire sounded in his head, he began to feel and hear the southern sky as if there was an invisible connection between them. Sodom understands that the blue fire is the same power from the secret records of the immortal sword that Seo Woon Hui had already spoken about, and he is now certain that this ability becomes stronger when a new star burns on his hand. The girl wondered at what distance the young man would now be able to hear her, and said that if there was an opportunity to leave the Valley of Six Bloods, she should try again to find the secret records of the immortal sword. The boy looks at the monster he just defeated, but does not understand what kind of creature it is, when suddenly the southern sword says that from its form, it may be an immortal creature that is impervious to death. The boy's eyes widen with horror and surprise, and with all determination, he says that he needs to run away from here immediately, because he understands that confronting an immortal monster is dangerous. But suddenly the boy begins to lose his balance. His legs give way, and he falls to the ground, feeling weakness take over his body, leaving him helpless at the most dangerous moment. Sodom asks with concern if the young man is okay, and why he suddenly fell, to which the young man, trying to hide his weakness, replies that he simply slipped, although in reality he feels that something is much more serious. The southern sword commands him to focus and use the core's internal energy to examine his internal organs, discover the source of weakness, and understand if his body is hiding a dangerous threat. After listening, he gathered all his will and concentrated, trying to activate the inner energy of his core, feeling it begin to pulse inside, ready to explore his body and uncover hidden problems. But suddenly his eyes widen in surprise and fear, because during the activation of the inner energy of the core, he discovers something unusual and disturbing, which makes his heart beat faster and fills his mind with anxiety. He understands that he is already able to use an amount of energy that would normally only be accumulated after 30 years of cultivation, and this opens up incredible possibilities for him. The boy explains that the innate energy of the core is directly linked to the life force and is not something that can be enhanced through potions or external means, but instead is only activated in emergency situations. The beast's poisonous saliva combined with the cold of the healing flower unexpectedly activated the development of his innate energy, awakening the powers that had previously slept within him. Seo Woon Hui realizes that although he cannot yet fully control his inner energy, he already has innate core energy, a special power that is born with him and is capable of awakening in the most difficult moments. And now, as a result of what he experienced, his total energy reserve far exceeds that of a first-class martial artist. Sodom asks if he had survived the pain of death. Would he have become stronger? She smiles and says that she has a brilliant idea, then asks if there is at least one flower left that could help solve their difficult situation. And now that he has already understood how to control both poison and cold, she confidently asks him to repeat it again to strengthen the connection with the innate energy of the core and learn to control it even more deeply. After all, if he could survive this time, his innate core energy would increase again, and then he would grow into an incredible master whose strength would be equivalent to 60 years of persistent cultivation. The girl indignantly said that it was just a joke when the young man suddenly threw her away from him, but he remained calm because he already knew that even at a distance he would be able to hear her voice, and she apologized. The two warriors who had stolen the flower they had found, like shadows cutting through the air, rushed forward at breakneck speed, trying to leave as few traces as possible so that no one could discover their location. But one of the soldiers suddenly said that he couldn't move anymore, because everything was getting blurry and dark in his eyes, to which the other one sharply replied that he must have just gotten fatter if his stamina had dropped so quickly. They realized with surprise and relief that they were incredibly lucky to decide to follow the young man, because it turned out to be not just a good opportunity, but a truly brilliant idea. However, one of them, still not hiding his surprise, asked how it happened that a boy with a destroyed Dantian could continue to fight with such strength that defies any logical explanation. At the very moment when he was saying with a smile on his lips that they were incredibly lucky to take the grass without a fight, his eyes suddenly widen in shock, because he feels something behind him. Behind them, they suddenly notice a girl who, despite the distance and fatigue, managed to catch up with them, and her gaze, full of determination and fire, immediately makes it clear that this time they will not be able to escape without a fight. She strictly demands that the flower be given to her immediately, her voice firm and uncompromising, because she knows the value of this gift and is not going to let them take it away without a fight or explanation. The warrior realizes with great attention and surprise that, despite her stature, she possesses the fighting and bending techniques of the Blood Witch, making her an extremely dangerous opponent. However, the warrior understands that if he engages her in direct combat, the situation will change dramatically, because her skill and cunning in using the Blood Witch's techniques can quickly turn the tide of battle. The warrior is suddenly gripped by a piercing pain, and at the same moment he is subjected to a powerful attack that knocks him off balance, causing his body to feel each blow as a flash of fire that threatens to completely break his strength. His eyes widen in surprise and fear as he suddenly sees before him something he could never have imagined, something that exceeds all his expectations and challenges even the strongest warrior. Before him stands a sixth blood star, legendary as a warrior whose strength and skill have become a symbol of unstoppable power and deadly danger to anyone who dares to stand in her way. The woman coldly asks if they even realized who exactly they were attacking, her voice laced with contempt and authority, as if she had long been waiting for this moment and was confident in her undeniable superiority. She mockingly says that they probably only thought about the reward and never imagined that they could get away with it. And the girl adds ironically that she is very sorry. Sixth star, with slight relief, says that it's good that the girl wasn't hurt. But looking at her hands, she can't believe her eyes because she sees something extraordinary, indicating incredible strength. She explains that this is the same flower they are looking for and stole from her. And the woman realizes with sadness and determination that the plant has finally been found, which means that the fight for it is just beginning and it is impossible to retreat. So she says that now that the flower has returned to her, the girl can be free, but she replies firmly that she still has important work to do and she is not ready to back down just yet. The girl explains that she must return to where they were driven from, because only by completing this task will she be able to truly feel freedom and protect those who are dear to her, without leaving any debts to the past. Seo Woon Hui seems to be floating in the air. His body is light and elusive, as if freed from earthly gravity, and energy quietly pulsates around him, filling his every movement with special strength and harmony. The young man realizes that he can now jump high, and the sword replies that the innate energy of the core and its growth affect all the physical capabilities of the body, which have improved significantly. Ahead, they notice rapid movement, someone running towards them, and instantly realize that it is the girl, her determination and speed betraying a strong desire to catch up and take back what is hers. They couldn't believe that she had been running all this time, because even for an ordinary person, over a long distance, it takes a lot of strength, and with her body, it requires a lot of energy, but she most likely has great willpower. The Southern Sword explains to the young man that with the improvement of his innate energy, he will be able to prove himself, not worse at all, and understands that every time he becomes stronger, he can defeat anyone. The main character says that he is glad to see her, while the girl apologizes because she should have helped him in the first place and not rushed after those unknown warriors. He replies that in that situation, she was able to make only this one right choice, and in general, he didn't suffer that much. But suddenly the girl asks, looking at his leg, "What's wrong with her?" She can't believe they did this and asks how serious the injury is, to which the guy replies that everything is fine and asks if she managed to return the flower they found. She explains that her master helped her, and it was thanks to his support that she was able to rush to the young man in time to warn him of the danger and help at a critical moment. And just in case, she decided to give the medicinal herb to her, asking the woman to definitely take it to the doctor, because she knew that this plant could save lives and help with treatment. She insists that she will still receive her divine doctor card, as they agreed, and he curiously asks how she envisions the process, wanting to understand exactly what to expect. The girl confidently replies that she will definitely give the card, because she values their agreement and understands how important it is to maintain trust, so there is no doubt in her words she will fulfill her promise on time. But at the same time, she hints that perhaps the woman will ask for something in return for the card, some favor or help that will be important to her. her so she should be prepared for an unexpected exchange. The young man understands that if she really asks for something in return for the card, it could radically change the course of their story, because every decision and action will now matter, and the consequences may be unexpected. The sixth star of blood sternly tells her that all she needs to do is fulfill her request, and then she will give the card without hesitation, reminding her that every word has weight, and keeping a promise is the path to trust and mutual respect between them. The elder, looking at her, says that she didn't promise earlier that she wouldn't interfere, and in general, what right does she have to ask for something like this in exchange for a card? She coldly and uncompromisingly states that he has only two options, and the first of them is to join them, becoming part of their power and goals, which opens up new possibilities. Or she simply remains silent, leaving the second option unexpressed, silently making it clear that this choice may be much more frightening and unpredictable than the first. She coldly asks if he's even considering the second option, her voice filled with challenge and a hint of threat, as if reminding him that refusing to join could have serious consequences. He adds that sooner or later he will have to make his choice, because it is impossible to avoid decisions forever, and the moment will come when this choice determines not only his path, but also the fate of those around him. The man doubtfully asks if she really thinks he would fulfill her request just for the sake of his disciple's Dantian, hinting that even such an important reason might not be enough to make him comply. He contemptuously adds that he will give in anyway. So why waste time on empty talk and doubts when you can simply accept the inevitable and fulfill the condition without unnecessary resistance or illusions of choice? He replies that in that case, he cannot give him the Divine Doctor card, because if he acts without conviction, without awareness of his choice, then he is not worthy of the power that comes with this card. Suddenly, a young man enters the room and calmly greets his master. His voice sounds confident and warm, bringing with it a wave of unexpected calm and changing the atmosphere in the room. The man abruptly grabs the young man by the head, tilts him towards him, and coldly says that he is late and has no business here. His voice sounds irritated and stern. But suddenly a doctor appears and, addressing the woman, informs her that they will have to look for the flower again, because the first one turned out to be not mature enough for the full healing effect, and they have very little time. After all, the flower she brought turned out to be immature, and its healing properties are not enough to conduct a full course of recovery. Only a mature specimen is able to awaken the necessary strength. The doctor explains that a mature flower must have exactly 7 mature pearls, each of which contains concentrated healing energy, and only when all the pearls are present can the plant heal. And this flower has only 5 pearls, and they are yellow, which indicates its immaturity and insufficient strength, so its healing properties cannot ensure full recovery. The man smiles ironically and says that they will have to look for the plant again, because this one, although of little value, does not meet the necessary requirements, and the search for a real cure is just beginning. But suddenly, Seo Hui apologizes and says that there is no need for this, forcing everyone to listen to his words and reconsider their plans, because he has his own decision that could change the course of events. He confidently declares that he has a fully prepared flower that has all the necessary healing properties, and now they can postpone their search because the solution is right in front of them. The doctor says with surprise that this is truly an unusual coincidence, that 2 people found such a rare herb at the same time, because the chances of this happening are extremely small, and now new opportunities are opening up before them. The elder laughs and proudly says that the young man is truly a worthy disciple, because only a true master could find such a rare herb, showing his devotion and strength of spirit even in the most difficult circumstances. The young lady aggressively asked why he hid this information from her, and lied, feeling betrayed and disappointed, because she trusted him and counted on his honesty at the most crucial moment. He coldly replies that he gave her the flower, as they agreed, and emphasizes that it was she who broke their agreement, so he feels no guilt because he acted honestly and in accordance with his duties. Suddenly, she turns to the man and asks if he really heard that he was supposed to be given the Divine Doctor's card, and with undisguised surprise, asks if he received it. He said that the woman said that if he did not fulfill a certain request, he would never see the Divine Doctor's card, which emphasizes the seriousness of the request and calls into question his future plans and hopes. Then the woman asks if she really has the strength to set a condition, to which the man replies with irony, whether she even wants to give the card, hinting that it all depends on her determination. Her gaze becomes confused, reflecting doubt and hesitation, as if she suddenly realizes the full weight of her decision and the consequences it could have for everyone around her. She looks ahead, tensely searching her mind for her choice, going through all the possible options and consequences, trying to find the path that will lead to the best result. Seo Wun-hui asks with confusion and hope if he understood everything correctly, wanting to make sure he didn't miss any important details, because his further choices and future depend on it. And if that's the case, then let them take care of him, because now his fate depends entirely on their decisions and actions, and he's ready to accept the consequences, whatever they may be. Seo Wun-hui looks at the girl and says that she looks unhappy, but there's nothing you can do. It's a high-stakes game where every move matters, and sometimes you have to make certain decisions. Even before they arrived in the Valley of Blood, the girl had asked the young man if he trusted her master, her voice filled with invisible tension, as further cooperation depended on his answer. She says that she taught him the Qigong technique and doesn't understand why he doesn't trust her words, to which he replies that he trusts her, but isn't sure that the sixth blood star will give him the card. He asks her to think about what she will do if the woman refuses to give up the card, but the girl confidently replies that she believes her master will keep his word, and they will find a way to resolve everything without betrayals or surprises. The hero, with a slight doubt in his voice, asks if she is really sure of this, trying to understand how strong her faith in the master's word is and whether her conviction can be relied on in the most difficult situations. She responds resolutely and confidently that she trusts her master without any doubts, because he has never let her down and has always kept his word, even in the most difficult moments. After all, what student could doubt her master? And the young man, noticing her confidence, proposes to conclude a contract to cement their cooperation and mutual trust. The girl looks surprised, her eyes widening, and she thought for a moment, realizing that this contract could change their relationship and future forever. He says it's simple. She's betting that the woman can be trusted, but everything changes the moment the girl gives her the flower, and now their contract takes on new shapes, full of uncertainty. She said that they found him together, so she understands the importance of this matter. And the girl, realizing this, agrees, recognizing that only through joint efforts will they be able to achieve their goal. The young man further reasons that if he is right and does not receive the divine doctor's tablet, he should receive something in return, no less valuable, to which the girl noticed that he was talking like a thief and asked what he wanted in return. The guy asks if she really hinted recently that she knew some noble person, wondering if this secret could affect their cause and help them in future trials. She confirms that this is true, and Seo Wun-hui adds that if she is right and he gets the card, he will not need anything else from her, as this will be a crucial step in their case. But she doesn't understand why he asked about that mysterious person, and her gaze is filled with curiosity and slight doubt, as if she's searching for the hidden meaning in his words and trying to unravel his true intentions. She notes that, in the Valley of the Six Bloods, all the respectable people are somehow connected to the sixth star, and asks if the young man wants her to make a request to any of them. He calmly replies that he only wants one thing, that she contact them and ask for the divine doctor card, because that was their agreement, and now it's time to find out if her word and connections really have power. The eyes of the hero and the master widened as they saw what had happened, for before them was a picture of a fierce battle, the consequences of which were so sudden and unexpected that for a moment silence and tension hung in the air. They saw that the woman had cut off her fingers, and then the sixth blood star apologized for addressing the elder disrespectfully, bowing her head in respect, acknowledging her mistake. To this he replies that even a whole hand is not enough to apologize, but she calmly asks to take into account that she has important responsibilities that require both hands to fulfill. He accepts her apology and says that she has not lost her mind, because true strength is not in words, but in the wisdom and responsibility that she demonstrates by accepting difficult responsibilities with dignity and honor. She sincerely thanks him for his understanding and support, because his words gave her strength and confidence, confirmed that her efforts and responsibility did not go unnoticed and have true value. The doctor asked them to refrain from any rash actions, because there is an important patient here, and any unnecessary actions can harm his condition, so now they need to be calm and extremely careful. The man sternly tells him to hold his tongue, to which the man curiously asks if he is talking about the card, hinting that this topic can have unpredictable consequences and one should be careful with what one says. The elder replies that these are just formalities, and in any case, his request remains unchanged, says that the essence of the matter is more important than all the bureaucratic nuances, and expects a response without unnecessary excuses. The doctor accepted his flower, but he was currently dealing with an important patient. But he was willing to spare a few minutes, or better yet, offered to come closer to noon to give the matter proper attention. Seo Wunhui realizes that he has little time, so he carefully looks around, trying to assess the situation, to catch any signs of danger or opportunity before acting further. He jumped over the rocks, feeling every movement of his body, carefully choosing strong support so as not to lose his balance. Because this path was difficult and required maximum concentration and dexterity. As expected in these mountains, Hai Acheon's movement technique turns out to be the most effective, as it allows him to quickly and safely overcome difficult rocky routes using the strength and flexibility of his body. The girl asks if it's strange that the other girl is so important, because everyone looks up to her, as if she has a special power or influence that makes even strong and experienced people treat her with respect and caution. After all, yesterday the doctor looked at her and still decided to accept the young man. And the Blood Witch had previously looked at Ha-un and also changed her attitude, which indicates that this girl has considerable influence. Besides, this girl just stood there and watched as she cut her fingers, as if putting herself above the Blood Witch, her calm and confident gaze silently declaring her immense power and status. The young man says that it could be so, and if he is right, then this girl is not just a student, but a person with special status or power who can significantly influence the events and decisions around her. Sodom asks if she is not a disciple, then who could she be? To which Seo Wunhui replies that she is the natural granddaughter of demon blood, which explains her special status and the respect she commands among others. Southern Sword and Sodom were in incredible shock at these words, because the realization that the girl was the demon blood's own granddaughter radically changed their perception of the situation and raised the stakes in their fight. She doesn't understand how he came to this conclusion, and the boy explains that perhaps she gained weight so that no one would recognize her, hiding her true nature and avoiding unnecessary attention in a dangerous world. And come to think of it, she was talking about dieting, so it's possible that she's gaining weight because of some illness, which adds even more mystery to her behavior and makes you wonder about the real reasons for her changes and hidden past. If everything is correct, then it turns out that she's the future heir to the cult of blood, and this disease is a curse that falls equally heavily on both women and men, posing difficult challenges for her. They don't understand who the woman standing behind the doctor was, perhaps a doppelganger or a secret ally whose true role and intentions remain a mystery, adding to the tension and uncertainty. He wouldn't be surprised if most people were looking for the blood demon's descendant to use for their own purposes, because in this world, power always attracts those who are greedy for power. The boy says that there is another important point, and he, interested, asks what it is, preparing to listen to new unexpected information that could change their future path. She says that this theory is under the control of the cult of blood. And isn't it true that even the cult servants are forced to hide their true identities to avoid persecution and keep secrets? He suddenly realizes that his assumption of a single heir to the cult of blood is not necessarily correct, as it is entirely possible that there are multiple descendants, each of whom aspires to lead the clan. And this is quite possible because in the world of the cult of blood, tricks and secrets are commonplace, where even the most devoted servants are forced to live in the shadows, protecting themselves and their secrets from dangerous enemies and internal intrigues. Overwhelmed by the crazy voices in his head, the young man clutches his head with his hands. The girl asks what happened to him, to which he replies that he hears a lot of swords at once, and it's all because of his newly acquired ability. The Southern Sword suggests not focusing on them, as if it were the conversation of people around him, and he hears them, but does not understand what they are talking about. The same here, he simply does not need to listen to them. The girl suggests that he use his innate core energy, and as soon as he directs the flow of energy to his head, the voices of the swords begin to subside, as if submitting to an inner calm. Someone unknown asks in a calm but wary voice how he got into the temple, And these words seemed to cut through the silence around him, forcing the young man to tense up and quickly assess the situation. He explains that he is only a student and thinks that the voices of the swords in his head prevented him from getting out of her way in time, realizing that he had inadvertently ended up where he perhaps had no right to be. The stranger called the young man too slow. Her voice was calm, but there was a hidden criticism in it, as if she was testing his reaction or had already drawn certain conclusions about him. She looks at him and says that even if he's just a student, suddenly her eyes open wide in shock, as if she saw something unexpected in him or felt the presence of a force she couldn't ignore. She looked at him in confusion, her gaze trembling with tension, and quietly, almost in a whisper, asked if he was really still alive, as if she couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't understand how this was possible after everything. Se-Won-hui thought that she had called him slow even when he had just opened his mouth, and at that moment he finally understood that he was facing an extremely strong personality, capable of grasping the situation before anyone else. He understands that he has innate core energy equivalent to 30 years of cultivation, but feels incredible pain, as if his organs have been turned inside out, she says. Is a simple disciple really able to cope with her strength? She smiles and says it's funny, as if she's genuinely amused by her own unexpected reaction or something about his behavior, though her eyes still sparkle with surprise and curiosity. Suddenly, a girl appears and loudly orders everyone to stand, her voice sounding firm and decisive, as if she is not just intervening, but taking control of the situation, leaving no room for objections. She explains that he is not just a student, but a personal protege of the elder, and these words immediately change the atmosphere, causing surprise and alarm among those present, because such a status means more. The stranger cannot believe that the elder took on a student because it makes her doubt, because such an honor is given only to the chosen ones, and she did not expect that this particular hero deserves such attention and support. She says, why didn't he tell her right away? Because if she hadn't known earlier, she could have just killed him without hesitation because she thought he was weak or dangerous, and now she realizes that she underestimated his true strength. The stranger says that his master has raised a worthy student, because for the first time among the freshmen, someone managed to block her attack, which proves that he has real talent and great potential. The stranger asks how the elder is feeling, and Se-Won-hui mentally concludes that she is too proud of her abilities and self-confident strength, which makes her dangerous. She speaks of the master as if her status is higher than his, and adds that she has not seen him or the second blood star for the past few years, which raises surprise and questions about where they might be. The girl turned to the stranger, asking if she hadn't given notice of her departure and that she wasn't able to see her off, but still asked her to speed up her actions, because there was little time left. The stranger replied with cold confidence that she did not understand such a condescending tone, as if the Valley of the Six Bloods belonged to someone else, and firmly declared that she would stay here as long as she deemed necessary. After that, the girl replied that this behavior was starting to annoy her, and she was not going to tolerate such treatment in the future. Se-Won-hui, seeing the girl preparing to attack, instantly realized that he should have come later because he wasn't ready to watch it right now, and this realization made him tense up. Suddenly, the boy heard a familiar voice behind him and instantly turned around, trying to see who it was, because this unexpected sound caused him a mixture of anxiety and hope, making his heart beat faster in anticipation of the meeting. It was the divine healer, and Se-Won-hui instantly concluded that he had appeared just in time, a heavenly rescue in a moment of greatest need, a hope amidst the chaos that could change the course of events. The stranger twisted her face in displeasure, as if an insult had struck her pride, and this sparked a spark of anger in her, which immediately became visible in the cold gleam of her eyes. She sternly said that all the fun had stopped, and without waiting for an answer, she turned and left, leaving behind a tense silence that hung in the air, as if before a thunderstorm. As she left, she sharply addressed the young man, ordering him to convey his greetings to his master, her voice cold and penetrating, as if warning of the future trials that still awaited them ahead. And then she invited the young man to fight with her next time, her voice full of challenge and her gaze cold, leaving a tense foreboding of the coming battle in the air. Suddenly, swords appeared around the young man, their voices echoing in his head, asking about his intentions towards the woman. and he replied calmly that she was giving him goosebumps, and he didn't know if he was ready for the upcoming battle with her. Even when that woman left, Seo Woon-hui still heard the voice of her sword begging for death, not understanding that she was doing something to him that made him suffer more with each step. Then the hero asked the girl how she was feeling, noticed a slight sadness in her eyes, and concluded that this woman was somehow strange, because her presence left behind a feeling of strange emptiness that was difficult to explain in words. But she looked towards the horizon and calmly said that the divine healer was already waiting for him, as if she knew for sure that soon it would change him forever and reveal secrets to him that he had never even guessed about. Seo Woon-hui thought that she definitely heard what he wanted to say about the woman and deliberately stopped him with her words because she didn't want to open old wounds and return to a topic that could break the silence. But even without her words, he had a bad conclusion and understood that it was none of his business, because even if he was the elder's disciple, that didn't give him the right to interfere in someone else's past, which could be dangerous. The doctor examines the young man and says that this is very strange, because his body has collected much more cold energy than necessary, and it is behaving uncontrollably, as if it is looking for a way out or a purpose to which it was called by someone else. And he asks how it came about that he even needed to swallow the divine flower, which radiates cold, because such actions are only done in exceptional cases when life is in danger. He said that the healer does not tell anyone about his patients, so the young man needs to be calm and tell everything in detail in order to get help, because only the full truth opens the way to healing. Southern Sword says that the doctor can be trusted and many masters have given him their cards. But Sodom joins the conversation and says that if he tells everything, it will help him. Seo Woon-hui said that when he was looking for a flower that was already completely ready for use, he went behind a waterfall, and it was there that he felt a strange peace that made him make a choice that changed his entire life. And there he saw a monster with purple eyes and a human face. The doctor replied that it was a great rarity to see such a thing, because such creatures appear only in the darkest moments, when the world balances on the edge. He continued to say that this strange monster lives in the darkness, feeds on humans whenever the opportunity arises, and in his opinion, it resembles a demon more than just a monster. The doctor replied that the monster was afraid of bright light, and if the young man had had a torch, he would not have seen him. But in the darkness, the monster dared to appear, as if testing the young man, who stood before him without fear. The man concludes that it was when the young man was escaping from the poison that he swallowed the flower, because it was the only way to escape, and it was this flower that filled his body with cold energy. But there is something he doesn't understand, because the divine flower itself has no cleansing abilities, so it remains a mystery how it was able to save the young man. Perhaps forces are involved. And not only cold energy flows in his veins, but he also sees the hot energy of Yang, which was supposed to poison the boy, creating a struggle inside between two elements that are at war with each other. The debilitating poison was most likely completely gone. The young man mentally realized that this was due to his innate energy, which could remove toxins from his body, because the same situation had occurred with the blood parasite. He asked the doctor if he had a mixture of cold and hot energies. Would everything be fine with his body? To which he replied that such a mixture would cause complications, but only if one energy remains in his body, because the cold and hot are strangely balanced and slowly dissolve in his organism, as if searching for a harmony that can preserve his life. He continued that it was like drinking an elixir and gradually accumulating energy while it was taking effect. And these words shocked the young man, for he suddenly realized that his body had become the site of a battle between two forces. The young man asks in confusion that while these two energies are in his body, he can quickly accumulate internal energy, to which the doctor replies that it depends on his practice at this. If he manages to balance and properly use all the energy that has dissolved in his veins, he will then be able to accumulate internal energy much faster than others. The healer reached out and gave the promised card for bringing Seo Woon-hui the plant, but the young man didn't understand why he needed it now, because his thoughts were occupied with the struggle inside, and he couldn't comprehend it. It seemed to him that the card was unnecessary, because the doctor had already started treating the energy core. And suddenly he asked if the doctor could cure him, because his life and future depended on it. The doctor asked why he needed to treat his energy core if everything was fine with him, explaining that despite the unusual balance of energies, the body was still coping and did not need immediate intervention. The young man's expression was too shocked, and the man concluded that the boy probably didn't know about it because his eyes showed surprise and genuine anxiety, but not a single word was spoken. The doctor showed him where his lower dantian was, explaining that the core had shattered into small pieces after the injury, but they were still moving and could recover. Seo Woon Hui asked if his energy core could really regenerate on its own, to which the doctor replied that this was the only way he could explain what he had seen, because no ordinary body could withstand such an interaction of energies. The doctor says that such cases in the history of Murim can be counted on the fingers, and this is a rarity due to the fact that most people with a destroyed dantian immediately give up on themselves. He said that the patient did not need treatment because his body had chosen the path of recovery on its own, but the reward for the plant he brought should still remain with him, because it rightfully belonged to the young man. Seo Woon Hui thanked him, but he only smiled slightly and said that there was no need to thank him because he had done nothing, because everything that happened, the young man achieved on his own, and it was his determination that helped him. Sodom was incredibly happy and said that it was like getting two cards at once, to which Seo Woon Hui agreed and replied that even if he got two, he would spend one on treating the core. She asked how his energy core was able to recover, and the boy replied that he had one guess that bothered him, because it all happened after meeting that strange creature. The wound on his leg left by the monster has healed after he took control of the two energies, and perhaps his speed has increased so much that his body is now able to heal injuries on its own. The girl said that there was logic to it, and if his theory was correct, then he should be grateful to the monster, because it was this encounter, although dangerous, that could have caused his change, and Seo Woon Hui agreed. But the girl noticed that the southern sword was somewhat silent and asked about it, to which he replied that he was simply worried about something because he felt an anxiety in the air that he could not explain. He says that his past master, when he only thought about the inner core energy cultivation technique, decided to destroy his dantian, because that is what this technique is talking about. The southern sword says that it is, so because of this, he is worried, because if the guy has two cores, that is, the central and the lower, will they be able to be in harmony? And Seo Woon Hui understands that there is meaning in the words. He told the young man to think carefully about this because you can't hold everything in one hand at once. Because one day you can lose what you have found, and not through battle or defeat, but through your own greed for power. The elder turned to him and said that this was problematic and that it worried him, but at the same time, the hero definitely had a great character, because only the chosen ones had the chance to face such trials. He couldn't believe that Seo Woon Hui had met not one woman, but two, and the thought made him feel confused, because such events were too rare and dangerous. Sodom asked the host who he meant, and Southern Sword deduced that the two girls he had met were the granddaughters of the head of the blood cult, a thought that filled the conversation with tension. Seo Woon Hui asked what he meant when he said about the two of them, but the man was talking to himself about some woman and that she was right and he had to make a decision. So the guy realizes there will be no answer. But he says that there was a time when the head of the cult was so powerful that he was called the apex, not only of the cult of blood, but also of the orthodox sects, because he came like a devastating storm. It didn't seem to him that the unification of all of Jianghu would be just a dream, because this idea was too grand, almost unattainable. But in his heart there was hope that even the most difficult obstacles could be overcome. But it didn't matter, because he was so strong that defeat became inevitable, because many people had united against him, and even his immense strength could not withstand such a massive wave. Having gone through something like this, the man felt as if everything was in vain, because despite his struggle, the others wanted them to come together again, trying to destroy the others and restore their cult. And as soon as they didn't try to build up their strength, it was all in vain. It was incredibly difficult to watch, and so the elder withdrew from everything and just traveled the world. Therefore, he now decided to use the time he had left to fulfill his dream, and the boy thought that the elder was talking about his endless challenges and battles that seemed endless. The man continued and said that even though he tried to live like this, his attention was still directed to the seeds he had left behind, which with their last strength were sprouting into beautiful flowers, symbolizing hope. He asked the young man what he would do if he were a man who, despite loss and pain, continues to care for the seeds of his cause, hoping that they will sprout and change the world. But the guy looking into the man's eyes realized that he had already decided everything, and wondered why he was testing him, asking such questions, as if he was looking for confirmation of his choice or wanting to make sure. So the guy said that if he was going to watch the flowers bloom from the sidelines, he should leave them alone. But if that wasn't the case, he needed to prepare himself and help them bloom even more brightly. Seo Woon-hui realized that now he could say whatever he thought, because he felt that the man was open to the truth and ready to listen to him without judgment. So he gathered all his courage and began to reveal his deepest thoughts. After all, according to his memories from his past life, the elder would not choose either side, so his answer was unimportant. The man said that the boy was right, but it didn't matter who he chose, if in any case help was needed, and concluded that they now needed to do even more things. The elder said that there was half a year left, and by then the young man needed to grow into a commander, because only in this short period of time would he gain strength, wisdom, and responsibility. Seo Woon-hui realized that the man had truly decided to double his strength, as he had always been different from the other supreme elders and the 7 stars, being eccentric, but now he wanted to improve his power. This meant that the history of the Hyakchon he knew would change forever, and the future would be completely different from his past life, because now everything would depend on decisions, his choices, and his strength. Seo Woon-hui realizes that he doesn't even know all the details about the elder's future fate, but there is still something he knows, and this knowledge gives him a certain guide, hinting at the difficult path that awaits him. After the blood cult began operating again, the 4 elders were given orders, but Hyakcheon decided to act on his own, and this choice could change the course of events and affect the fates of many. So this choice led him to a duel with one of the 8 strongest masters of the Central Plains, Jingyu, a legendary fighter whose fame permeated Zhenghu, for he was the king of flame. And in that battle he was seriously injured, as he was left without his right limb. But he understood that there were still 6 years left before these events, and he had time to prepare. Perhaps everything would still change. Sodom said that it was unknown how all this would end, because the future changes with every choice, and even the smallest step could tip the scales of fate, so all that remained was to move forward. Seo Woon-hui agreed, because in his past life, the master decided to remain neutral and did not build up his power, believing that calm and detachment would bring more benefit. Even without that, things had changed a lot, and he remembered how he had once been just a beaten cadet, weak and useless, whose presence seemed superfluous. And now he is the protege of one of the 4 elders. And this is not just a change in status, but proof of how far he has come, having gone from a cadet to someone who stands alongside the more powerful figures of Zhenghu. And even he improved relations with the descendants of the blood cult, which previously seemed impossible, because there was an abyss of hatred and enmity between them. But now a shadow of understanding appeared in their views. Seo Woon-hui realizes that he has taken a completely different path, and each of his decisions leads to changes in future events. And now, you can no longer blindly rely on your memories. You need to be prepared for surprises. The Southern Sword says that at the same time, his present hides more possibilities. And the young man agrees with this because the elder's strength will be reckoned with, and this is good for his future growth. But to get this opportunity, the young man first needs to become a captain. And at the moment, he has just completed the circulation, taking the first step towards a real test. The hero is sure that innate internal energy cannot be used simultaneously, but they can coexist. Until he learns to choose yin and yang correctly, his growth will not accelerate. Sodom, watching intently, asks the boy if the sword knows any incredible cultivation techniques, to which he replies that he is familiar with the initial techniques used by his past master. But he says, shocking the young man, that they need to start with the fact that veins are the path through which blood and energy flow, and if they want it to circulate faster, they need to start by strengthening them. Seo Woon-hui said that his friends came up with an incredible idea, because he would never have come up with it himself. And now that everything is in place, it seems that he remembered one technique that would be a great fit for implementation. Jivabek said that the master ordered him not to tell anyone about the metal transformation technique, because it was too dangerous and complex. Its power could break the unprepared. Seo Woon Hui looks at them and explains that he turned to the twins because he can't ask the master himself, because it's not clear when he'll even return, because he's been very busy lately. The guy thinks about the situation and says that he is very sorry, because he thought that if he took a lesson from him on accelerating energy circulation, they could become closer as equals, as students of the same master. Juabek asks him to wait and asks if his core has finally recovered, as there would be little point in him continuing to learn only one cultivation technique when he is capable of more. And if they are both his students, then the twin is sure that the master will understand, because there was a deep trust and respect between them, and this bond allows them to share secrets, knowing that the master supports their development. The guy says they're from the same city, but he thinks they haven't lived together for 20 years and don't know what's truly important in their lives. If he can learn the technique and show friendship, then it's an incredible deal. The flow of the young man's internal energy has become several times faster than 3 days ago, and every time he connects the circulation of energy with the circulation of blood, the energy of heat and cold passes through his core. But just the same, the hero feels a strong rush of blood to his head as he is hung upside down on a cliff, and now he understands why the twins said that without some physical training, he wouldn't be able to endure it. He thinks that depending on the situation, he will need to choose between this technique and the So Clan's technique. But suddenly he is snapped out of his thoughts because he feels the presence of a person behind him. An unfamiliar voice asked if he could be distracted for a few minutes, and although it sounded unexpected, there was a respect and insistence in the tone of the voice that made the young man pay attention for a moment. The stranger explained that she had been sent to the hero's 6th blood star, and that this task was important, as she had to deliver a message to him, so her appearance was not accidental, but planned. Seo Woon Hui asked if the 6th blood star was really looking for him, because this news seemed unexpected and at the same time alarming to him, because the name of such a powerful figure meant that great trials could lie ahead. When Seo Woon Hui arrived at the main pavilion of the Valley of Six Bloods, a woman turned to him and said that she couldn't believe that he had made a contract with her on a card, and asked where he got such courage. The hero looks at the girl standing behind him and addresses the woman, but suddenly she interrupts him and says that he cannot meet her right now. When he takes the card from her hand, he looks at it carefully and thinks he clearly saw the woman cut off her middle and index fingers, and the memory sends a chill down his spine. Sodom concluded that perhaps the doctor had helped her, but Seo Woon Hui knew that he could not heal the dead, and therefore could not believe that the fingers could grow back, because such miracles were beyond the pale. The girl asked if he could attach the head back, and the young man replied that in that case the person would definitely die, because even the most powerful medical techniques are not able to bring life back after such a thing. Suddenly, the 6th blood star grabbed his hand, her gaze becoming fiery and unwavering, as if she wanted to transfer to him the entire weight of responsibility that lay on his shoulders. He felt fear. Seo Woon Hui realized that this was the capture technique he couldn't resist back then, and felt Han Bayek's inner energy seep into his body through her hands, making him feel the full weight of his past defeats. He wanted to say something, but she abruptly cut him off and said that it would be better for him not to open his mouth, because some words could lead to unpredictable consequences, and right now it was important to remain silent. And it seems to have used up far less of the core's innate energy than they thought, indicating its hidden reserves of strength and potential that has yet to be revealed, for true power is often hidden. The woman said that when he left, he should take the herbs with him, because they would help restore the Dantian, promoting accelerated healing and strengthening the energy center. The young man thinks that Ha Yan prepared the plants, but the woman continues to talk and orders him not to waste the card, because it may come in handy at an unexpected moment, and every resource is worth protecting. Woon Hui thinks he has learned something useful, because even the 6th blood star cannot fully sense the internal energy of his core, and then he turns around and says he will be on his way. But suddenly she asked if he wanted to make a deal with her, her voice serious and filled with hidden meaning, as if it were a proposal that could change the course of events and affect their destinies forever. After all, if he's worried that she'll take away what Ha Yun gave him, he shouldn't, because just like her master, the woman wanted revenge, and this deal was her way of getting back what she once lost. Seo Woon Hui thinks the woman's unwillingness to return the card is even more suspicious, but replies that he has no right to make a deal with her, and asked her to take back her words, as if she didn't say that. But she said that if she won, she would teach him some things that could change his life, revealing secrets of power and knowledge that were previously unavailable, and this offer became a challenge. Seo Woon-hui mentally said that she was arrogant and believed that this was why he would agree, because her confidence and challenge awakened in him the desire to prove his strength and not give in to anyone. He asked for forgiveness because he dares not think about knowing her techniques, realizing that they are too powerful and dangerous, and that it is inappropriate to even imagine that he could possess such secrets. But if she wins, the young man will have to talk to his master and ask to see the offer she made, because it will mean new obligations and challenges for which he must be prepared. The woman asked if it wasn't easy and said it was a good deal, and Seo Woon-hui realized that she was willing to do anything just to convince the elder, because her determination was too strong. Sodom said that there were no downsides to this deal for the young man, and agreed that it wouldn't be that difficult to talk, because sometimes it's worth taking a risk and opening up to get new opportunities. Yes, this is, if you think about it, not a bad deal, but it all depends on how sincere and reliable it will be, because in such matters, even the slightest betrayal can turn into a disaster. But he asks what the bet will be about, because he understands that every deal has to have a price, and he wants to know exactly what price he will have to pay, because it can change the course of events and determine whether it is worth the risk he will have to take. She looks back and asks someone to come forward, her voice full of determination and strength, as if this person was to be a key witness or participant in what was about to happen. And suddenly a girl said that this was their first meeting since they joined the cult, and her words filled the air with special weight, because now a new stage was beginning between them. She said that she had become a disciple of the Sixth Blood Star, and this confession filled her voice with pride and at the same time anxiety, for she knew that this connection opened up great possibilities for her. The hero asked if she knew him, not believing her words, for his experience had taught him that in the world of Jianghu, not every confession was the truth, and he remained cautious, preparing to discern hidden motives and true intentions. But she shouted why he asked so rudely. Her voice sounded sharp, as if she hadn't expected this and wanted to protect her honor, while emphasizing that she wasn't going to tolerate doubt and distrust. And then she begins to remind him of their past meeting, of moments that he tried to forget, but which left a mark on his memory, emphasizing that their destinies have long been intertwined. She recalled that they had been brought to the cult of blood together, and this memory awakened a wave of emotions in the young man, because this event marked the beginning of their journey together, which was full of dangers and trials. The young man remembered her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and mentally said that he was too busy saving his life to pay attention to those standing behind, because survival required complete concentration. The Sixth Blood Star, as if she couldn't believe that they were already acquaintances, turned to the young man, saying that this girl's name was Dam Yehua, and she had taken her in 3 days ago, because for some time she had lived in the valley. And now Seo Woon-hui realizes that he has heard a lot about her, but never seen her face. And this realization has made him think about how many secrets and people surround him, remaining in the shadows. After all, in his past life, she had been a pupil of the Sixth Blood Star, being an unknown cadet of low rank, and this fact made the young man understand how far she had advanced. But later there was no student who did not know her name, although now she looked like an ordinary child. And this surprised him, because true power and influence are often hidden behind an innocent appearance. The woman, in a serious voice, says that in 6 months she will have to pass a rank-up test in the Cult of Blood, and she plans to make this girl a warrior of high rank before the test even begins. The Southern Sword said that a first-class warrior could not be made in half a year, and Seo Woon-hui agreed because he understood that true skill and strength required time, patience, and many trials. He didn't understand why people wanted to learn martial arts from her, but they did everything possible to have this woman be their master. Maybe she could discover hidden talents in them. Seo Woon-hui knows that the woman and the master want the same thing, that he become captain, so the question arises as to what this deal will be about. Because if their goals coincide, perhaps it is not just a contract. The Sixth Blood Star explains that everything is simple, because the agreement is not just a formality, but an opportunity to open new doors, to gain knowledge and power that will help the young man become who he is meant to be. They will make a pact that one of them will become a high-ranking master, and this agreement will be a test of their strength, will, and determination, because only the winner will be able to rise to the top. She looks at him with wide-open eyes and also listens attentively to the woman, her gaze filled with curiosity and excitement, as if she feels that this conversation could change their lives and open up new horizons. The young man asked what would happen when they could become such masters together, and she replied that in that case there would be a battle where the winner would be named, and he would get the right to rise higher. The guy is considering whether to agree to a deal with the sixth blood star because it is quite risky, but at the same time it can add motivation to him, since he needs to become a captain no matter what. If he wins, he will receive invaluable knowledge from one of the strongest in the blood cult, and this chance does not come often. And of course, in the event of a loss, the elder will decide that he has been dragged to the side of Bakrin-ha. He remembers the tone in which the woman with the red eyes spoke, and understands that the people from Bakrin-ha's side are incomparable to her because she was steadfast in her position of the blood cult. So she probably stands above them all. When the young warrior lived as a spy, he realized that it was not worth arguing about what he was not sure of, and now was exactly the situation when it was better to keep his thoughts to himself, focus on the facts, and act cautiously. In this world, it is knowledge of the situation and the strength of the opponent that decides who will die and who will survive. Because without understanding the weaknesses and strengths of the enemy, even the most powerful warrior risks becoming a victim. Therefore, in this life, he will definitely become stronger and says that he agrees to accept the deal, so they will see each other in 6 months because this time will be a test of his will, strength, and determination. The girl stood behind her and asked the woman if he agreed, to which she replied in the affirmative, her voice full of confidence, as if this agreement opened the door to new possibilities and changes that could no longer be stopped. It seems that the fourth elder is in a hurry because they need to visit all the energy concentration points and drink all the elixirs because time is not on their side, and only by joining forces will they be able to prepare. She doesn't think they're smart enough and believes that if they win the deal and use this child, convincing the elder will be much easier because it's a child's innocence and potential. The girl says that she's not entirely sure she understands, but she believes in Hanbek-ha and adds that this guy seems like someone who only makes deals when he's completely sure of his victory. The woman tells her not to worry because with her talent she will definitely win, and her voice is filled with confidence that leaves no doubt that this victory will not be just a coincidence. They ask if she will really do everything, to which she replies that she will do everything, because her determination and dedication to the cause leave no room for doubt, and she is ready to make every effort to achieve the goal. 6 months later, a battle between warriors takes place in the arena of the Valley of Six Bloods, and the air is filled with tension, as every blow and every move can decide the fate of their lives alone. There is tension in the air when one of the warriors delivers an incredibly powerful blow that cuts through the space around him, forcing the audience to hold their breath, because this moment could be decisive. The commander reports that the last warrior was taken out of the battle after one blow, which was horrific to watch, leaving 37 mid-ranking warriors, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. And the number of participants who must pass the test for a high rating is 6 people. And this small group is distinguished by special skill and determination, because only the strongest can pass. One falls to his knees and begs the commander to give him a chance, his voice trembling with despair and hope at the same time, because he knows that this may be his last opportunity to prove his strength and change his fate. A warrior grabs his arm and tries to pull him away when the commander shouts that enough is enough, ordering them to stop, because he understands that further conflicts will only weaken the team, and unity is needed now. The commander says that he saw his battle, and he should understand how the test for rank advancement works, because it is a test not only of strength, but also of endurance, strategy, and will. After all newcomers to the cult first practice the basic blood demon fist technique, which lays the foundation of their strength and endurance, tempers their spirit and body, preparing them for more difficult battles. They then learn to form group formations of 6, 12, and 36 people, practicing teamwork tactics, and if successful, they become low-ranking warriors. The best among them can attempt to pass the test to obtain a middle rank, but to do so, one must be able to control internal energy, as well as have at least 10 years of cultivation. This is confirmed very simply. You need to hit the touchstone, because a mark can only be left with the help of internal energy, and it is this sign that serves as confirmation of the ability to pass the test. The test is a duel with a mid-rank warrior, and if the cadet can withstand at least 30 attacks, he will receive the title of mid-rank warrior, because this test demonstrates not only strength, but also endurance. The commander says they give everyone a chance and make no exceptions, regardless of background, status, or past. Only strength and determination decide who is worthy of promotion. If the commander now gives him a second chance, then what to do with the other people who also failed the test? And what to do with those who didn't even leave a mark on the stone? He understands what Seo Wunhui feels and hopes that he will channel his anger and despair into improving his skills, because failure will be his motivation to work harder and pass again next time. The cadet lowers his head and apologizes for his weakness, admitting that he showed himself from a bad side and promising that he will do everything possible to improve and prove his worth. The captain, frowning, asks the commander if the cadet should be punished for his unworthy behavior, but the man only waves his hand slightly and calmly replies that there is no need to worry. The commander solemnly announced the start of the high-ranking test, and his voice echoed throughout the arena, causing everyone present to hold their breath tensely. But suddenly his eyes widen, because among the candidates he recognizes a familiar face, the same one he had long considered lost in the darkness of the past. The crowd begins to chatter, their gazes focus on the figures that have suddenly appeared in the arena, the elder and three young warriors beside him, their appearance inspiring respect, and their presence, anxiety. Suddenly, the voice of a commander was heard among the crowd, exclaiming that it was the fourth elder, and this caused a wave of surprise and whispers among everyone watching the events in the arena. However, their appearance was calm and confident, not a hint of unnecessary emotion. The man looked down at the gathered with an expression of deep appreciation and hidden strength. His posture left no doubt. The commander explains in an anxious voice that passing the test depends on the strength shown, and his students will certainly receive an average rank. He has no doubts about them at all. The elder, with cold confidence in his voice, ordered not to mumble under his breath, but to speak directly, clearly, and without unnecessary hesitation, because he was tired of those who were unable to express their opinions. Approaching the commander even closer, the teenager, a little worried but confident, asked if they were allowed to take the test, because it was important not only for him, but also for everyone who was standing nearby and waiting for the answer. Sodom asked what the delay was, why they were still standing, and he calmly but focusedly replied that no one would allow someone to take the test if they just wanted to do it without completing any verification procedures. This time he heard there were 106 people taking the test, and they all fought to be here, but even so, more than half of them were rated as low-ranking and were not allowed to participate in the test at all. Seo Wunhui then explains that suddenly some strangers are going through all the formalities just because they are the fourth elder's disciples, and it is clear that these people will not be thrilled with such events. Sodom understands that they don't see her, so she starts to mock them and says with irony that if they don't like something, then let them try to become the master's apprentice themselves if it's that easy for them. The commander, looking at the man, firmly says that a lot of people are looking at them now. But the man calmly replies that he doesn't need to worry about the opinions of some outsiders, who are irrelevant to his cause. But he explains that there are still commanders here who obey other elders or one of the 7 blood stars, and they watch the test to see who is suitable for them. They say, does the man mind if his students show everyone that their skills are sufficient to take part in the test? Suddenly, the 6th blood star appears out of nowhere and approaches the man, telling him that the squad leader's words have deep meaning. She looks confident and explains that as the master of the Valley of the 6 Bloods, he tries with all his might to uphold their rules and asks the man if he can agree to the request. Carefully monitoring the situation, Sodom turns to the young man, says that she paid attention to why the woman is not there, but now she has already appeared, to which he supports her. That is, his thoughts were the same. Seo Wunhui thought in his head that he was sure that the woman had come here with the intention of doing the same thing as them. Looking at her carefully, the elder said that although she spoke softly, her presence here indicated that she too should have gone straight to the test, as this could not have been an accident or an oversight on the part of the masters. The woman turns to the commander of the coup squad and asks what exactly their students need to do to prove their worth, pass the test, and earn the right to continue their journey among the chosen ones without any doubts. He replies that it will be enough to confirm the right to pass the test for the middle rank, showing skills and abilities that indicate their readiness and will to achieve the goal without additional tests. He adds that this needs to be done in front of everyone, and then no one will resist, even considering that they have not undergone other procedures, because their skills speak for themselves and do not raise doubts. The woman, calling out to her student, loudly says that they will do it and are ready to show their abilities to everyone present, proving that they deserve to pass the test without any remarks. Looking at her, Woonhui thinks that he hasn't seen her for 6 months, but there is no trace of that naive girl left. Now she looks confident, determined, and ready for any challenges that lie ahead. Indeed, the girl's look was exactly as he had imagined, as if she had been preparing very fruitfully, and every feature of hers betrayed determination, strength, and readiness to overcome any difficulties on the way to her goal. The young man was extremely curious about how strong and confident she had become during this time, because he remembered her previously naive appearance well, and now he watched with interest how she changed and prepared for the test. So as she slowly and confidently approached the challenge, the young man watched very carefully, studying her every movement and pose, trying to understand how strong and prepared she had become over this time. The girl gathered her strength into a fist, looked focused and confident, her eyes burning with determination, and every movement indicated that she was ready to overcome any difficulties that would be encountered on the way to her goal. She gathered all her strength and sharply, with incredible speed and precision, attacked the stone, which trembled from the impact, as if feeling the full power of her determination and unwavering will. Everyone was shocked and asked if she was really a student of the Sixth Blood Star, because they had heard that half a year ago she had taken her in as a low-ranking cadet, and that was only a few months ago. It's unbelievable that this child was able to achieve such a strong result. Her palms are clearly visible in the print, and everyone decided that she was definitely worthy of passing the rank increase test because it testifies to her abilities. She turns to the woman and says that this is her maximum. She gave all her strength and showed the best results she was capable of, leaving nothing out of consideration or effort at this moment. The woman asked the commander if this could be considered passing the test, and he replied that it was, because she had a talented student who had shown extraordinary abilities and confirmed her right to a promotion. The Southern Sword asked the master if he wants to try using his inner energy, to which he confidently and without hesitation answers positively, ready to demonstrate his abilities and overcome everything. The girl turned to the young man and asked if he had seen it, but he mentally said that his innate energy would be his secret, and there was no need to show it now, because the best time was yet to come. She says that in 6 months she has become much stronger, and that victory is definitely hers, because she has worked tirelessly, overcome difficulties, and is ready to show everyone the true strength of her spirit and body. When Hui realizes that the problem is that this is his first time, and in his past life he wasn't even allowed to take the test, so he doesn't understand how much energy he needs to use to get a good result. The hero ignored her. He was ordered to give it his all, sparing no effort, and not to disgrace the elder, because not only his honor, but also the reputation of the entire clan he represents depended on his performance. The young warrior understands that he definitely needs to do better than that girl, because only in this way will he be able to prove his strength, skill, and dignity, show that he deserves the right to pass the test and raise his rank. And because he had learned the technique of accelerating blood circulation, he was able to cultivate his energy at a super fast speed for the entire 6 months, continuously strengthening his body and strengthening his spirit. But he understands that this is too short a period, because others have been cultivating for years, and whether it will be enough for him, so it is better not to hold back the strength for this blow, because it may not even leave a trace. Therefore, he decides to use 80% of his strength, accurately calculating that this will be enough to achieve an impressive result that will surpass her performance and prove his determination to everyone. His gaze was determined and focused, full of inner strength, confidence in his own actions, and a clear understanding that now he must show everything he is capable of, with no room for error or weakness. He realizes that the peace stone is not as hard as he thought. And although its surface appears strong and unyielding, inside he senses a certain weakness that can be broken through with sufficient energy. Others shout that his fist went inside the stone, and immediately understand that this is exactly the result they wanted, because such a blow indicates extraordinary strength, skill, and complete readiness. Wunhui realizes that his hand cannot be removed from the stone because it is stuck there. And at this moment, Sodom says with a smile that he seems to have miscalculated his strength, exceeding the limit of the necessary effort. Jobek approaches the young man and says that he could have simply broken the stone in half if he had applied a little more force, and declares that he will now show him exactly how to act to achieve the maximum effect. Suddenly, when Woon Hui sees what he wants to do, he shouts out why Jobek is using a full metal transformation for a normal test, because such a technique requires an excessive amount of energy. The commanders understand that the Stone of Peace is collapsing, and everything is flying around. The fragments are flying with enormous force, raising dust in energetic waves that disrupt order in the square. The young man says that he simply destroyed the top layer, and that it didn't help him at all, but he immediately says that he held back the force on purpose so as not to damage his hand, because he understands how dangerous such an attack can be. Suddenly, one of the twins abruptly and unexpectedly launched his attack, moving with lightning speed, and his blow passed through the air with such force and precision that everyone around felt the tension. Everyone was in incredible shock when they saw this in front of them, because none of them expected such lightning speed, strength, and accuracy, which instantly changed the course of events and caused admiration and alarm. After all, he had broken the peace stone in half, and Woon Hui thought he had a head of particularly strong steel if he could deliver such an incredible blow, which required more than just incredible strength. Jobek asks if everyone is looking at him, but Woon Hui explains that everyone is not looking at him, but at his brother Ung Hyun, because it is his strength and skills that have attracted the most attention right now and have caused real admiration. The elder laughs and says that this is the minimum they needed to show, because it is precisely such skill that is the sign of true warriors. And the commander adds that all three of his students have incredible talent. And now that the issue is resolved, they can prepare for the intermediate rank test, focusing on working on their skills, developing strength and willpower to pass the next stage with dignity. Woon Hui turns to the commander and says that he misunderstood something, so he asks for a more detailed explanation of the test conditions, because he wants to be confident in his actions and prepare as effectively as possible. But he adds, dispelling doubts, that they are not here for the middle rank, but to pass the test for the high rank and hope to pass the test for becoming a captain by showing true strength. For the high rank test, you must pass and withstand 12 attacks from a high-level master, while maintaining your stamina, energy control, and the ability to respond to attacks without losing your fighting spirit. Sodom says she had her suspicions, but it looks like they're holding back their blows, and the young man agrees, adding that they're really not hitting at full force, because top-class masters are on a completely different level. If they really wanted to defeat them, 3 attacks would be enough, because the strength, precision, and experience of the masters are so overwhelming that any resistance would be futile. The elder decided that they didn't need to rush through the test, and ordered them to first see what true masters were capable of so that they could better understand the difference in level, feel the power. Suddenly, the man grabs the young man by the head, doing it with such lightning speed and force that those around him don't have time to react. And at that moment, it becomes clear that something completely different is beginning. But he asks if he really made a deal with the Blood Witch, and his voice is filled with not only suspicion, but also a tension that can be felt in the air, because even the mention of such a creature causes fear and distrust. Woon Hui didn't think the man would talk about this right here, in the middle of everyone, where every word could cause chaos, and he was surprised by how openly he spoke, not afraid of witnesses or consequences. Sodom says that the woman didn't even want to hide it. She spoke and acted openly, as if she was deliberately leaving traces, and the hero adds that everything around is part of her plan, and she took the first step a long time ago. She sowed doubt in her husband when she said that the young man had a secret meeting with them, hinting at betrayal, but there is something she doesn't know about him, and it is this unknown part that could change everything they believe to be true. Woon Hui realizes that he told his master everything a long time ago, without hiding a single detail, because he trusted him completely and knew that only sincerity would allow him to maintain his support. The man says in front of everyone that the guy is trying to seize any opportunity to justify his actions and hide his true intentions. But everyone around him can sense what he says is hidden rage. Smiling with irony, he speaks of this deal, hinting that it could have much better consequences than it seems, and that such connections often lead to unpredictable and dangerous events. He says he likes the idea of the witch teaching the young man her techniques, as it opens up new possibilities, but at the same time it's unsettling because of such a power that could change the course of events forever. The captain is a high-ranking martial artist of the cult of blood, and there are 3 ways for a high-ranking warrior to become one, each of which requires incredible strength, endurance, and wisdom. The first is to serve, receiving awards and rising to vice captain, and then to captain. The second is to receive and complete some major task so that you can be promoted to captain. But the fastest way is the third, where you have to fight 2 high-ranking masters with real swords, not training ones, and defeat them in no more than 100 blows. This particular test is in no way comparable to a high-ranking test, as it requires not only physical strength, but also a deep understanding of martial arts, spiritual fortitude, and readiness. The fourth elder said that his student was brave and worthy of respect, as he had shown remarkable courage and determination, despite all the difficulties and trials that he encountered on his way to his goal. It is interesting to see what technique the master taught him, and the young man observing felt a strong state of déjà vu, as if he had already gone through a similar situation before, which at the same time caused him surprise. Wunhui understands what Commander Ku means by this, but Sodom explains that it's okay because he's their best creation and asks to show his opponents how powerful the Shining Star sword technique is. Annie hears an appeal again, saying that trying to become a high-ranking warrior is a good idea, but the young man wants to pass the test right away for captain, and if this is just an order from his husband, then there is no point in it. High-ranking warrior Tai Jun tells the young man that he doesn't need to push himself too hard, as he will still have many opportunities ahead to show his strength, skills, and ability to pass the test. But it is strange that the fourth elder taught him to wield a sword, because usually this technique is passed on only to the chosen ones, and this choice indicates a special attitude and faith in his potential. High-ranking warrior Ho Yun says that he would also like to learn from the man, because he sees him as not only a master of his craft, but also a person with extraordinary strength and wisdom, capable of passing on knowledge. He mentally noted that their threatening appearance could not possibly coexist with the words they had just said to him, but he looked at them and said that he hoped this duel would be good. The commander announces the start of the duel, loudly and clearly notifying everyone present that the moment has come to test the skills and strength of the warriors who are ready to prove their worth and rise to a new level of skill. The high-ranking warriors immediately began preparing their attacks, intently tuning into every movement and every blow, preparing their bodies and minds for a harsh fight that would demand maximum strength. The young man gathers his thoughts, takes a deep breath, and thinks about the battle, concentrating all his attention, strength, and determination to face the challenges and show the best he can. He repels the attack, concentrating on defending himself, when he suddenly hears a voice behind him, seemingly piercing through the noise of battle and causing him to instantly snap to attention, preparing for a new challenge. He understands that this is the voice of the sword speaking to him, saying that he must end this right now, making him feel the urgency of action and the inner strength that prompts him to strike decisively. The young man does not turn around and realizes that he was right, because behind him there really was that voice that strengthens his determination and pushes him to act immediately, without hesitating for a moment before the next challenge. Then he abruptly blocked the attack, which caused the warrior real shock and confusion, because he had not expected such a lightning-fast defense and was now forced to quickly rethink his strategy so as not to lose. He couldn't understand how the hero blocked the blow without even turning his body, remaining completely focused and calm, as if controlling his opponent's every move in advance. The high-ranking warrior followed the young man and his movements, as if reading his every step and intention, predicting his next actions with incredible accuracy, which testified to his many years of experience. Both warriors whispered to each other, because they did not understand how the young man had expected that blow and had really opened up to them from behind on purpose. And the other could not imagine that he had reacted to their duet without the slightest hesitation. They think he has considerable combat experience and are confident that he still has enough skills to successfully pass the captaincy test, as his movements, determination, and strategy demonstrate true skill. Sodom knows this is true and understands that it was not in vain that they had trained so hard all these months, because now their efforts are starting to bear fruit, and every step brings them closer to their goal. Southern Sword says they had over 100 duels with the man and the twins, and the apprentice remembers this endless series of his defeats, each of which was a painful lesson that hardened his spirit. So it's no wonder that Woon Hui holds his own, because numerous fights with opponents have tempered his body and spirit, taught him endurance and the ability to not lose his composure even in the most difficult situations. The warriors looked at each other as if deciding what to do next, each assessing the strength and intentions of the opponent, preparing for the next step in this tense struggle. In the young man's eyes, determination, confidence, and an unwavering desire to win were visible, shining brighter than any weapon, inspiring his movements and giving him the strength to overcome the most difficult trials. And suddenly one of them launched a powerful attack, releasing all the accumulated energy and strength. His movements became fast and dangerous, creating a real whirlwind of destruction around him. And Woon Hui, carefully analyzing their actions, realized that their strategy had changed. They had become more aggressive and unpredictable, trying to throw him off balance and force him to make a mistake. A high-ranking warrior rushed forward with his sword, moving with lightning speed and determination, ready to deliver a powerful blow that could change the course of the battle and put his opponent in a hopeless position. And the warrior realized when he met his blow that they were now using sword techniques because the movements had become more refined, precise, and deadly, which indicated a high level of training. The guy knows that to respond to a strong blow, you need to counter it with even greater force, concentrating all your resources, spirit, and energy to not only repel the attack, but also take the initiative into your own hands. But he thought that perhaps instead he should meet their attack with a soft sword technique, using smooth movements, flexibility, and precision to channel the enemy's power against himself. Therefore, it was with this conclusion that he advanced towards the enemy, moving quickly and decisively, preparing to employ the soft sword technique to deceive and neutralize the force of the attack, reversing the tide. The warrior suddenly said that the young man's skills were simply incredible, because his every movement testified to great skill, natural talent, and hard work, which together created impressive strength. But another, speaking angrily, declared that the boy was still just a child who, despite his strength and confidence, did not understand the true weight of combat and had no right to compete with high-ranking masters. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as the boy, who had just looked inexperienced, parried the attack with incredible precision, causing everyone around him to freeze in amazement. And he saw a sword sticking out of his leg, blood flowing down the blade, and pain instantly piercing his body, making him realize that underestimating his opponent had turned into a cruel lesson in the heart of real combat. The atmosphere in the air was too tense, as if nature itself had frozen in anticipation of the next movement, and even the breath of the wind seemed too loud in the silence that preceded a new explosion of power. Woon Hui mentally said, in a steely voice, that he would never let them win and would direct his best techniques and the Shining Star Sword fourth formation against them. But suddenly he used the Rising Dragon Sword, and channeling all his inner strength into one devastating blow, made his opponent scream from the sudden, piercing pain that ran through his entire body. The warrior who had stood confidently a moment ago let out a powerful burst of profanity when he realized with horror that he could see nothing in front of him. Everything was swallowed up by the dust that had suddenly covered his vision. Woon Hui, without stopping for a moment, continued to use his best techniques, increasing the pace of the battle with each movement, as if trying to prove that he was worthy of the title of captain. Next, he used the Shining Star Sword, using the fifth formation, and a blinding radiance erupted from his blade, cutting through the air with such force that it seemed as if each blow carried lightning within it. The enemy looked at him, feeling confused, and at the same time trying to block the young man's attacks, which were becoming faster and stronger, forcing him to balance on the verge of losing control. Next, the student used the meteorite's blow, which burst out of him like a real hurricane, carrying with it incredible power and speed, forcing the enemy to retreat, barely having time to defend against it. The battle was in full swing. Wen Hui felt confident and determined, considering his every next step, balancing between attack and defense, ready to take advantage of any mistake the enemy made. The high-ranking warrior looked into the reflection of his sword and saw despair there, mixed with a foreboding of imminent defeat looming over them. Realizing that the fight could end very differently, Wen Hui, realizing that he has won, approaches the warrior and asks him to stop the bleeding, demonstrating respect and humanity even in the moment of triumph, because a true master values honor and compassion above all else. And he wanted to get back his short sword that was stuck in his leg, because knowledge and weapons were for him not only a tool of combat, but also a symbol of honor and heritage that he could not leave to the enemy. The opponent realizes that they have lost and tells the young man that he truly deserves to be captain and more, recognizing his strength, determination, and spirit, which have surpassed all expectations and set a new standard. Everyone around shouted applause, not believing their eyes, because the young man defeated them, performing incredible techniques that combine strength, skill, and creativity, arousing admiration and respect. The captain watches this and realizes that the warrior didn't need 100 blows, because he won using just a few precise and well-thought-out attacks, which testifies to his extraordinary talent and combat training. He thinks that Wen Hui has surpassed all his expectations, showing not only mastery of the sword, but also incredible determination, composure in battle, and the ability to think strategically. The fourth elder is certainly incredibly good, but he is known as a master of fistfighting, so when Wen Hui said he would use a sword, he thought his students would have the advantage. It's only been 6 months since the divine doctor restored his core, and she's shocked that he can already withstand the combined attacks of high-ranking masters. The woman does not understand what exactly is the secret of such rapid growth of the young man, suggesting that perhaps the man who taught him really mastered sword techniques perfectly, passing on his knowledge. However, she is sure that this cannot be the case, because even if the man has deep knowledge of sword techniques and has passed on special methods to him, this does not explain such rapid growth. The martial art of the pupil is formed by increasing the supply of internal energy and improving the physical capabilities of the body, which explains its appearance and the strength of its blow. The woman understands that the techniques he demonstrated are of a completely different profile, and moreover, they are all of an exceptionally high level, so it is obvious that they were definitely not developed by the fourth elder. She cannot understand who this man is then, because if he really taught the young man such techniques, then he definitely cannot be weak. On the contrary, he must be at least at the level of the highest-ranking warriors. Wen Hui approaches his master, and the man with a faint smile says that he did incredibly well, showing strength worthy of not only a captain, but also a true successor. And he reminded him more and more of the swordsman of the southern sky, not only because of his techniques or his confidence in battle, but also because of that deep, unwavering determination that was read in his gaze. The girl turns to the woman with a determined look and a confident voice, asking for permission to also take the captain test, because she does not want to be left out and wants to prove that she is no less worthy of this title. After all, thanks to persistent and continuous training over the past 6 months, her strength has grown so much that she feels confident, determined, and ready to take on any challenge. She believes in her techniques and her hard work, understanding that only through constant self-improvement and perseverance can one achieve true mastery and pass the test with dignity. She asks to protect the Blood Witch's equipment and help her win this deal, because she firmly believes that this is what will give her the right to become captain, and she is ready to make every effort. But unfortunately, she was destined to lose this battle, as overconfidence clouded her mind, and she underestimated the strength of her opponent, which prevented her from fully realizing her skills. She could not withstand even 50 blows. Her strength gradually faded under the pressure of the enemy, and disappointment overwhelmed her, forcing her to realize that the path to captaincy would be much more difficult. The fourth elder carefully watched what was happening before him, peering into every movement and reaction of the combatants, assessing their strength, endurance, and true skill. The high-ranking warriors have become more cautious, carefully evaluating each step, And the man asks the young man if this can be used as an excuse, hinting that caution and strategy may be the key to success. More than 60 lunges had already been made, and it seemed they had decided that Joabek was the man's true apprentice, for his movements, endurance, and skill testified to deep training. Southern Sword said that he was really unhappy, but Woon Hui realized that he would not be able to fully show everything he was capable of due to his desire to finish the test as soon as possible. A woman approaches a man and says that he has raised good students, to which he asks with slight sarcasm if she is laughing at him, doubting her words and emphasizing her status. She replies that of course not, because ultimately not everyone is able to master his special martial arts, and that is why his students are true masters, worthy of respect and recognition even among the strongest warriors. But regarding the sword technique that Woon Hui used, she adds that it is already a higher school of skill that not everyone can master even after many years of training, and that it is this technique that makes him dangerous. It was a real discovery for her that such a professional boxer as a man was so good at sword technique, combining the skills of two different styles and proving that he should be universal. The man asks if the woman wants to say that these techniques are not his, hinting that he is their creator and true owner, and that any doubts about this are just insecurity or envy. He says that she was indeed inattentive, and it's amazing that no one present recognized the Southern Sky Swordsman's technique, even though it was obvious and reflected the true skill and style of its creator. She was shocked that the hero had learned the techniques of the Southern Sky Swordsman, as she had not expected that his student could attain such a skill that was previously considered only available to legendary warriors. She asks if this is really the sword technique of the famous swordsman of the Southern Sky throughout Yunnan, not believing her ears because she realizes that this could change the balance of power and question her authority. She is told that he is dead, but his secret records remain, which contain invaluable knowledge and techniques that can make the one who masters them a true swordsman and a worthy successor to the legend. Those present say that if he is dead, then it was the elder who killed him, and begin to greet him, recognizing his strength and status, for only the most powerful are capable of defeating such a legendary warrior. But the man, being too angry, said that someone had taken this opportunity away from him, and therefore their congratulations were useless, because the real truth and honor remained beyond their words, and he was still seeking justice. Southern Sword did not believe the man was telling the truth, but Woon Hui understood that he could simply have said he did it himself to preserve his honor and hide the true circumstances. Then he is asked about the secret records, but the man without hesitation replies that someone simply gave them to him, quietly, almost casually, as if these were not the priceless techniques of the legendary swordsman, but an ordinary scroll. After all, these records were incomplete, sometimes damaged by time, but the man spent so many fights with them, so many sleepless nights in training, that now there is no one who knows these techniques as perfectly as he does. She didn't have time to finish her thought when the man coldly and confidently confirmed her, with words that silenced everyone present, as if the truth had just come out of his mouth. He clarified some refinements to compensate for the shortcomings of his sword technique, and then taught everything to this young man, and they can consider him to be a trainee in parallel with the swordsman of the Southern Sky. When Hui understood that in speaking these words, the man meant not only that he had raised him as a swordsman's apprentice, but also that he had passed on to him the burden of continuing a legacy that was not to be forgotten. But also, the elder has the ability to not just understand, but also significantly improve the sword techniques of even his most important enemy, which makes his skill unique and unsurpassed among all. That is, if someone in the Cult of Blood wishes to learn the techniques of the Southern Sky Swordsman, no one will have the right or power to prevent this, because the legacy is officially alive and passed down. The Southern Sword said that this was not so bad, because otherwise his master's techniques would have disappeared into oblivion forever, leaving nothing behind but legends. And yet, despite everything said, the man openly called him the Southern Sky Swordsman's pupil, and Southern Sky Sword is sincerely grateful to him for this recognition, no matter what. The warriors who had fought the young man now understood what these techniques were, and realized that Joabek had actually studied the techniques of the Fourth Elder, which explained his incredible skill and strength in battle. They look at him and realize that he has just completed his test, because in his eyes you can read not only fatigue, but also dignity, determination, and newfound strength, which indicates an important milestone on his path. And despite the pain and numerous injuries, he successfully passed the test for the title of captain, demonstrating unwavering will, strength of spirit, and true skill that deservedly brought him to a new level. They understand that he did it when it came to almost 100 lunges, and for his level, he did it worse than the young man. But looking at his face, Javabek is not very happy about his victory. The elder, looking at him with a mixture of disappointment and severity, said that he had disgraced him, as he had expected greater skill and the dignified behavior that befits a true warrior. But Wen Hui, regardless of the elder's stern gaze, looked Javabek deeply in the eyes and respectfully said that he was a good man, acknowledging his experience and the wisdom behind the stern words. Javabek explains that if they hadn't used team fighting tactics, constantly parrying his blows, he would have won much faster. But the young man doesn't understand why he's making excuses to him. Suddenly, the commander loudly calls out for the last cadet, another twin, forcing everyone present to hold their breath in anticipation of a new test and unknown forces that are about to manifest before everyone's eyes. The man warned him that if he fought as shamefully as his brother, he would go without food for a long time, forcing him to take the test seriously and prove his worth to everyone. There was self-confidence in his gaze, but suddenly an unknown emotion appeared, clouding his eyes as if a wave of doubt and fear had momentarily swept over his heart, adding tension to the atmosphere around him. Wen Hui looked at him carefully, trying to decipher the mysterious look that suddenly darkened his eyes, but he could never understand what exactly was hidden behind this unknown emotion. But more importantly, he was now faced with not just an opponent, but a swordsman and a fistfighter at the same time, as if someone had deliberately prevented all three boys from becoming captains. Perhaps they chose only one swordsman because they didn't want to further annoy the elder, whose presence was already creating tension in the hall. Suddenly, the commander raises his hand and in a loud voice announces the beginning of the battle, and the silence that has hung over the arena explodes with tension and anticipation. Wen Hui rushes forward and delivers a powerful attack, pressing his hands to his opponent's head with such fury that he seems to want to crush it with his unstoppable strength. The other warrior, with fear in his eyes, frowned at this devastating attack, took a step back, and coldly announced that he was giving up the fight. Thus he gave Song Woo-hyun the victory after just one blow, admitting his defeat before the fight gained real strength, stunning everyone around him. Sodom, watching all this action, said that he could not be left without food, and the warrior listening to her spoke in shock, but even he was glad that he had not fought him in the past. The man listened to the results and just stood there laughing, because all his students had successfully passed the test, showing their strength, skill, and right to become captains. So, after the tests were completed, the squad commander, together with the cadets, set off for the main pavilion of the Valley of the Six Bloods, where official recognition and a new stage in their military destiny awaited them. Sodom turned to the young man and said that one of the Blood Witch's subordinates had just been staring at him, and he asked if it was the one standing behind Dam Yehui. He understood and said that he was thinking of her, and then explained that it was Ms. Ha-en, or rather Baek Ren-ha, whose reputation and influence had long been known to everyone in the Valley of the Six Bloods. Sodom could not believe that it was really Baek Ren-ha. The girl looked completely different, and she, not recognizing her appearance, assumed that she had been cured with the help of that magical plant. She asked in surprise if she had undergone body correction, because the girl had become half her size. But at the same time, she still had the same eyes and hair, which were hard not to recognize. Sodom looked at the young man with a smile and said that she couldn't believe it when he recognized her, whether at first glance or through observation. But the young man asked her not to continue her thought. Javabek, slightly surprised and at the same time interested, asked the master why they decided to move to the main hall now, because this had not been planned before, and the reason is unknown to him. To this, the master calmly replied that the most important part was beginning right now, and therefore they should go to the main hall to select several capable young men from among all those present for further training. They slowly entered the massive carved doors of the main hall, and without saying a word, looked around carefully, fixing their eyes on every detail. A stately warrior in battle armor stood before them. Cards with symbols lay next to him, and he solemnly emphasized that at this very moment, the ceremony of selecting the best young men was officially beginning. Sodom frowned in surprise, not quite understanding what the ceremony meant. So the apprentice next to her calmly explained that it was just the name of the procedure for appointing new warriors to responsible positions. The names of the warriors who have just passed the test are already written on special cards, which are arranged by rank, and the commanders, sent by the blood stars and approved by the elders, can choose those they like. The girl guessed that in a past life, he had probably been chosen by the commander of the Blood Wolves himself, but he only shrugged and noted that low-ranking warriors were not allowed into the hall. Wenhui says that you can look at it as a competition to get the best warriors, middle and high rank, and then a warrior approaches the man and asks if he is participating. The fourth elder began to think cunningly, but finally said that he did not have a single captain under his command, so he did not have the right to choose them himself. The three representatives stand before him, trembling with fear because the man looks like a beast, and they ask if he will really personally choose those he likes. The elder frowned, asked which warriors should start with, medium or high rank, to which he received a clear answer that he should start with medium-level warriors. Then the elder decided to start first, asking if anyone had any objections, and hearing the silence around him, he realized that no one had any objections to his decision. So the man carefully ran his finger over the wooden plaques with the names of the warriors, intently selecting among them those who most deserved recognition and further service. Everyone closely followed his movements, noticing how the elder suddenly pointed his finger beyond the cards, and a suggestion arose in their minds that perhaps he had already made a final decision about his choice. His finger pressed firmly against the cards, and he seemed lost in his thoughts, hesitating and considering each name with concentration before making his final choice. Suddenly, he said that if the total number of warriors was only 37, he would eliminate the last 10, after which he ran his hand over the cards, cutting off a separate piece of cloth with his finger. The fourth Supreme Elder explained that he was taking with him all the warriors whose names remained above, because it was these young men who were worthy to continue the path and serve under his leadership in the future. The Blood Witch's jaw dropped open in shock, unable to believe that he dared to take 27 warriors with him at once, changing the balance of power and the fate of many young fighters. At this moment, despite the tense atmosphere, Sodom smiled quietly, hiding her true thoughts and hoping that this decision would benefit them all in the future. Wenhui said that he expected unexpected decisions and surprises from the master, so he really doesn't care about the opinions of others, because he acts according to his own convictions and goals. He looks carefully at all the blood stars and elders present, saying that out of fairness to them, he leaves them 10 warriors and hopes that they will divide them among themselves, one candidate each. The man is directly told that he is taking too many warriors, and this could cause problems, as this number exceeds the usual limits and causes concern among the other participants. He turns to the woman with slight surprise and questions her words, trying to understand what exactly she means, because his own decision seems completely logical and justified to him. The Blood Witch asked, "Didn't they say at their meeting of the Supreme Elders that it was too difficult for a man to lead a large number of people?" And then he said he would work alone. In addition, he was warned that if he took such a large number of soldiers, it would be unfair to others, because everyone should have equal chances and opportunities for service and development. The man replied that he was glad that it was the woman who raised this question, which caused her noticeable surprise, because he seemed to make it clear that he was ready to openly discuss even the most difficult topics without fear. So with confidence in his voice, he announced that he had changed his decision he had made earlier and now wanted to educate his group of people, and asked if anyone had any objections to his goal. The elder explains that he doesn't have a single person under his command right now, so he wanted to take everyone, but decided to leave them alone so that they wouldn't lose their dignity. The young man wondered what emotions would be reflected on the faces of those present if he took all the warriors for himself, imagining surprise, indignation, or perhaps hidden envy among the other commanders. So, looking at everyone present, the man says that those who have their own complaints can tell their masters about it, and if any of them have any comments, let them come to him. Taking a threatening stance, he coldly declared whether they could settle all disputes on the spot right now, because otherwise he would not hesitate to slit the throat of anyone who dared to contradict him. The woman calmly said that if he wanted to educate his subordinates, there was no reason to stop him, because everyone had the right to choose their own path and form their own team. If the elder declared that he wanted to increase his power, then he could indeed safely take away all the warriors he liked, because it was his right to increase his power and influence within the limits of what was permitted. But since the fourth elder had been a lone wolf all along, his goal was to enter the game before the entire blood cult. And as soon as this news reached her ears, she would certainly not remain without participation. And just think, the man who was once lonely like a sleeping dragon has now awakened, and how dangerous this path will become, forcing even a young lady to stand up and face the challenges. Sodom turned to the young man and said that she thought, perhaps this is a great opportunity for him to prove himself, show his abilities, and take an important step towards a great future. After all, right now the old man has spoken about his plans. Both sides will try even harder to convince him to join them, demonstrating all their power, and he in turn can choose the best option for himself. Wenhui jokingly asked when the girl had managed to get so smart, to which she replied with slight anger that she had always been like that, and his surprise only showed how much he had underestimated her. The Southern Sword admitted that he didn't understand what was going on at all, to which the girl replied sharply that that was why it was better for him to remain silent, because not everyone has the right to interfere in something they don't understand. The commander spoke sharply, announcing the start of the selection of high-level candidates, as all 6 young men had successfully passed the test and now deserved to be truly selected. So he ordered them to step forward, and all 6 instantly followed his command, walking confidently and ready for the next stage of the test. The man stated that before continuing, he would like each commander to give a short speech so that the candidates could hear their words, understand their intentions, and make their choices consciously. Wenhui explained to Sodom that high-level candidates choose who to join because it is up to them to decide where to go, who to support, and this affects their future, so the choice must be conscious. Now everything will depend on the eloquence of the commanders, because it is their words and beliefs that will determine who the candidates will choose, and this will become a decisive factor in the subsequent selection. Suddenly, the young man heard a strange voice in his thoughts, which seemed to cut through the silence, forcing him to concentrate and ponder the incomprehensible message that had suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked at the man who said they needed to take all the warriors and asked the young man to use his charisma by giving a speech to convince everyone to join their side. The main character was confused and couldn't understand, because he was only a beginner, while the commanders were experienced, so he thought it would be better if the man himself gave the speech, using his status and influence. The elder was surprised and could not understand whether Wenhui really wanted him to stand in front of everyone and praise himself, because such a request seemed strange and unacceptable to him. The boy quickly realized that his master wanted him to use his words and charisma to show him from the best side, creating the image of a worthy and influential leader for everyone present. And then the commanders are asked which of them wants to start this action first, to give a speech and present their arguments to the candidates. Wenhui steps forward and is asked if, as Captain So, he wants to give a speech in place of the fourth elder, giving him a chance to present their side to the candidates. A frowning man standing next to the boy looks at him and says that they have their own hierarchy, and therefore they will go in order of seniority. The young man understands that he is the last. Another commander notes that Commander Cha is certainly saying the right things, but adds that none of this matters to him, saying that the result will still be as it should be. Listening to their conversation, Wenhui begins to understand that they behave just like the elder himself, with confidence, arrogance, and an inner conviction in their own rightness and strength. And the young man was sure that they definitely intended to play on him, using his speech against him. But suddenly someone said that if they were to start with the elders, then Commander Sun should speak first. He realizes that such a condescending attitude only awakens a spirit of rivalry in him, and begins to ponder what exactly he should say or do to convince all 6 warriors to choose their side. The hero notes that it is good if the soldiers do not choose right away, because this will allow him to listen to the speeches of other commanders, quickly assess their weaknesses, and build his own speech based on this. Suddenly, the master's voice abruptly interrupts his inner thoughts. Harsh words are spoken condemning what he is doing there, and why he has not yet focused on the main thing, forcing the young man to return to reality. The master angrily asks why he allowed himself to be put in last place, saying it was a sign of weakness, but Wenhui calmly replies that it would be much better this way because he would be able to study his opponents. The man with a cold threat in his voice warns him not to disappoint him, And in that moment, the young man realizes how difficult it is to meet the high standards of an old man whose demands know no bounds. A man in dark robes with a steely gaze arrives and solemnly declares that he is the commander of the five poisons, sent by the third elder, the blood snake king Guje Yang himself. The third elder, known for his wisdom and deep understanding of the poisonous arts, greatly values talents and always finds a way to nurture anyone who joins them. He is the commander of the ruin, a ruthless warrior with a heart hardened in battle, and the official representative of the second elder of the mighty Demon Blade Emperor, whose fame spreads far beyond the provinces. And if anyone dares to join him, he will personally pass on the knowledge of the most dangerous combat and dark techniques. And so, one by one, the 9 commanders, each with unwavering confidence in their voices, began to deliver their speeches, revealing their origins, their power, and their promises to those who would dare to join. Sodam, bored, said that all these performances seemed the same to her, and the young man next to her explained that they all belonged to the same cult, had almost equal status, and the only thing that could differ was their unique techniques. Southern Sword, carefully watching each of the commanders deliver their speeches, quietly remarked that it seemed everyone was expecting a real reaction, from only one candidate. Among all those present, only one boy stood silently, his face devoid of any emotion, as if he was detached from everything that was happening. And if she heard correctly, his name was Jo Seong-wan. At first glance, it was clear that he was a rare diamond among others, because even during the test, he had proven himself when he fearlessly entered into battle with a high-ranking warrior and won in 16 attacks. He doesn't understand why all the commanders are so eager to have him on their side, because he himself doesn't see anything special. But at the same time, he feels a strangely familiar feeling, as if he's heard this name somewhere before. The young man admitted that he cannot claim to remember everyone from his past life, and may be mistaken. But it seems to him that he knew this guy well before that, as if their destinies had intertwined before. A new commander appears on the stage again, whose appearance causes tension in the hall. His gaze is piercing, and the confidence in every step speaks of considerable experience and an important mission. He is the commander of the White Blood and the official representative of the First Star, known as the Hot Sword Chan Ren, whose reputation is unwavering and whose strength and determination inspire all around him to fight and win. Suddenly, this candidate's eyes lit up, as if an invisible force had awakened within him, blazing with bright fire, and everyone around him felt his energy change, filled with unpredictable power. Wunhui realized that the face which had previously shown no emotion, now instantly shone, as if hidden feelings had suddenly burst forth, changing his entire appearance and filling him with new life energy. The commander firmly stated that he was not going to talk about the First Blood Star, hinting at the mysteries and secrets hidden behind this name, and only the chosen ones were destined to learn the truth about its true power and purpose. The elder listened attentively as the commander refused to list all his numerous merits, considering it unnecessary, because in this hall, no one really needs long explanations. Strength is valued here. He will utter just one short but powerful word that will resound in the hall like thunder, leaving everyone in suspense and forcing everyone to ponder what is hidden behind this laconic message. He will only say one thing, that they, together with the First Star, have been fighting bravely on the front lines of Peak Zhou all this time, without retreating a single step, and that this fearless struggle will continue, no matter what. Wunhui watched this guy carefully and noticed how the muscles on his face trembled, as if an imperceptible inner urge had awakened within him when he heard the mention of Pike Ji's place. He remembered that Pike Ji was located not far from the Beggar Sect, a place of legend, where danger and mystery were so closely intertwined that even the strongest warriors feared to approach its borders. Suddenly he felt memories begin to arise in his mind, vivid images of the past that unexpectedly broke through the fog and made his heart beat faster with an inexplicable nostalgia. He instantly realized that this guy was a spy from the Beggar Sect, as his behavior and reactions betrayed more than just coincidences, and now he understood that he was dealing with a dangerous enemy. Sodom was shocked by what she heard and couldn't help but ask if he was truly orthodox, to which the young man only replied cryptically that that wasn't all, and that the truth was much more complicated. After all, in 6 months he will definitely be exposed, and although he will try with all his might to hide the truth, he will definitely be found. But despite this, he will not be given life, but will be killed. Sodom asked if the hero intended to help the boy, to which he calmly replied that the boy's only real goal was to join the first star, and he was not interested in any other help or distraction. He is, of course, a good warrior with exceptional skills and willpower, but it will be almost impossible to influence his decisions or change his path, as he is too stubborn and purposeful. Wenhui suddenly heard a quiet but insistent male voice in his head, reminding him of the importance of not losing this boy, emphasizing that he was crucial. The elder made the final conclusion that the boy was truly worthy of respect, because during the test he had shown exceptional abilities, demonstrating not only strength, but also intelligence, endurance, and unwavering will. The commander of destruction, upon hearing this, declared that the boy came from the powerful Hao clan, so the young man absolutely needed to take him under his control, because such an alliance would strengthen their forces. Wenhui realizes that he will soon go crazy from the tension, because the master imperceptibly hints to him to try to lure the spy to him, creating real chaos in his thoughts and forcing him to doubt. Wenhui cautiously asks if he can ask the master a question, as he needs to understand something important, and he hopes the master will agree to share his knowledge. The man is watching the unfolding events closely following the young man's every move, and eagerly waiting for him to finally explain his previous request. But Zhuobiao thought to himself that it seemed that Wenhui would soon pay dearly for his boldness, as their master would hardly ignore such a question and would likely suffer punishment. The man, upon hearing this, sternly ordered the twin to come closer, and the twin, immediately feeling guilty, hastily apologized, realizing that his behavior was unacceptable. Finally, it was the young man's turn to deliver his speech. He gathered all his courage, raised his head, and confidently addressed the audience, ready to reveal his intentions and prove that he deserved their attention and respect. It seems that all the warriors have already made their choice, so to finally convince them, the student needs to stand out from the rest by making an original and unexpected proposal that will make everyone think. The young man declared that he was just like all of them, an ordinary student and captain of Seo Wenhui, emphasizing simplicity and at the same time willingness to lead others, showing that true strength is not in title, but in faith. He analyzed the situation and realized that there were 6 of them in total, so he was confident that he would be able to convince and take 5 of them under his control, gradually strengthening his position and creating a strong alliance. He admitted that everyone already knew that he was the 4th elder's pupil, and honestly added that he was undoubtedly luckier than them, as he had the opportunity to study directly with him. Suddenly, a quiet whisper began among the warriors. They looked at each other, tensely discussing the young man, and someone asked aloud what made him better than them, what had earned him such an honor, and why it had fallen to him. Wenhui quickly realized that long speeches were useless here, so with a slight smile he said that he was just a lucky guy who happened to be in the right place at the right time. But how can someone who was just a simple cadet claim with such confidence that they understand their desire to find someone stronger, wiser, more worthy of themselves? Looking at the guy, Wenhui gradually begins to realize that he's not even listening to him. His gaze is distant, his thoughts are somewhere far away, as if he's not at all interested in the conversation or anything that's happening right now. So he calmly continues, noting that, as Commander Shim Hyun had said earlier, he also believes that there is no point in listing his master's achievements, because true strength needs no extra words. Having said this with imperturbable confidence, the young man aroused hidden anger in the man, because such audacious simplicity and refusal to glorify the master sounded like a challenge to established traditions. Wenhui, without hesitation, added that confirmation of his words could be provided by the twins, who had witnessed everything that had happened and were able to attest to the truth of his intentions, thereby strengthening his position. He asked everyone to look at the twins, because only a year ago they were ordinary cadets, and now both have become captains, proof that perseverance can change fate. And they achieved all these achievements in just 1 year, proving that even in a short period of time, you can achieve the incredible if you have a goal, a mentor, faith in yourself, and never stop halfway. Wenhui understands that this is exactly the proof that the warriors have been waiting for so long, because these are not empty words, but a vivid and convincing example that demonstrates the possibility of rapid growth and true strength. A commander from the back rows loudly declared that these achievements were not the twins, but primarily the result of being taught by the elder, whose knowledge and experience had become the true foundation of their success. The chief sternly noted that Captain So had not yet finished his speech, hinting to him not to interrupt, because every word had weight, and it was important to give him the opportunity to speak to the end. Sodom couldn't understand how he dared to interrupt the host, but he calmly explained that he simply sensed a threat in the words, and that was a good sign, because it meant that the performance was strong enough because it evoked emotions. Wunhui continued his speech, noting that perhaps it was indeed because they were taught by the elder, but he also wanted to draw attention to another important point. He emphasized that the master has only himself and two twins as students, and it is this small but select group that demonstrates the true power and effectiveness of teaching because their achievements speak louder than any words. He means that the master has only three pupils, himself and two twins, and it is this small number that indicates a special level of selection and training, because each of them is an exceptional warrior. His words caused misunderstanding and surprise among those present. The soldiers began to ask themselves what exactly the young man was leading with this thought, and what important idea he was trying to convey, because it sounded unexpected. They couldn't understand whether it should be considered a plus or a minus. The fact that the man had so few students raised doubts, because on the one hand it indicated a high quality of selection, and on the other hand, a limited influence. The warriors emphasized that although they are a small group, they are extremely worthy and strong, capable of withstanding any challenges, because true power is not measured by numbers, but by devotion and unity. Wunhui explained that while their ranks in the cult are numerous, the master's policy has changed dramatically, and now all students will come under his direct initiation. So he asked what this means for them and how it will affect them. He explained that right now they have a unique chance to become the first pillars in the formation of a large faction that is just beginning its journey, and they are the ones who can lay a solid foundation for future power. The other main cult leaders are worthy and strong leaders, but no matter who they turn to, they will have to start their journey from the very bottom, going through numerous trials. The warriors agree with him, understanding that although the path will be difficult, a common goal and support for each other will help overcome all difficulties and the opportunity to start over in a new faction. He asked the warriors why they would prefer to become only the tail of a great dragon or to immediately take part in laying a solid foundation and become the basis of the head, because the future depends on their choice. In conclusion, the young man emphasizes that as they themselves see, there are few of them, so together they will be a strong family where everyone will support the other, and it is this unity that will make them stronger. The man, listening attentively to the young man's speech, hugs the twins with a warm smile on his face, as if emphasizing their true kinship, showing everyone present that they really are. He mentally orders the twins to smile so wide that their jaws are missing, adding in his mind that otherwise he will tear it off himself, as if joking and at the same time emphasizing his power over them. The warriors were shocked because they could not believe in such a warm and sincere relationship between the master and the students, because usually in their world there is severity and coldness. So this mutual support seemed incredible. Sodom turned to the young man, noting that they didn't look like a real family at all, to which Woon Hui admitted that he also felt uncomfortable with this pretended closeness, admitting that it was just a cover. High-ranking warrior Li Gu, upon hearing Captain Sio's speech, confidently declared that he wanted to join him because he saw in him a true leader with a clear goal, capable of leading forward and uniting. Captain Seo happily replied that he sincerely welcomed Li Gu to their ranks, confident that the fourth elder would be very pleased with such a new addition, as his arrival would only strengthen their team. He realizes that everything went well, because normally the old man would have immediately criticized him or even beaten him on the spot for any mistake, so now he feels relieved. If the first candidate had chosen a different faction, the situation could have changed dramatically, so the man is watching with satisfaction for now, realizing that everything is going according to plan and there is still a chance to strengthen his influence. The commander turned to the next candidate and asked if he was ready to finally make his decision, because his future and fate depended on this choice, and the moment had come when he needed to make a decision. Woon Hui mentally appeals to the next candidate to join their side, hoping that they make the right decision and choose a path that will bring strength and unity. The warrior seems to hesitate, pondering his choice, and this uncertainty creates a tense atmosphere in the hall as everyone closely watches his every move, waiting for a decision. Wen Hui understands that the warrior is worried because right now every commander is addressing him through Jianim, trying to convince and sway him to their side, which creates enormous pressure and forces him to weigh every word. The hero, hearing his own name behind him, breathes a sigh of relief, feeling that he has not been left out in this intense struggle for the warrior's attention and that his voice and influence still matter. He sighs with relief because he heard that the warrior wanted to join them, and this gives him confidence in the correctness of his path, and also gives him the strength to continue the fight for the support of the rest of the warriors. Jibabek says with irony that they are inviting him to hell, but at the same time, the man really likes this warrior's confidence and strength because he sees potential in him. Wen Hui realizes that he tried hard and wants to acknowledge his success because he is surprised that two warriors have already made a choice in their favor, which gives him confidence and encourages him to continue fighting. Next comes the stone-faced boy Cho Seung-won, and the boy immediately realizes that he is the main problem because his cold gaze and lack of emotion hide something more. After all, each side seeks to obtain Cho Seung-won like a precious glass with a rare drink mixed with poison. On the outside, he is perfect, desirable, but inside lies a danger that can poison. All the captains began to persuade him even more persistently, competing with each other in words and promises, but everything was in vain because determination was visible in Cho Seung-won's eyes. He already had his goal. Nothing could convince him. He does not listen to any words or pay attention to persuasion because all his attention is focused on only one thought, to get to the first blood star, because it is there, in his belief, that the true path will begin. But to bring Elder Cho Seung-won, a warrior with potential and a secret, and throw only a bony fish in return would mean either accepting humiliation or daring to swallow a poisonous chance and risk everything. Therefore, Wen Hui understands with bitter realization that he cannot bring this spy because his choice was made long before this moment, and no words or efforts can change the direction. The man gives the young man a sharp, threatening look, full of displeasure and silent reproach, as if warning him that he will have to answer for his failure with Cho Seung-won. And suddenly Wen Hui hears a man's voice in his head, coldly saying, as if with a knife through his consciousness, that he simply cannot afford to let this guy go, because such a chance only comes once. The hero cannot understand why this particular boy has taken such a liking to the man that he almost begs, losing his usual restraint, to do everything possible to attract him to them. So Wen Hui realized with a sad realization that he actually had no choice, because dying for some warrior, even a talented one, was not part of his plans, especially when his own life was at stake. The hero realizes that he himself was a spy 10 years ago in a past life, so he understands well that the most terrible situation for a spy is when he is exposed and there is no way out. He addresses him mentally, trying to convey the seriousness of the situation and warn of the danger that lurks at every turn, while at the same time offering support and hope. But he answers, not quite understanding what Wen Hui means by this, ignoring the hints, but the young man firmly declares that he actually comes from a sect of beggars, revealing the truth. He infiltrates the ranks of the First Blood Star to sneak up on peak GE, but the young man understands that everything depends on whether his true nature is revealed sooner, as this could be fatal. The warrior asks Captain So what exactly he wanted to achieve and what he was offering in exchange for their support, trying to figure out if he should join this group. Wen Hui looked at the warrior with a confident and firm gaze that left no doubt about his intentions and determination, demonstrating that he was ready to lead them forward and would not back down even in the face of the most difficult challenges. The higher-ranking warrior seemed to instantly understand that Wen Hui had imperceptibly threatened him, and now he was trying to gather all his thoughts to make the right decision, because not only his fate depended on him. The captain of the First Blood Star spoke in a calm and confident voice, as if he had long foreseen this choice of the warrior, demonstrating complete confidence that he would certainly join his ranks. But suddenly his eyes widened sharply in unexpected shock and deep confusion, as if he had encountered something completely unexpected and now could not understand how to react to such a surprise. A high-ranking warrior unexpectedly announced that he was choosing the path to Captain So, shattering all his assumptions and tipping the balance of power in this fierce struggle for support. The elder smiles quietly and laughs, saying that the warrior made the absolutely right choice, because his decision not only demonstrates wisdom, but also promises great opportunities for the future. Wen Hui instantly realized that the warrior had changed his mind and taken a step away from the fate he remembered from his past life, which meant a radical change in the course of events and the possibility of a new development of the situation. But he wasn't exactly sure if this decision was the right one, because although the warrior had made a choice different from what he had expected, the consequences of this step remained unknown, and he was afraid. We should not forget that when the present changes, the more difficult it will be for the young man in the future, because it is already difficult for him now, when all the captains in his head are constantly asking why he wants to take all the candidates for himself. After the selection process was completed, the elder was satisfied with the result, as 4 out of 6 candidates joined him, which significantly strengthened his influence and gave him hope for a successful future. He turns to the young man and says that his gift of persuasion only works half-heartedly, because although he has some influence, he lacks the full power to finally win everyone over to his side and secure full support. Chvabek asks what they should do with him then, but he thinks to himself that the man could have said something about the gift of persuasion by 2/3, since he managed to take more than half of the warriors. The man didn't understand why Chvabek was happy, so in irritation he hit him on the head, demonstrating his dissatisfaction and misunderstanding of such behavior in this serious situation. Someone commented that even under these circumstances, the young master's skills were impressive, and Wen Hui silently thought that he hadn't even noticed this stranger's presence. He was so focused on his thoughts. The elder speaks with suspicion as to why this stranger has only just appeared and whether he was really just observing the action, hinting at a possible hidden purpose or importance of his presence. Wen Hui realized that they had known each other for a long time, because he had never seen anyone with whom the master had behaved so amicably and openly, which caused him surprise and even a slight excitement because of this unexpected closeness. He apologizes to the elder, explaining that the spectacle was too exciting, and he simply could not help but watch from the sidelines. But this aroused deep suspicion in the young man about his true intentions. The master addresses the disciples and instructs them to greet the man who served him 10 years ago, emphasizing the importance of his presence and the long history of their work together. The man introduced himself as Zhang Wenwun and said that he was the commander of Huzong, emphasizing his high status and important role in the faction structure, which immediately aroused the respect and attention of those present. The young men quickly responded by expressing their respect and greeting Commander Zhang Wenwun, demonstrating their discipline and understanding of the importance of this meeting for future cooperation. The man turned to the master and reported that he had carried out his order, successfully gaining new members from the old mountain district, emphasizing the importance of this achievement for expanding their influence. The man reported that he had brought 20 low-ranking warriors, 13 medium-ranking warriors, and 2 high-ranking warriors, and the young man instantly realized that this place was similar to the Valley of Six Bloods, where new warriors were also being trained. The elder says that it's not bad, but it could have been better, and he's no better than the young man, to which the young man smiles and replies that it's all he's capable of, demonstrating modesty and self-confidence at the same time. Southern Sword noticed that the conversation was about the reason why the elder had been away for half a year, and Wen Hui realized that even then he was preparing for a significant increase in the strength of his faction and future trials. And yet, it's not for nothing that he bears the title of Fourth Elder. The young man realizes that he sees the future much further than he does, and thinks about what incredible, far-sighted plans his master is hiding. The elder, looking around at everyone, says that now there are many more of them, so it's time to move from the cramped cave to a more spacious dwelling, after which he addresses the twins with an assignment. He ordered the twins to take Wen Hui and several young men with them to carry everything out of the cave, emphasizing that they now needed to leave the past behind and prepare a new space for the beginning of something much greater. The students happily accepted the order, because for the first time in a long time this winter, they will have the opportunity to sleep in warmth and comfort rather than huddle in a cold cave, which has given them enthusiasm and faith in a better future. And they would no longer have to sleep on the cold, damp ground crawling with spiders, which made the newcomers look at each other, not understanding whether it was a joke or if the older students really lived in such harsh conditions. Jivabek asks the young man how many people they will take with them, to which the young man, glancing in the direction of the cave, replies that taking into account the elders' belongings, and if they really intend to take everything out at once, it is necessary to take 7 warriors. And then he adds that Jwabik is good at leading people, so he asks if he wants to choose those who will go with him, entrusting him with this small but responsible task. And he speaks sharply, ordering everyone who is confident in their Qigong skills to raise their hands, which attracts attention. Saddam whispers that Jwabek is one of those who will fulfill a request if only he is praised. Southern Sword notes that it was because of people like Jwabek that his past master was wary of those who were too skilled at flattery, and the girl thought that perhaps his master was just unlucky with women. But he calmly replies that his master was simply completely focused on his sword, and he had no time for feelings or people who could distract him from the warrior's path. Moonhui watches intently as the warriors raise their hands one by one, declaring their confidence in their Qigong skills, but suddenly catches the eye of Zhou Xiongwan, who is looking directly at him. Jobabek, having chosen everyone who will go with him, looks back at the group and says that they are almost there. All that remains is to get to the rock, the last stage before reaching the cave. The rock looked mighty, incredibly tall and unyielding, as if testing their strength and will, standing in the way of their goal, ready to challenge anyone who dared to conquer it. The warriors looked at the rock with shock and doubt, not believing that it was even possible to climb such a mighty and unyielding height, for its steep slopes and rocky ledges seemed an insurmountable obstacle. Vivek looked around, noticing that someone was calling him from behind. The shadow was moving quickly, but it was one of the warriors, hurrying to deliver important news or ask for help. The atmosphere was tense. He confidently assured the young warrior that falling was impossible, because everyone had their comrades back, and together they were invincible, so fear gave way to the power of unity and mutual support. Zhou Xiongwan openly asked to speak with Captain Xiao Wenhui alone, and the hero feels that he is not hiding his desire for a private conversation at all. Zhuabiak, watching them, warned them not to be late, because Wen Hui knew very well how severely the elder would react to any tardiness, so they had to do everything on time. Crouching first, he confidently ordered the others to follow him, reminding them that being late was unforgivable. They did not yet know how severely the elder would react to any delay, so there was no need to delay. The young man watched the master and was always amazed by his movement techniques, realizing that Zhuabek's mountain climbing skills were truly the best of all. Zhou Xiongwan revealed that Wen Hui is the child of a concubine, sent from the clan due to the destroyed Dantian, which caused his exile and difficult fate. Realizing that Zhou Xiongwan's information was limited, the hero felt a cold anxiety because a spy always walks on the edge, where every little thing can become a death trap for him and his surroundings. Wen Hui noticed a shadow flash in Zhou Xiongwan's gaze and concluded that he was no longer hiding his true role as a spy, openly challenging everyone around him. Suddenly, Zhou Xiongwan abruptly lunged forward, unleashing a furious punch that exploded with force like a flash of thunder, forcing him to react instantly, defending himself from the unexpected attack. Wen Hui instantly realized that he was faced with a special palm technique, the energy of which radiated a bright, almost unearthly light, causing him both admiration and anxiety due to its unusualness. He quickly realized that his previous conclusions were wrong. He was faced with not just a near expert, but a true, fully fledged master whose strength exceeded all expectations. Southern Sword tells Wen Hui to dodge the attack because in front of him is the 18-palm technique pacifying the dragon, and horror suddenly appears in the young man's eyes from the realization of a deadly threat. So he realizes that only the leader of the beggar sect can know this rare and deadly technique, which deeply shocks him because it means that the enemy is much more powerful and dangerous than he previously imagined. Zhou Xiongwan could have gained knowledge of the technique through secret connections or espionage among beggars, as this skill is a treasured secret of the sect leader, which makes the boy even more mysterious and dangerous. The atmosphere around them thickened with tension, while the scorching rays of the sun scorched the earth, as if reminding them of the inevitability of the battle that already loomed over them and troubled every heart. Zhou Xiongwan coldly declared that even if the young man got a sword, it would not help him, because true strength lies not in weapons, but in skill, which Wen Hui would never acquire and would never be able to match. He sternly orders Wen Hui to answer his questions instead of rushing into a hasty attack, warning that any mistake will be costly, and now their future path depends on accuracy. Wen Hui, gathering all his will and strength, fires a powerful sword blow that cuts through the air, forcing the enemy to retreat under the pressure of his ruthless determination. Cho Seong-wan, confident in the ease of repelling the young man's attack, suddenly felt shocked as his eyes widened in surprise, as the force of the blow exceeded all his expectations, confusing him. Suddenly, he flies through the air like a bird, taking on the hero's powerful blow, feeling the force of the attack pierce his body, and an unexpected fear of an unknown enemy appears in his eyes. Upon landing, Cho Seong-wan could not believe in the greatness of the young man's inner strength, so he remained silent and confused, as if searching within himself for answers about what had really happened. Seo Wen Hui asked as if summing up, because Cho Seong-wan hadn't even guessed that he had been hiding all his true power, reading in surprise the unfathomable depths of his strength. The opponent stands in confusion after the blow, because he did not expect that the young man hides such incredible strength, so now it is too late to understand the true power of Wen Hui, which will change their subsequent fight forever. The hero is convinced that despite the achievements of other masters, he is able to simultaneously use the energy of the lower dantian and internal innate strength, and it was thanks to the innate core that he achieved the fourth formation a month ago. At the present moment, he is persistently perfecting the fourth formation of the Shining Star Sword technique, striving to surpass the limits of his own potential. He realizes that he has already surpassed the level of an expert, as his control over energy, depth of understanding of formations, and advancement in the Shining Star Sword technique go far beyond ordinary skill. Therefore, this fight gains even more power than before, as his spiritual power, sword technique, and balance energy turn every move into a deadly threat, even for experienced masters. Cho Seong-wan tries hard to repel the enemy's swift and devastating attacks, but despite his experience and attempts at counterattacks, he is unable to completely contain the onslaught, and the defense gradually begins to weaken. Sweat runs down his face, soaking his clothes, and his eyes, full of tension and determination, remain focused on Wen Hui's every move, trying to anticipate the next lightning attack. Wen Hui understands that he managed to block the attack and deflect the opponent's blade to the side, but he realizes that this is the limit of his current capabilities, and even the slightest mistake could cost him defeat. And at that moment, the warrior realizes that he has opened himself up to a possible counterattack, but having gathered all his willpower and concentration, he instantly begins to calculate the most accurate trajectory for his next strike. But he, confident in his own strength, coldly said that he foresees such obvious attacks a moment before they begin to form, and therefore they pose no threat to him. However, this was exactly what the pupil had hoped for. He deliberately displayed the obvious in order to mislead the enemy, and, without stopping for a moment, continued to strictly adhere to his meticulously thought-out plan. Cho Seong-wan's eyes suddenly widened in confusion as he, carefully following the young man's movements, suddenly realized that he had fallen into a carefully planned trap that he had failed to recognize in time. Wen Hui delivers an incredible attack with lightning precision, channeling all his accumulated power into one decisive blow, and at the same moment, true fear appears on his opponent's face. Cho Seong-wan, gripped by panic, even began to scream when he saw the cold, shining blade of his apprentice's sword right in front of his face, rapidly approaching, leaving him no time to defend himself or escape. Wen Hui coldly told Cho Seong-wan not to dramatize, explaining that he simply struck him with his sword while he was lying on the floor, screaming in fear, emphasizing his ruthless and calm dominance in this battle. Then, overcome with confusion and shock, he asked the young man why he suddenly stopped, as if he had already undoubtedly expected a fatal end and could not believe the unexpected pause in this brutal fight. Wen Hui calmly replied that he simply did not want to end this fight so quickly, because he saw in Cho Seong-wan a worthy opponent with whom he wanted to test his strength to the limit, continuing the tension of the fight. So now Cho Seong-wan will not be able to use his internal energy, because the student skillfully pressed on his critical points, paralyzing the flow of power and leaving him without an opportunity. Cho Seong-wan, feeling weak, asks the young man to wait and tries to start a conversation, But the young man coldly replies that this is exactly what he wanted to stop the fight for, to talk and clarify the situation. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, someone unexpectedly charged at the opponent, clearly hinting at the boy, forcing Woon Hui to instantly switch from conversation to defense in this unexpected clash. He begins to sincerely apologize, but Woon Hui sternly orders him to stop, explaining that he is even grateful for this attack because it was an unexpected challenge and helped. The hero explains that he had accumulated too much anger because of that crazy man, and this unexpected attack became a way for him to release this tension, to free his soul from a heavy burden. Woon Hui looks intently at the beaten Jo Seong-won and finally understands the master, realizing the depth of his inner struggle and the reason why it was this tension and challenges that made him so passionate. Sodom states that the master beat Jo Seong-won to death, but the young man calmly replies that at least he didn't use the core's internal energy, demonstrating control and restraint. However, the hero has an incredible number of questions about him, because despite the victory, he seeks to understand more deeply the motives, power, and secrets of his opponent that have remained unsolved so far. After all, Woon Hui clearly understands that Cho Seong-won felt the risk of being exposed, and that is why he decided to approach him and suddenly attack, seeking to regain control of the battle. But when the situation began to turn against him, the young man realized that a professional spy, in order to prevent information from leaking, would choose the path of suicide. But Cho Seong-won had not done so yet. However, all this time, while the student was striking, Cho Seong-won begged for mercy, and from this we can conclude that the fear of death can destroy even the strongest convictions, and he forgot about his duty. But the apprentice is concerned that the 18 palms of the calming dragon are a unique technique that only the main beggar sect and its descendants have the right to learn, and this makes him anxious. Before his reincarnation, the receiver of the technique was Hong Gol-gi, so Woon Hui asks Jo Seong-won about their relationship, trying to understand the depth of the bond between the two. But Jo Seong-won can't believe that Woon Hui would seriously ask him such a question, and his expression betrays both surprise and hidden irony, as if the thought seems too absurd to him. After all, he could not believe that the hero had really become the young head of the sect, and this improbability aroused in him a mixture of surprise, respect, and hidden anxiety about the future. However, Woon Hui still doubts the veracity of this information, because in his past life, the young head of the sect was over 30 years old, so he cannot be precise. And perhaps this guy is Hong Gol-gi's real rival for the inheritance rights, which is why the young man asked this question, trying to understand what could be wrong with this and what consequences it will have for both of them. Therefore, Cho Seong-won explains that this old man could not endure even 1 year of waiting, showing impatience and haste, which ultimately led to unexpected and tragic consequences for the inheritance. Only because his grandson Hong Gol-gi, who even in 5 years was unable to master and release 10 of the 18 palms of the calming dragon, which indicates the incredible complexity of this technique. While he mastered the technique much more quickly, Woon Hui realizes that he lost the succession dispute to someone from the direct line of heirs, which highlights his status as a lesser recognized heir. The hero says that it turns out that Cho Seong-won signed up as a spy to perform some important task, get into the attention of certain people, find out the secrets about the blood cult, and reveal the location of the base. Woon Hui explains that the Morm Alliance is afraid of the blood cult's revival, so he logically targeted them, but the bad luck is that the young leader has already been chosen, so Jo Seong-won will show skills. The boy asks if Jo Seong-won really thinks the sect leader is sitting somewhere on the sidelines, just waiting for him to return with his merits to challenge their proposal beyond question. After his words, Jo Seong-won still doesn't realize anything, because he never imagined that the beggar sect would ever dare to betray and reveal information about espionage, which deeply surprised him. After all, it would be very beneficial for those he hinders to immediately remove Cho Seong-won from the path, as it would destroy all his achievements and make his efforts go to waste. So exposing the espionage is a good move. Perhaps he would forever be remembered only as some kind of spy, and this story would remain solely in the annals of the beggar sect, remaining forgotten and unnoticed by the rest of the world. Woon Hui recalls that in his past life, Jo Seong-won was killed too easily, because he was a spy who had mastered 18 palms, so there is an assumption that he could have simply been eliminated. Jo Seung-won gradually realizes that his efforts were in vain, and deep down he accepts himself as a failure, forced to come to terms with his poor situation and inner self-criticism. He understands that the desire to do something unusual to prove his worthiness of the title was a bad idea from the very beginning, but at that moment he had no other choice. And apart from the fragile hope that one day the promise would be fulfilled, he had nothing. And now that even this last hope has disappeared, Cho Seung-won realizes that he is left with absolutely nothing, devastated and broken. Woon-hui realizes with a bitter smile that he was a fool because at first he just wanted to find out more information, considering it just an interrogation. But now that the whole truth has been revealed to him, he realizes. He turns to Jo Seung-won, looking him straight in the eye, and says that despite everything, he still has the most precious thing in his life. So all is not lost, and the choice of who to be next remains his. And if the beggar's sect really decided to abandon him, then the young man is not going to betray him to the blood cult. Instead, he is ready to give him one and only chance to choose his own path. But if he promises to serve Woon-hui faithfully and unconditionally, then the apprentice assures him that he will do everything possible to erase the traces of this conversation as if it never happened, and will give him the opportunity to start all over again. And he also promises to help Jo Seung-won achieve his true goals if he makes his choice right now, without hesitation, because there may not be a second chance. So let him decide to disappear without a trace, sinking into oblivion as a nameless spy for the beggar sect, or finally show everyone who he really is, a person capable of changing his fate and leaving a mark. Jo Seung-won asks him to promise that if the beggar sect decides to betray him and give the cult information about his espionage, the cult will help him survive, and then he will swear allegiance without any doubts. Woon-hui confidently tells the master that in fact, Jo Seung-won belongs to the beggar sect, and not to the Hao clan at all, as was officially stated earlier, which causes noticeable surprise. The man, like the pet himself, did not understand what exactly Woon-hui meant, because his words were too vague and mysterious, leaving more questions than answers, and causing only confusion in both of them. And then Jo Seung-won flared up in anger, thinking that Woon-hui was trying to expose his affiliation before the sect officially did, which could destroy the carefully planned order of events. The old man, grabbing his student by the throat and squeezing him suspiciously, sharply asks who he is and whether he is a spy, but the student, unafraid, firmly and decisively, replies that that is not the case at all. But without losing his composure, Woon-hui explains that he really came to the cult to learn many things, and that he really only meant that Jo Seung-won had previously studied in the beggar's sect. The man suspiciously asks why this guy is so trusted, and then Woon-hui calmly replies that he has known him for several years, back in Yuan County, where he worked and repeatedly proved his loyalty. At first, he didn't recognize the boy because he was still a child at the time and looked completely different. But at the ceremony, when the hero came closer, Woon-hui finally realized that it was the same boy. Woon-hui calmly asks if the master remembers the moment when the boy was first going to join the White Blood Commander, but later changed his mind and changed his decision for reasons known only to him. After all, it was at that moment that the young man, addressing him by his nickname, said that he recognized him and that the master would be very surprised by this discovery, forcing him to think about the hidden secrets. And then he ordered the candidate to join them. And Cho Seung-won, worried, asked not to talk about his connection with the beggar sect, as it could lead to his exile and loss of trust. Woon-hui mentally asked him not to take any action if he simply wanted to save his life and avoid unnecessary problems, understanding the seriousness of the situation. The man sternly asked Jo Seung-won if he truly wishes to leave the sect and join their community, to which the boy answers in the affirmative without hesitation, confirming his decision to change his path. Commander Hu coldly remarked that he still couldn't be trusted for now, emphasizing the need to be careful and not rush into accepting Cho Seung-won into his team. After all, even though Seo Woon-hui communicated with him, they must be sure that his intentions are genuine and not dictated by cunning, because there is a possibility that he could be a spy, so trust requires time and evidence. Woon-hui realizes that he will have to pull out his trump cards and says that Jo Seung-won has little trust right now, as he has only been in the Valley of Six Bloods for a year, while he has been in the beggar's sect since childhood. But the young man reported interesting information. Soon the relations between the Muram alliance and the unrivaled faction will significantly deteriorate, which may cause unpredictable consequences for all parties, changing the balance of power. When Hui mentally asked Zhou Xiongwan to change his facial expression to something more reserved or emotionally neutral so as not to give away his true intentions and remain invisible among others. The man realizes that this will inevitably happen. The alliance will be broken, causing temporary anarchy, which will open up a profitable opportunity for the revival of the cult of blood and the restoration of its influence. The master admits that he used to be indifferent to this, but now connected to the top of the cult, he understands that this information has become extremely important and can influence his further actions and decisions. The man holds Zhou Xiongwan tightly by the head and looking him in the eye says that if he is not lying, he will take him in, because he recognizes in him the potential and usefulness for his cause. Having calmed down a little, the boy straightened his back and stared intently at Wen Hui, trying to read his intentions, assess the situation, and prepare for the next events that could change his fate. The hero mentally told the boy that now his problem was finally solved exactly as he wanted, and that he could now focus on the next steps without unnecessary worries and doubts. Zhou Xiongwan said that too many things had happened in the last hour, but if the sect revealed the truth about him, there was no need to worry, asked the young man to wait, and asked if the situation would get worse. After all, if word gets out about him in the cult, and this information reaches the sect, he risks becoming an enemy not only of the beggars, but of all orthodox sects, which will put his life in mortal danger. He realizes that he has become a traitor who revealed to the cult of blood even information that he did not actually possess, and now this makes him vulnerable to enemies and puts not only himself in danger. Wen Hui realizes that he has nowhere to go now, but then the guy thinks that the guy is reading his mind by saying it out loud, when in reality it's just his emotions that have broken out and are giving everything away. Zhou Xiongwan couldn't understand who Wen Hui was, because he had information he had never heard of, and his lies were so believable and confident that they made him doubt his own abilities. He simply couldn't call him trash from Ian. Clenso, on the contrary, he felt that he was facing someone much more powerful and dangerous than he seemed at first glance. Only later does he realize that it is too difficult and dangerous to keep such a strong opponent among his enemies. So, turning to his comrade, he utters the words of an oath of allegiance, recognizing his value and potential. Then the pupil orders him to go and help Jobek, understanding that this will be an important step in strengthening their position and achieving their common goal. He and the girl watch Zhou Xiongwan, and she can't figure out if he's really using the sex light body technique because he runs like a dog, and Wen Hui coldly remarks that he doesn't like her either. Although the technique is laborious and indeed quite effective, the hero still distrusts it, believing that it is not enough to meet the level of the sect and its requirements. Suddenly, Wen Hui noticed an unfamiliar figure in front of him, and not hiding his surprise, asked who it was, trying to quickly assess the situation and determine whether this person posed a threat or could become an ally. The girl approached to deliver a message from the sixth star to Blood, and the young man, as if recognizing her, asked in surprise if it was really Dame Yahua, trying to understand what role she was playing in this complicated situation. She couldn't believe he remembered her, but then explained that it was understandable, because she was the only one who didn't pass the captain's test, which made her special among the others. Dame Yehua admitted that it was embarrassing to realize that even though they all came to study at the same time, she was the only one who failed the captaincy test, which left a bitter residue in her heart. Wen Hui wasn't sure if the girl was okay, but she calmly replied that the sixth star had promised to pay him for the deal and asked him to meet her at midnight at her pavilion. Arriving at the appointed time, he notices that the woman is late and thinks that she is probably discussing information he recently revealed, as it could be important for her plans and influence. Suddenly, Wen Hui noticed the woman who had arrived late, and suppressing his excitement, politely greeted her with words. Realizing the importance of this meeting for the future development of events, she looked at him coldly and said coldly that she was a little late, causing the young man a feeling of surprise and irritation due to such a harsh tone that only emphasized her domineering nature. But Wen Hui calmly replied that it was nothing to worry about, because he himself had only just arrived, trying to maintain balance in the conversation and not show his excitement in front of the influential woman. The woman confidently stated that the pupil possessed many talents and the cult highly valued his abilities, which made him an important figure in their plans and emphasized his importance to the common cause. She asked if Wen Hui could look into her eyes before she fulfilled her promise, testing his courage and sincerity, wanting to be convinced of his intentions and inner strength. The hero did not understand what exactly happened after these words, because his innate energy began to move on its own, like an independent force controlling his body, causing him surprise and confusion. Sodom explains to him that he stumbled, hinting at a mistake or wrong decision that Wen Hui made, and tries to help him realize the consequences of this move in order to rectify the situation. She said that the young man had withstood the illusion of the gaze twice, so it was definitely not a coincidence, although he didn't understand what it meant, but he felt certain that it was all the work of the sixth blood star and its special power. She learned about this 20 years ago in the Shrine of the Nameless Descendant, which she accidentally stumbled upon, and now she is sure that this information will be of more use to him than to her. It was because of this that people began to call the woman a witch, because her knowledge and abilities seemed mystical and incomprehensible, which aroused both respect and fear among those who heard about her. Sodom could not determine her exact age, as her appearance was a mystery, and Wen Hui explained that, judging by her appearance, she was about 35 years old, although her real age could be completely different. The woman explained that this skill was called the illusory eye, and she decided to teach him this artistic technique, which would open up new possibilities for him in the perception and control of reality. After all, the illusory eye is a kind of illusion and technique that allows you to put the enemy into a state of oblivion, confusing his consciousness and creating an advantage in battle or in other difficult situations. A person who is in a state of confusion or amnesia reacts instinctively, especially if stimulated in a certain way, because the subconscious takes control, forcing action. Wen Hui realizes that if this is true, then this skill is extremely terrifying, because possessing it gives unprecedented power over the minds of others, which can change the course of battles and affect the fates of many people. But Murim is the very place where in an instant you can decide whether you will stay alive or leave this world forever, and therefore such skills become not just an advantage there, but a matter of survival. But with this skill, he can make his opponent completely vulnerable, plunging him into a state of illusion and amnesia, which opens the way to an easy victory and complete control over the battle. The woman looks intently at the elder's disciple, as if reading his thoughts at that moment, understanding his doubts and fears, but at the same time seeing his hidden potential and determination. But she explains that this technique is not as simple as it seems, because even light physical contact or a quiet sound can bring a person out of a trance, so it requires considerable skill to use it effectively. And it's also not very effective against those with strong mental health or powerful initial energy, so he needs extreme concentration and endurance to use this skill. After all, applying this skill in chaotic life-or-death situations is difficult, as it requires absolute concentration, and emotional pressure prevents its effective execution. She asks if, after receiving her explanation, he still wants to use this skill, to which the hero confidently answers in the affirmative, aware of both the risks and the opportunities it opens up. After all, his chances of success may be small, but this skill is truly useful, although because of it, other people will treat him with caution, fearing his dangerous power and influence. And if he discovers that he has this skill, then it is probably because of this that the man blocked him earlier, but the boy regrets that too many people already know about this technique, which could complicate his situation. Over time, the woman taught him important aspects of the illusory eye through a whispering technique that was more like a mysterious spell than a regular combat technique, immersing the young man in a world of mystical powers. After learning the methods, she talked about the history of this technique and explained that there are 4 levels of learning in general, each of which gradually reveals new possibilities and deeper understanding. At the first level, he is able to confuse the enemy or even make him lose consciousness, using basic illusory techniques that disorient the enemy and create an advantage in battle. At the second level, he gains the ability to control the enemy so that they fulfill his every wish, effectively submitting to Wen Hui's will and losing his own free will under the influence of the illusory eye. At the third level, he is able to demonstrate convincing illusions to his opponent. But unfortunately, the explanation for this level was cut short in the text, leaving many secrets and mysteries. For the final level, you need to learn how to cause hallucinations in your opponent. And this reminds Sodom of the mystical art of Shining Star. But the young man understands that mastering this power will be extremely useful to him. The woman said that was all she knew and asked with curiosity why he didn't try to apply the knowledge he had gained in practice to see its effectiveness and his own abilities. At this point, she turned to the student to engage her in conversation or give a signal to begin further action, emphasizing the importance of the next step in the student's learning. The young man became curious about why the woman had brought the girl here, and he seemed to be beginning to suspect that this might be part of some important plan or test that would soon be revealed. He thinks she is the right choice, as the other students are at a high level, and suddenly the woman unexpectedly orders him to try using the skills, challenging his ability and determination. But the girl asks not to hurt her, and the woman says it as if Woon Hui is going to attack her, creating a tense atmosphere where every step could be decisive. Suddenly, the girl realizes her mistake and, changing her tone, apologizes to the hero, admitting that she misunderstood his intentions and tries to restore trust between them. Sodom smiles and jokingly remarks that he has a funny expression on his face and his eyes look like they're about to fall out, emphasizing his surprise and brightening the atmosphere between them. But he is told that he is not capable of everything just because he is the elder student, and the pupil quickly realizes that he is being made fun of, which makes him feel irritated, but at the same time, he wants to prove the opposite. He wondered if he could master the second level of the illusory eye, but the woman, noticing his doubts, reassured him by saying that he should not despair because the path to mastery was open, and with time, everything would become possible. After all, this skill requires extremely high concentration, so the woman advised him to relax a little so that his mind and body could work in harmony, which would make it much easier to master the technique. Suddenly, someone called Yewa by name, and her eyes widened sharply in surprise, as if she had heard something that made her alert and instantly focus on her surroundings. Woon Hui carefully touches her face with his hand and uses his skill to put her into a state of confusion, causing temporary disorientation in the girl's mind and an inability to clearly perceive reality. He asks if she's okay and explains that this state of confusion is only a temporary relief that will help her release the tension and better focus on further events. Woon Hui doesn't understand what exactly happened because he fantasized a bit in his imagination and is now confused, trying to figure out what really happened, whether it was a true fact or just an echo of his thoughts. The woman explains that it was exactly that technique and curiously asks how he did it, to which Woon Hui modestly replies that he didn't do anything consciously, and it happened as if by itself without his direct control. The Blood Witch asks with a penetrating look if he really believes she undressed for no reason, hinting that there is a hidden meaning and purpose behind her actions that is worth understanding. Suddenly, Yewa comes to and starts screaming, confused and scared that she doesn't understand why she's in this state, and trying to figure out what exactly happened to her. She instantly crouches sharply to the ground and quickly covers herself with her clothes, trying to hide her vulnerability and regain control of herself after an unexpected outburst of emotions. The young man explained to Sodom that he had simply thought about his abilities and how he could put the girl in an awkward position, realizing the power of his skill and the possible consequences of using it. Sodom asked what he was thinking, and the hero admitted that he imagined her dancing naked, causing the girl to be shocked and surprised because she could not understand why such unexpected fantasies arose in his imagination. The woman realized that this was the second level of the illusory eye, but she admits that even after 20 years of research, she could not master it, and she does not understand how he could learn this complex technique so quickly. She asks him about it, suspecting that he wants to deceive her because it was she who taught him this technique. But the boy honestly answers that he also doesn't know how it happened and simply imagined this image without controlling the force. She wondered if he had thought about Yewa undressing, but Woon Hui strongly denied the idea, explaining that his fantasies were different and had nothing to do with her. The Blood Witch again asked the student to look the young man in the eyes, but suddenly someone's voice abruptly stops them, breaking the tense atmosphere and forcing everyone to pay attention to a new unexpected event. The girl who suddenly appeared stated that the young man was not lying and announced that they would end it there, emphasizing that further arguments were inappropriate and it was time to move on. Nodding, the woman accepted what was said, for the promise had been fulfilled, And looking up at the sky, she realized it was too late, so she decided it was time to end the conversation and disperse into the darkness of the night. The girl turned to the young gentleman and said quietly that today was a bad day for conversation, but he didn't understand whether she really wanted to talk to him, and if so, what exactly she should talk about. She said they would see each other next time, and the young man understood that as a candidate for leadership of the blood cult, she couldn't afford to change her mind, even if she really wanted to talk. As she turned to leave, she mentally called him a pervert, and Woon Hui, hearing this, only sighed silently, realizing that he was in real trouble. The boy wanted to explain everything to her, but he didn't know when such an opportunity would arise, because she accidentally witnessed the manifestation of the second level of the illusory eye, and even the knowledge of its possibility was already a big clue. Jivabek wakes up, blinks his eyes a little confusedly, and asks his friend where he went and why he was gone for so long, as if something important had happened in his absence. Woonhui replied that nothing special had happened. He just wanted to get some air, but Juabek frowned, got up from the bed, and asked incredulously if he was really just walking around at night for no reason. Looking at Sodom in confusion, the hero, not knowing what to say to Juabek, at the same moment Sodom, barely holding back a smile, mentally suggested to him why he shouldn't just use his new skill. He realized that he could find out what had happened by testing the new skill on Juabika, so he asked him to do something silly to see if it could affect his behavior. Jevabek asked in surprise why the man was looking at him so intently, and then the boy realized that the skill hadn't worked yet, and he needed more training to learn how to control it perfectly. The guy replied that he was probably just tired, so it was better to postpone the conversation until tomorrow, because mastering a new skill requires time and a calm atmosphere to concentrate and improve results. Turning onto his side and preparing for sleep, Wenhui quietly wished his twin a good night, full of thoughts of the challenges ahead and hope for new opportunities that would open up to him in time. Jobek stared at his friend in silence for a moment longer, confused and not knowing how to behave, because he felt that he was hiding something, and this caused him doubts and suspicions about his interlocutor's true intentions. Then he sharply slapped the twin across the face to wake him up, because he felt that it was important to pay attention to the situation now and not postpone the conversation until later. But Jevabek himself could not understand what exactly happened to him at that moment, feeling confusion and an unexpected flow of emotions that defied explanation. He turned to his brother, assuring him that it wasn't him and that he himself didn't understand what exactly had happened, remaining in a state of surprise and uncertainty due to the unexpected event. Woon Hui watched as Jwabek, embarrassed, denied his guilt, claiming that he had indeed hit his brother, but it was as if it was not him, which caused confusion and surprise among everyone present. And then the young man realized that his new ability, the second level of the illusory eye, had finally worked, because the effect of the technique caused Jwabek such confusion that he observed around him. The conflict between the Murama alliance and the unsurpassed faction escalated after Woon Hui revealed unexpected and important information, the consequences of which turned out to be much more serious than he could have predicted. Jiangxi province was a huge rocky peak rising above a sea of greenery, like a stone sentinel amidst an endless dense forest, lost in mists and mysteries. Suddenly, muffled voices could be heard in the cave, discussing disturbing information and strange rumors that had begun to spread 10 days earlier, when those mysterious strangers first appeared. They whisper that they were the first to learn about it, but they warn that in 15 days, every branch of the blood cult will receive this news, and events will begin to unfold even more interestingly and dangerously. And everything unfolded much faster than the stranger expected, as if the course of events itself had spun out of control, and the truth that was supposed to remain hidden suddenly began to spread with incredible speed. He understands that it is time for them to rise from the shadows again, and this realization, spoken aloud in a calm but decisive tone, brings genuine shock and anxious surprise to the face of his faithful servant. Without a moment's hesitation, he coldly orders Gimwon and Injae to be brought to him immediately, and this command resounds like the beginning of something inevitable, causing the air around him to tighten. He adds that after the conversation, they should set off for the Valley of the Six Bloods as soon as possible, to which his servant, surprised and concerned, cautiously asks if he wishes the young masters to join as well. To this, he calmly but firmly replies that this is how they should go too, because the time has finally come, although the cult still lacks internal balance, remaining divided between ambitions, fears, and old wounds. So realizing that he must personally intervene to restore order and balance the divided cult, the boy, observing his confidence, understands that he has no right to doubt his decision. Has he not considered Baek Hye-hyang as a potential candidate for this responsible role, which raises new doubts and questions in the boy about his mentor's true motives and plans? It has been 4 days since Woon Hui mastered the illusory eye, and during this time, devoting the last few days to training, he has not only improved his technique, but also discovered many new aspects for himself. The first level of the illusory eye, which is identical to what the sixth blood star describes, now gives him the ability to easily force people to distance themselves by creating an invisible barrier aura around himself. The second level has the ability to control people's minds for about 5 seconds, forcing them to obey his will, although this effect does not last long, but is much more powerful than simple removal. Considering this, even if he hadn't woken up Yewa, she would have stopped undressing of her own accord, as the influence of the second level of the illusory eye causes people to lose control of their impulses. Furthermore, the one who was surprised by this ability at first was no longer surprised the second time, because the next day, when he tried to use it again through Jwabek, he discovered that it no longer worked. It was also impossible to find out information, as those influenced by the control only did what they were told. And this caused him frustration because he could not obtain any additional information. Furthermore, this ability did not work on those who were stronger than him or possessed an extremely high level of mental resilience, making them immune to the illusory eye's control, which posed certain limitations. But this was quite understandable, because even a woman did not dare to use this technique on the elder, realizing its power and danger, as well as respecting the level of skill. Finally, the second level of the illusory eye requires the presence of innate basic energy, and the strength of this ability is directly proportional to the level of a person's innate internal energy. Perhaps it was because of this factor that the woman was only able to master the first level of the illusory eye, and now the question remains whether the warrior will be able to overcome the third level when his internal energy becomes stronger. 20 days after Woon Hui mastered the new skills, the elder again set about training them all, and this time Jwabyok found himself under his watchful eye and strict hand. The man firmly states that they cannot even last 3 seconds, so they have no right to be content with the role of captain, because for now they are just his students who have a lot to learn. The three of them work together, combining their efforts, but even so, they manage to get the man to take only 4 steps, which is a testament to his incredible stamina and willpower that far exceeds their expectations. They should be ashamed of such weakness, because even with their combined efforts, they couldn't do more. And Woon Hui thinks deep down that this is simply terrible and unacceptable for the true warriors they aspire to become. He is burning with the desire to fight him at full strength, because the man openly provokes them, challenging them, but the hero understands that even the most vivid fight is unlikely to have much significance. Akeon is a true monster who has long gone beyond the limits of ordinary human capabilities, combining incredible strength, speed, and endurance, making him virtually invincible in combat. To fight Axion on equal terms, the apprentice needs to reach the 6-star level of the Shining Star mystical art, as powerful and refined as the Iron Sword of the Southern Sky. Southern Sword realizes that the old man has grown considerably stronger over the years, and recalls that it was 15 years ago when his previous master last fought. So it is quite obvious that his skills have improved considerably. To defeat the elder, his master would have had to reach a 7-star level of mystical arts, but unfortunately, he never managed to do so, remaining on the verge of incredible power. The man loudly shouts that they must continue without any hesitation, urging everyone to continue the fight and not allow themselves a single moment of weakness, because only perseverance will lead them to victory. But suddenly he stops in the middle of an exclamation, and Woon Hui, watching his unexpected pause, cannot understand what exactly is happening to the man and why he has suddenly lost his enthusiasm. The Southern Sword addresses the young master with an insistent request to look up, as if wanting to draw his attention to something extremely important that will soon change the course of events. Before them stood Pek Renha, carefully scanning the surroundings, as if searching for something hidden or preparing for unexpected events that were about to happen. Wunhui realizes that after that night, Baek Renha avoided him, and he already thought that she would never want to talk to him again. So now he is filled with surprise and questions about what she is doing here now. Suddenly, the fourth elder turns to the student, closely watching his every move and word, as if trying to read his thoughts and predict his next actions. He asks his pet to come to him, and this unexpected command causes noticeable confusion on his face because he doesn't understand what to expect and what exactly they want from him at this moment. The girl said they could talk right here, and when Woon Hui approached her, she looked intently into his eyes, preparing for an important conversation that could change their future relationship. Addressing him as a young master, she asked with seriousness in her voice if he really knew who she was, as if testing his attentiveness and readiness for the fact that something important was about to begin. Woon Hui replied that of course he knew she was Hyun, but the girl interrupted him and said that he had misunderstood and that she meant something completely different, making him think more deeply about her words. It seems to her that the young man is smarter than anyone she knows, but she is surprised that he still does not have a clear idea of who she really is, which causes her some anxiety and wariness. She asked if that was really the case, but Woon Hui only silently realized that he had nothing to say, as she had deliberately hidden her true identity, leaving him in the dark and adding to the mystery. But she has dropped many subtle hints, so the hero begins to think that he can gently let her know that he actually knows who she is, and thus open up a new level of their interaction. But suddenly their conversation is interrupted by a stranger who, with persistence in an authoritative tone, declares that he has finally found them, casting a shadow of anxiety and tension over the entire situation. He explains that he got lost in these parts and didn't even meet anyone to ask for directions. And when he finally came across them, he realized that they were the ones who came from the Valley of the Six Bloods. Sodom and the host instantly compared this stranger to a frog that croaked incessantly, because his words sounded so absurd and intrusive that they aroused ironic surprise and light sarcasm. The stranger asks the boy to take him out after he gets some rest, and Woon Hui notices that he speaks to him quite casually, as if there is already some unwritten understanding between them. Suddenly, Hyun asks who he is, and the stranger explains that he is the second disciple of Elder So Halma, second Supreme Go-Inje, revealing his close connection to a powerful and influential figure. Woon Hui instantly realizes that the name is familiar to him, and concentrates on trying to remember more details and information about Injai, looking for a connection between him and what he has seen or heard before. 10 years later, he gained infamy thanks to the nickname Frog-Blooded Swordsman, which came from his terrifying appearance and ruthless manner of killing without hesitation anyone who stood in his way. He is the one Woon Hui once feared in his past life, but now that fear has disappeared, and he says with dignity that it is a great honor for him to meet him as the second elder's disciple. He declares that he is the first disciple of the fourth supreme elder, Seo Woon Hui, and these words instantly cause deep shock and confusion on the pupil's face, because he did not expect to hear such an unexpected recognition. He looks at the young man as if he were a test subject, carefully studying his every movement and facial expression, because he understands that he is perhaps famous and important enough to cause such a strong reaction. Suddenly, he unexpectedly strikes the hero, causing him to completely misunderstand the situation, as the young man does not have time to understand the motives of such a sudden attack and tries to restrain his reaction. But the second student says with a slight smile that it seems his master was worried for no reason, hinting that Woon Hui has less potential than thought, and that this sudden blow is just a test. The young lord expected his opponent to be strong, but he could not imagine that he would turn out to be much more powerful than him, exceeding all his expectations and forcing him to reconsider his own strength and capabilities. He understands that this enemy is not someone Woon Hui can fight on equal terms with, even when he uses all of his internal energy from the lower energy core, because the opponent's strength far exceeds his own. Hyun asked with a serious voice what it all meant, seeking to understand the true meaning of the situation and unravel the mysteries hidden behind these events and the actions of the pupil and his opponent. The second student quickly realizes that the girl is a student of the Sixth Blood Star, and this discovery arouses respect and caution in him because such a connection indicates her extraordinary abilities and significant potential. He looks at her, licks his lips, and says with a slight smile that he has heard a lot about the girls there, that they are very beautiful, adding a touch of provocation and carefreeness to his words. Woon-hui realizes that it is impossible to hide his abilities around him, so he confidently turns to the girl, assuring her that he will take care of this incomprehensible man and will not let him harm her. But he seems to mock them, hinting that the hero is only standing up for her because she is a woman, thus emphasizing his contempt and desire to test their resolve. But when the elder suddenly appeared behind the stranger, their eyes widened in surprise, and the stranger himself felt confused and uncertain, because he had not expected such support and influence. Loudly commanding, the elder sternly ordered the stranger to demonstrate all his skills, testing his abilities and preparing to assess the true power of this unexpected guest. Like a bolt from the blue, he suddenly delivers an incredibly powerful blow that shatters the air and makes everyone present hold their breath from the unexpected force and speed of the attack. And the second student, who had previously been overconfident in his abilities, is already lying on the floor, stunned and helpless after this lightning-fast and cruel blow that has drastically changed the course of the battle. But suddenly another man appears unexpectedly, whose presence instantly attracts everyone's attention and changes the atmosphere of tension, as if a harbinger of new events and challenges. This man touches Go-Inje with his palm, as if giving him strength or support, and this simple touch fills Inje with new energy, strengthening his spirit and readiness for further struggle. Go-Inje sincerely thanks his master for his help in this difficult moment, realizing that without his support, he would not have been able to persevere and continue the fight with new strength and determination. When Hui realizes that the master has instantly transformed the fist power in Go-Inje's body into the power of a palm, and at the same time he hears Inje respectfully call him master, indicating a deep bond and high level of trust between them. He realized that this man must be part of the Supreme Four because his confident and powerful aura, as well as his skill in transferring power, indicated belonging to the highest echelon of power. Standing before him is none other than Second Supreme, So Gal Ma, who looks at the elder with a piercing, calm gaze and speaks with a slight hint of nostalgia in his voice that he hasn't seen him in a long time. The man calmly replies that it has only been 4 years since their last meeting, as if hinting that it is not such a long time for either of them, although the atmosphere between them is tense. He asks what happened that made him come all this way. Woon-hui, watching them, at first thought they were talking like old acquaintances, but the sharp and tense tone of their voices gave it away. His gaze lingers on the student, who is standing before him with a confused look, and calmly says that there seems to be some kind of misunderstanding that needs to be cleared up immediately before things go too far. The man with a serious voice tells him not to hide anything, but to tell the whole truth openly, because his student attacked Woon-hui without any hesitation, and if he hadn't been there, he would definitely have been injured. He sighs and says that excessive impulsiveness is inherent in youth. Probably his pupil was closed in on himself for too long, which is why at a critical moment he was unable to control his emotions and restrain himself. The guy adds that it was precisely because of this uncontrolled impulsiveness that he allowed himself to call him names, because he believed that only a harsh word could bring the student out of his state of internal isolation. Go-Inje replied with dignity that this was not true, and he could never afford to offend one of the 4 elders, as he respected their wisdom, strength, and position in the clan too much. He only noticed that his student, being still completely ignorant of martial arts and acting rashly, was by his actions dishonoring not only himself, but also his master's authority in front of everyone present. Suddenly, the warrior struck a strong blow at his friend, asking in surprise who taught him such a technique, because his fighting style seemed unexpected to him and raised doubts about the source of these skills. After all, according to him, making excuses to a person who is one of the 4 elders is not only inappropriate, but also extremely impudent, because such behavior indicates a lack of respect and due honor. Approaching the elder, he apologizes for the rudeness of his younger brother, which caused confusion on the master's face, because he did not understand why he said about the younger brother and who he was. The man was completely confused because he didn't know who was standing in front of him. And then the warrior calmly and confidently explained that he was the first student of Master Ho Kim Wan, and this explained his skill and behavior. Curious, Sodom asks if this warrior also became famous then, but Woon-hui, after thinking thoughtfully, remembers only one of the master's students and cannot recall another, which causes him surprise and some doubt. The girl suggests that perhaps he is the master's secret disciple, but the young man firmly replies that in that case, he would never reveal his identity and would remain in the shadows so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He quietly thinks that something could have happened to him in those 10 years, and most likely he is long dead, because otherwise he would not have been hidden. Otherwise, he would have appeared among the living long ago. Even in an orthodox sect, there is room for struggle between disciples and their descendants, and since the cult is an unorthodox sect, these conflicts are much more fierce, more insidious, and ruthless. The second Supreme sincerely apologizes to the man, explaining that he has already taught him an important lesson. So there is no point in continuing the conflict, and it is better to stop there to avoid further misunderstandings. The elder mentally tells Woon Hu, sadly, that this misunderstanding could have been avoided if he had been stronger and had been able to repel the attack, to which the young man sincerely apologizes for his weakness and promises to make amends. The man agrees with understanding, but immediately asks what exactly made him and the students come here in person, because he could have easily sent someone else or come himself without involving the entire group. He explains that he came here with his students because he intends to personally take on the matchmaking, as he considers it an important matter that he wants to carry out with full responsibility and attention. But he adds that his main goal is to marry one of his students, so he personally took on this matchmaking to ensure the best conditions and make sure the choice for the future marriage is correct. He turns to the girl, looks her in the eyes, and firmly says that it is this young lady he wants to marry his student to, because he considers her the ideal companion for their future life. Woon-hui could not believe it, because his student and Baekra and Ha were completely different in character and background, and such an idea seemed terrible to him, almost impossible to accept. The girl was in incredible shock from this unexpected situation. Her eyes were wide open, and her heart was pounding with excitement and incomprehension of how everything could change so abruptly. In the negotiation hall sat the elder with his disciples, and next to him, the second Supreme with his own group of disciples, creating a tense atmosphere between the two influential clans. The man looks at the interlocutor with obvious surprise and incomprehension, thinking that he is probably just joking or making up some nonsense, because what he is saying seems completely meaningless to him. He firmly replies that this is true, because due to the unification of the cult, he needs to avoid any conflicts, and the young lady will have to give up her right to inheritance in order to maintain peace and stability between the clans. He adds that the young lady should also prepare for the birth of a receiver, and the young man, although he understands that the receiver is more educated than his own master, still speaks directly and without unnecessary embellishment. It was obvious from the faces of the Blood Witch and her students that they were barely holding back their emotions. Their gazes were blazing with anger and irritation, and the tension in the air was becoming more and more palpable. The man looks at his interlocutor in disbelief, not understanding how he could speak like that, fully aware of the noble origin of this young lady and finding such words extremely offensive. The elder says that the interlocutor seems to be just saying this because he has a special ability to marry his student, but then what in return, what guarantee is there that everything will turn out well and there will be no problems? The incredibly evil elder raged with anger that his words made the man want to finish him off right here and now, not wanting to tolerate such audacity and insult to his honor. Woon-hui feels that something is wrong with him. His body has suddenly become extremely heavy, as if someone invisible has placed an imperceptible but unbearable burden on him, restraining every movement and depriving him of strength. The man instantly filled the room with his powerful inner energy, which vibrated in the air, making everyone feel its power and presence like an invisible wave covering everything around. Under the pressure of his true power, the room became so dense with energy that it was impossible to even take a breath. The air seemed compressed and heavy, and everyone tried to hold their breath from the overwhelming force. The second Supreme calmly stated that he had not come here to fight, but urged everyone to think for themselves, because the truth has long been known to everyone, and there is no point in continuing pointless arguments or conflicts. The Blood Beast and the First Elder decided that He Hyang would become the leader of the cult, as she has the strong support of a large part of the cult's top brass, making her the most influential candidate for this position. The third elder had not yet made a final choice, but had made it clear that he was leaning in that direction, and the man himself had also expressed doubts about which side he should choose in this difficult situation. He asked the sixth blood star to let him know if anyone has expressed support for the young lady Beck Renha, seeking to know if she has any allies among influential members of the cult. But they are silent, and their looks reveal confusion and a multitude of mixed emotions, from doubt to hidden anxiety, which makes the situation even more tense and uncertain. He asks what she thinks will happen if he also expresses his support for Ms. Hai Hyung, emphasizing the possible impact of this move on further developments in the balance of power in the cult. The elder angrily exclaims that he is blackmailing them, accusing them of trying to pressure and manipulate them to achieve their own goals, which causes a wave of indignation among those present. But he, as if not believing what he heard, slowly reaches for his sword, preparing for a possible development of events and not hiding the tension growing in the air. He firmly states that he is the furious demon blade emperor Segalma, and can he even look like someone who would dare to harm the head's daughter, emphasizing his power. The woman anxiously asks to wait and does not understand what exactly they are doing right in front of the young lady, because such behavior can cause unpredictable consequences and damage the reputation of all participants. The girl addresses the second supreme with respect, calling him Uncle Sai, which shows their close bond and trust between them. She also addresses the fourth elder as Uncle He, which emphasizes her close relationship and respect for him, as if he were a member of her family or a mentor. Then she asks if she can address them like she used to in the good old days, and they agree with a smile, giving her permission and showing warm feelings for her. Sodom doesn't understand how she speaks, so Woon Hui explains that it's a directional sound transmission technique, more advanced than Zhong's, that doesn't allow the direction of the speaker's energy to be determined, making the voice invisible. Besides, Jan and the other students turned away from them so that it was impossible to tell who was speaking by their appearance, and he truly believed that her internal energy reserve was small, but maybe she had become stronger. She calmly states that she will first approach the second supreme, specifically choosing him as the first target to show her determination and strength in this situation. She asks if he really sided with her sister. Then why is he telling her to get married? To which he replies that he would gladly support her if it were about inheritance. But now the situation is different. But now, as they need to rebuild the cult, they seek to have as strong a descendant as possible. And that is why such decisions are necessary to preserve the power and influence of their lineage in the future. The girl realizes that her sister is stronger, but the second supreme firmly states that this is his personal opinion, and his main goal is to ensure her safety and guarantee the continuation of the family. He adds that if she gives up her inheritance rights and gives birth to an heir, she will gain enough power to confront the influential Lady He Hyang and stop her encroachment on power in the cult. The hero understands that he is right, because this decision will indeed provide grounds for protecting Baek Ren-ha, and will also create an opportunity to unite the cult, strengthening its unity and influence in the future. The man also agrees with his opinion, but does not understand why his students should be involved in this process, because he believes that they could find other candidates or ways to achieve the goal. He understands that the man does this primarily to strengthen his own influence and position, using the students as a tool in his ambitions and plans. But he turns to the man with a question, who in his opinion is suitable for this, because he wanted to understand his point of view and possible alternatives. A worthy candidate for the young lady can only be the elder's disciple, because with the exception of them, the other participants support her sister, which makes the choice limited and adds tension to this difficult situation. Isn't it clear to everyone who is truly worthy of becoming a candidate for the young lady, because only the elder's disciple deserves it, while there are simply no other options, which makes the choice obvious. He looks intently at Jwabek, who in turn mentally feels as if something has suddenly struck him, causing unexpected emotions and self-doubt. The elder laughs in disbelief, not believing that his fate has already been decided for him, and he can only accept this choice, even though he would like to have more control over his life. He says with a malicious smile that, to his taste, this rotten face pointing to his student could be a worthy candidate for the young lady, causing surprise and indignation among those present. The fourth elder coldly states that he is only concerned with his own benefit, regardless of the feelings or fate of others, which causes even more tension and hostility among the listeners. After all, his student relentlessly follows the girl and begins to persistently persuade her to become his wife, ignoring her reluctance and nervousness. After the elder's words, both were confused and deeply shocked, unable to immediately comprehend what was said and understand how to act further after these words of the man. Sodom was happy because she believed that this was a just punishment for their arrogance and self-confidence, and she felt satisfied that the situation had finally taken a proper turn. She stood there watching the entire tense situation and was so focused that she didn't even notice when the young man suddenly stopped standing next to her. However, when the first emotion subsided and she was finally able to catch her breath, the girl still wondered in her mind where the hero who had been standing next to her a moment ago had gone and what exactly he could be up to. The second Supreme, apologizing to the woman for the immaturity of his second student, adds that he initially considered his first student as a candidate, someone who is much more reserved, well-mannered, and devoid of flaws. The man suddenly sharply asks him why his student should be the candidate. What makes him so special and worthy of this role, as if there is no other equal or better candidate in the entire cult. He puts his hand on the student's shoulder and confidently says that a worthy master always has a worthy student, and that is why he suggests Wen Hui as a candidate, because he believes he is much better than the other two. Hearing these words, the pet seemed to freeze in place in shock. His gaze froze, and his jaw involuntarily dropped, and he simply stood there, unable to close it, as if the elder's words had knocked all the ground out from under his feet. The second elder looks at him in disbelief, unable to believe that he really intends to declare that his own disciples are much better than the second Supreme's disciples. And if it comes to that, they can simply arrange a fight between the students to finally find out who is truly worthy of this role, because nothing reveals the truth like a clash of strength, determination, and spirit. But it has to be fair, the man notes, because his student has only been training for a year, so to avoid an advantage due to strength or experience, the fight must be clean, without the use of internal energy. He asks if the man will regret this decision, because perhaps his student has managed to learn the technique of wielding the Southern Heaven Sword, which requires the circulation of internal energy. The girl is confused and doesn't understand the situation, because she's the one who should get married. So why are others deciding who she should choose as a candidate, and why her own thoughts, feelings, or desires don't interest anyone? After all, everything could end in an instant if she simply gives up on this venture. But is she ready to sacrifice her happiness and fate for the sake of peace or the ambitions of others? The second Supreme firmly states that the duel must be fought with swords and that no one should complain if someone loses limbs in battle, for this is a true test of strength, dignity, and the will to win. The woman firmly stops them, reminding them that the young lady has not even expressed her opinion or consent to this proposal, and that no decision should be made without her consent because it concerns her future. They all turn to her at the same time, as if expecting her conclusion and at least some opinion, as if she had the decisive word in this complex, intense situation. She calmly announced that she had one condition that must be met before she would give her consent or final decision, emphasizing the importance of her own principles and desires. She stated that her husband should be better than her, and she herself would also participate in the duel, demonstrating her strength and determination, to which her husband respectfully and understandingly agreed to her condition. She asked mysteriously what they would do if this person could not fulfill her conditions, leaving them confused and doubtful due to the unexpected seriousness and demandingness of her words. She emphasized that they wanted to hold a duel without even listening to her thoughts, and at the same time they wanted her to listen to them, so she said that when she won, everyone would follow her orders without question. She persistently asked them to promise and pledge that they will support her and carry out all her decisions if she emerges victorious in the battle, emphasizing the importance of their loyalty and unity. The fourth elder immediately firmly stated that he would do whatever she ordered, confirming his loyalty and willingness to support her in any decisions. She then asked the second Supreme if he agreed with this, and received a clear and positive response that emphasized his support for her demands. Sodom looks at her with respect and says that she is really smart, while Wen Hui notices that the girl is already starting to think about how to use this situation to her advantage by showing her wit. He believes that the girl would not have taken on the role of leader if she had simply followed the will of the two Supremes, And now it has become clear why she seeks to lead the cult of blood, because she has her own ambitions and desires. The sixth blood star says that before a fight, it is worth clearly discussing all the conditions to avoid misunderstandings and ensure justice for both sides, because not only the outcome of the fight depends on this. So the second disciple of the second Supreme Elder will be Ho-Gimwon, which means the beginning of a new stage in his training and the great trials he will have to go through on his path to power and recognition. The fourth disciple of the Supreme Elder to participate will be So-Woon Hui, indicating his important role in the upcoming duel and influence on the events that will take place in the cult. The battle will take place without the use of internal energy, as previously agreed, so that the duel will be as fair and just as possible, where only skill and the will to win will prevail. To ensure a fair fight, the master blocks all pressure points on each opponent's student's body to eliminate the possibility of using hidden techniques and guarantee a level playing field for both fighters. The duel itself will be fought with swords, and injuries or even death will not matter. So the woman asks if everyone agrees to such harsh conditions, emphasizing the seriousness of the test. The disciples of the two elders, looking at each other with determination and fearlessness, immediately agreed to such a battle, understanding that this was the only way to prove their strength and dignity. Then the woman calmly asked them to come to her walls where the duel would take place, setting everyone up for the seriousness and importance of the upcoming test. Woon Hui understands that his opponent is a high-level martial artist and is quite capable of injuring or even killing him, so every move and decision can now become a matter of life and death for him. The man tells the young man that this fight is unfair to him, but Woon Hui replies that anyone who has tried to do something for their own benefit will sooner or later face such trials. So the elder orders him to demonstrate his hidden skills, and suddenly the boy's eyes open wide in surprise and alarm as he realizes that the moment has come when he finds out. Woon Hui doesn't understand what exactly the master meant, but the master coldly replies that he shouldn't pretend to be a fool. Did he really think he could fool the eyes of a man who had seen thousands of techniques and hundreds of students? Did he really believe that the man hadn't guessed in so long, if even now he could only tell about it from the marks he left with his sword? So the master orders the student to fight only with the thought of his own victory, without looking back at fear or doubt, because only he who strives to win with all his soul is able to change the course of the battle and his own fate. Woon Hui understands that hiding his abilities was not so easy, and the man knew it all along, silently observing his technique, movements, and sword marks, patiently waiting for the right moment. The elder says with cold seriousness that if the student cannot fight with all the strength he has hidden until now, then he will probably have to admit defeat before the battle even begins. The boy looks at his master in confusion, not understanding what exactly he means. But it seems to him that behind these words lies a desire to protect him from injury or even death. However, the man sternly replied, so that he would not get confused in his guesses, because he did not mean concern at all, but that the pet would not be able to easily win, because he had only been training for a year. The woman, in a calm but confident voice, asked them to move away from each other at a sufficient distance to avoid unnecessary tension and create space for safe continuation of the actions. The opponent coldly declares that he is not going to kill Seo Woon Hui, but warns that it is better to be prepared for the possible loss of his arm, although if he surrenders right now, he will be able to keep his body. The young man, with a firm gaze and calm confidence in his voice, says that everything is fine with him. He is fully aware of what he is getting into and is ready to fight to the end, without pity for either himself or his opponent. With a bitter smile on his lips, he says that the hero is as self-confident as his mentor, the fourth elder, and this overconfidence will surely lead to defeat. They stood facing each other, silent and focused, preparing for the inevitable clash, each immersed in their own thoughts, trying to gather them together and prepare their minds and bodies for the coming battle. They stared into each other's eyes as if trying to peer into the very depths of their opponent's consciousness, to sense doubts or fear, to read the answer to the question of which of them would ultimately emerge victorious. The woman shouted loudly that the battle must begin immediately, and at that very moment, as if at her words, the tension in the air became almost palpable. It rapidly increased, compressing the space between the two rivals. Completely focused on victory, Woon Hui, not allowing any unnecessary thoughts to distract him, instantly rushed forward and delivered a powerful, devastating blow, with which he severed his opponent's limb with his sword. Ho Kim-won screamed with incredible force, his voice cutting through the silence. For the pain that was rapidly piercing his body was so sharp and insanely fast that it seemed as if every cell was burning with a searing fire. As a warning, Woon-hui says that he did not kill him, giving his opponent one last chance to decide whether to admit defeat in this duel, because not only his honor but also the preservation of his life depends on it. Go Inje was deeply shocked by the incredible strength of his opponent, and from surprise and amazement his jaw dropped as if broken, because he could not believe in such power that had suddenly opened before him. The twins watched the unfolding events closely, their eyes shining with delight and joy, for they understood that the hero had finally gathered all his strength in one powerful attack that changed the course of the duel. The sixth blood star stared at Woon-hui, unable to believe her eyes, for she had never before suspected that such a powerful and driving force could be hidden within him. The second supreme looked closely at his mutilated student, not hiding his surprise and doubt, and with a mocking tone in his voice asked how this could even be considered a duel, hinting at the obvious inequality of forces. Not holding back his emotions and shouting at the teenager with all his might, he accuses him of using evil art, indignant and demanding an explanation, because in his eyes it was a violation of the rules of honor. He explains that just when the battle was just beginning, Woon-hui was looking intently into his opponent's eyes, as if studying his movements and weaknesses, using it as part of his evil arts. When their gazes met and merged into one, as if piercing each other through and through, Ho Kim-won stepped back briefly, feeling an inner turmoil and unexpected pressure that forced him to take a step back. The elder calmly but ironically replies that there is nothing wrong with a martial artist using evil art. He is simply making excuses, because this duel was a matter of life and death. Unable to bear the pain and anger over his disciple's defeat, the second supreme suddenly loses his composure and, without hesitation, launches a surprise attack on the fourth supreme elder. They came together like two enormous primal forces clashing in a titanic confrontation. And such an oppressive, tense silence reigned around that it seemed as if even a mosquito would not dare to flap its wing. The fourth elder calmly says that he is quite willing to accept the challenge and come together in battle, because according to him, they haven't seen each other for too long. It's time to remind each other of who they have become. The second supreme, not hiding his determination, also agrees to the duel, and with icy calm in his voice, declares that they are obliged to bring this matter to an end, once and for all. So he concentrated on gathering all his inner strength, combat experience, and learned techniques, honing every movement and breath to perfection in order to worthily confront the man who stood before him as his equal. The Supreme Elder stood with unwavering confidence, preparing for battle, gathering within himself the years of experience, knowledge, and strength that had resulted from long years of training in battles, ready to apply them. Suddenly, the woman abruptly interrupts the tense fight, challenging the second supreme and firmly stating that if he wants to accuse the young man, he must do it with her first. After all, the fact that the hero used his illusory eye was taught to him by her herself, passing on not only the technique, but also some of her wisdom, so she considers any accusations against him unfair. And then he understood it, because this technique seemed all too familiar to him, but he immediately added that for a true assessment, they needed to find out if Woon-hui used internal energy in it. She calmly explains that the illusory eye is a technique that does not require the use of internal energy, so accusations of its use as an evil art are baseless and untrue. After all, this technique only requires mental strength and innate chi, and the boy explains to Sodom that the woman has never gone beyond the first level, so she cannot fully understand the true essence in depth. However, in any case, with her confident and clear explanation, the woman was able to diffuse the tense situation, dispel doubts and misunderstandings, establishing the truth and calming everyone present. But he, without hiding his doubt, says that he cannot believe it until he sees everything with his own eyes, because only his own experience and observations can convince him of the truth. She wanted to say something in response, but the elder abruptly stopped her and ordered her to stay here, reminding her that not all people from the unorthodox sect shared her views and methods. He continued by stating that Seo-hyun would only test his energy core, as he had always been so straightforward and steadfast in his actions, and that was what would determine the truth without any doubt. Even as the supreme representative of the blood cult, He valued justice above all else, and always placed it above any interests or ambitions, which set him apart from most other members of the sect. And then the second supreme, slowly but surely, approached the disciple, preparing to begin the test, carefully tuning into his energy core to reveal the truth without any doubt or deception. Closing his eyes, he suddenly felt and understood that his inner energy seemed to be sealed inside, blocked by some invisible force, preventing it from flowing freely and manifesting during the test. And then the second supreme, raising his sword, tried to announce his decision, but words came to him with great difficulty because uncertainty and inner turmoil raged in his heart. Gathering all his strength and overcoming his doubts, he said firmly and definitively that his student had lost this duel, thus acknowledging the final outcome of the battle in front of everyone present. Sodom, not understanding what happened, asked the owner if he is truly sorry, and he replies that he is, as if the loss was not caused by someone else's hand, but by his own, feeling deep pain and compassion. Southern Sword asks why not use all of the Divine Doctor's available healing cards, as their power could significantly speed up recovery and help the young man regain lost control over his body. After all, his past owner always emphasized that one should show kindness even to one's enemies, believing that it is through compassion and mercy that one can change the world and find true strength in the heart. And Wunhui realizes that he must make sure that he ends up in debt to him in the future, so that he can take advantage of this at the first opportunity and strengthen his position, using the situation to his advantage. The second elder said with sincere surprise that he was amazed by her wisdom to the core of his soul, because it was she who had predicted at the very beginning how this story would end, and now her words had come true. He could not even imagine that she would be able to calculate everything so far in advance to enlist his support and influence with Brother He, and now he realizes that his blood really flows in her veins. The hero understands that he has drawn the wrong conclusion, but decides not to intervene, feeling that the atmosphere around him is too tense, and any careless word can only aggravate the situation. Wunhui suddenly feels a light but clear touch from his master on his back, as if he is pressing on a certain point, and this action causes a strange inner tremor in him, as if something important is awakening inside. And at that moment, Wunhui realized with surprise that the master had unlocked his acupuncture points, but he could not fully understand what was happening, because his body reacted strangely, as if a force was awakening in him. He notices the sixth blood star suddenly smiling calmly, almost mysteriously, and this only increases his confusion, because he doesn't understand why everyone around him is acting as if they know something important. Wunhui finally realizes that this was all carefully planned to drag Hyakjong to their side, and that it was this special skill she taught his student that played a key role in changing the balance of power. And it's clear that she wasn't mistaken, because in any other situation, Hyakjong would have screamed long ago, indignantly denying everything that was said, but now he's just silent, watching thoughtfully. Most likely, he had already made his choice and decided to support Baek Ha, unlocking the Wunhui points not by chance, but because he believed that there would be no second battle, and it would be better to direct his forces towards strengthening the alliance. But suddenly the girl unexpectedly turned to the second supreme. Her voice sounded clear and confident, as if she had something important to say that could change the further course of events. He looks at her carefully and finally realizes that she has indeed improved and become much stronger than she was said to be, her words and behavior confirming that level of skill. Wunhui realizes that he saw her as a child and reflects that the illness that struck her must have appeared much later, because before she was a completely different person, more cheerful and strong in spirit. The girl was pleasantly surprised that the man was able to recognize her after so many years, and it brought back warm memories in her, mixed with joy and some nostalgia for the past. But the second supreme, noticing her hands, looks at them with surprise and some incomprehension, after which he apologizes, realizing that he has missed something important. She hands him the Divine Doctor card, and he asks with some disbelief if she really wants to give it to him, not expecting such generosity because he understands how valuable it is. But she agrees without hesitation and confidently declares that she believes that he will use this Divine Doctor card to treat his student, because her intentions are sincere and her faith in his honesty is unshakable. Wunhui, confused and surprised, cannot understand where the girl got another card from, and whether she really only got it yesterday, as it seems incredible considering all the circumstances in their current state. The second elder, deeply touched by such incredible help, expresses his sincere thanks and immediately asks how he can repay her in return, eager to find a way to return the kindness. The girl, looking at him with a warm smile, replies that everything is fine, and the most important thing for her is that the card helps his student restore faith in the cult, because that is what is truly important for everyone. The man bows deeply to the floor, showing the highest respect, and solemnly declares that from now on he will serve her as the new ruler, recognizing her authority and willingness to submit to her will. He humbly asks to accept his loyalty and devotion, to which the girl only smiles lightly, accepting his words without further ado, as if understanding the depth of his intentions and the sincerity of his promise. The young man looks at the man carefully and realizes that he is also ready to kneel before her, but he holds him back, asking him to wait, because he feels that the time has come to do it with complete confidence. The fourth elder, noticing his pupil's determination, asks him what exactly he has in mind, to which the pupil calmly replies that nothing is over yet, and the real struggle is only just beginning ahead. And mentally, Wunhui asks to be given the initiative in this matter, feeling that now is the moment when he must take the reins of power into his own hands and confidently lead the matter to victory. However, the man did not utter a single word, instead immersed himself in his deep thoughts, silently considering all the options and hesitations that kept him from immediately responding or acting. The girl carefully watches the young man, noticing his every move, and how he slowly but surely approaches her, as if preparing to take an important step that could change the entire course of events. He speaks loudly and resolutely, raising his voice in a resounding cry of "Long live the blood demon and glory to the blood cult," calling on all present to unite under this powerful idea and honor its greatness. He states that, as the fourth elder's disciple, he would like to officially challenge him to a duel, considering it a necessary step to confirm his abilities and prove his own worth. And at the very moment he made his statement, the eyes of his master and the twins standing behind seemed to pop out of their sockets, filled with shock and incredible astonishment, for they had not expected such a turn of events. Also standing in shock was the sixth blood star, her eyes wide open in surprise, as if she couldn't believe that Woon Hui had dared to make his statement so fearlessly in front of the audience. Even the second supreme stood as if rooted to the spot, observing the situation with great surprise and tension, unable to immediately react to the protagonist's unexpected statement. The girl silently asked him in her mind, so that no one would hear, what was the point of him asking for a fight with her, pondering his motives and hidden intentions that could change the course of events. And mentally he adds, with a slight challenge in his thoughts, whether the girl really doesn't consider him a worthy husband, questioning her attitude and as if challenging her inner worldview and feelings. With these words, he seemed to awaken a deep sense of confusion in her, forcing her to doubt her own feelings and thoughts, because his challenge touched not only honor, but also her inner world. However, Woon Hui also felt embarrassed in front of her, losing his usual confidence because he didn't know exactly what to say in response, and his words froze in his throat, leaving space for silence and uncertainty between them. But the girl, with genuine curiosity, asks if he really took on this challenge only because he wants to marry her, emphasizing the doubt and seeking to uncover the true motives for his determination. The young man replies that it's not necessary, but his words remain incomprehensible to the girl, so she asks again with renewed curiosity, trying to uncover the true meaning of his answer and hidden feelings. He explained that he was simply following her own words, because if she defeated him in a duel, she would get everything she wanted, and that was why he accepted this challenge, wanting to give her a chance to realize her ambitions. After carefully analyzing her facial expression, he instantly realized that it was because of internal doubts and hesitation that she was trying to stall for time, not wanting to rush into answering his challenge. After all, she remembered his previous duel with that guy well, watching every moment and knowing how serious and dangerous the consequences could be. Now she is deliberately stalling because she cannot be sure that she will not be influenced by the illusory eye, realizing how much this technique can cloud the mind and alter perceptions, which forces her to act very carefully. But she has no choice because she must be responsible for her words and actions. So despite her doubts and fear, she understands the need to accept the challenge and prove her determination to everyone present. And at that moment, Wen Hui realized that she was completely in his power, as if on a hook. But the Southern Sword had a completely different opinion, disagreeing with his assessment of the situation and foreseeing the possible consequences. The woman confidently declares that since the ladies have accepted the challenge, let their acupuncture points be blocked so that during the duel they cannot use their hidden powers. She mentally told the young man that there was very little time left, so they needed to act quickly and decisively without wasting a single minute, because not only their fate, but also the future of the entire cult depended on it. But he replies that it doesn't matter when or what, but asks her to vindicate his teacher and all his students in her name, hoping that in this way she can restore honor and trust. He realizes that this is a cunning way to whitewash them before the cult, regardless of what they do in the future, because her name will be a guarantee of their innocence and the preservation of honor among all followers. The girl explains that this is beyond her power, but she is ready to stand up for only the two of them, granting them special privileges because such responsibility and status cannot be extended to others. He shook his head slightly and asked if that would be enough, doubting whether the limited privileges would be able to protect them in future difficulties and whether it was worth agreeing to such a compromise. But suddenly he unexpectedly agrees to the conditions, but immediately asks where she got the Divine Doctor card from, because it surprises him and makes him think. She replied that the woman had given her the card because she herself had not brought the medicinal herb, so she did not consider herself worthy to possess it, thereby demonstrating modesty and respect. But suddenly the girl was suddenly confused when she looked at the young gentleman's face, because his expression caused a sudden wave of pain and heaviness in her, as if he could create any tension around her. When Wen Hui said that this was the exact card she had promised him for giving her the flower, the girl was embarrassed, as this moment reminded her of their special agreement in mutual understanding. She explained that she had thought things through incorrectly, because he had already received treatment and her part of the contract had been fulfilled, and now it seemed as if she had hidden this card, so she sincerely apologized for her mistake. It turns out that she gave the card to someone else, and now feels indebted to him, so she firmly promises to make things right and return what is due to him in order to preserve her honor. She firmly states that there is no time now, so all further conversations will have to be postponed until later, because there is a much more important matter at stake now that requires their full attention and quick action. The second elder sternly tells him not to even think of using the illusory eye against this girl, emphasizing that such behavior would be unworthy and would have serious consequences. But he sternly warns that if he dares to use the illusory eye against her, he will crack his skull so that even the elder cannot help, demonstrating his unwavering determination to protect her. So they stood facing each other, each lost in their own deep thoughts, preparing for the upcoming duel, aware of the seriousness of the moment and the tension that hung between them. The man looks closely at Wen Hui, watching him with anxiety and surprise, not understanding what exactly happened to him, because his behavior and facial expression suddenly became completely different from before. Suddenly, an epiphany flashes in his mind. He comes to the conclusion that he really likes the girl, and this discovery unexpectedly fills his thoughts with new emotions. He doesn't quite understand what exactly they were talking about, but he feels certain that everyone present knows what they are doing. And while the details remain a mystery to him, he certainly doesn't doubt the warrior's determination. He orders him to act as he sees fit, completely trusting his judgment and accepting his decision without question, as he is confident that Wen Hui will be able to make the right choice. Looking at him intently and with a certain warmth in his voice, he admits that it is precisely in this, in his determination and wisdom, that he completely trusts him, hoping that the young man will not let him down and will justify this faith. And at that very moment, the Blood Witch loudly announces the start of the battle, her voice echoing throughout the hall, filling the air with tension and anticipation as both opponents prepare. Wen Hui began to carefully watch every movement of the girl in front of him, trying to decipher her intentions and study her fighting style in order to find her weaknesses and counter as effectively as possible. He did not understand why she suddenly closed her eyes, watching her actions with curiosity and surprise, because such a gesture seemed unexpected and mysterious to him in the context of the upcoming battle. Perhaps she did this to protect herself from the illusory eye's influence, trying to maintain her clarity of mind and avoid mental manipulation that could confuse her during battle. But Woon Hui didn't have time to draw any conclusions when he suddenly found himself defending himself from a swift attack by the girl, who unexpectedly pounced on him with incredible speed, forcing him to react instantly. He quickly realizes that the girl has extraordinary speed that exceeds his expectations, and this forces him to strain all his reflexes to somehow keep up with her movements. He understands that if he had reacted even a second later, he would have undoubtedly lost this fight, because the girl's speed was so impressive that any delay would have been fatal. But suddenly the rival instantly appears in front of his face, and as if unexpectedly slapping him on the cheek, shocks him with her speed and confidence, making him feel all the seriousness. Woon Hui quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the blow, and stares at the girl intently, trying to read her intentions and find weaknesses in her fighting style to prepare for the next sudden move. His eyes widened in confusion, as he couldn't understand what had just happened, and how the girl had appeared in front of him so suddenly, causing him to lose his balance. The girl struck him in the face again, this time with such incredible force that his head jerked to the side. A thin line of blood appeared on his lips, and a sharp jolt of energy was felt in the air. Woon Hui could not understand where this girl got such incredible strength from in her seemingly fragile hands, which made him recover from the blow and plunge into a multitude of disturbing questions. It would seem that she was so graceful due to severe weight loss, but the pain he felt after the blow was too real that he could not understand where that power that could not be ignored came from. From thinks that her external art must also be too strong if he feels so much pain after being hit, despite the fact that the girl remains so delicate on the outside. The opponent carefully watched the young man's every move, realizing that any mistake on her part could be very costly, because in a situation where the stakes were extremely high, she had no right to make a false move or hesitate. Suddenly, Woon Hui, gathering all his scattered thoughts and instantly concentrating, unexpectedly for the girl, confidently blocked her swift attack and without wasting a second, delivered an accurate blow in return. And the girl instantly understood that the hero had used his sword not only as protection, but also as a support to restore balance, deftly changing position to precisely counterattack her at her most vulnerable moment. She looks at him with an attentive, almost tender gaze, and, with a barely perceptible smile, says that he is smart and that she is incredibly lucky with him, which unexpectedly throws her opponent into a state of confusion. The Blood Witch, along with her apprentice, closely watches the action, and seeing Woon Hui desperately rush into battle, realizes that he is not holding back at all and is acting in a way that could have dangerous consequences. The girl even mentally asks herself how much the young man desires the young lady, hinting at the depth of his feelings and hidden emotions that push him to such unbridled determination in the fight. But suddenly she remembers that Woon Hui undressed the young lady last night, so she mentally orders her not to give up and fight to the end so as not to lose, because not only defeat is at stake, but also her honor and dignity. And then the girl abruptly drew her sword from its scabbard, and feeling a surge of strength and determination, they both rushed into battle with even greater enthusiasm, each trying to surpass the other in skill and strength. Woon Hui closely watches her every move and instantly realizes that she has used a finger technique, a subtle but dangerous technique that requires extraordinary dexterity and precision that can change the course of the fight. He hadn't paid attention before, but now he notices the large, rough calluses on the girl's index finger, and he remembers that finger technique is indeed much harder to master than punching or palm strikes. After all, this technique requires incredible endurance and strength, as during training you have to repeatedly break your fingers, getting used to the pain and strain in order to achieve the necessary accuracy and control. There is also a risk of blocking the meridians, which is why this finger technique does not belong to the martial arts of the demoness Bloody Hand, as it has a different origin and is much more complex. Southern Sword, watching the fight, says with admiration and surprise that he has never seen such perfectly mastered finger technique before, which indicates vast experience and incredible skill. Then Woon Hui instantly realizes that this flawless finger technique belongs to the blood demon martial art of the legendary and terrifying school, which sends chills down the skin. The girl suddenly delivers a powerful blow, and the hero, suddenly losing his balance, almost falls, trying to contain the force of the blow and quickly gather himself so as not to give her an advantage in battle. She confidently looks him straight in the eye, as if silently hinting that her strength far exceeds his, and that he is far from ready for a real battle with her. But Wen Hui gathered all his strength and attention in time, quickly regained his balance and began to restrain her next attack, demonstrating remarkable endurance and determination, which makes the girl change her tactics in slight surprise. The second Supreme observes carefully and understands that the student is also training with his left hand, because it was with it that he confidently held the short sword, which seems impressive to him and promises remarkable skill. They fought as if restrained, but at the same time demonstrated incredible strength and agility, each movement of which testified to high skill and a deep understanding of combat, as if they were competing not only with their bodies, but also with their spirits. The girl addresses her opponent with a challenge in her voice, asking if he is really not going to use his blade, saying it with a slight irony, as if pushing him to show true strength. Wen Hui explains that he held back because he wanted to properly block her masterful finger technique, realizing that a careless strike could give her the advantage and turn the tide of the fight in her favor. He realizes that he entered this duel almost knowing he would lose, but his true desire was to fight the one who had mastered the martial art of the blood demon. But immediately after these words, the girl instantly goes into combat readiness, tensing all her muscles and preparing to use a new, even more dangerous technique that can decide the fate of the fight with one move. The Southern Sword quietly tells the young man to be ready, because ahead is an unusual, dangerous technique that requires maximum concentration and speed of reaction, and only a true master will be able to withstand it. The master instantly realizes that the Southern Sword is right, because he already feels the unbearable pressure falling on his entrance post, and he understands that if he doesn't pull himself together now and resist with all his might, it will be worse. He realizes that in this situation, he will have to resort to the Shining Star Sword technique, which requires maximum precision and concentration, but can turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Wen Hui makes a sharp attack with his sword, but suddenly the girl instantly ducks, dodging the blow with incredible speed, which forces him to instantly rethink his tactics and look for a new way to gain the upper hand. He seemed a little confused, because he had not expected her to be able to dodge his attack so quickly, and this unexpected movement made him lose initiative for a moment and quickly look for new options. And then the girl, seemingly light and elusive, stands on one hand, her long hair fluttering in the air, and her gaze remains unwaveringly confident, as if she already knows exactly how to end this fight in her favor. She abruptly lifts off the ground, as if merging with the air, and from her confident posture and unquestioning expression on her face, it is clear that she is completely confident in her actions and skill, ready to strike. And then Wen Hui instantly realizes that she is right above him in the air, as if easily leaping over him, her movements extremely agile and graceful, which causes him both admiration and anxiety. He understands that if he grabs Sodom in time and can make a powerful upward swing, he will be able to stop Pak Ren-hee's attack, seizing the initiative and preventing her from delivering a decisive blow. But at the same time, he seems to be asking himself whether it's worth ending this fight and whether it will hurt. Doubts torment his mind because each choice can have unpredictable consequences for both participants in the fight. Therefore, he looks closely at the girl, searching for an answer in her gaze, and instantly realizes that there will be pain ahead, because her determination and strength indicate that this duel will not end easily for either of them. After the fight, even outside the room, there was noise and commotion, indicating the victory of Pak Ren-hee, as Seo Wen Hui lost consciousness from her powerful attack, leaving all witnesses in amazement. The young man woke up and, looking around, realized that it was already dark outside. Night had fallen on the city, filling the air with coolness and silence, which contrasted with the tension of the previous battle. He looks around and suddenly notices that someone is lying on the bed next to him, causing him a mixed wave of anxiety and curiosity, because he doesn't yet understand whether it's friend, enemy, or a random passerby. Looking closer, the hero realizes that it is Ho Gimwon, and notices that the divine physician has just sewn his hand back together, indicating his miraculous recovery and the care that has given him a new chance. He stands up feeling a throbbing pain in his head, and deeply analyzing the events, realizes that the finger technique worked well, as it not only delivered a blow, but also restrained his innate core energy. Sodom asks if he's okay, and the master, looking around and not finding his sword nearby, asks where they are now, as his attention is focused on the environment and what happened during the battle. To this, he is told that they are lying under the bed, and only now does Woon Hui realize how unexpected and unpredictable this situation was, forcing them to hide in such a dark place. He asks her how long he was unconscious, to which she replies that it was more than 12 hours, and adds that she saw the doctor sew up his arm, which confirms the seriousness of the injury and the care he takes for him. The girl replied that it was disgusting, but the hero calmly replies that he doesn't care. Instead, he is interested in finding out what happened after he lost consciousness, because that is what can shed light on his memory. Southern Sword calmly says that everything happened exactly as he had expected. Hai Akhion bowed his knee in a sign of allegiance to Baek Ren-hee, thereby confirming his devotion and willingness to serve her. So Woon Hui realizes that when Hyuk-chon bowed his knee to Baek Ren-hee's loyalty, it means that all issues were resolved in her favor and the situation ended in her favor, which gives him some relief. So he slowly heads up the stairs, not understanding the exact time, but intuitively feeling that it is midnight on the clock, because the surrounding silence and darkness indicate a late hour. The protagonist realizes that he should head to a guest house, where he can find peace and rest after the exhausting events, as well as gather strength for the next challenges. Suddenly, Go In-jae appears in front of him, but he stands far away and doesn't notice his presence. So Woon Hui remains unnoticed and can quietly watch him without attracting attention. He was plagued by doubts about whether it was really him, and finally he accurately recognized the man as the second disciple of Supreme So Halma, which caused him a mixed feeling of curiosity and tension about the upcoming meeting. He didn't understand what exactly the second disciple of Supreme So Halma was doing here alone so late, because he was going around all the guarded areas with such skill and silence, as if he had mastered the technique of stealth. He feels that this behavior looks too suspicious, because going around protected areas alone at night, moving almost silently, may indicate something dangerous or hidden, and this makes him wary. Go In-jae stands alone in the middle of a dense forest, surrounded by silence and darkness, and it is completely unclear what exactly he is doing here or what thoughts are swirling in his head, because his posture and facial expression hide something. He slowly sat down on the ground in the middle of the forest and raised his hand to the sky, as if trying to feel or taste something invisible, as if seeking a connection with some higher power or force of nature. Suddenly, a young man appears behind him and asks what he is doing here, which makes Go In-jae feel embarrassed and turns away, trying to hide his true intentions. Taken by surprise, Go In-jae instantly launched his attack against his opponent, and not recognizing him in the darkness, sharply asked who he was, preparing for a possible threat and not wanting to remain vulnerable. But noticing that it was Woon Hui, Go In-jae stepped back, and Woon Hui asked him curiously what kind of thing he had just scattered, because that smell haunts for thousands of miles, hinting at a powerful and dangerous force. Sodom asks the boy what the object is, and he explains that it is a scent that spreads far and wide, as its name suggests, creating an invisible trail that can be used for tracking. If you apply this fragrance near yourself, then with the help of a special device, you can determine the location of the person who sprayed it, and she instantly suspected that he might be a spy. Go In-jae addresses him with a sneer, stating that it seems he is still the only one who hasn't blocked the exit and attacked first, and that he's a fool if he believes he can defeat him alone. Woon Hui doesn't give in to such words because he's not stupid enough to believe it, but at the same time he realizes that Go In-jae has clearly undergone spy training. His words and behavior give it away. Therefore, he instantly gathered all his determination and energy to launch a swift and unexpected attack on Go In-jae, seeking to take the initiative and prevent the enemy from developing. The opponent easily deflected his attack, as befits a high-level master. So he declared with a smile that his attack wouldn't work precisely because the hero had actually set up an ambush to surprise him. The latter confidently declares that he is on a completely different level than the young man, and Woon Hui instantly realizes that he urgently needs to change his strategy because the old methods will no longer give him an advantage. So the pet ironically tells Go Jai to put on his slippers properly because he is so scared that he even tries to run away barefoot, hinting at his fear and lack of confidence in his words. But Go Jai replies with a cold smile that it is precisely because he defeated Gimwon by using the dark arts that he is confident that he can handle him as well, without doubting his superiority and strength. Woonhui thinks the key to victory for Go Jai is to use the dark arts against him, but firmly says that this trick won't work because he is ready to counter any trick. He says he's heard that the dark arts only work on those whose inner energy is weaker than the user's, and admits that the user pursued him for no other reason than his own ambitions, seeking to prove his power. But she looks at him calmly, showing neither fear nor aggression, and in a slightly mocking tone says that he is a frog, as if devaluing his words and hinting at his insignificance, despite all his statements. Go Jai seems to be fighting her emotions, holding back the flow of energy, standing with her eyes closed, trying to focus and find inner peace to prevent anger from taking over and maintain control over herself. But suddenly he loses his composure, his face contorts with rage, and, like an enraged beast, he rushes at the young man with a frantic scream, exclaiming that he will kill him, leaving no doubt about his intentions. Go Jai's aura suddenly flares up with insane power. His energy seems to spill out all around, filling the entire space around him, compressing the air and causing the ground to tremble. He was overconfident in his victory, as if he had already seen his opponent fall before him, allowing pride to cloud his mind and forgetting that an underestimated opponent is the most dangerous. The warriors attacked each other with such frenzied speed and force that the wind rose around them like a gale, tearing leaves from the trees and stirring dust from the ground. Their every move, every blow was a test of the limits. They demonstrated who was capable of what, trying to decide which of them had greater strength, deeper energy, and true power of spirit. However, suddenly, after a particularly powerful clash of energies, their bodies seemed to be simultaneously thrown back. They flew away from each other a considerable distance, sliding along the ground as if the very force of their collision had pushed them away. And then Go Jai, slightly out of breath but with unwavering confidence in his voice, said that he possessed much more chi than Woonhui himself, as if pronouncing it as a verdict and assurance of his inevitable victory. And with a cold smile on his face, Go Jai asks what the hero will do now, clearly hinting that he considers the young gentleman to be driven into a dead end, certain that he will try to escape, unable to withstand the pressure. However, the boy stood firm, with determination in his eyes, and coldly replied that he was not going to run away. His voice was calm but full of strength, as if he had already decided to fight to the end, regardless of strength. Go Jai says with contemptuous confidence that he will now show his opponent what he is truly capable of. But suddenly he breaks off his sentence mid-sentence. Something stops him, like an unexpected sensation, a sharp pain. Because the pet suddenly launched an incredible attack that interrupted his opponent's conversation, forcing Go Jai to abruptly shut up and retreat, confused by the unexpected force of the blow. His eyes widened in shock and confusion. He couldn't understand what exactly he was seeing in front of him, because the power and surprise of Woonhui's attack exceeded all his expectations, forcing him to doubt reality. After all, the young man masterfully used the Shining Star Sword technique, combined with the Tiger Power Sword, a powerful and lightning-fast technique that impresses not only with its speed, but also with its incredible power. They clashed in an extremely intense duel, where every move was filled with maximum energy and tension, and the atmosphere around them remained thick with tension. Go Jai instantly realizes that Woonhui surpasses the first level of skill, and understands that he deliberately hid his true powers, preparing a surprise that has now become a surprise for him. He calmly explains that this happens when he decides in advance that his opponent is weaker, so he consciously restrains his true strength so as not to waste it, but when the real challenge becomes obvious. He asks if Go Jai knows the saying that hiding a third of one's true abilities is a wise move, but suddenly falls silent, unsure if his opponent is even familiar with such a saying, Murim. But Sodom quietly remarks that the master's actually hiding not a third, but half of his true abilities, hinting at the enormous potential that he has yet to reveal in this fight. Go Jai was so confused and stunned by this admission that he could not even utter a single word in response, remaining a silent witness to the immense power radiating from his opponent. So, suddenly gripped by fear, Goenji decided to simply run away from the fight, which caused incredible astonishment and surprise even among those who watched their fight, because no one expected such a turn of events. So Wen Hui, without a moment's hesitation, rushed in pursuit, for he could not allow such a complicated, intense battle to end with his opponent fleeing, and although he did not know how it would end, he was certain that it would not. The opponent, suddenly changing his expression to one of alarm and alertness, seemed to have devised some insidious plan against him, when he suddenly turned around and, without looking back, quickly ran away. He slowly turns with a faint smile, his gaze calmly gliding over the young man, as if testing his resolve, while in the depths of his thoughts a plan forms with cold precision. Wen Hui suddenly takes a sharp step forward and delivers another powerful blow with all his strength, as if trying to stop his opponent at all costs, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. But he, not understanding what is really happening, is surprised by his opponent's every move, because everything he does seems meaningless, devoid of any logic or hidden meaning, like chaotic actions. Sodom suddenly realizes that a deadly weapon is hidden in the enemy's hands, and therefore, together with Southern Sword, feeling the growing panic, they burst into a cry in unison, ordering the young man to immediately duck. But it wasn't too late, and Wen Hui, having managed to heed their warning, felt himself leap into the air, and behind him, knives were flying straight into the ground, leaving an echo of a missed chance in the air. His body was abruptly thrown into the air, like a light, weightless leaf torn from a tree branch by a merciless gust of wind, and an expression of complete confusion and surprise froze on his face. Gathering the last of his strength, he tenses every muscle, trying to keep his balance, while Sodom, seeing a chance to attack, feverishly tells him to throw his short sword forward. Wen Hui, without wasting a moment, and acting as if guided by survival instinct, instantly follows her advice, with a sharp movement tearing the short sword from his hand and with all his strength throwing it forward. His opponent instantly realizes that he has hit the target squarely, feeling confident in his own skill. However, to his surprise, there is no reaction or any sound, as if the attack had no effect. But the opponent couldn't even realize at what exact moment the sword suddenly flew towards him. So fast and unexpected was this movement that he was left without any opportunity to react. The hero carefully watches as a blue flame suddenly rises amidst a cloud of dust, feeling deep gratitude to Sodom, because it was thanks to her tip that he was able to accurately determine the enemy's location. Wen Hui, sensing the growing threat and realizing that ordinary techniques are no longer enough, firmly decides to use the sixth technique of the Shining Star Sword, realizing that it is this technique that can change the course of the fight. Without wasting a moment, he instantly raises his attack upward with uncompromising determination, preparing to deliver a powerful blow that could turn the tide of battle, relying on all his strength and skill. His face is full of tension and concentration. Every muscle is tense, and his thoughts are completely focused solely on delivering a decisive blow to his opponent, leaving no room for doubt. Goenji stood confused, his eyes darting around in search of a way out, and his mind was filled with confusion and uncertainty, as he did not know how to act properly in this critical situation. The attack was so powerful and unexpected that its force literally threw his body high into the air, causing him to momentarily hang in a weightless state, leaving him defenseless. He was knocked over several times, causing him to lose his balance and find himself completely helpless, unable to control his movements or prepare for a fall. Landing on the ground in the middle of a dense forest, he felt the hardness and cold dampness of the soil beneath him, and the silence around him only intensified his sense of defeat in this wild environment. The young man stands firmly in front, his gaze focused and penetrating, carefully observing his confused opponent, who does not know how to react, and the air around him is filled with tension. Suddenly, with doubt and surprise in his voice, Goenji asks who this young man really is, and how he managed to so skillfully dodge his hidden weapon that appeared in the middle of the dust. Wen Hui slowly raises Sodom's short sword, his voice full of confidence. He hints at her when he says that he has a third eye, an unusual gift that allows him to see what is hidden. Goenji, back on his feet and tightly gripping his sword, looks at his opponent, who says with determination and cold confidence that it is time to end this fight once and for all. Southern Swords strictly orders the young man to attack first because the opponent may escape again. But Wen Hui, full of determination and confidence in his abilities, categorically disagrees. He explains with cold confidence that he is able to read the thoughts of his opponent because he himself was once a spy, and now the young man is faced with two options for action. One path leads to victory, and the other may result in defeat. He coldly and clearly explains that the opponent has only two options: either to run away, leaving everything behind, or to commit suicide, and it is on this choice that the fate of their confrontation depends. Go In-jae, expressing his willingness to fulfill his choice, suddenly finds himself under the influence of a young man who activates an illusory eye, creating an incomprehensible aura of strength and power, and sternly orders him to throw away his sword. Wen Hui, aware of the risks, doubts whether this technique will work during battle, but realizes that if he finds himself in despair, he can activate the illusory eye in just a minute. At the same moment, he quietly sneaks up on his opponent from behind and instantly blocks his most vulnerable points, giving him no chance of resistance, creating a critical situation. Go In-jae, gripped by deep despair and internal struggle, stood silent, unable to understand how he had suffered a defeat so quickly and unexpectedly that had completely turned his world upside down. However, Wen Hui abruptly approaches Go In-jae, not letting him say a word, and stuffs his hand into his mouth, carefully searching there for something important, as if trying to extract a secret or a hidden object. His gaze became extremely serious and focused, as if what he was searching for inside was of great importance and could change the course of events, so he did not back down or stop searching. Slowly opens his palm, revealing a small poisonous sphere, traditionally tied to a molar tooth on a thread and placed in the throat, a tool that is an integral part of every spy's arsenal. However, he thought so, because he knows that spies have only two ways to commit suicide: cutting their own throats to avoid capture, and this horrible but necessary method always remains the last. He explains that if the poisonous sphere melts inside the body, it will lead to complete organ destruction and unbearable death. And Go In-jae, confused and surprised, asks him where he got such knowledge from. He instantly realizes that his words will not reach Go In-jae. So without further explanation, he coldly and confidently declares that he was the one who defeated Go In-jae, emphasizing the irreversibility of his defeat. Suddenly, Wen Hui turns his head sharply to the side, his eyes filled with alertness and vigilance, as if he sensed an invisible threat approaching, causing him to instantly prepare for a possible attack. Sodom appears next to the young man, and noticing the unexpected noise, asks what happened, to which the owner calmly replies that the guards in the Valley of the Six Bloods probably noticed something suspicious. Wen Hui thinks it's all because of Go In-jae, who used the dangerous scent of 1,000 miles to pursue them, wanting to let someone know their location, which could lead to bad consequences. He realizes that in his past life, the location of the Valley of Blood had already been revealed. But then it happened at a different, more opportune moment, and now the revelation has happened right now. From the very beginning, the Emperor of the Chaos Blades, So Halma, would hardly have come here without a good reason, and perhaps this is due to the information he once shared. Go In-jae would also hardly have come to this place, and if that happened, then in the end the young man would not have been able to defeat him, because Go In-jae's strength and experience would have been too great. The hero is deeply aware that too many events are happening around him at the same time, and most importantly, everything is changing extremely quickly, forcing him to constantly adapt and make important decisions. He listens carefully to the surrounding noise, tensely catching every sound, and understands that time is not on his side, so he must urgently hurry, because delay can lead to dangerous consequences. There is real chaos in the main hall. Everyone is bustling around, giving orders to immediately set fire to the building and leave the place as soon as possible, realizing that delay could turn into a disaster. Jwabuk anxiously informs the master that he cannot find Wen Hui, and everyone is surprised and confused, trying to figure out where he could have run away to during the treatment. They also can't find Go In-jae, and this causes the second Supreme to ponder deeply why both of them disappeared at the same time, raising his suspicions of a possible conspiracy or unknown events. Suddenly, a young man unexpectedly appears in front of the man, and the elder, with a wave of surprise and alarm in his voice, immediately asks him where he has been all this time, because his absence has raised many questions. Wunhui restrainedly apologizes for being late, explaining that he first has to carefully place Go and Yai, who he is holding on his shoulder, on the ground, and only then can they talk. Suddenly, everyone around instantly sharpened their swords, preparing to immediately defend themselves against any threat that might appear at any moment. Their movements were coordinated and quick. Wunhui coldly and quickly declares that he has very little time to explain, so he needs to act quickly and without unnecessary words because every second can be decisive in this critical situation. And when he wanted to continue his story, suddenly dozens of sharp sword blades were instantly placed against his neck, forcing him to be silent and understand that any unnecessary word could cost him his life. The girl explained in a calm but serious voice that there were hundreds of combat formations, armed to the teeth, as well as scouts who did not belong to the cult, located near the mountain. Therefore, she strictly orders him to stay put and immediately explain where he has been all this time and what secret actions he has been carrying out, because the hidden truth could cost not only him, but also everyone around him their lives. She sharply reminds him that he disappeared just as the alarm bells were ringing, and now he's just brought back a suspicious-looking second supreme disciple, so they see no other option but to arrest the young man. Wen Hui, in a calm but firm voice, said to immediately cut the sole of the second elder's disciple's left shoe, hinting that something important was hidden there, something that could radically change the perception. Hearing the young man's words, everyone present froze in complete confusion, exchanging anxious glances, because no one had expected such a statement, and now they did not know whether to believe him or consider it a cunning maneuver. But despite their confusion, several people approached the student, and after exchanging a brief glance, began to carefully remove his left shoe, feeling the tension in the air. But suddenly his eyes opened wide in genuine shock when he saw what was hidden inside the shoe, because the find was so unexpected and dangerous that it changed the atmosphere in the hall. He carefully pulls a small piece of paper from his shoe, revealing a white powder inside, and holding his breath, begins to rub it between his fingers. He brings the powder to his nose, inhales its faint aroma, and at the same moment an explanation flashes through his mind that it is this white dust that hides the true cause of everything. He reports in a trembling but clear voice that this white powder is nothing more than the smell of persecution for thousands of miles. And at that moment the second Supreme's face fills with shock. The Blood Witch says in a cold and stern voice that it was thanks to this scent of persecution that the enemies were able to detect their location, emphasizing the seriousness and danger of the situation. Jobek turns to his brother with a question about what this mysterious smell of persecution really means, because he understands that its nature can radically change the understanding of the entire conflict. Wen Hui suddenly pulls a mysterious object out of his pocket and in a calm but insistent voice calls on everyone to pay attention to it, confident that this thing can shed light on the situation. He slowly pulls out a poisonous pink ball he recently found in front of everyone and explains with a serious look that this mysterious thing has dangerous properties. He explains that this poisonous pink ball was attached to his left molar and expresses confidence that traces of it still remain on the student's teeth, which could be a clue to the solution. The second Supreme is unable to believe what he has heard, his face full of doubt and surprise, but suddenly the commander, feeling the gravity of the situation, apologizes and expresses the opinion that Wen Hui is right. He explains that when a poisonous ball is attached to a molar for a long time, it leaves a characteristic mark on the gum that can only be detected upon close inspection, and it is this mark that will help confirm. The second elder suspiciously asks where he gets such knowledge from, and the captain, without hesitation, explains that he spent 6 months as a spy in the Marima Alliance, where he gained valuable experience and information. Wen Hui was genuinely surprised to learn that Gu Sangwon had experience working as a spy, as this unexpected information radically changed his attitude towards him, arousing respect and suspicion at the same time. However, thanks to Gu Sangwon's experience, they begin to trust the young man, and so the woman strictly orders everyone to immediately take his weapons away to avoid misunderstandings and ensure control of the situation. When everyone had taken their weapons, the hero stood calmly and submissively, carefully observing the situation around him, as if accepting it for what it was, demonstrating inner strength and readiness for further events. The commander suspiciously asks the young man where he gets such knowledge about the scent of persecution and the poison ball, because these things are not generally available and are known only to a limited circle of people. Moonhui quickly realizes that he can't openly admit to his spy pass, so he quietly replies that he just woke up and was heading to the guest house. He noticed Go Injae coming out of it as if in a hurry, which immediately aroused suspicion in the pet and made him wonder about his rival's true intentions. The young man found this very suspicious, so he quietly followed Go Injae and witnessed how he dispersed the poisonous scent of persecution, realizing that his rival had dangerous plans. The commander suspiciously asks if that's why he ambushed the young man, and why he didn't call for help using his inner energy, because that could have significantly increased his chances. Wen Hui coldly replies that if Go Injae had called for help, he would have either fled the battlefield or mercilessly killed him, and so chose an ambush as his only chance to influence the situation. The commander listened thoughtfully to the young man's words, his face expressing deep thought and inner struggle, as he tried to understand the logic and motivation hidden behind the soldier's cold words. The commander, pondering the young man's words, asks with uncertainty whether the young man was really able to defeat him, but feels that it would make no sense if the young man defeated someone much stronger. He quietly admits that he could not think of another option that would explain the strange events, and that is why he was forced to accept the young man's words, although he remained doubtful about the true truth of the situation. The commander weighs all the options and adds that if he had not set up an ambush by throwing the dagger at the moment the spy was putting on his boots, he would have undoubtedly lost, recognizing the importance of this cunning maneuver in battle. Wen Hui quickly realizes that Go Injae intentionally stabbed him with the dagger to fake evidence, and Sodom remarks with slight admiration that the hero is really meticulous. He is reminded that the young man could have lost his life because of that situation, emphasizing how dangerous the events were and how thin the line was between life and death, which only added weight. After all, Wen Hui realizes that he acted dangerously because of his honesty, but he notices that the commander's expression has become much calmer and more restrained, as if he has accepted the situation. He says that if it weren't for the apprentice, they would never have discovered the real spy, and their path to retreat would have been betrayed, so thanks to him, they got a chance to rethink their strategy and avoid disaster. The girl sincerely expresses her gratitude to him, emphasizing that his courage and dedication were crucial in saving their situation. And without him, this struggle could have had a completely different ending. The elder, his master, respectfully acknowledges that Wen Hui showed true courage, as his actions and determination were key in this difficult situation, deserving deep respect. The student modestly replies that he simply fulfilled his duty and did what he had to do, without seeking glory or gratitude, because justice and the protection of those around him were more important to him. The second elder, kneeling down, says with deep sadness and sincere regret that he is extremely sorry for everything that happened, acknowledging his guilt and responsibility to the young man. He sadly says that this whole situation happened because of his inability to correctly assess the student's character, admitting his mistake and feeling the weight of responsibility for the consequences. The girl strongly emphasizes that now is not the time for accusations or recriminations, as they face an urgent need to hurry and seek safe ways of retreat. He calmly says that conversations about his responsibility will still have time to take place afterwards, because right now it is more important to focus on finding a safe retreat and a common salvation. Wen Hui confidently approaches the master and calmly says that he has returned, emphasizing his willingness to continue the fight and fulfill his duties despite all the trials. The master proudly and gratefully says that the young man did a great deed, because without his courage and determination, they could have escaped with the spy, and now they have a chance to change the course of events in their favor. The young man is surprised and cannot believe that everyone was waiting for him, feeling both surprise and responsibility for the trust shown to him at this crucial moment. Suddenly, the spy is unexpectedly approached and dealt a powerful blow that knocks the spirit out of him, causing him to instantly fall, leaving those around him in tense silence from surprise. He screams in pain, and Sodom, confused, asks the master what exactly they did to him, to which he calmly replies that they destroyed his energy core, thus depriving the spy of his power. Wen Hui didn't expect this to happen right here and now, but he realized that the man had done this on purpose to symbolically renounce his student and show everyone around him the seriousness of his decision. Pek Renha, strictly orders to cut the carotid veins on the spy's arms and legs to completely deprive him of strength and the ability to escape, demonstrating ruthlessness and determination in carrying out his will. He instantly understands that Pek Renha is the true heir to the blood demon lineage, as her ruthlessness and cold determination in giving orders testify to the dark and powerful nature of her origins. They stand on top of a cliff, watching intently as the flames engulf everything around them, devouring the forest and buildings, creating a vivid but terrifying spectacle of destruction and chaos that is impossible to ignore. Javabek says with a smile that he really likes sleeping in the guest house, because there was a cozy atmosphere there, which allowed them to forget, at least for a moment, about all the worries and dangers that surrounded them. After the spy was finished off, they quickly gathered and decided on the best way to escape, a plan that seems to have already been adopted before the young man arrived, indicating careful preparation. Their plan was to split up and flee in separate ways, while So Halma took up a position at the top of the elite guard to protect the divine doctor. Khan Beka decides to protect the fake Bek Renha, using this ruse to confuse his enemies and create the illusion that the real threat is somewhere else entirely. The Supreme Elder, along with the others, chooses to stay by their side and guard the real Pek Renhu, providing her with maximum protection at this critical moment, as her safety is key to the entire plan. Half of the army is with them, but they are mostly newcomers, only they are capable of real combat. The junior subordinate has taken on the most dangerous task. If he is not lucky, he will die. This mission requires inevitable sacrifices, but there is no other way, because none of them know the true identity of the enemy or his numbers, which makes the situation even more dangerous. If there is even one enemy stronger than any of the Supremes, their situation will instantly become critical, as the balance of power will be disrupted, and there will be almost no chance of a successful retreat. Sodom asks if the plan is to sacrifice one of them, but Woon Hui coldly replies that even if everyone who was with them joined forces and attacked together, they wouldn't be able to win. One can only hope that he can hold out as long as possible until the rest manage to escape the Valley of Blood, because their survival and chance of avoiding complete destruction depend on it. The master mentally addresses the student, ordering him to discreetly bring the two squad commanders to him, emphasizing that everything must be done as quietly and carefully as possible so as not to arouse any suspicion. The strangers stand, staring ahead with tense eyes, unsure whether they will really dare to take this dangerous path that could be their salvation. One of them notes that according to available information, there are several masters with great experience among the enemies, to which the other quietly replies that despite everything he feels afraid because he understands how dangerous it is. They see the city burning and realize that the enemies have noticed their presence and set fire to everything around them to cover their tracks and take advantage of the chaos to quickly escape, leaving only ruins behind. They begin to think that everyone they are pursuing is only second-rate or even third-rate warriors, and perhaps they were worried for no reason, underestimating the enemy's hidden intentions. They turn to each other and confidently say that among them is one who has reached the highest level of mastery, and therefore they have nothing to fear, because his power is capable of turning any course of events in their favor. It is recognized that he is too strong and talented to simply be a candidate for the 8 great masters of martial arts, as his abilities go far beyond the usual standards. The stranger calmly remarks that they may be overestimating his abilities, but he assures them that he will not disappoint their hopes and will do everything he can to live up to their trust and expectations. He firmly states that only a truly great expert can pass through him, and therefore it is almost impossible, emphasizing his invincibility and commanding respect even from the strongest. If the trio includes Uncle He, Squad Commander Gu, and So, the girl involuntarily thinks that they are more like a small but extremely dangerous intelligence group, capable of acting in a coordinated and deadly manner. But she understands that staying here even a moment longer will be extremely dangerous, as every second increases the risk that the enemy will discover them and turn the situation into a death trap. After all, the situation is getting worse and worse, and no one knows what information may appear right now, capable of changing the entire course of events and putting them in an even more dangerous position. Suddenly, she hears a quiet voice unexpectedly saying that she also wants to eat, and this everyday phrase against the backdrop of the tense atmosphere seems strange and even a little alarming. Chvabek sharply tells his brother not to look at the girl in front of him. hinting at the danger or undesirability of such a look, because now any unnecessary attention can turn into serious problems. The girl slowly turns to them with a slight confusion in her gaze, her face showing surprise and a faint hint of wariness, so she tries to share her food with them. She mentally addresses the elder, begging him to return to them as soon as possible, because she feels that without his presence, the situation could become even more tense and dangerous. The unknown warriors suddenly notice a tangible threat before them, and their bodies tense up, preparing for a possible clash as the danger seems closer than ever before. Suddenly, someone's sword whizzes past their heads, forcing them to react sharply and realize that the enemy is right next to them, and there is no more time to think. The commander swiftly advances on enemies with a powerful attack. His movements are quick and decisive, like a lightning strike, leaving no time for defense and forcing opponents to act instinctively. He sharply delivers a devastating blow directly to the enemy's chest, and the force of this blow forces the enemy to retreat or fall, leaving behind a feeling of the commander's undeniable power and determination. Blood quietly seeps from the enemy's mouth, and fear and the realization of imminent defeat are vividly reflected in his eyes, further emphasizing the attacker's strength and determination at this critical moment. The commander then firmly declares that they will answer only the truth to all his questions, emphasizing their unwavering resolve and willingness to be sternly honest in this tense situation. And only after he receives all the necessary answers will he cold-bloodedly kill the enemy, making every effort to do it as painlessly as possible, demonstrating harsh but at the same time humane actions. He fights persistently, not backing down in the face of danger. His every movement is full of determination and strength because he understands that not only his life, but also the fate of everyone around him depends on his endurance. Wen Hui, noticing the number of enemies ahead, realizes that this is not just a random gathering, but a real reconnaissance of the enemy, and anxiously says that their presence indicates danger. A moment earlier, the young man had heard the menacing sound of swords clashing in the air, and this sharp echo warned of an imminent battle, forcing him to be alert and prepare for the inevitable clash. The man quietly reports that there are 7 enemies hiding under the right rock, but the young man instantly realizes that 2 of them are armed differently, because he hears only 5 resounding sounds of swords, indicating different weapons. The elder calmly explains that among them, there is 1 martial artist of the highest level, and the rest are first or second level, and he takes on the responsibility of confronting the strongest. After all, time is running out, and they need to act quickly because delaying only increases the risks, so they can no longer afford to drag out the moment and must take decisive action. Wen Hui instantly understands that the enemy's martial arts correspond to the second level, and although it is not the highest level, he realizes that even such skill poses a serious threat that requires attention. And although before his regression it was extremely difficult to fight such an opponent, now the hero experiences a significant increase in strength and confidence, which allows him to confront the enemy on equal terms. So, having gathered all his strength and determination, he deals a powerful blow to the enemy, directing all his energy to hit the enemy with maximum efficiency and break his defenses. The enemy screams in pain and shock, suddenly feeling the force of the blow, which exceeded his expectations. And this dramatically changes the course of the battle, adding confidence and determination to the young man. The guy immediately realized that it was necessary to block the enemy's pressure points. This was a successful tactical move that could significantly reduce his mobility and attack power, giving him a decisive advantage in battle. He grabs his enemy's sword, asks him if he can hear him, and in response suddenly hears a surprise confession that he doesn't understand how a person can talk to his weapon, which adds to the tension. He looks intently into the sword's eyes and asks if the weapon truly wants its master killed, trying to understand the true intentions and connection between the sword and the warrior who wields it. The sword silently asks not to kill its master, because without him it will lose its meaning of existence, and Wen Hui persistently asks the sword to tell him who he really is and where his comrades are now. Tycho replies that he cannot reveal the information because he belongs to the cult of blood, enemies of his master, and therefore any information will remain inaccessible, maintaining loyalty. He says he has heard of the cruelty of all the members of the blood cult and believes they should be destroyed for the peace and good of Jianghu, reflecting long-standing hostile beliefs and an uncompromising stance towards his enemies. Hui coldly replies that he has no choice, and this firmness in his words unexpectedly shocks the sword, because he did not expect such unquestioning acceptance of fate from his interlocutor. He had to explain that so far he had only cut off the enemy's limb, but the next step would be to strike him in the throat, emphasizing his determination and willingness to see the matter through to the end without any regrets. The young man weighs his words, noting that if the sword does tell him the truth, perhaps the situation will change dramatically, and events will take a completely different path, leaving room for unexpected turns. Then the sword surrenders and, seemingly with a slight hint of fear in his voice, agrees to tell the whole truth, but only on the condition that Hui does not kill its master, revealing a hidden connection and loyalty. Sodom addresses the host with a slight reproach, saying that his actions seem a bit cruel, because even in the most difficult situations, it is worth maintaining mercy and respect for life, trying not to lose it. Hui replies that he also feels uncomfortable doing so, but circumstances leave him no choice, and he is forced to act harshly in order to survive and achieve his goal, despite his internal conflict. He firmly adds that now is not the time when he can afford to be generous or indulgent towards others, for danger is all around, and any weakness could cost him his life or the failure of their cause. After all, if the young man remains inactive here, it will endanger the lives of everyone around him, because the enemies can take advantage of his delay to deal a devastating blow or trap them. The man addresses everyone present with a serious question as to whether they have managed to find any useful information or clues that could help in their mission, awaiting the answer with hope and impatience. The commander sadly reports that he failed because the enemy bit his tongue and was unable to answer his question, which makes it much more difficult to obtain the necessary information. So the man sternly decides that's all, and orders them to simply hide the bodies in the tall grass to avoid unnecessary risk and leave the place unnoticed by the enemies. But the young man approaches the group and confidently declares that he has managed to learn something important about the enemies, which may change their further actions and give them an advantage in future battles. He says that the opponents are martial arts masters who belong to the influential Heavenly Earth sect and the powerful Sea Lotus faction, making them extremely dangerous. The other warriors instantly realize that these two are key representatives of the Orthodox faction, which only emphasizes the seriousness of the threat, the need for maximum caution in further actions. The man says with interest that he thought the hero hesitated because of his inability to kill his opponent, but now he sees that he is capable of making tough decisions, even in the most difficult situations. Da curiously asks how Hui found out, to which he replies that he learned the truth by interrogating his opponent using the special technique of frequency whispering. The main character told the enemy that they had an army of thousands, and if he wanted to save his comrades, it was better to honestly tell the whole truth, because silence would only lead to inevitable losses and tragedy. Hui understands that the information is limited, as the enemy was a second-rate swordsman, but he still learns that 7 organizations are on the move and scouts are ambushed nearby. The biggest problem is that the path they are taking is under the close supervision of the Patriarch of the Abyss faction, who together with his army carefully combs the perimeter. The commander realizes that they could have gotten out of here faster if it weren't for this obstacle, but now their path is blocked and they will have to look for other options or prepare for a fierce fight. The man insists that they will simply break through by force, but the commander warns that such a risk may be too great, as their whereabouts may be exposed to the lady. Suddenly, Commander Jan Gangle sharply draws the elder's attention to himself, his confident and decisive tone forcing everyone to focus on his words, because he has an important proposal. He asks the elder how he feels about the idea he has conceived, seeking his opinion and willingness to support this plan, which may affect their further strategy. He had the bold idea of descending into the valley along a narrow path near a cliff, hoping that this dangerous path would allow him to avoid enemies and reach his goal unnoticed, even though the risk was high. Another commander strongly objects, noting that it is too dangerous because on the side of the cliff they could be caught off guard, and on the other side the slope could be unstable, so it is a death trap. They can only move forward and backward there, which significantly limits their maneuverability, and jumping down into the water is also dangerous due to the strong current that can wash away even experienced swimmers. Commander Yang asks if the very danger of this narrow and risky path might catch the enemy off guard, as the enemies might not expect anyone to dare to take such a difficult route. After all, the enemy would never have guessed that they would dare to take this dangerous and less obvious path. So this unexpected maneuver could be the decisive factor in their escape or attack. Suddenly, the man abruptly grabs Jan's hand and asks with anxiety in his voice if he really wants to endanger the lives of everyone present, especially the young lady, with such a risky plan. Wen Hui mentally realizes that Commander Yang's plan is too risky and could lead to catastrophic consequences, because the danger of the narrow path near the cliff can jeopardize everything. He understands that there are almost no options because they have come too far to turn back, and therefore are forced to take risks, even realizing that every step on this path could be the last. They were faced with a choice: either force their way through the enemy, risking great losses, or dare to descend the narrow valley path, where every step could be fatal. Any of these options carries a risk, either in the form of direct combat with the enemy or due to the complexity and riskiness of the route along the trail, which forces them to act with utmost caution. The girl stands on a slope, peering intently into the thick forest, where the shadows of the trees intertwine, and every movement among the branches can hide danger or new opportunities. She hears the sharp sound of a whistle coming from the direction where the elder approached, and feels a mixture of anxiety and surprise, not understanding what exactly happened there and what consequences it might have for their group. The man sharply and mercilessly squeezes the enemy's throat, conveying all his determination and anger, trying to force him to submit or quickly obtain the necessary information. He, squeezing the enemy's throat, sternly asks who else is left alive next to him, trying to expose all the allies and understand the scale of the threat that hangs over them. The man realizes that due to someone's mistake, the situation has escalated significantly, creating even greater danger for everyone. And now they will have to act with utmost caution to avoid disaster. Feeling anxious, he realizes that enemy reinforcements are very close, and every second of delay could lead to catastrophic consequences for their group. And now that the signal has been given, there are no more options, and he is forced to make the final decision on his own, realizing full responsibility for the fate of his comrades and the future of their mission. Wen Hui also hears the noise and counts 32 warriors, and possibly more, approaching from all directions, increasing the tension and forcing him to prepare for the inevitable clash. He realizes that now the number of enemies has increased significantly, which makes the situation even more dangerous and requires immediate and thoughtful actions from them in order to survive. The elder sternly says that they need to hurry to the valley immediately because time is running out, and the danger around is rapidly increasing, requiring decisive and quick action. And there is no more time to think because the enemies are already getting too close, and any delay can turn into a death trap for the entire group. The elder coldly says that they will have to separate, and the girl asks with anxiety in her voice what exactly he means, feeling that the decision could be dangerous and defining for their lives. He explains that there are too many enemies on their trail now, and therefore finds it necessary to take half of the men with him to divert the pursuit from the rest of the group, realizing that this could be deadly. The young man understands that such words of the elder mean only one thing. Among the enemies, there are extremely strong martial artists, and most likely among them is the patriarch of the Sea Lotus. The girl sharply orders that the elder must not die under any circumstances, her voice trembling with anxiety and determination, for his death would be not only a huge loss, but also a devastation. In a calm but firm voice, he tells her not to worry, assuring her that they will catch up with the group after destroying the enemies, and then orders the young man to protect the girl at all costs. And he adds that they should not forget about the meeting place, the secret base that Commander Zhang Moonwoon had prepared in advance in case of an emergency, because that is where they will be able to regroup. The man mentally says that the young man must take responsibility and skillfully lead everyone while he is away, because not only their survival, but also the success of the entire mission depends on it. When Hui realizes that the man is addressing him individually, using a frequency whispering technique that transmits words soundlessly, and understands the seriousness of the power of attorney. The information was transmitted by a man using a high-frequency whisper who considers the young man the smartest of all, and that is why he entrusts him with this mission, convinced that only he will be able to remain calm and make the right decisions. It's hard to believe that a man trusts him despite his not yet rich experience and modest achievements, feeling at the same time a deep responsibility and internal motivation to justify such trust. So the man coolly wished them luck, gave them final instructions, and without looking back, walked forward, leaving the young man with a heavy responsibility and difficult challenges ahead. When Hui mentally says to himself that who would have thought that this strict elder would dare to entrust such a responsibility to his own student, and feels a simultaneous sense of surprise, pride, and burden. The commander realizes that Wen Hui is the strongest master among all, so he announces that they are entrusted with protecting the young lady, placing great responsibility and hope on them. So they all rallied, holding their defenses firmly, and moved along the sheer cliff, with the raging river roaring loudly beneath their feet, reminding them of the danger that lurked at every step. It was clear that with the departure of the others, their strength had weakened considerably, and so Commander Yang, together with the boy who knew the way best, led the group, trying to lead them as quickly and safely as possible to their goal. They made sure that the formation they were moving in would reliably protect Baek Renhu, and until the meeting with Hai Axion, everything seemed to be going according to plan without causing any suspicions or problems. Suddenly, Wen Hui stopped unexpectedly as he heard the distant but clear sounds of swords again, which made him instantly alert and prepare for possible danger. He quickly determined that the sounds of swords were coming from below, from the part of the path they were currently moving along, and this meant that the enemies had already prepared an ambush or interception on their way forward. The pet understands that there are fewer enemies on that path than in the group pursuing them, so this can be both a trap and a chance for an unexpected maneuver. He instantly understands that he must signal stop to halt the group's movement and prepare for a possible collision or regrouping. Commander Yang, noticing the stop, mentally asks the young man what happened, to which he replies using the frequency whisper technique that enemies are nearby, warning of danger. The man replied that he did not sense the presence of enemies, but the young man realized that this was impossible, since his own feelings and skills did not allow him to doubt the approach of danger, so he prepared. Sodom realizes that if the master had told him about the voices of the swords, he might have perceived it as strange, because such a sensation seems unreal to most, so now he understands why the young man was silent. Wang Hui suggests that Commander Huzong take responsibility for the situation, but Yang insists that he is protecting the ladies, and they should be the ones to fight, as it is their duty to protect. Not expecting the man to so coldly reject his offer, the warrior, holding back his disappointment, replies that they should at least prepare themselves so as not to miss the chance when the decisive moment comes. The commander, realizing that Wen Hui is right, because the situation is threatening, allows him to act, and he, instantly drawing his sword, gives a bright signal into the air, alerting his group to the danger. The young man understands that even if the girl is their priority, by meeting the enemies on such a narrow path, they are risking everything, so they need to act carefully and precisely without losing sight of the goal. If the situation develops such that a battle is to be fought up front, it is better for the strongest martial artist to go first, as he will be able to break through the enemy's defenses and protect the others. When the young man raised the sword in his hands, the southern sword itself, an ancient, sentient artifact, whose voice echoed deeply and solemnly in his mind, suddenly addressed him. The young man was in a serious mood. His focused gaze was filled with unwavering determination and a bright hope for victory, which gave him strength before the decisive test. The commander sternly remarked that they needed to speed up their pace, as excessive slowness in this situation could be extremely dangerous and jeopardize the completion of the entire mission. Suddenly, his eyes widened in an unexpected shock that shot through his mind like lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless and stunned. The boy suddenly struck a powerful blow with his sword into the commander's shoulder, full of determination and surprise, which instantly changed the course of events and caused tension among those present. He addressed him, reporting that he had noticed something resembling a white powder on the tip of his sword, which had caused him surprise and alarm due to its unusualness and unknown origin. He sternly warned the commander that if he did not want to die, he must communicate with him exclusively using the frequency whisper technique, after which he resolutely asked who he really was and what his hidden intentions were. He wondered in surprise why the scent of a chase lingered on him, stretching for 1,000 miles like an invisible trail that could not be hidden and that revealed his true origins. He realized that it was at the moment he raised the sword that he had explained to him how Commander Yang had acted earlier, and realized that if it weren't for his ability to hear the voices of swords, he would never have been able to learn this information. The guy said that he had already managed to talk to Mechnik, who was standing behind him and was now patiently waiting for a response, hoping to receive important information that would help clarify the situation. The man replied that this trace was left specifically so that the elder could find them, but the young man did not trust these words and doubted their sincerity because he did not understand why there was a need to hide it. The young man wondered if the person from Go Inje had left this mark, but since the smell was different, he assumed they could have used different scents, so he needed to find out everything. After all, it was he who came up with the idea to choose this path, and due to the urgency of the situation, they had no other choice. But now enemies have appeared on this path that threaten their safety and the success of the whole thing. Now Woon Hui realized that the whistle that had sounded earlier was the answer to his doubts, for it indicated that one of the enemies was not actually dead and continued to pose a danger to them all. So, the decision was made to approach Commander John with a direct question as to whether it was really his doing that had led to his survival and now posing a threat, trying to find out the truth and understand him. And when the hero realized this, it became clear to Commander John that this mistake he had made earlier was fatal and cost him his life, leaving a bitter residue of guilt and irreversible consequences. It was obvious that problems were coming at them one after another without any respite, and he decided that it was he who should take responsibility and lead everyone, because that was how they could overcome it. The man asked what had happened, to which the young man replied that their enemies were already waiting for them, preparing to strike unexpectedly, and therefore they needed to be prepared for the worst. Then the man asked in surprise if the student had really killed the commander, to which the latter calmly replied that the commander was actually a spy, and therefore this act was a forced measure to preserve their safety. The girl could not believe what she heard, because she did not even suspect the existence of such dark secrets and betrayals, which suddenly revealed themselves to her unexpectedly and shockingly. When Hui explained that it was he who had applied the scent of a 1,000-mile chase to the sword to leave a trail that would help them in their search and ensure that they would be able to find their way, even if they tried to hide. The man realized that even if the enemies were waiting for them, they wouldn't hear their whispers, but the girl noticed that the scent that remained was completely different and didn't match what it should be. Our hero knew he could recognize this scent, as he had once been a spy and had acquired the relevant skills, but he was surprised by the question of how Pek Renha could have known about it. He realized that he would have to say goodbye to the sword case, as it left a noticeable smell that could give away their location, but he planned to do something similar later. He addressed the girl in a tense voice, informing her that they had almost no time, so they needed to accelerate and act quickly in order to outrun their enemies and avoid danger. Denying this, the girl firmly asserted that the squad commander was not actually a spy and expressed doubts about the veracity of this information, which made everyone wonder about the true nature of the events. She corrected herself by explaining that she had misspoken and had actually meant that the commander was in Una, which added a new dimension to their speculation and forced them to look at the situation from a different perspective. The man abruptly interrupted their conversation, warning that the enemies were approaching, so they immediately needed to speed up their movement and prepare for a possible clash to avoid being ambushed. He ordered the young lady to go to the center of the squad, providing her with the safest place among all, because this way she could be better protected from possible threats from outside. When Hui listened and clearly heard the sounds of swords echoing somewhere nearby, filling the air with tension and reminding him of the imminent danger approaching from the darkness. The enemies, like a flock of ominous birds, descended upon them from the sky, raising screams and dark shadows that threatened to fall on the squad at any moment, creating a feeling of imminent battle. The man ordered that the best warriors quickly take up the rear defense, protecting the detachment from possible attacks from behind, while the young lady was to go forward to be safe and not fall into the danger zone. After all, the enemies were already too close, and any delay could lead to disaster, so it was necessary to act instantly and unequivocally to hold their positions and save the lives of each of them. They needed to prepare as quickly as possible, as the enemies were already preparing for swift attacks, armed with long spears that could break through their defenses and inflict serious losses in the upcoming battle. The man standing behind the girl with purple hair said that he was carrying out the young lady's orders, to which she replied tensely that he must have some kind of clear plan of action. He explained that together with the First Supreme and the other Blood Stars, They supported the younger lady, while on the other hand, the only support her sister received was from the third and sixth blood stars. She realized that once the cult's restoration was complete, their opponents could be easily eliminated, as their forces would then be greatly enhanced, paving the way for ultimate victory and control. However, the man emphasized that even the smallest opportunities cannot be ignored, because they can be decisive in the fight, so you should be as prepared as possible for any surprises. After all, she is also of his blood, and although this possibility is small, there is a risk that the situation could suddenly turn against them, hitting them in the back of the head with unexpected betrayal from where he would least expect it. The second Supreme was in a friendly mood, but could change his mind at any moment, and if the fourth Supreme sided with her, then the forces would be evenly distributed, creating a balance and heightening the tension. That is why they made every effort to prevent such a development of events and prevent a balance of power that could lead to a prolonged struggle and chaos among the Bloodstars. The girl with crimson hair realized that it would be better if the fourth elder switched to their side, but at the same time she decided not to put her hopes in him, since he ignored all her messages. The man noted that this was precisely the case where the fourth elder had nothing to lose, and therefore his decisions could be unpredictable, which added even more complexity. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young man does his best to protect the girl, Beck Renha, by all means at his disposal, showing determination and courage in the face of impending danger. The squad leader fights fiercely against the enemy, leading the defense with unwavering determination, giving orders while simultaneously holding back the onslaught to ensure the safety of his men, even at the cost of his own life. His warriors begin to realize that something is wrong with the energy they channel into their spears. It seems to be dissipating or distorting, not reaching full power, which causes alarm and suspicion. The young warrior realized with horror that just one powerful blow from his spear was enough to overthrow the squad leader along with several other captains, which testified to the extraordinary strength of the enemies. Defeating several top-notch masters with just one spear amazed the young man, as the power behind that blow seemed insane and almost unreal, so devastating. It became clear that the one who threw the spear was the person standing behind, and to possess such incredible power, he must be nothing less than a Bloodstar-level master or even a Supreme. He was faced with a difficult choice, unable to decide unequivocally whether to risk his own life for the sake of this fight, because if he could hold off the enemy for at least a while, it would give the girl a chance to escape. Sodom sharply stated that Wen Hui should flee himself because, in his opinion, there is no point in sacrificing himself. Who cares what happens to these opponents if there is a threat to his life? The hero realized that the moment had come when he must place himself above the cult, above its rules, promises, and even goals, because only then would he be able to make a choice that would truly matter. He looked down into the dark depths of the water beneath the cliff and realized that jumping might give him a chance to save himself, but the fall would be extremely hard, and the chances of survival after such a jump were slim. However, a small hope flickered in his heart, even though he knew that the water below was merciless, cold, swift, and deep, capable of smashing a body against rocks. But even this tiny chance seemed better than death. Suddenly, someone asked the young man in a sharp voice if Beck Renha was among them, causing him to become wary and prepare for the possible consequences of this unexpected encounter. The enemies were rapidly approaching him, their footsteps becoming louder and more threatening, creating the feeling that danger was about to fall directly upon him. They sternly warned that if the girl was not among them, they would kill everyone. But if she was, she must be handed over to them, and only then would they release the warriors, leaving the squad with a terrible choice. Looking them straight in the eye, the enemy coldly declared that he was right, confirming his words in a confident and ruthless tone that left no doubt about his determination and dangerous intentions. And seeing that she was indeed with them, the enemies insisted on her immediate surrender, emphasizing that only this would be a condition for saving the lives of the remaining soldiers and ending the conflict. Suddenly, the squad leader sharply raised his sword, preparing to defend. His eyes lit up with determination, and his posture became unwavering. He was ready to fight until his last breath to protect his men and the young lady. He mercilessly delivered a powerful sword strike, full of fury and determination, piercing the air and forcing his enemies to retreat. Feeling the full force of his anger, an unwavering will to defend. He looked extremely collected and concentrated. His gaze was sharp, and every movement was full of confidence and readiness for battle. Like an arrow, drawn and ready to fly at the most crucial moment. Wen Hui mentally realized that the commander was truly ready to fight to the last, not to retreat and protect his comrades even at the cost of his own life, demonstrating true courage and unwavering strength. But the boy understood that at this pace, their struggle could end in the death of everyone, because the enemies were too strong and numerous, and without a wise strategy, they were doomed to defeat. Wen Hui mentally suggested to the commander to quickly grab the young lady and flee immediately, because continuing to fight in such a hopeless situation would only mean a useless death, while fleeing could save his life. At this moment, Wen Hui decides to stall for time to give himself a chance to escape and break away from his pursuers, while Sodom is in a panic because he understands that success depends on every second. The young man reassures her, saying that everything will be okay and that he will just fall off the cliff if anything goes wrong, hinting at his willingness to accept any consequences for their safety. The enemy coldly declared that there was no time, and he needed to kill them all as soon as possible, because any delay could cost him the opportunity to complete his task. Wen Hui turned to the enemy asking why they were pursuing them, since they did not belong to the Murim alliance, trying to understand the motives of the pursuers and find at least some logical route. The commander could not believe what he heard. His eyes widened in surprise and disbelief, because what was said contradicted everything he knew and expected in this situation. The enemy coldly replied that the hero was confusing something, because they were actually part of the Murima alliance, and that was why they were being pursued due to the enmity and conflicts between the various factions within this alliance. Wen Hui sharply objected, noting that this made no sense, since the enemy himself said that he would only let them go if they gave up the girl. So the issue of belonging to the Murim alliance did not change the cruel demands. The guy emphasized that the alliance's goal is to completely destroy the blood cult, so pursuing just one person seems pointless and goes against their true intentions, which makes one doubt. The opponent sternly replied that the boy was lying, because there were alliance troops stationed all over the mountain, and he couldn't help but realize the seriousness of the situation. So there was a question as to whether Wen Hui really valued his life. He objected, pointing out that if they were all on the same side, there wouldn't be such discord, and also questioned why they didn't have time, because it looked suspicious and contradicted the logic of their actions. The enemy explained that a man had directed them to follow this particular path, and they quickly realized that it was a spy who had spread the scent of pursuit, making their mission known. He is slightly different from the person wielding the powers that besiege this mountain, and this raises doubts and questions about his true intentions and role in this confusing situation. The young warrior sharply asked if this spy had been sent by them, trying to find out if the enemies were really controlling his actions, or if they had fallen victim to someone else's game, in which someone else was pulling the strings from the shadows. The opponent replied that there was no point in hiding it anymore, because they already understood everything. The spy was indeed sent by them, and now they had to realize that the enemies were able to find Pek Renhu. Wen Hui suddenly said with a calm smile that he was very grateful to them for this information, which caused confusion in the enemy, who did not expect such a reaction and for a moment lost confidence. The hero explains that it was thanks to their help, attention, and devotion that he was able to finally make sure that there was no spy on their side, after which he sincerely thanks them for their attention and support. He explains that it was thanks to their help that he was finally convinced that there was no spy on their side, because then they would have found Pek Renhu, since the spy would have used the whisper frequency. The enemy, with cold fury, declares that he will kill the young man first, as he tries to buy time, dragging out the conversation with cunning words and manipulation, using his tongue as his last weapon. And with tense determination in his voice, the boy asks who exactly hired them for this case, and whether young Ms. Baek Hung Yang is still alive, trying to extract at least a shred of truth before the decisive moment. He ponders and then asks, or perhaps one of her loyal servants, trying to extract at least a shred of truth, sent them here to carry out the order that was needed. Everyone standing behind the young man could not recover from the shock that had paralyzed their bodies and minds, forcing them to silently watch the unfolding events, unable to utter a word or take a single step. Javabek suddenly realizes that these people with their eerie coordination of movements and cold determination in their eyes, are none other than part of the mysterious blood cult, about which there were only frightening rumors. The enemy, overcome with uncontrollable anger and losing the remnants of self-control, breaks into a scream and orders his warriors to immediately kill his opponent, considering his silent stubbornness and audacity the last insult. So his warriors quickly begin to direct a barrage of attacks at the hero, with cold determination on their faces and death in every movement, as if striving to carry out their master's order without any regret. Moonhui quickly realizes that catching such a swift spear throw is almost impossible, so he instantly activates his internal, innate energy core energy, which fills his body with power. So, concentrating and without hesitation for a moment, he speaks to his enemies with a confidence in his voice that instantly turns the spear's throw back, directing it directly in their direction. He shouts loudly to his squad, urging them to attack without hesitation, because this is the only chance to save themselves and survive in this deadly battle, where every minute could be the last. The enemy, with a cold smile, notes that the young man, although he looked like he had only been here for his first year, showed remarkable agility and the ability to catch a spear, which indicates his hidden abilities. So now the enemy is finally convinced that they cannot leave the young man alive, because his unexpected skills and determination pose a serious threat to their entire plan. The enemy instantly directs a new, even more deadly attack directly at the young man, seeking to destroy him at all costs and end any resistance. Suddenly, the hero realizes that while saving everyone around him, he has been polite and reserved for too long, forgetting about his own safety. And now he understands that it is time to act decisively without thinking about everyone around him. He sees that the spear has suddenly stopped right in front of his face, causing him deep confusion and making him reflect on the unexpected halt in the attack that disrupts the course of events. Supreme. Sohama reacted instantly, stopping the spear with his hand right in front of the young man's face, thereby saving his life and demonstrating his extraordinary strength and authority in this situation. The apprentice looks at Supreme Sohama with confusion and surprise in his eyes, not understanding what exactly had just happened and how this unexpected rescue had changed the course of their fight. The girl unexpectedly approaches her friend and sincerely thanks him for his courage, while the hero looks at her in surprise, not understanding where she came from because he ordered her to run away earlier. She sincerely thanks the young man, explaining that it was thanks to his courage and perseverance that she was able to make sure that there were no more spies on their side, which gives her the strength and hope to continue the fight. It became clear that they were actually hiding there and deceiving even their closest allies, and he did not expect at all that the plan to split into 3 detachments would turn out to be a cunning deception for the enemies. Suddenly, the enemies realized with horror and indignation that they had become victims of a cunning deception, and this discovery aroused in them anger, despair, and determination to avenge the betrayal. They, with undisguised surprise and anger, could not believe that the second Supreme had actually chosen Pak Renhu, because this decision completely contradicted their expectations and undermined their plans. The enemies bitterly realize that they cannot win because on the side of the opponents stand the powerful Blood Star and the Supreme, whose strength and authority outweigh any of their hopes and plans. So the criminals, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, decided to retreat, but suddenly, with unexpected force, like thunder out of a clear sky, the 4th Supreme Elder appears from above. His face was frowning, but he clearly displayed an unwavering confidence and a burning desire to win, making his appearance both terrifying and inspiring to all present. He appears before his enemies, and with the powerful force of his body raises clouds of dust around him, which fly in all directions, as if warning of his invincible power and the inevitable struggle that is approaching. The scoundrels stood confused, not knowing how to react to the 4th Supreme Elder's unexpected appearance and the powerful aura emanating from him, which completely disrupted their plans. The Elder takes the man by the head, looking deeply into his eyes, and with a cold smile asks if he really thought he could buy time by manipulating, dealing with such a person. And suddenly, without any warning, the Elder with cruel coldness throws the man's head off the cliff, leaving everyone present in horror and shock at such cruelty and ruthlessness. Around him, a fire of anger and incredible power seemed to burn, which the Elder demonstrated with every movement and look, radiating a powerful aura that made his enemies tremble with fear and powerlessness. He looks at his enemies with a cold glint in his eyes and challenges them to try to pass through him, emphasizing his unwavering determination and willingness to fight. He adds with a mocking tone in his voice that then they would have to risk their heads, which they could lose as easily as any other part of their body, emphasizing the deadly seriousness. The enemies are rapidly advancing, gathering their forces and carefully preparing a surprise and treacherous attack on the elder, hoping to catch him by surprise and break the community's resistance. However, he, remaining calm and unperturbed, simply stands still, confidently looking in the direction of the advancing enemies, as if he knows their intentions in advance and is ready to meet the attack with dignity. And they, filled with anxiety and surprise, cannot understand whether he really intends to take on their devastating attacks with his bare hands, without fear, as if he possesses a power beyond their reach. Then, surprising everyone with his lightning-fast reaction, the elder suddenly grabs the enemy's sword with his bare hands, pulls it out with extraordinary strength and agility, and with a powerful blow, knocks the attacker off his feet. He loses his balance, his body uncontrollable, staggering backwards, his eyes wide with shock and complete incomprehension at how the elder managed to so easily change the course of the battle with one move. In his gaze, frozen in the moment of his fall, one can clearly read the emotions of primal fear, deep confusion, and even the germ of a thought about a possible fatal end, which seems all too close. The man, like a predator that has finally caught hold of its prey, grabs the warrior with both hands with wild determination and without a moment's hesitation flips him over, demonstrating incredible strength and fury. And then, gathering all his power into one devastating movement, he slams his enemy's body into the ground with incredible force so that it cracks as if it couldn't withstand the strain of this brutal blow. The enemy's jaw involuntarily opens, and from the depths of his throat a piercing cry of pain erupts, echoing over the battlefield like the echo of a death sentence. So the man, without hesitating for a second, grabbed his enemy tightly and with incredible strength and determination threw him behind him into the dark, cold surface of the water, where he disappeared beneath its waves with a dull splash. Moonhui carefully observes the events and realizes with difficulty that, despite the death of the enemy, his comrades remain on the sidelines and are not going to intervene in the battle. After all, the elder, like a warrior burning with fire, radiates such incredible strength and determination that only a true suicide bomber would dare to approach him and engage in mortal combat. The young man understands with all clarity that at this moment the elder resembles a wild beast, an unpredictable, powerful, and uncontrollable force of nature, ready to tear apart anyone who dares to stand in his way. Suddenly, among the enemies, the words of one of them were heard, who without hesitation declared that it was he who would enter into battle with the man, ready to challenge his invincible strength, despite all the danger. The enemy approaches him confidently and, looking him straight in the eye, says that he is indeed as they say he is. Acknowledgment, with his actions and courage, fully justifies the meaning of his name. But suddenly, his voice suddenly turned cold, filled with bitterness and anger, and he coldly declared that he had never liked being compared to the elder, so he proposed to settle this once and for all. And the man, without hesitating for a second, instantly gathering all his strength and determination, ruthlessly launches a swift and powerful attack on the enemy, leaving him very little time to defend or retreat. Their fists collided in a loud clash, forming a solid pile, and neither of them is willing to back down, each eager to prove their strength and steadfastness in this tense duel. The enemy says with a cold smile that the elder has always been impatient, that his impulsiveness has often become a weakness, and that this is exactly what he is now going to play on to gain victory. So the enemy instantly gathers his strength, tenses every muscle, and prepares to launch his next attack with lightning speed, hoping to take advantage of the elder's impatience and catch him by surprise. But the elder, with many years of experience and countless battles under his belt, wastes no time, and with the same incredible strength prepares his corresponding blow, ready to meet the enemy in direct confrontation. They resemble two colossal forces of nature opposing each other, accumulating an invisible but tangible tension in the air, which becomes stronger with every passing moment, as if before the explosion of a powerful storm. Two powerful energies clash in this fierce duel between two masters whose powers are nearly equal, creating an unpredictable battle that grows in tension with every second. The enemy, carefully analyzing the course of the battle and the opponent's movements, gradually realizes that the man possesses greater strength and skill, surpassing him, which causes a growing sense of anxiety in him. But the opponent understands that there is a limit to how much one can increase one's physical energy, and that every subsequent effort only exhausts his body, forcing him to look for other ways to win this battle. So, as if gathering the last crumbs of his strong energy, he sharply increased his strength and ruthlessly rushed forward with a furious attack on the Elder, trying to turn the tide of the battle and gain the upper hand. The Supreme Elder closely watched the developments, closely analyzing the enemy's every move, studying his weaknesses and strategy, preparing to find the perfect moment for a decisive strike. He seemed to be directing his energy from his lower limbs to his upper limbs, accumulating internal strength and concentrating it in his hands, preparing to unleash it in a powerful blow that could change the course of the battle. He lightly touches his enemy's fist with his hand, feeling every pressure and movement, as if feeling the opponent's pulse, which helps him better predict the next step in the fight. His stance was confident and clear, demonstrating complete control over himself in the fight, as if he were an unshakable rock in the midst of a stormy sea, ready to withstand any blow. Fire seems to pour from his fist, burning with a bright and unstoppable flame, and this extraordinary force that lives within him radiates powerful energy capable of burning everything in its path. The Elder, demonstrating impeccable technique, skillfully combines speed, precision, and power in every movement, making the enemy feel defenseless before his incredible skill. And suddenly his enemy realizes that he is faced with not just strength, but a true fist technique in which every movement is honed to perfection and which makes the Elder an extremely dangerous opponent. His eyes suddenly widen in fear, reflecting complete astonishment and horror at the Elder's skill, the realization that he is trapped with no way out. But the man, without hesitation for a moment, instantly concentrates and mercilessly delivers a powerful blow to his enemy, which should decide the fate of the duel and leave the opponent without any chance of resistance. The enemy instantly realizes that if he doesn't want to die, he needs to go on the defensive as soon as possible, muster all his strength and skills to repel a devastating blow and save his life. So he sharply raises his fist and punches the man hard in the jaw, trying to break through his defenses and deliver a strong, painful blow that could turn the tide of the fight. Wunhui watches the fight attentively and realizes that the masked warrior possesses advanced martial arts techniques, demonstrating remarkable skill, but at the same time realizes that Akshayan is much stronger. The Elder, as if mocking, looks at the enemy with irony and asks him in a voice full of confidence and slight contempt if this is all he is capable of, challenging and prodding his opponent. The hero reflects on how the swordsman of the southern sky has never lost to a man, but the southern sword quietly admits that he would not be able to defeat his opponent now, as the man has grown considerably stronger and more powerful. He explains that the fist technique the man just used may seem quite light and easy, but in fact it contains constantly increasing mass and force, making each blow increasingly powerful. The second Supreme Elder, recognizing the man's enormous progress, says that he has become significantly stronger, and the hero understands that even such an experienced fighter is openly praising the man. However, the young warrior cannot understand why the second Supreme expressed his praise so openly, as it seems unusual to him, and raises doubts about the true motives for this recognition. As if feeling deep pride and respect for the Supreme Elder, Wunhui observes his strength and wisdom, realizing that this man is a true model of courage. The rivals, covered in sweat from exhaustion, stood with only one emotion burning in their eyes, a deep fear of the inevitable danger and each other's strength, which was growing with every minute. And the girl, carefully observing her enemies, notices how panic appears in their eyes, slowly engulfing their hearts, causing them to lose confidence and control over the situation. So, having gathered her thoughts and confidence in her voice, she says that she would like to make a proposal that may change the course of events and influence the further development of the conflict. He firmly states that if he was sent by Ani, he must be one of them, and therefore if they surrender now and reveal who hired them, their lives will be spared, because this is the only chance to avoid death. Wunhui realizes that the girl is very smart because she offers to surrender at this critical moment, and mentally assumes that this cunning trap was probably set by Baek Rin-ha herself. Sodom does not trust her words and questions her again, to which the young man explains that this is a real trap, designed to deceive even their own allies, because they were in a hurry and did not know who among them was a spy. The girl knew that Baek Hungyang would definitely arrange something similar, so she decided to get ahead of him and act first, using this move as a tactical advantage in a difficult situation. Sodom says with doubt that the fox, that is, the girl's sister, seems like someone who avoids such insidious games and tricks, so he finds it hard to believe that she could have been involved in this elaborate trap. But the young man is firmly convinced that someone is cunningly building traps for the fox, and that is why Pek Renha is trying hard to uncover who is behind these intrigues in order to protect her from danger. When Hui understands that this person does not belong to the same lineage as the blood demon, because internal enemies from the family circle might act differently, and the external enemy has more insidious motives. Sodom says the warrior handled this situation all too well, displaying remarkable acumen and composure, especially considering all the circumstances and the pressure of the moment, which shows his maturity. The young man replies that this is nonsense, because anyone could come to such a conclusion if they carefully observe the events and logically analyze the situation, so his decision is not something extraordinary. Baek Rena sternly declares that this is her last offer, and if they do not agree to accept the conditions, then death will certainly await each of them, emphasizing the seriousness and irreversibility of her decision. Her face was tensely serious, and her voice sounded with unwavering confidence, conveying all the authenticity and determination of her intentions, which left no doubt that this was the last chance for the enemies. The masked enemy, with a cold and firm voice, declares that they are underestimated, and that is why they are ready to fight to the very end, regardless of the threat of death, demonstrating an unwavering will. The second elder turns to the girl with a cold smile and says that he doesn't believe the enemies will surrender, and with such success they could get rid of them much faster, so surrender seems unlikely to them. The enemy, in a harsh and commanding voice, orders his soldiers to attack without question, urging them to muster all their strength and determination to break through the defenses and achieve victory at any cost. The second elder resolutely asks the sixth blood star to protect the young lady, entrusting her with this important task and confidently believing in her strength and devotion. Meanwhile, he will focus on personally taking care of the enemy leader, preparing to deliver the decisive blow and turn the tide of the battle in his favor. He asks the squad to lend him a sword so that he can personally enter the battlefield and confidently confront the enemies, demonstrating his willingness to take responsibility into his own hands. They have provided him with a weapon, but the second Supreme Elder looks at it with noticeable distrust, as if doubting its reliability or whether it can truly help in this battle. Wunhui notices the second Supreme's distrust and understands that he doesn't like it, because usually his sword is much longer than the one he was given now, and this makes him doubt the effectiveness of the new weapon. However, the renowned swordsman does not blame the tool, because he knows that true power lies not in the sword, but in the skill and will of the one who wields it, so he is ready to prove his skill even with this weapon. The second Supreme Elder resolutely orders the martial arts masters to follow him, leading them forward with unwavering confidence, ready to lead the offensive assault and change the course of the battle. But to destroy the enemy, his gaze was unwavering and confident, filled with determination and deep concentration on the battle, as if he already saw the future victory that lay ahead. Clutching his sword tighter in his hand, feeling a surge of determination, the young man agreed with the man without hesitation, ready to support him in this difficult battle and confront the enemies together. Mentally, the boy told himself that it was his time to step forward, to gather all his inner strength and courage to prove his worth on the battlefield and become a worthy ally in this difficult struggle. The young man clearly realizes that the decisive moment has come when he must gather all his will, strength, and courage to ruthlessly destroy the enemy without hesitation for a moment. The second Supreme, absolutely confident in his own power and invincibility, strode forward with unwavering determination, never doubting his superiority and inevitable victory over all enemies. Taking on the main enemy, he carried out a powerful attack with extraordinary accuracy, composure, and fearlessness, using all his combat experience and inner strength for a decisive blow. The hero suddenly realized that in a moment, in just a split second, more than 10 lightning attacks had already happened, And it was then that he first saw with his own eyes a real battle of masters. At the very moment when the young man was still amazed by the battle of the masters he had seen, his opponent suddenly and swiftly attacks him, forcing him to instantly gather himself, put aside his surprise, and enter the battle. And at that moment, when the young man is forced to repel an unexpected attack, he reluctantly realizes that he would have loved to just sit on the sidelines, watching the dizzying struggle of the masters. But despite his desire to remain an observer, the young man clearly understands that right now they must get rid of the enemy as quickly and without delay as possible before he has time to strike a decisive blow. So having gathered all his strength, determination, and skill, the young man begins to deliver blows with such speed, precision, and power that each one inevitably leads to a fatal end for everyone. He understands that it is precisely these seemingly chaotic movements that allow him to reveal the full depth of his strength, to act instinctively and freely, turning each blow into a natural extension of his body. He decides to focus initially on those who seem weaker in order to quickly eliminate an easy obstacle, build up confidence, and create favorable conditions for the subsequent, more difficult fight. Analyzing everyone present on the battlefield with cold concentration, the young man quickly notices that the two opponents standing directly in front of him are far beyond the beginner's level. So, realizing the level of threat, the young man instantly moves on to using much more powerful attacks, significantly stronger than the previous ones, investing maximum strength, precision, and combat experience into each movement. And the enemies suddenly realize that the young man is purposefully attacking those below the second rank in order to quickly reduce their ranks, disrupt the battle order, and leave the stronger ones without support. The atmosphere in the air was oppressive and tense, as if before a storm, as each of those present was immersed in their own thoughts about the upcoming battle, about possible defeat or victory, about pain, fear, and the need to act. Suddenly, the enemies begin to anxiously warn each other to beware of the one standing in the circle, the warrior with the scar, not understanding how he could pose such a deadly threat. The young man knew well that Moonwon was a warrior of exceptional strength, who stood out even among the highest-level masters, as he had repeatedly defeated them in battle, without using any weapons. Suddenly, one of the enemies sharply points his hand at the young man, and with cold fury gives the order to kill him first, the one holding the rusty sword, as if despising his outward weakness. Frozen for a moment, the boy was lost in his own thoughts, wondering if he had gone too far, because he had no intention of attracting attention to himself, and even less did he want anyone to see his true potential. But sighing internally and casting aside his doubts, the young man realizes that he has no choice. The situation requires decisiveness, so without hesitation, he activates the legendary technique of the Shining Star Sword. Then without stopping there, the young man instantly moves on to a fourth technique, much more powerful, swift, and dangerous, surpassing the previous one in both speed and destructive power. He delivers devastating attacks to his enemies using his rusty sword, which in his hands transforms into a lightning-fast instrument of death, and every movement is filled with incredible power. The enemy stood looking at the young man with a combination of surprise and horror, so amazed by his speed, strength, and skill that he could not even utter a word, as if his mind had suddenly fallen silent. The young man coldly and confidently responds to the enemy, reminding him that in battle one must be extremely attentive to everything that surrounds him, because even the slightest negligence can become a fatal mistake. With his words, the young man subtly and effortlessly sows doubts in the enemy's soul, causing confusion and uncertainty in him, because his cold confidence and precise remarks undermine any attempts. And suddenly, while the enemy is still trying to cope with his confusion, one of the twins instantly seizes the moment and deals the young man an unexpected blow, forcing him to react quickly. The enemy was not expecting such a swift blow at all, so blood begins to flow from his mouth and his eyes open wide from incredible shock, as if they are about to fall out of their sockets, as if the world has turned upside down in an instant. The Blood Witch's apprentice unexpectedly appears next to the young man, quickly and confidently entering the battle at his side, using her dark arts and unusual abilities to support him. She began to speak to the young man, explaining that they were here to support him and defeat the enemies together, but her words were cut off suddenly before she could finish due to a surprise attack, because at that very moment, Jovabek suddenly appeared behind her, and without wasting time, launched a swift and devastating attack on his opponent, forcing her to interrupt her speech and join the fight. And just then, Juabek quickly informs Wen Hui that there are about 10 enemies left on the battlefield, and the young man, sensing the tension of the situation, strongly asks everyone not to lose their vigilance. After all those who remained were first-class martial artists, each of whom possessed dangerous strength, experience, and cunning, capable of turning the tide of battle at any moment. They watch the Second Supreme closely and gradually understand why he bears such a name. His tireless determination, incredible strength, and strategic mind make him a true leader. After all, his enemy is completely absorbed in thoughts only about how to defend himself from the powerful power of the Second Supreme, not paying attention to the rest of the events, which only confirms his greatness and fearsome reputation. However, the young man instantly notices how his opponent is intently aiming his spear directly at the Second Supreme and understands that he must act immediately to protect him from the impending danger. The enemy is closely watching your every move, anxiously awaiting the perfect moment to deliver a ruthless blow that will break your opponent's defenses and give them a decisive advantage in this brutal battle. The second elder realized that he had seen the threat too late and had no time to take measures to protect himself or to help his allies, as the danger was approaching too quickly. Then the hero instantly jumps up, swings his sword with lightning speed, and cuts off the spear that was flying at the second elder, and the enemy says that the young man has once again stood in his way, hindering his plans. But the young man coldly tells the enemy to watch his back better, because he notices that danger is already approaching behind the twins, ready to take advantage of any weakness or distraction in the battle. The second elder, despite the danger, continues to deliver devastating blows to the enemy with concentration, investing all his strength, experience, and determination into each movement to break the enemy's defenses. He dealt a devastating blow to the strongest of his enemies, cutting off his arm, which not only caused enormous physical damage, but also plunged the enemy into deep shock, paralyzing his will. So the enemy fell to his knees, screaming in unbearable pain, his body shaking with spasms, and despair and powerlessness permeated his every breath, showing the full depth of his trauma and helplessness in this battle. And then the Second Supreme raised his sword high, with dignity and determination, and loudly proclaimed that this was the end, the time to put an end to this battle and finally destroy the enemy, who no longer had a chance. But the enemy, looking the Second Supreme directly in the eye, smiled coldly and said that he was the only one who thought so, hinting that the battle was far from over and that the real struggle was just beginning. And suddenly the enemy abruptly jumped up, gathering all his strength and concentration to deliver another devastating blow that could change the course of the battle and challenge even the Second Supreme. However, the man was prepared for this sudden attack, reacting instantly and with lightning precision parrying the enemy's blow, giving him no chance to break through his defenses. The scoundrel fell sharply to his knees, feeling the strength and steadfastness of his opponent's defense, and a mixture of pain, despair, and admission of defeat appeared in his eyes, although the battle was not yet completely over. Looking intently at the girl, the enemy mockingly said that even if he died, he would not be alone, hinting at her as a dangerous opponent whom he would take with him into the abyss. But the sixth blood star swiftly rose to the defense of Pek Renha, boldly throwing herself between her and the enemy, ready to protect her ally at any cost, using all the power of her fighting skills and unwavering courage. The young man carefully observed the situation, catching every movement and intention of his enemies, and suddenly, as if in a sudden flash of realization, he understood the key weakness of his opponents, which could become a decisive factor. Suddenly he realized that the enemy, instead of attacking the girl, was suddenly approaching him, preparing to strike a blow he had not expected at all, forcing him to rethink his strategy. After all, the young man could not understand why his opponent suddenly changed his mind, and instead of the girl, aimed specifically at him, which caused a wave of surprise in him and forced him to be as vigilant as possible. But even if he is at the top of his level, the young man knows that in battle it is not only skill that is important, but also attentiveness, speed of reaction, and the ability to predict the opponent's actions. He understands perfectly well that even at the peak of his level, The enemy cannot effectively block devastating attacks, especially if they are delivered with weapons, while bare hands are significantly inferior in strength. However, the enemy unexpectedly fell on a rusty sword, and Wen Hui was left confused, not knowing whether it was a deliberate provocation, a cunning plan, or just a coincidence that could radically change everything. So the enemy coldly says that the young man is actually a disciple of the eccentric Acheon, hinting at his extraordinary skills and unusual fighting style that made him a real threat on the battlefield. The young man will have to pay dearly for getting in their way. And at that moment, Wen Hui realizes that the reason the choice fell on the young man instead of Baek Renha is a much more dangerous plan. After all, the real reason was that the young man had been his target from the very beginning, so the enemy said that they both must die together, defying and overcoming the fear of inevitable death. Baek Renha watched this dramatic scene intently, and unable to bear the tension, shouted loudly, reaching out her hand as if trying to intervene or help, but time was limited. While the enemy held the young man tightly to him, he abruptly rushed to the edge of the cliff, wishing to fall with him into the raging waters below, hoping to destroy Wen Hui in this ruthless attempt. The girl did not stop screaming the young man's name, her voice echoing over the abyss, full of fear, despair, and unwavering hope, as if trying to break through this terrible moment and save him from inevitable death. Gathering his last strength, the boy abruptly broke free from the depths of the raging water, surfacing with a determined gleam in his eyes, ready to continue the fight despite the danger he had to endure. The sword seemed to beg him not to let them go, to hold on tightly, but the young man understood that it was too difficult as the strong current of the raging water tried to tear them from his grasp, putting his life at risk. His body continues to sink inexorably, and with such rapidity and strength of the current, he risks being completely engulfed by the water, which puts him in mortal danger, as every second moves him further away from rescue. However, suddenly, as if by invisible threads, someone invisible begins to slowly lift the young man's body up, overcoming the force of the current in the darkness of the water, giving him a chance to escape and continue the fight. He lies on the cold rock, coughing from the water entering his lungs, still confused and not fully realizing what just happened, how he was rescued from the abyss, and at what cost he managed to survive. Mentally, he asks himself what kind of martial arts master possesses such incredible strength to save him from the mighty water current, and who is behind this mysterious rescue. He sincerely thanks the unknown rescuer for saving him, but instantly his eyes widen in surprise as he notices someone nearby, which radically changes his understanding of the situation. After all, what appears before his eyes is not a person, but some terrible monster with a terrifying appearance, a creature that radiates dark power and incredible might, causing the young man to feel fear and admiration at the same time. The Southern Sword, whose voice sounded calm and confident in the young man's mind, asks him to look down, but not to be afraid, because what he sees, although frightening on the outside, is not necessarily bad. And when his gaze involuntarily drops down, his eyes widen even more. He cannot believe it, but it seems that there are real human bones lying in front of him, testifying to the terrifying history of this place. The monster standing before him suddenly opens its jaw wide, from which comes a low, passionate voice, and with a faint smile says that it looks very appetizing. Wen Hui suddenly begins to scream, his voice filled with panic and despair, as it dawns on him that the creature before him did not save him out of good intentions, but rather did so only to eat him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Hui instantly leaps to his feet and strikes the creature looming over him, guided only by the instinct of self-preservation. His movements, though weak after what he had experienced, are precise. The young man realizes with horror that his blow did no harm, as the monster stopped the sword with his bare hand, as if it were just a branch, and looks at him with a predatory smile that predicts imminent danger. It was a 9th-level mastery key, strengthened from the central energy core, but the monster effortlessly intercepted the sword and simply threw it away as if it were a useless piece of metal. The boy suddenly notices how a thin, almost invisible thread wraps around the monster's hand, as if it were alive, and with every moment it tightens more and more, forcing the creature to momentarily distract itself from its prey. He reaches out to the monster's hand entangled in the thread, not understanding what kind of force is holding it, and how long this invisible bond will be able to hold back the terrible creature, leaving them both in tension and uncertainty. Sodom resolutely orders to cut the invisible thread that binds the hand, but the young man hesitated and was not sure whether he would have enough strength and precision to carry out this complex and dangerous plan at the most critical moment. Even without enough space to swing his short sword, the young man knows he can use his chi, but he still doesn't understand how such a thin, almost invisible string can possess such power. But the hand of this terrible monster is rapidly approaching the young man, threatening a fatal blow, forcing him at the last moment to mobilize all his strength and speed to avoid inevitable death. It so happened that the hero found himself in complete confusion. Thoughts disappeared from his head without a trace, and he did not know what to do next, feeling panic and fear slowly enveloping him, threatening to destroy the last thread of will and determination. Because the monster, filled with rage and cruelty, suddenly grabs him by the throat with its strong, scaly hand, squeezing him tighter and tighter, preventing him from breathing or escaping. He, contorting his face into a vicious grin, tries to bite the young man, who, gripped by panic and uncontrollable fear, stares at the monster with wide eyes, unable to defend himself. Shivering with fear, but gathering the remnants of his will, he quickly takes out his short sword, trying to break free from the monster's deadly grip and escape inevitable death. But at the very moment when he is trying with all his might to strike, the monster quickly grabs his hand, which holds the sword, squeezing it with such force that the young man can barely suppress a cry of pain. The monster throws him aside with incredible force, and at the same moment the young man, wincing from unbearable pain, realizes that the monster has severely dislocated his wrist and perhaps even broken it. The monster, staring at him with a look full of hunger and malice, hoarsely tells his flesh to stop resisting, and the young man, trembling with terror, wonders with horror whether he will really become food for this strange creature. Suddenly, through the pain and echo of his own heartbeat, the young man hears the fourth elder calling him, and this voice, full of strength and hope, cuts through the darkness of fear like a ray of light in pitch darkness. Calling him a cursed disciple, the voice of the fourth elder is heard from outside, and although there is anger in it, the young man understands that the elder is looking for him, and somewhere outside this dark trap, there is still a chance for salvation. And although pain tightens his chest and fear stifles his voice, the young man understands that he must somehow let people know where he is. So gathering all his strength, he screams with despair in his voice, hoping that he will be heard. Sodom, looking intently at the young man, asks him to get up, while the young man, confused, does not understand how long he has been unconscious, trying to remember at least something from the darkness. She strictly orders the young man not to open his eyes, explaining that the monster has been exhibiting strange and unpredictable behavior since he lost consciousness, so any sudden movement can only make the situation worse. After all, it was this monster that dragged the young man deeper into the cave, and since then he has been constantly trembling with fear, demonstrating nervousness and unpredictable reactions, anything that could lead to dangerous consequences. Sodom reports that the young man has been in this helpless state for half a day, and during this time his consciousness has been darkened, so now his every movement must be very careful so as not to worsen the situation. The young man suggests carefully thinking through everything that happened. The monster only has a left hand, but he is a true master in combat. If he had a second hand, then his strength could be comparable to the legendary Acheon. Wunhui suddenly interrupts his thoughts and, with excitement in his voice, asks where the elder is now and if he is still looking for him, hoping for a quick rescue from this dangerous situation. Southern Sword calms the young man, telling him not to be upset, because for the past 4 hours they had heard screams, but now everything was quiet, and this could mean that the danger had passed or the elder was near. The young man realizes that he needs to get out of here at all costs, because he has already experienced much worse and even deadly situations. And it is thanks to this inner strength and unwavering will that he is confident. The boy doubts the monster's mental stability, as it could not speak and looked frightened due to some disturbing screams coming from afar, which makes him believe that the monster also has its own fears. A master of his level would have known that as a precaution, his pressure points should have been blocked to neutralize the threat, but the monster didn't do so, further fueling suspicion. Southern Sword suddenly shouts that the monster begins to move and makes strange sounds, as if talking about its hunger, which only adds to the tension and emphasizes the monster's unpredictable and dangerous behavior. The young man realizes that despite the monster's lack of legs, he can still hear its movements, which indicates that the monster is moving in some other, unusual way that is alarming. He realizes that he has never experienced such a terrifying situation before, neither in this life nor in all his previous ones, and it sends a chill down his spine. Right now, he needs to concentrate all of his innate core energy to the maximum in order to have the strength to confront this dangerous situation and find a way to salvation amidst the eerie darkness that has descended upon him. He gathers all of his innate core energy and directs it into a powerful blow to the monster's chest, hoping that this unexpected and powerful blow will be able to stun the monster. However, suddenly the monster blocks the young man's attack with lightning speed, using its strength and agility, and this defense leads the boy into a state of confusion, forcing him to doubt his own abilities. But this is exactly what he was holding on to, so gathering his last strength and concentration, the young man understands that right now he needs to strike at the monster's celestial pressure point in order to turn the tide of the battle and gain the upper hand. It is thanks to this precise and powerful blow that the young man throws the monster away a certain distance, giving himself a few moments of respite and the opportunity to rethink his further actions in this dangerous fight. The Southern Sword calls out loudly to the young man, urging him to quickly take his sword to be ready for the next battle, because the danger is not over yet and every minute can be decisive. So the young man, jumping with all his might, tries to pull the sword out of the scabbard deeply embedded in the rock, exerting maximum effort because every second counts in this intense struggle for survival. Immediately, without wasting a second, the young man directs his sword in a powerful blow at the monster, seeking to strike it with all his strength and decide the battle in his favor. However, the monster, with incredible strength and agility, blocks the blow of the young man's sword, demonstrating his power and unwavering defense, which forces the boy to look for new ways to win. The young man realizes that he has found himself in an extremely difficult situation where his strength is not enough, and every next step can be decisive in this dangerous battle with a powerful monster. Then the monster, looking at the young man with curiosity and suspicion, asks him who he is and how he manages to control his innate inner energy, because it is impressive and at the same time causes an unknown fear. The monster, interested and frowning suspiciously, asks the young man in surprise who he really is and how he manages to direct and control his innate inner core energy that pulses so brightly in his veins. Then the young man replied in a firm voice that it was the iron sword of the southern sky, and raising his eyebrows in surprise, wondered if the monster really recognized him, as this opened up a new level of their interaction. The young man, gathering his thoughts and hoping for understanding, thinks he can talk to the monster and explains to him that he is the successor of the swordsman of the southern sky, responsible for the legacy and power. The monster, as if in deep shock, could not believe the young man's words, and this unexpected discovery paralyzed him for a moment, forcing him to reconsider his intentions and attitude towards the young man. The boy had doubts whether this monster was truly the enemy of the Southern Sky swordsman, but if so, then he was in danger, because it was here that a tragedy could occur, and it would be known as the grave of Wen Hui. He doesn't believe it and whispers to himself in horror, "Is this really the end, engulfed in hopelessness that threatens to shake his spirit and force him to give up at the most difficult moment?" But suddenly the monster unexpectedly burst into tears and, holding back his emotions, whispered that it was strange, but perhaps this was the fate that befell him and the young man, opening a new, unexpected path before them. The young man, still confused by the monster's emotional outburst, says he doesn't quite understand what he means and cautiously asks if he could find out his name, trying to establish some kind of connection. The monster slowly pronounces his name, Han Jisun, and there is a mixture of strength and fatigue in his voice, which adds an unexpected humanity to the situation, even amidst all the cruelty around. The young man remembers that he had heard the name Han Jisun before, but meanwhile, Southern Sword cannot believe that this man is really still alive, because his name was shrouded in legends and was considered long forgotten or dead. After all, this monster is the king of assassins with the flying blade, and the young man instantly realizes that he is facing a legendary assassin whose fame and cruelty have long amazed even the bravest warriors. The sword explains that Han Jisan was once a legendary assassin, and the person who stole the text about his past master's martial arts skills was closely connected to his past. He adds that Han Jisan was defeated by a man with golden eyes whose strength and skill exceeded all expectations, and it was this defeat that marked the beginning of a new, difficult stage in his life, which mercilessly dealt such a powerful blow to its former owner that he was forever forced to retreat and rethink his life, and this moment became a turning point. The king of assassins with the flying blade, Han Jisan, is a figure whose fame terrifies enemies and inspires allies. He possesses incredible skill and ruthless cunning, making him one of the most dangerous. He asks the young man to let him repay his debt, but Sword, with irony in his voice, notes that Han Jisan regularly stabs others in the back, so he should be trusted with great caution. But the boy understands that he cannot fully trust him because Han Jisan's reputation as the king of assassins is filled with betrayal and cunning, so his every move must be carefully evaluated. However, Han Jisan insists that he has little time, and therefore asks the young man to trust him, at least for a short time, because their shared chances of survival depend on quick and decisive action. He suddenly ties the young man up with his flying blade, coldly stating that he must first repay his debts, and only then will he consider any further arrangements. Touching the young man's head with his cold hand, he seems to exert some invisible pressure, forcing the boy to plunge into darkness and gradually lose consciousness, leaving him helpless in his power. And then, in a cold and ruthless voice, he says that he will repay his debts even if the young man refuses to do so, reminding him that his will is not something that can stop the inevitable and choose something for himself. The celestial pressure point is also called the point of 100th convergence, as it is the most optimal place to absorb the innate energy of the core, allowing for maximum concentration. So he strictly orders the young man to focus and concentrate all his attention on the point of celestial pressure, because it is on this that his ability to effectively use the innate energy of the core depends. And suddenly the young man feels an unbearable, piercing pain spreading throughout his body as he begins to activate the celestial pressure point, realizing that this power requires incredible effort. The blue flame burning around him is his innate internal energy, which is now gradually leaving his body, leaving him vulnerable, and seemingly passing into the hands of the enemy, as if it were his nourishment. There were legends about this king that he was not just an assassin, but a legendary master who exceeded all limits of the capabilities of an ordinary assassin because his techniques were so perfect. But he was not just a murderer. It was said that his martial arts were so unusual that the situation that made him famous became his only failed attempt. He was so bold that he dared to carry out the assassination, and it was this boldness that engraved his name in history as one of the 8 great masters of the Central Plains, whose names are whispered with respect. During a brutal assassination attempt, when Jisan miraculously survived a deadly battle with the ruthless Jin Kyung, his fearlessness and skill became legendary, elevating him to the title of King of Assassins. The young man suddenly realizes that a mysterious person is trying to find his celestial pressure point, and, thinking that this is the end, he is already saying goodbye to life, but it directs its innate internal energy into him. Since the feeling of the incoming power almost completely coincides with his own innate core energy, the young man is convinced that Han Jisan has perfected the energy cultivation technique. The young man understands that the losses were insignificant because they were all trained in the same art, and the monster says with cold confidence that the reason seems complicated, although in fact it contains both truth and lies. If the hero manages to look at it the right way, with a clear mind and an open heart, then all the lies will lose their meaning, crumble, and only the truth will remain, which will no longer be possible to hide. The mystical art of the shining star finally takes on a complete, unified form in the young man's mind, and the feeling goes far beyond a simple surge of energy, as if something grand is awakening. Southern Sword looks at him carefully and explains that the young man achieved the 5th mastery precisely thanks to instant enlightenment, because starting from the 4th level, it is impossible to advance further without awakening. The young man suddenly realizes that enlightenment came to him at the very moment when he understood the hidden meaning of the King of Assassins' words, which seemed to awaken something deep in his consciousness. However, the innate energy concentrated in his central energy core unexpectedly formed an inner essence whose presence and strength resembled a being over 60 years old. So now, to reach the 6th level of mastery, the young man needs deep enlightenment. And therefore the Southern Sword, as well as Sodom, congratulate him on this important step on the path of development. The boy realized that all his achievements and strength in this skill came from who he was in a past life as the swordsman of the Southern Sky, whose wisdom and experience directly influenced his current path and abilities. He says that perhaps he should rely on Hanji-san and express his deep gratitude, because it was his mentorship and support that helped him go through this difficult path to mastery. He looks at the young man with disbelief, not believing that he could be like that. But Sodom quietly explains that the king of assassins probably died long ago, giving all his energy and strength to the young man. Southern Sword says he deserves it, and given his former appearance and condition, suggests that he was probably punished for his actions or mistakes in the past. The young man asks what happened before, and in response he hears that all these events took place about 15 years ago, leaving a deep mark on the past, which now affects his own fate. One day, the king of assassins attempted to assassinate the young man's previous master, and although the boy did not know who was behind this plot, he understood that finding a way to kill the swordsman was practically impossible. However, the swordsman was defeated by the man with golden eyes, seriously injured, putting his life in danger, and he found himself on the verge of death and survival. At that critical moment, the king of assassins appeared before him, but his master was in such a grave condition that he could die from even the slightest touch of a finger, making any action extremely risky. And then he was made an offer. Since all his attempts were in vain, he asked to show the swordsman martial arts so that he could at least understand their essence, because otherwise he would not have succeeded. Then his master, realizing the importance of the moment, agreed and told the king of assassins that if he promised to become his worthy successor, he would teach him all his martial arts. When the king of assassins mastered all the techniques, he suddenly changed his behavior, brutally breaking the swordsman's legs so that he could not escape, even if he survived the fight. It was at that crucial moment that a mysterious man with golden eyes suddenly appeared before them, whose presence dramatically changed the course of events and brought a new twist to their fate. He completely ignored Hanji-san, and upon closer inspection, noticed that the swordsman had broken legs, which indicated the cruelty and hopelessness of the situation they found themselves in. Hanji-san, well-trained in combat techniques, confidently believed that he could escape this trap alive and defeat the man with golden eyes, despite the opponent's incredible strength. He held on confidently and hoped for victory, until suddenly, with one powerful blow, his two legs were severed, leaving Hanji-san powerless and on the verge of life and death. Then the man with golden eyes ruthlessly destroyed Hanji-san's energy core, stripping him of his power and threw him off a high cliff, leaving him with almost no hope of rescue or survival. Southern Sword explains why he was so surprised. He never thought Hanji-san would be able to survive such a fall and the destruction of the energy core, considering him dead. He admits that life is a real wonder, but at that time he was absolutely sure of Hanji-san's death, and one might even say wished for his death, because he considered it inevitable and right. But then a sudden look of confusion appears in his eyes, and he looks intently at the young man, as if trying to understand how he was able to survive all this and what his existence means now. He admits that he doesn't know what to do with the young man, because his survival and strength put everything in doubt, and the young man, upon hearing this, replies that he seems to understand what he is talking about and is ready to accept this challenge. The young man realizes that he is the cause of the Southern Sword's anger due to the murder of his previous master, but at the same time he understands that it was this person who helped him, that is, his current master. The monster gradually regains consciousness and asks in a strained voice how long he has been in such a helpless state, trying to assess the lost time and consequences. The boy tries to express his gratitude, but suddenly the monster stops him, calmly saying that gratitude is not necessary, because he simply fulfilled his duty and paid his debt without any expectations in return. Wunhui quietly agrees and, raising his eyebrows, asks what exactly brought him here and what the purpose of this unexpected meeting between them is. He replies that the young man does not need to know all the details yet, but instead wants to ask him for one important favor that could change their destinies. The monster notes that, judging by everything, the young man is following the orthodox path, because he is the recipient of the swordsman of the Southern Sky, and this imposes great responsibilities and traditions on him that influence his choice. He asks the young man if he is familiar with the divine physician, hinting at the importance of this person in future events and the possible help he can provide. The monster reassures, saying that there is nothing to worry about here, because he himself does not know how long he has been in this place, and therefore there is no need to rush to conclusions or fears. He speaks as if admitting that surviving in this cave without two legs turned out to be an incredibly difficult ordeal, full of pain and suffering that tested the strength of the spirit and body to the limit of what was possible. Feeling incredible hunger and despair, he reached the point where he was forced to eat his own hand in order to survive in the harsh conditions of the cave, where there was no hope of rescue. The incredible pain of loneliness and hunger gradually consumes a person's mind, corrupting their will and leaving only disgust and hopelessness that cannot be described in words. He did everything he could to survive in these terrible conditions, but with each passing day his mental state became more and more unstable. At first it was only for a moment, and now such moments lasted for several hours. Eventually these outbursts of instability stretched for a whole day, then two, and now he no longer knows whether he is real or someone who has finally lost his mind in this boundless loneliness. So he doesn't know when he will finally lose control of his own mind, and that's why he initially wanted to turn to the young man with a question, seeking support or an answer before everything falls apart. Instead of direct assistance, he plans to teach the young man the flying blade technique and asks if he can pass this martial art on to his son, as he believes he may be worthy. Sodom asks the young man if he realizes that the king of assassins is actually testing him, testing his strength and determination on this difficult path. After all, being the apprentice of the swordsman of the southern sky, perhaps the king of assassins is testing him precisely to determine whether the young man will make the same choice as he himself did in the past. The young man understands that even if this is just a test, he is ready to help. But at the same time, he does not want the king of assassins to justify his actions or consider them right, because everyone must be responsible for their choices. He replies that if he just opens up and tells her about it, Wen Hui will definitely tell his son this information, and that way the secrets will no longer remain hidden. The king of assassins sincerely thanks the young man for his openness and trust, realizing that this is what will help him untie the complex knots of the past and move forward. He said that he would teach the young man everything he needed to know to become a true master and walk his path with the strength and wisdom that he himself had once gained. Sodom asks if he should really do this, doubting whether the young man's training will bear the desired fruit or lead to undesirable consequences in the future. The young man explains that to effectively use the silver thread, he needs to use a blade or knife. The girl tried to say something, but suddenly the young man threw his short sword to the side. Wen Hui realized as he struck that his blade had sharply struck the wall, leaving a deep mark and confirming the power and accuracy of the young man's throw, but not as much as he would have liked. And if he applies his innate internal energy here, the blade is capable of cutting not only the material of the wall, but also transforming the space around it, opening up new possibilities for combat and defense. So, if he used his innate internal energy, the silver thread would most likely contract with such force that it would carry his body to the cliff, guiding his movement and controlling every step in battle. He turns to the young man with a serious look and says that there is one more important thing he must tell him, because it may affect his future path and choice. He admits that he doesn't actually have a child, and that he just wanted to check something before his death to make sure the decisions and consequences were correct. The monster says that now the young man can get everything if the master is not there, but the boy replies that he cannot hear him because the current is too strong, which drowns out words and creates obstacles to communication. His opponent replies that people are already waiting for him, so he must go right now, unable to delay and knowing that the time for reflection has already run out and he must leave quickly. But the creature was left sitting alone in a dark cave, surrounded by silence and cold, immersed in his thoughts and heavy memories that never left his consciousness for a moment. He realizes that he has done many bad things in the past, but at the same time feels grateful because the young man treats him with respect, recognizing his role in his own salvation and new beginning. Then he turned to the swordsman of the southern sky, saying that he had a truly good student, and his eyes had the same fire and depth that he had once seen in his own teacher. The monster says that he is destined to suffer until the very end, carrying the burden of his mistakes and pain that does not leave him even in the darkest moments of his life. Reflecting on his life, he says he thanks him for everything, for the life he saved, for the chance for a new beginning, and for the respect he was given, despite his past mistakes, as if he knew his path was over. After all, it was thanks to the young man that he was able to live his last moments of life with dignity, like a real person, filled with light and peace, and not just pain and darkness, like a monster living in a dark cave. The young man, possessing a new technique, moves extremely quickly, as if merging with the air like a bird, leaving behind only blurred traces of his lightning-fast movement. Sodom complains that her head is spinning, and the young man muses that if Hanja-san had limbs, he could escape from the cliff at any moment, using his speed and skills. Perhaps the monster was trembling because he heard voices outside, and perhaps some event or memory had made him so deeply afraid, awakening old wounds and anxieties in him as had caused such eerie sensations. The girl notes that in any case, the young man has got out and can go up the same way he went before, but he replies that there is no need to return this way now, and he will choose a different direction. At such an unexpected answer, the girl looked at the young man with noticeable confusion, trying to understand his true intentions and thoughts, and what plan he was hiding in his head. She screamed again in surprise when the young man suddenly started moving quickly, frightened by his unexpected speed and unpredictable actions, as she didn't think the conversation would end so quickly. But the young man calmly asked her to wait a bit, assuring her that everything will become clear soon and there is no need to worry, but still does not talk about what he has planned, but seems to be keeping everything a secret. After all, they need to hurry to where the young man is truly destined to be, because it is in that place that not only his future fate is decided, but also the fate of those who believed in him and follow him, despite all the difficulties. The warriors, warily surrounding the unfamiliar boy from all sides, carefully peer into his face and insistently demand an explanation of what exactly he had just said and for what purpose. The man, warily peering at the figure in front of him, speaks uncertainly, not understanding who exactly is standing in front of him, suspecting that it could be one of the representatives of the unorthodox faction. The guy, with irritation and inexplicable stubbornness, says that he doesn't understand what right they have to interfere in his affairs, condemn his actions, or persecute him without explanation or reason. The man speaks sternly, as if struck by the naivety of his interlocutor. Doesn't the young man know that even one brief conversation with the cult of blood automatically makes him a direct enemy of all of Muram? He sharply and defiantly asks the man who made such an accusation, to which he coldly replies that this decision belongs to the Murima Alliance and is subject to execution without discussion. Then the guy, with bitter irony in his voice, remarks that Muram is just an association of martial artists from the Orthodox faction, and do they really think they have the same power as the state? The man tilts his head slightly, looking with disbelief and tension, and asks himself in surprise if the guy's really trying to play some dangerous game with him, unaware of the consequences. Calmly but confidently, the hero declares that although he is new to this business, he is by no means so weak or naive that he can be underestimated without consequences. The man says with cold determination in his voice that it looks like he will have to personally teach the young man a lesson for his excessively long tongue and impudent words that have crossed the line of patience. So, not hiding his irritation, the man resolutely orders his soldiers to immediately capture the young man so that he realizes the consequences of his words and actions in front of Muram. The guy, with a barely noticeable smile and a hint of challenge in his voice, says that perhaps this is exactly the attitude that should have been adopted from the very beginning to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts. Suddenly, the boy raises his eyes to the sky, his gaze widens, and he freezes in deep shock, as if he has seen something that completely changes his understanding of the situation around him. He looks up with unexpected tension, watching the young man slowly descend from the sky as if he had the ability to fly, and the sight makes his heart beat faster with wonder and anxiety. The warriors wonder and disbelieve among themselves whether the young man is really flying, wondering if he is perhaps making a dangerous leap into the air, trying to surpass human capabilities. The guy, with obvious surprise and admiration, looks at who possesses such a rare qigong technique in this area. his jaw dropping from the incredible impression and revelation of an unexpected phenomenon. He, thinking that this was probably a master from the blood cult, could not hide his surprise, while the thought flashed through the young man's mind that the silver thread technique was much faster and more perfect than ordinary Qigong. A young man, filled with a desire to simply escape and live a quiet life, realizes that recent events have made him widely known within the cult, making his attempts to escape persecution extremely difficult. They understand that in order to avoid mortal danger, they will have to lose Beck Hiehyang, who in turn must become much stronger than his enemies in order to survive and win this fight. Suddenly, with a hint of despair in his voice, the boy unexpectedly turns to the young man for help, as if he saw in him the last chance for salvation or a solution to a situation that is rapidly getting out of control. Southern Sword looks at the young man with slight surprise and says that he seems to be calling out to him, to which the young man asks in response with barely restrained curiosity if he thinks these people even know who Wen Hui is. The sword calmly replies that the elder has been looking for Wen Hui in this very area for several hours, and if one were to follow the energy flow, one of them would definitely be here, so it's entirely possible that he sent this guy. Thinking for a moment, the hero realizes that the Southern Sword's words do indeed make sense, because the coincidence of circumstances and the appearance of the stranger fit too closely into what could have been part of the elder's plan. And now when everyone below has raised their gazes at him, the young man feels the weight of these gazes and understands that he will no longer be able to simply disappear or run away. His choice has become visible, and the silence has thickened before the decisive step. So the young man carefully lands near them, trying to remain calm and collected, with hope in his heart that everything will pass without conflict and no one will recognize his true identity. The most important of the warriors, carefully examining the young man's figure, suddenly raises his hand and firmly orders everyone to step back, sensing something dangerous in him that requires caution. He asks if this young man is not one of the four supremes, powerful, legendary beings about whom songs were composed, and Sodom, hearing these words, was so struck that she could not contain her surprise. The young man thinks that this seems strange to him, because with a closed central core, the level of qi should be felt no more than that of an ordinary beginner, unable to awaken basic internal energy. The Swords of Warriors claim that the young man did not use a high-altitude aerial jump at all, but simply rose, holding on to some invisible thread, and, mockingly, call their owners fools. Our hero quickly guessed that the warrior's swords had mistaken his silver thread for a leap into the void, or some extremely rare, almost legendary, and advanced Qigong technique. And perhaps it was because of this false impression that the swordsman concluded that the young man was one of the four supremes, majestic beings capable of ignoring the laws of nature and using various techniques. After all, it is the four supremes who are considered the most powerful beings in the cult of blood, immortal lords whose power goes beyond ordinary understanding and is capable of changing the course of history. The young man instantly realizes that the misunderstanding that has developed around his personality could become an opportunity, and decides to take advantage of the fact that he is considered one of the four supremes. Wen Hui looks closely at the strange boy, not understanding who he really is, but assumes that if he asks for help, the young man will most likely agree. The stranger's sword suddenly addresses the young man, stating that this boy is not actually the experienced master he was initially mistaken for. And at that moment, Wen Hui finally understands something. After that, the boy firmly stated that he needed to deal with the warriors first, so he mentally addressed the boy, ordering him to attack them only when he himself gave the appropriate signal. He agrees without hesitation and respectfully addresses Wen Hui as Sir, which for the first time gives the young man a sense of importance and pleasant novelty, because no one has called him that before, and it inspires him. Sodom remarks that the young man is too weak for flattery, to which he only smiles and replies that he is simply pleased to hear such words, because it gives him confidence and lifts his spirits. The young man addresses them confidently, stating that they know perfectly well who he is, as he has already introduced himself as the high priest of the cult. Despite this, they still hold weapons in their hands. His interlocutor didn't quite understand the tone of his voice and asked who he was imitating, to which the young man replied with a slight smile that he was copying Do Chan Ho, and added in surprise if it really sounded that bad. The chief of the warriors firmly declares that numerous alliance masters are ready for battle around them, and even if the young man is the supreme, he will still have to face a great many difficulties and dangers. The young man realizes that his lie has worked, raising doubts among his enemies, but at the same time he sees that the main warrior does not retreat, despite his own fear, and is ready to continue the fight. Woon Hui mentally addresses the boy and says that the warrior is lying, to which he confidently replies that there really is no one here but them, confirming that there is no one else to expect nearby. The young man receives information that there is another group of enemies just 1 kilometer away, but the boy has already destroyed their horn, so they cannot call for reinforcements, and the young man sincerely thanks them. He suddenly smiles too widely, and Sodom instantly realizes that he is trying to make a good impression on the young man, trying to appear confident and friendly, although it seems a bit naive to her. So the young man addresses the man in a decisive tone, stating that he is not telling the truth, but the man immediately denies it, protesting and insisting on his position, unwilling to yield. Interrupting him, the young man coldly says, "Do you really think that there is no spy among them, sent by Woon Hui himself?" Zrania forcing the man to shut up and think about what he said. The young man notices how the men began to tremble from his scream, and based on this, he concludes that their words were indeed lies, because the fear in their eyes betrays true insecurity and a hidden truth.